Jerusalem delivered. By Torquato Tasso. First Book. The argument. God sends his angel to Tortosa down. Godfrey unites the Christian peers and knights. And all the lords and princes of renown choose him their duke, to rule the wares and fights. He mustereth all his host, whose number known. He sends them to the fort that shone heights. The aged tyrant Judah's land that guides. In fear and trouble, to resist provides. I. The sacred armies, and the godly night. That the great sepulchre of Christ did free. I sing, much wrought his valor and foresight. And in that glorious war much suffered he. In vain, gainst him did hell oppose her might. In vain the Turks and Morians armed be. His soldiers wild, to brawls and mutinies pressed. Reduced he to peace, so heaven him blessed. 2. O heavenly muse, that not with fading bays deckest thy brow by the Heliconian spring, but sittest crowned with stars' immortal rays. In heaven, where legions of bright angels sing, inspire life in my wit, my thoughts upraise. My verse and noble, and forgive the thing. If fiction's light I mix with truth divine, and fill these lines with other praise than thine. 3. Thither thou know'st the world is best inclined, where luring Parnus most his sweet imparts, and truth conveyed in verse of gentle kind. To read perhaps will move the dullest hearts. So we, if children young diseased we find, anoint with sweets the vessel's foremost parts, to make them taste the potions sharp we give. They drink deceived, and so deceived, they live. 4. Ye noble princes, that protect and save the pilgrim muses, and their ship defend from rock of ignorance and error's wave. Your gracious eyes upon this labor bend. To you these tales of love and conquest brave I dedicate. To you this work I send. My muse hereafter shall perhaps unfold your fights, your battles, and your combats bold. V. For if the Christian princes ever strive to win fair Greece out of the tyrant's hands, and those usurping Ismaelites deprive of woeful Thrace, which now captive stands, you must from realms and seas the Turks forth drive, as Godfrey chased them from Judah's lands. And in this legend, all that glorious deed, read, whilst you arm you. Arm you, whilst you read. 6. 6 years were run since first in martial guise the Christian lords war-raid the eastern land. Nice by assault, and Antioch by surprise. Both fair, both rich, both won, both conquered stand. And this defended they in noblest wise, gainst Persian knights and many a valiant band. Tortosa won, lest winter might them shend. They drew to holds, and coming spring attend. 7. The sullen season now was come and gone, that forced them late cease from their noble war. When God Almighty formed his lofty throne, set in those parts of heaven that purest are, as far above the clear stars every one, as it is hence up to the highest star. Look down, and all at once this world beheld. Each land, each city, country, town and field. 8. All things he viewed, at last in Syria stayed. Upon the Christian lords his gracious eye, that wondrous look wherewith he oft surveyed men's secret thoughts that most concealed lie, he cast on puissant Godfrey, that essayed to drive the Turks from Shaun's bulwarks high, and, full of zeal and faith, esteemed light all worldly honor, empire, treasure, might. 9. In Baldwin next he spied another thought, whom spirits proud to vain ambition move. Tancredi he saw his life's joy set at naught, so woebegone was he with pains of love. Bowman the conquered folk of Antioch brought the gentle yoke of Christian rule to prove. He taught them laws statutes and customs new, arts, crafts, obedience, and religion true. X. And with such care his busy work he plied, that to naught else his acting thoughts he bent. In young Rinaldo fierce desires he spied, and noble heart of rest impatient. To wealth or sovereign power he not applied his wits, but all to virtue excellent. Patterns and rules of skill, and courage bold, he took from Guelfo, and his fathers old. 11. Thus when the Lord discovered had, and seen, the hidden secrets of each worthy's breast, out of the hierarchies of angels sheen, the gentle Gabriel called he from the rest. Twixt God and souls of men that righteous been, ambassador is he, forever blessed. The just commands of heaven's eternal King, twixt skies and earth, he up and down doth bring. 12. To whom the Lord thus spake, Godfredo find, and in my name ask him, why doth he rest? Why be his arms to ease and peace resigned? Why frees he not Jerusalem distressed? His peers to counsel call, each baser mind, let him stir up. For, chieftain of the rest, I choose him here, the earth shall him allow. His fellows late shall be his subjects now. 13. This said, the angel swift himself prepared to execute the charge imposed aright, in form of airy members fair imbared. His spirits pure were subject to our sight. Like to a man in show and shape he fared, but full of heavenly majesty and might. A stripling seemed he thrive 5 winters old, and radiant beams adorned his locks of gold. 14. Of silver wings he took a shining pair, fringed with gold, unwearied, nimble, swift. With these he parts the winds, the clouds, the air, and over seas and earth himself doth lift. Thus clad he cut the spheres and circles fair, and the pure skies with sacred feathers clift. On Lebanon at first his foot he set, and shook his wings with rory May dews wet. 15. Then to Tortosa's confines swiftly sped the sacred messenger, with headlong flight. Above the eastern wave appeared red the rising sun, yet scantly half in sight. Godfrey e'en then his morn devotion said, as was his custom, when with Titan bright appeared the angel in his shape divine, whose glory far obscured Phoebus' shine. 16. Godfrey, quoth he, behold the season fit to war, for which thou waited hast so long. Now serves the time, if thou o'erslip not it, to free Jerusalem from thrall and wrong. Thou with thy lords in council quickly sit, comfort the feeble, and confirm the strong. The Lord of hosts their general doth make thee, and for their chieftain they shall gladly take thee. 17. I, messenger from everlasting Jove, in his great name thus his behests do tell. Oh, what sure hope of conquest ought thee move? What zeal, what love should in thy bosom dwell? This said, he vanished to those seats above, in height and clearness which the rest excel. Down fell the Duke, his joints dissolved asunder, blind with the light and strucken dead with wonder. 18. But when recovered, he considered more the man, his manner, and his message said. If erst he wished, now he longed sore to end that war, whereof he lord was made. Nor swelled his breast with uncouth pride therefore, that heaven on him above this charge had laid. But, for his great Creator would the same. His will increased, so fire augmenteth flame. 19. The captains called forthwith from every tent, unto the rendezvous he them invites. Letter on letter, post on post he sent, entreatance fair with counsel he unites. All, what a noble courage could augment, the sleeping spark of valor what incites. He used, that all their thoughts to honor raised. Some praised, some paid, some counseled, all pleased. XX. The captains, soldiers, all, save bowmen, came. And pitched their tents, some in the fields without. Some of green boughs their slender cabins frame. Some lodged where Tortosa's streets about. Of all the host the chief of worth and name. Assembled been, a senate grave and stout. Then Godfrey, after silence kept a space. Lift up his voice, and spake with princely grace. XXI. Warriors, whom God himself elected hath. His worship true in shown to restore. And still preserved from danger, harm and scath. By many a sea and many an unknown shore. You have subjected lately to his faith. Some provinces rebellious long before. And after conquests great, have in the same. Erected trophies to his cross and name. XXI. But not for this our homes we first forsook. And from our native soil have marched so far. Nor us to dangerous seas have we betook. Exposed to hazard of so far sought war. Of glory vain to gain an idle smook. And lands possessed that wild and barbarous are. That for our conquests were too mean a prey. To shed our bloods, to work our souls' decay. XCI. But this the scope was of our former thought. Of Shaun's fort to scale the noble wall. The Christian folk from bondage to have brought. Wherein, alas, they long have lived thrall. In Palestine an empire to have wrought. Where godliness might reign perpetual. And none be left, that pilgrims might deny. To see Christ's tomb, and promised vows to pay. Ziv. What to this hour successively is done. Was full of peril, to our honor small. Not to our first designment, if we shun. The purposed end, or here lie fixed all. What boots it us their wares to have begun? Or Europe raised to make proud Asia thrall? If our beginnings have this ending known. Not kingdoms raised, but armies overthrown. XXV. Not as we list erect we empires new. On frail foundations laid in earthly mold. Whereof our faith and country be but few. Among the thousand stout of pagans bold. Where not behoves us trust to Greece untrue. And western aid we far removed behold. Who buildeth thus, methinks, so buildeth he. As if his work should his sepulchre be. XXVI. Turks, Persians conquered, Antiochia won. Be glorious acts, and full of glorious praise. By heaven's mere grace, not by our prowess done. Those conquests were achieved by wondrous ways. If now from that directed course we run. The God of battles thus before us lays. His loving kindness shall we lose, I doubt. And be a byword to the lands about. XXVI. Let not these blessings then sent from above. Abused be, or split in profane wise. But let the issue correspondent prove. To good beginnings of each enterprise. The gentle season might our courage move. Now every passage plain and open lies. What lets us then the great Jerusalem? With valiant squadrons round about to hem. 18ei. Lords, I protest, and hearken all to it. Ye times and ages, future, present, past. Hear all ye blessed in the heavens that sit. The time for this achievement hasteneth fast. The longer rest worse will the season fit. Our sureties shall with doubt be overcast. If we forslow the siege I well foresee. From Egypt will the pagans succored be. Zix. This said, the hermit Peter rose and spake. Who sate in council those great lords among. At my request this war was undertake. In private cell, who erst lived closed long. What Godfrey wills, of that no question make. There cast no doubts where truth is plain and strong. Your acts, I trust, will correspond his speech. Yet one thing more I would you gladly teach. XXX. These strifes, unless I far mistake the thing. And discords raised oft in disordered sort. Your disobedience and ill-managing of actions lost, for want of due support. Refer I justly to a further spring. Spring of sedition, strife, oppression. Tort. I mean commanding power to sundry given. In thought, opinion, worth, estate, uneven. XXXI. Where divers lords divided empire hold. Where causes be by gifts, not justice tried. Where offices be falsely bought and sold. Needs must the lordship there from virtue slide. Of friendly parts one body then uphold. Create one head, the rest to rule and guide. To one the regal power and scepter give. That henceforth may your king and sovereign live. XXXI. And therewith stayed his speech. O gracious muse! What kindling motions in their breasts do fry! With grace divine the hermits talk infuse. That in their hearts his words may fructify. By this a virtuous concord they did choose. And all contentions then began to die. The princes with the multitude agree. That Godfrey ruler of those wars should be. 33. This power they gave him, by his princely right. All to command, to judge all, good and ill. Laws to impose to lands subdued by might. To make in war both when and where he will. To hold in due subjection every wight. Their valors to be guided by his skill. This done, report displays her telltale wings. And to each ear the news and tidings brings. Exiv. She told the soldiers, who allowed him meat. And well deserving of that sovereign place. Their first salutes and acclamations sweet. Received he, with love and gentle grace. After their reverence done with kind regreet. Requited was, with mild and cheerful face. He bids his armies should the following day. On those fair plains their standards proud display. XXXV. The golden sun rose from the silver wave. And with his beams enameled every green. When up arose each warrior bold and brave. Glistering in filed steel and armor sheen. With jolly plumes their crests adorned they have. And all to fore their chieftain mustered been. He from a mountain cast his curious sight. On every footman and on every knight. XXXVI. My mind, time's enemy, oblivion's foe. Disposer true of each noteworthy thing. Oh, let thy virtuous might avail me so. That I each troop and captain great may sing. That in this glorious war did famous grow. Forgot till now by time's evil handling. This work, derived from my treasures dear. Let all times hearken, never age outwear. XVI. The French came foremost battailous and bold. Late led by Hugo, brother to their king. From France the isle that rivers foreign fold. With rolling streams descending from their spring. But Hugo dead, the lily fair of gold. Their wonted ensign they to fore them bring. Under Clotharius great, a captain good. And hardy knight sprung of prince's blood. XXXVI. 1,000 were they in strong armors clad. Next whom there marched forth another band. That number, nature, and instruction had. Like them to fight far off or charge at hand. All valiant Normans by Lord Robert Ladd. The native duke of that renowned land. 2 bishops next their standards proud upbear. Called Reverend William, and good Audemare. XX. Their jolly notes they chanted loud and clear. On merry mornings at the Mass divine. And horrid helms high on their heads they bear. When their fierce courage they to war incline. The first 400 horsemen gathered near. To Orange town. And lands that it confine. But Audemare the Paugean youth brought out. In number like, in hard essays as stout. XL. Baldwin, his ensign fair, did next to spread. Among his Boulonners of noble fame. His brother gave him all his troops to lead. When he commander of the field became. The Count Carintu did him straight succeed. Grave in advice, well skilled in Mars his game. 400 brought he, but so many thrice. Led Baldwin, clad in gilden arms of price. XLI. Guelpho next them the land and place possiest. Whose fortunes good with his great acts agree. By his Italian sire, fro the house of Est. Well could he bring his noble pedigree. A German born with rich possessions blessed. A worthy branch sprung from the Guelphian tree. Twixt Rhine and Danube the land contained. He ruled, where Sueves and Rhaetians whilom reigned. XLI. His mother's heritage was this and right. To which he added more by conquest got. From thence approved men of passing might. He brought, that death or danger feared not. It was their wont in feasts to spend the night. And pass cold days in baths and houses hot. 5,000 late, of which now scantly are. The third part left, such is the chance of war. XLI. The nation then with crisped locks and fair. That dwell between the seas and Arden wood. Where Mosul streams and Rhine the meadows wear. A battelle soil for grain, for pasture good. Their islanders with them. Who oft repair their earthen bulwarks gainst the ocean flood. The flood, elsewhere that ships and barks devours. But their drowned cities, countries, towns and towers live. Both in one troop, and but 1,000 all. Under another Robert fierce they run. Then the English squadron, soldiers stout and tall. By William led, their sovereign's younger son. These archers be, and with them come withal. A people near the northern pole that wone. Whom Ireland sent from loughs and forests hoar. Divided far by sea from Europe's shore. XLV. Tancredi next, nor, 'mongst them all was one. Reynold except, a prince of greater might. With majesty his noble countenance shone. High were his thoughts, his heart was bold in fight. No shameful vice his worth had overgone. His fault was love. By unadvised sight. Bred in the dangers of adventurous arms. And nursed with griefs, with sorrows, woes, and harms. XLVI. Fame tells, that on that ever-blessed day, when Christian swords with Persian blood were dyed, the furious Prince Tancredi from that fray his coward foes chased through forests wide, till tired with the fight, the heat, the way, he sought some place to rest his wearied side, and drew him near a silver stream that played among wild herbs under the greenwood shade. XLVI. A pagan damsel there unwares he met. In shining steel, all save her visage fair. Her hair unbound she made a wanton net. To catch sweet breathing from the cooling air. On her at gaze his longing looks he set. Sight, wonder, wonder, love. Love bred his care. O love, O wonder, love new-born, new-bred. Now grown, now armed, this champion captive led. XLVI. Her helm the Virgin donned, and but some white she feared might come to aid him as they fought. Her courage earned to have assailed the night. Yet thence she fled, uncompanied, unsought. And left her image in his heart eye-pight. Her sweet idea wandered through his thought. Her shape, her gesture, and her place in mind. He kept, and blew love's fire with that wind. 49. Well might you read his sickness in his eyes. Their banks were full, their tide was at the flow. His help far off, his hurt within him lies. His hopes unstrung, his cares were fit to mow. 800 horse, from Champan came, he guise. Champan a land where wealth, ease, pleasure, grow. Rich nature's pomp and pride, the Tyrrhene main. There woos the hills, hills woo the valleys plain. 200 Greeks came next, in fight well tried. Not surely armed in steel or iron strong. But each a glaive had pendant by his side. Their bows and quivers at their shoulders hung. Their horses well inured to chase and ride. In diet spare. Untired with labor long. Ready to charge, and to retire at will. Though broken, scattered, fled, they skirmish still. Li. Tatine their guide, and except Tatine, none. Of all the Greeks went with the Christian host. O sin, O shame, O Greece accursed alone! Did not this fatal war affront thy coast? Yet safest thou an idle looker on. And glad attendest which side won or lost. Now if thou be a bond slave vile become. No wrong is that, but God's most righteous doom. Ai. In order last, but first in worth and fame. Unfeared in fight, untired with hurt or wound. The noble squadron of adventurers came. Terrors to all that tread on Asian ground. Cease Orpheus of thy meanwhile, Arthur shame. To boast of Lancelot. Or thy table round. For these whom antique times with laurel drayest. These far exceed them, thee, and all the rest. Lii. Dudon of Consa was their guide and lord. And for of worth and birth alike they been. They chose him captain, by their free accord. For he most acts had done, most battles seen. Grave was the man in years, in looks, in word. His locks were grey, yet was his courage green. Of worth and might the noble badge he bore. Old scars of grievous wounds received of yore. Liv. After came Eustace, well-esteemed man. For Godfrey's sake his brother, and his own. The king of Norway's heir Gernando then. Proud of his father's title, sceptre, crown. Roger of Bouneville, and Engerlin. For hardy knights approved were and known. Besides were numbered in that warlike train. Rambald, Gentonio, and the Gerards twain. Lv. Ubaldo then, and puissant Rosamond. Of Lancaster the heir, in rank succeed. Let none forget Abizo of Tuscane land. Well worthy praise for many a worthy deed. Nor those three brethren, Lombards fierce and yond. Achilles, Sforza, and stern Palamede. Nor Otten's shield he conquered in those stores. In which a snake a naked child devours. Lvi. Guasher and Raphi in valor like there was. The one and other Guido, famous both. Germer and Eberard to overpass. In foul oblivion would my muse be loath. With his Gildips dear, Edward alas. A loving pair, to war among them go th. In bond of virtuous love together tied. Together served they. And together died. Lvi. In school of love are all things taught we see. There learned this maid of arms the ireful guise. Still by his side a faithful guard went she. One true love not their lives together ties. No would to one alone could dangerous be. But each the smart of others' anguish tries. If one were hurt, the other felt the sore. She lost her blood, he spent his life therefore. Lvi. But these and all, Rinaldo far exceeds. Star of his sphere, the diamond of this ring. The nest where courage with sweet mercy breeds. A comet worthy each eye's wondering. His years are fewer than his noble deeds. His fruit is ripe soon as his blossoms spring. Armed, a Mars, might coyest Venus move. And if disarmed, then God himself of love. Lax. Sophia by Adige flowery bank him bore. Sophia the fair, spouse to Bertoldo great. Fit mother for that pearl, and before. The tender imp was weaned from the teat. The princess Maud him took. In virtue's lore. She brought him up fit for each worthy feat. Till of these wears the golden trump he hears. That soundeth glory, fame, praise in his ears. Lx. And then, though scantly 3 times 5 years old, he fled alone, by many an unknown coast. O'er Aegean seas by many a Greekish hold. till he arrived at the Christian host. A noble flight, adventurous, brave, and bold, whereon a valiant prince might justly boast. 3 years he served in field, when scant begin. Few golden hairs to deck his ivory chin. LXI. The horsemen passed, their void-left stations fill. The bands on foot, and Raymond them beforn. Of Thalus lord, from lands near Pyrene hill. By Garonne streams and salt sea billows worn. 4,000 foot he brought, well armed. And skill. Had they all pains and travels to have borne. Stout men of arms and with their guide of power. Like Troy's old town defenced with Ilion's tower. LXI. Next Stephen of Amboise did 5,000 lead. The men he pressed from Tours and Blois but late. To hard assays unfit, unsure at need. Yet armed to point in well-attempted plate. The land did like itself the people breed. The soil is gentle. Smooth, soft, delicate. Boldly they charge, but soon retire for doubt. Like fire of straw, soon kindled, soon burnt out. LXI. The third El Casto marched, and with him. The boaster brought 6,000 Switzers bold. Audacious were their looks, their faces grim. Strong castles on the Alpine cliffs they hold. Their shares and coulters broke. To armors trim. They changed that metal, cast in warlike mold. And with this band late herds and flocks that guide. Now kings and realms he threatened and defied. Lexiv. The glorious standard last to heaven they spread. With Peter's keys ennobled and his crown. With its 7,000 stout Camillo had. Embatailed in walls of iron brown. In this adventure and occasion, glad. So to revive the Romans' old renown. Or prove at least to all of wiser thought. Their hearts were fertile land although unwrought. LXV. But now was past every regiment. Each band, each troop, each person worth regard. When Godfrey with his lords to council went. And thus the Duke his princely will declared. I will when day next clears the firmament. Our ready host in haste be all prepared. Closely to march to Chaun's noble wall. Unseen, unheard, or undescried at all. LXVI. Prepare you then for travel strong and light. Fierce to the combat, glad to victory. And with that word and warning soon was dight. Each soldier, longing for near-coming glory. Impatient be they of the morning bright. Of honor so them pricked the memory. But yet their chieftain had conceived a fear. Within his heart. But kept it secret there. LXVI. For he by faithful spile was assured. That Egypt's king was forward on his way. And to arrive at Gaza old procured. A fort that on the Syrian frontiers lay. Nor thinks he that a man to wars inured. Will aught for slow, or in his journey stay. For well he knew him for a dangerous foe. An herald called he then, and spake him so. LXVI. A pinnace take thee swift as shaft from bow. And speed thee, Henry, to the Greekish main. There should arrive. As I by letters know. From one that never aught reports in vain. A valiant youth in whom all virtues flow. To help us this great conquest to obtain. The Prince of Danes he is, and brings to war. A troop with him from under the Arctic star. Lex. And for I doubt the Greekish monarch sly. Will use with him some of his wonted craft. To stay his passage, or divert awry. Elsewhere his forces, his first journey laughed. My herald good and messenger well try. See that these succors be not us bereft. But send him thence with such convenient speed. As with his honor stands and with our need. LXX. Return not thou, but Ligure stay behind. And move the Greekish prince to send us aid. Tell him his kingly promise doth him bind. To give us succors, by his covenant made. This said, and thus instruct, his letters signed. The trusty herald took, nor longer stayed, but sped him thence to done his lord's behest. And thus the Duke reduced his thoughts to rest. LXXI. Aurora bright her crystal gates unbarred, and bridegroom-like forth stepped the glorious sun, when trumpets loud and clarions shrill were heard, and every one to rouse him fierce begun. Sweet music to each heart for war prepared, the soldiers glad by heaps to harness run. So if with drought in danger be their grain, poor ploughman joy when thunders promise rain. LXXI. Some shirts of mail, some coats of plate put on, some donned a cuirass, some a corslet bright, and halbert some, and some a habergeon. So every one in arms was quickly dight. His wonted guide each soldier tends upon. Loose in the wind waved their banners light. Their standard royal toward heaven they spread, the cross triumphant on the pagans dead. LXXI. Meanwhile the car that bears the lightning brand, upon the eastern hill was mounted high, and smote the glistering armies as they stand, with quivering beams which dazed the wondering eye. That Phaeton like it fired sea and land. The sparkles seemed up to the skies to fly. The horses neigh and clattering armor sound, pursue the echo over dale and down. Lexiv. Their general did with due care provide, to save his men from ambush and from train, some troops of horse that lightly armed ride. He sent to scour the woods and forests main. His pioneers their busy work applied, to even the paths and make the highways plain. They filled the pits, and smoothed the rougher ground, and opened every strait they closed found. LXXV. They meet no forces gathered by their foe, no towers defenced with rampire, moat, or wall. No stream, no wood, no mountain could forslow their hasty pace, or stop their march at all. So when his banks the prince of rivers, doth overswell, he breaks with hideous fall. The mossy rocks and trees o'ergrown with age, nor aught withstands his fury and his rage. LXXVI. The king of Tripoli in every hold shut up his men, munition and his treasure. The straggling troops sometimes assail he would, save that he durst not move them to displeasure. He stayed their rage with presents, gifts and gold, and led them through his land at ease and leisure. To keep his realm in peace and rest he chose, with what conditions Godfrey list impose. LXXVI. Those of Mount Seir, that neighboureth by east, the holy city, faithful folk each one, down from the hill descended most and least, and to the Christian Duke by heaps they gone, and welcome him and his with joy and feast. On him they smile, on him they gaze alone, and were his guides, as faithful from that day as Hesperus, that leads the sun his way. LXXVI. Along the sands his armies safe they guide, by ways secure, to them well known before. Upon the tumbling billows fraught ride the armed ships, coasting along the shore, which for the camp might every day provide, to bring munition good and victuals store. The isles of Greece sent in provision meet, and store of wine from Scios came and Crete. Lexix. Great Neptune grieved underneath the load of ships, hulks, galleys, barks and brigantines. In all the mid-earth seas was left no road, wherein the pagan his bold sails untwines. Spread was the huge armado, wide and broad, from Venice, Genes, and towns which them confines. From Holland, England, France and Sicily sent, and all for Judah ready bound and bent. LXXX. All these together were combined, and knit, with surest bonds of love and friendship strong. Together sailed they fraught with all things fit, to service done by land that might belong, and when occasion served disbarked it. Then sailed the Asian coasts and isles along. Thither with speed their hasty course they plied, where Christ the Lord for our offences died. LXXXI. The brazen trump of iron-winged fame, that mingleth faithful troth with forged lies, foretold the heathen how the Christians came, how thitherward the conquering army hies. Of every knight it sounds the worth and name, each troop, each band, each squadron it descries, and threateneth death to those, fire, sword and slaughter, who held captive Israel's fairest daughter. LXXXI. The fear of ill exceeds the evil we fear, for so our present harms still most annoy us. Each mind is pressed and open every year, to hear new tidings though they no way joy us. This secret rumor whispered everywhere, about the town, these Christians will destroy us. The aged king his coming evil that knew, did cursed thoughts in his false heart renew. LXXXI. This aged prince yclept Aladine, ruled in care, new sovereign of this state. A tyrant erst, but now his fell engine, his graver art did somewhat mitigate. He heard the western lords would undermine his city's wall, and lay his towers prostrate. To former fear he adds a new-come doubt. Treason he fears within, and force without. 84. For nations twain inhabit there and dwell, of sundry faith together in that town. The lesser part on Christ believed well, on Termagant the more and on Mahoun. But when this king had made this conquest fell, and brought that region subject to his crown, of burdens all he set the paynims large, and on poor Christians laid the double charge. LXXXV. His native wrath revived with this new thought, with age and years that weakened was of yore. Such madness in his cruel bosom wrought, that now than ever blood he thirsteth more. So stings a snake that to the fire is brought, which harmless lay benumbed with cold before. A lion so his rage renewed hath, though fame before, if he be moved to wrath. LXXXVI. I see, quoth he, some expectation vain in these false Christians, and some new content. Our common loss they trust will be their gain. They laugh, we weep, they joy while we lament. And more, perchance, by treason or by train, to murder us they secretly consent, or otherwise to work us harm and woe, to ope the gates, and so let in our foe. LXXXVI. But lest they should effect their cursed will, let us destroy this serpent on his nest. Both young and old, let us this people kill, the tender infants at their mother's breast. Their houses burn, their holy temples fill, with bodies slain of those that loved them best. And on that tomb they hold so much in price, let's offer up their priests in sacrifice. LXXXVI. Thus thought the tyrant in his traitorous mind, but durst not follow what he had decreed. Yet if the innocent some mercy find, from cowardice, not truth, did that proceed. His noble foes durst not his craven kind exasperate by such a bloody deed. For if he need, what grace could then be got, if thus of peace he broke or loosed the knot? 89. His villain heart his cursed rage restrained, to other thoughts he bent his fierce desire. The suburbs first flat with the earth he planed, and burnt their buildings with devouring fire. Loath was the wretch the Frenchman should have gained, or help or ease, by finding aught entire. Cedron, Bethsaida, and each watering else. Empoisoned he, both fountains, springs, and wells. XC. So wary wise this child of darkness was. The city's self he strongly fortifies. 3 sides by side it well defenced has. That's only weak that to the northward lies, with mighty bars of long enduring brass. The steel-bound doors and iron gates he ties. And, lastly, legions armed well provides. Of subjects born, and hired aid besides. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Second Book. The Argument. Ismeno conjures, but his charms are vain. Aladine will kill the Christians in his ire. Sophronia and Olinda would be slain. To save the rest, the king grants their desire. Clorinda hears their fact and fortunes plain. Their pardon gets and keeps them from the fire. Argantes, when elite speeches are despised, defies the duke to mortal war. While thus the tyrant bends his thoughts to arms. Ismeno gone to for his sight appear. Ismen dead bones laid in cold graves that warms. And makes them speak, smell, taste, touch, see, and hear. Ismen with terror of his mighty charms. That makes great dis in deepest hell to fear. That binds and looses souls condemned to woe. And sends the devils on errands to and fro. 2. A Christian once, Macon he now adores. Nor could he quite his wonted faith forsake. But in his wicked arts both oft implores help from the Lord, and aid from Pluto black. He, from deep caves by Acheron's dark shores, where circles vain and spells he used to make, to advise his king in these extremes is come. Achitophel so counselled Absalom. 3. My liege, he says, the camp fast hither moves. The axe is laid unto this cedar's root. But let us work as valiant men behoves. For boldest hearts good fortune helpeth out. Your princely care your kingly wisdom proves. Well have you labored, well foreseen about. If each perform his charge and duty so, naught but his grave here conquer shall your foe. 4. From surest castle of my secret cell, I come, partaker of your good and ill. What counsel sage, or magic sacred spell, may profit us, all that perform I will. The sprites impure from bliss that whilom fell, shall to your service bow, constrained by skill. But how we must begin this enterprise, I will your highness thus in brief advise. V. Within the Christian's church from light of skies, an hidden altar stands, far out of sight, on which the image consecrated lies, of Christ's dear mother, called a Virgin bright. 100 lamps I burn before her eyes. She in a slender veil of tinsel dight. On every side great plenty doth behold. Of offerings brought, myrrh, frankincense and gold. 6. This idol would I have removed away from thence, and by your princely hand transport. In Macon's sacred temple safe it lay, which then I will enchant in wondrous sort, that while the image in that church doth stay, no strength of arms shall win this noble fort. Of shake this puissant wall, such passing might have spells and charms, if they be said aright. 7. Advised thus, the king impatient flew in his fury to the house of God. The image took, with words unreverent, abused the prelates, who that deed forebode. Swift with his prey, away the tyrant went. Of God's sharp justice not he feared the rod, but in his chapel vile the image laid, on which the enchanter charms and witchcraft said. 8. When Phoebus next unclosed his wakeful eye, uprose the sexton of that place profane, and missed the image, where it used to lie. Each where he suff in grief, in fear, in vain. Then to the king his loss he gone descry, who sore enraged killed him for his pain, and straight conceived in his malicious wit, some Christian bade this great offence commit. 9. But whether this were act of mortal hand, or else the Prince of Heaven's eternal pleasure, That of his mercy would this wretch withstand. Nor let so vile a chest hold such a treasure. As yet conjecture hath not fully scanned. By godliness let us this action measure. And truth of purest faith will fitly prove. That this rare grace came down from heaven above. X. With busy search the tyrant gone to invade. Each house, each hold, each temple and each tent. To them the fault or faulty one bewrayed. Or hid, he promised gifts or punishment. His idle charms the false enchanter said. But in this maze still wandered and miswent. For heaven decreed to conceal the same. To make the miscreant more to feel his shame. 11. But when the angry king discovered not what guilty hand this sacrilege had wrought, his ireful courage boiled in vengeance hot. Against the Christians, whom he falters thought. All ruth, compassion, mercy he forgot. A staff to beat that dog he long had sought. Let them all die, quoth he, kill great and small. So shall the offender perish sure withal. 12. To spill the wine with poison mixed with spares. Slay then the righteous with the faulty one. Destroy this field that yieldeth naught but tares. With thorns this vineyard all is overgone. Among these wretches is not one, that cares. For us, our laws, or our religion. Up, up, dear subjects, fire and weapon take. Burn, murder, kill these traitors for my sake. 13. This Herod thus would Bethlehem's infants kill. The Christians soon this direful news receive. The trump of death sounds in their hearing shrill. Their weapon, faith, their fortress, was the grave. They had no courage, time, device, or will. To fight, to fly, excuse, or pardon crave. But stood prepared to die, yet help they find. Whence least they hope, such knots can heaven unbind. 14. Among them dwelt, her parents' joy and pleasure. A maid, whose fruit was ripe, not over-yeared. Her beauty was her not esteemed treasure. The field of love with plough of virtue eared. Her labor goodness, godliness her leisure. Her house the heaven by this full moon I cleared. For there, from lovers' eyes withdrawn, alone. With virgin beams this spotless Cynthia shone. 15. But what availed her resolution chaste? Whose soberest looks were whetstones to desire. Nor love consents that beauty's field lie waste. Her visage set Olindo's heart on fire. O subtle love, 1,000 wiles thou hast. By humble suit, by service, or by hire. To win a maiden's hold, a thing soon done. For nature framed all women to be one. 16. Sophronia she, Olindo hight the youth. Both or one town, both in one faith were taught. She fair, he full of bashfulness and truth. Loved much, hoped little, and desired not. He durst not speak by suit to purchase ruth. She saw not. Marked not, wist not what he sought. Thus loved, thus served he long, but not regarded. Unseen, unmarked, unpitied, unrewarded. 17. To her came message of the murderment. Wherein her guiltless friends should hopeless starve. She that was noble, wise, as fair and gent. Cast how she might their harmless lives preserve. Zeal was the spring whence flowed her hardiment. From maiden shame yet was she loath to swerve. Yet had her courage ta'en so sure a hold. That boldness, shamefaced. Shame had made her bold. 18. And forth she went, a shop for merchandise. Full of rich stuff, but none for sale exposed. A veil obscured the sunshine of her eyes. The rose within herself her sweetness closed. Each ornament about her seemly lies. By curious chance. Or careless art, composed. For what the most neglects, most curious prove. So beauties helped by nature, heaven, and love. 19. Admired of all, on went this noble maid. Until the presence of the king she gained. Nor for he swelled with ire was she afraid. But his fierce wrath with fearless grace sustained. I come, quoth she, but be thine anger stayed. And causeless rage, gainst faultless souls restrained. I come to show thee, and to bring thee both. The white whose fact hath made thy heart so wroth. XX. Her molest boldness, and that lightning ray, which her sweet beauty streamed on his face, had struck the prince with wonder and dismay. Changed his cheer, and cleared his moody grace. That had her eyes disposed their looks to play. The king had snared been in love's strong lace. But wayward beauty doth not fancy move. A frown forbids, a smile engendereth love. XXI. It was amazement, wonder, and delight. Although not love, that moved his cruel sense. Tell on, quoth he, unfold the chance aright. Thy people's lives I grant for recompense. Then she, behold the falter here in sight. This hand committed that supposed offense. I took the image, mine that fault, that fact. Mine be the glory of that virtuous act. XXI. This spotless lamb thus offered up her blood. To save the rest of Christ's selected fold. O noble lie! Was ever truth so good? Blessed be the lips that such a leasing told. Thoughtful a while remained the tyrant would. His native wrath he gone a space withhold. And said, that thou discover soon I will. What aid? What counsel hadst thou in that ill? XCI. My lofty thoughts, she answered him, envied. Another's hand should work my high desire. The thirst of glory can no partner bide. With mine own self I did alone conspire. On thee alone, the tyrant then replied. Shall fall the vengeance of my wrath and ire. 'Tis just and right, quoth she, I yield consent. Mine be the honor, mine the punishment. Ziv. The wretch of new enraged at the same. Asked where she hid the image so conveyed. Not hid, quoth she, but quite consumed with flame. The idol is of that eternal maid. For so at least I have preserved the same. With hands profane from being betrayed. My lord, the thing thus stolen demand no more. Here see the thief that scorneth death therefore. XXV. And yet no theft was this, yours was the sin. I brought again what you unjustly took. This heard, the tyrant did for rage begin. To whet his teeth, and bend his frowning look. No pity, youth, fairness, no grace could win. Joy, comfort, hope, the virgin all forsook. Wrath killed remorse, vengeance stopped mercy's breath. Love's thrall to hate, and beauty's slave to death. XXVI. Ta'en was the damsel, and without remorse. The king condemned her guiltless to the fire. Her veil and mantle plucked they off by force. And bound her tender arms in twisted wire. Dumb was the silver dove. While from her course these hungry kites plucked off her rich attire. And for some deal perplexed was her sprite. Her damask late, now changed to purest white. XXVI. The news of this mishap spread far and near. The people ran, both young and old, to gaze. Olindo also ran, and gone to fear. His lady was some partner in this case. But when he found her bound, stripped from her gear, and vile tormentors ready saw in place, he broke the throng, and into presence brast. And thus bespake the king in rage and haste. XXXVI. Not so this grief shall bear away from me the honor of so noble feat. She durst not, did not, could not so convey the massy substance of that idol great. What sleight had she the wardens to betray? What strength to heave the goddess from her seat? No, no, my lord, she sails but with my wind. Ah, thus he loved, yet was his love unkind. Zix. He added further, where the shining glass lets in the light amid your temple's side. By broken byways did I inward pass, and in that window made a postern wide. Nor shall therefore this ill-advised lass usurp the glory should this fact betide. Mine be these bonds, mine be these flames so pure. O glorious death, more glorious sepulture. XXX. Sophronia raised her modest looks from ground, and on her lover bent her eyesight mild. Tell me, what fury, what conceit unsound, presenteth here to death so sweet a child? Is not in me sufficient courage found to bear the anger of this tyrant wild? Or hath fond love thy heart so overgone? Wouldst thou not live, nor let me die alone? XXXI. Thus spake the nymph, yet spake but to the wind. She could not alter his well-settled thought. O miracle! O strife of wondrous kind! Where love and virtue such contention wrought, where death the victor had for meed assigned, their own neglect, each other's safety sought. But thus the king was more provoked to ire. Their strife for bellows served to anger's fire. XXXI. He thinks, such thoughts self-guiltiness finds out. They scorned his power, and therefore scorned the pain. Nay, nay, quoth he, let be your strife and doubt. You both shall win, and fit reward obtain. With that the sergeants hent the young man stout, and bound him likewise in a worthless chain. Then back to back fast to a stake both ties. Two harmless turtles dight for sacrifice. 33. About the pile of faggots, sticks, and hay, the bellows raised the newly kindled flame. When thus Olindo, in a doleful lay, begun too late his bootless plaints to frame. Be these the bonds? Is this the hoped for day? Should join me to this long-desired dame? Is this the fire alike should burn our hearts? Ah, hard reward for lovers' kind desarts. Exiv. Far other flames and bonds kind lovers prove. But thus our fortune casts the hapless die. Death hath exchanged again his shafts with love, and Cupid thus lets borrowed arrows fly. O Hymen, say, what fury doth thee move to lend thy lamps to light a tragedy? Yet this contents me that I die for thee. Thy flames, not mine, my death and torment be. XXXV. Yet happy were my death, mine ending blessed. My torments easy, full of sweet delight. If this I could obtain, that breast to breast thy bosom might receive my yielded sprite, and thine with it in heaven's pure clothing drayest, through clearest skies might take united flight. Thus he complained, whom gently she reproved, and sweetly spake him thus, that so her loved. XXXVI. Far other plaints, dear friend, tears and laments, the time, the place, and our estates require. Think on thy sins, which man's old foe presents, before that judge that quits each soul his hire. For his name suffer, for no pain torments him whose just prayers to his throne aspire. Behold the heavens, thither thine eyesight bend. Thy looks, sighs, tears, for intercessors send. XVI. The pagans loud cried out to God and man. The Christians mourned in silent lamentation. The tyrant's self, a thing unused, began to feel his heart relent, with mere compassion, but not disposed to ruth or mercy then. He sped him thence home to his habitation. Sophronia stood not grieved nor discontented by all that saw her, but herself, lamented. XXXVI. The lovers standing in this doleful wise, a warrior bold unwares approached near, in uncouth arms icled and strange disguise. From countries far, but new arrived there. A savage tigress on her helmet lies, the famous badge Clorinda used to bear, that wants in every warlike store to win By which bright sign well known was that fair in Essex. She scorned the arts these silly women use. Another thought her nobler humour fed. Her lofty hand would of itself refuse to touch the dainty needle or nice thread. She hated chambers, closets, secret news. And in broad fields preserved her maidenhead. Proud were her looks, yet sweet, though stern and stout. Her dam a dove, thus brought an eagle out. XL. While she was young, she used with tender hand the foaming steed with frory bit to steer. To tilt and tourney, wrestle in the sand. To leave with speed Atlanta's swift area. Through forests wild, and unfrequented land. To chase the lion, boar, or rugged bear. The satyrs rough, the fawns and fairies wild. She chased oft, oft took, and oft beguiled. XLI. This lusty lady came from Persia late. She with the Christians had encountered eft. And in their flesh had opened many a gate. By which their faithful souls their bodies left. Her eye at first presented her the state of these poor souls, of hope and help bereft. Greedy to know, as is the mind of man, their cause of death, swift to the fire she ran. XLI. The people made her room, and on them twain. Her piercing eyes their fiery weapons dart. Silent she saw the one, the other plain. The weaker body lodged the nobler heart. Yet him she saw lament, as if his pain were grief and sorrow for another's smart. And her keep silence so, as if her eyes dumb orators were to entreat the skies. XLI. Clorinda changed to ruth her warlike mood. Few silvered drops her vermeil cheeks to paint. Her sorrow was for her that speechless stood. Her silence more prevailed than his complaint. She asked an aged man, seemed grave and good. Come say me, sir, quoth she, what hard constraint would murder here love's queen and beauty's king? What fault or fair doth to this death them bring? Slive. Thus she inquired, and answer short he gave. But such as all the chance at large disclosed. She wondered at the case, the virgin brave. That both were guiltless of the fault supposed. Her noble thought cast how she might them save. The means on suit or battle she reposed. Quick to the fire she ran, and quenched it out. And thus bespake the sergeants and the rout. XLV. Be there not one among you all that dare in this your hateful office ought proceed, till I return from court. Nor take you care to reap displeasure for not making speed. To do her will the men themselves prepare. In their faint hearts her looks such terror breed. To court she went, their pardon would she get. But on the way the courteous king she met. XLVI. Sir King, quoth she, my name Clorinda hight. My fame perchance has pierced your ears ere now. I come to try my wonted power and might. And will defend this land, this town, and you. All hard assays esteem I eth and light. Great acts I reach to small things I bow. To fight in field, or to defend this wall. Point what you list, I not refuse at all. XLVI. To whom the king, what land so far remote? From Asia's coasts, or Phoebus' glistering rays. O glorious Virgin, that recordeth not thy fame, thine honor, worth, renown, and praise. Since on my side I have thy succors got, I need not fear in these my aged days. For in thine aid more hope, more trust one have, than in whole armies of these soldiers brave. XLVI. Now, Godfrey stays too long, he fears, I ween. Thy courage great keeps all our foes in awe. For thee all actions far unworthy been. But such as greatest danger with them draw. Be you commandress therefore, princess, queen. Of all our forces, be thy word a law. This said, the virgin gone her beaver veil. And thanked him first, and thus began her tale. 49. A thing unused, great monarch, may it seem, to ask reward for service yet to come. But so your virtuous bounty I esteem, that I presume for to entreat this groom, and silly maid from danger to redeem, condemned to burn by your unpartial doom. I not excuse, but pity much their youth, and come to you for mercy and for ruth. L. Yet give me leave to tell your highness this. You blame the Christians, them my thoughts acquite. Nor be displeased, I say you judge amiss. At every shot look not to hit the white. All what the enchanter did persuade you is against the lore of Macon's sacred right. For us common death mighty Mahomet. No idols in his temple pure to set. Li. To him therefore this wonder done refar. Give him the praise and honor of the thing. Of us the gods benign so careful are. Lest customs strange into their church we bring. Let Isman with his squares and trigons war. His weapons be the staff, the glass, the ring. But let us manage war with blows like knights. Our praise in arms, our honor lies in fights. Ai. The Virgin held her peace when this was said. And though to pity he never framed his thought, yet, for the king admired the noble maid. His purpose was not to deny her aught. I grant them life, quoth he. Your promised aid against these Frenchmen hath their pardon bought. Nor further seek what their offences be. Guiltless, I quit. Guilty, I set them free. Lii. Thus were they loosed, happiest of humankind. Olindo, blessed be this act of thine. True witness of thy great and heavenly mind. Where sun, moon, stars, of love, faith, virtue, shine. So forth they went and left pale death behind. To joy the bliss of marriage rites divine. With her he would have died, with him content. Was she to live that would with her have brent. Liv. The king, as wicked thoughts are most suspicious. Supposed too fast this tree of virtue grew. O blessed Lord! Why should this Pharaoh vicious thus tyrannize upon thy Hebrews true? Who to perform his will, vile and malicious, exiled these, and all the faithful crew. All that were strong of body, stout of mind, but kept their wives and children pledged behind. Lv. A hard division, when the harmless sheep must leave their lambs to hungry wolves in charge. But labor's virtues watching, ease her sleep. Troubled best wind that drives salvation's barge. The Christians fled, whither they took no keep. Some strayed wild among the forests large. Some to Emmaus to the Christian host. And conquer would again their houses lost. Lvi. Emmaus is a city small, that lies from Choun's walls distant a little way. A man that early on the morn doth rise may thither walk ere third hour of the day. Oh, when the Christian lord this town espies, how merry were their hearts! How fresh! How gay! But for the sun inclined fast to west, that night there would their chieftain take his rest. Lvi. Their canvas castles up they quickly rear, and build a city in an hour's space. When lo, disguised in unusual gear, two barons bold approaching gone the place. Their semblance kind, and mild their gestures were. Peace in their hands, and friendship in their face. From Egypt's king ambassadors they come. Them many a squire attends, and many a groom. Lvi. The first Aeltes, born in lowly shed of parents base, a rose sprung from a briar, that now his branches over Egypt spread. No plant in Pharaoh's garden prospered higher. With pleasing tales his lord's vain ears he fed. A flatterer, a pick-thank, and a liar. Cursed be a state got with so many a crime. Yet this is oft the stair by which men climb. LAX. Argantes called is that other night. A stranger came he late to Egypt land. And there advanced was to honor's height. For he was stout of courage, strong of hand. Bold was his heart, and restless was his sprite. Fierce, stern, outrageous. Keen as sharpened brand. Scorner of God, scant to himself a friend. And pricked his reason on his weapon's end. LX. These two entreatants made they might be heard. Nor was their just petition long denied. The gallants quickly made their court of guard. And brought them in where sate their famous guide. Whose kingly look his princely mind declared. Where noblesse, virtue, troth, and valor bide. A slender courtesy made Argantes bold. So as one prince salute another wold. LXI. Aeltes laid his right hand on his heart. Bent down his head, and cast his eyes full low. And reverence made with courtly grace and art. For all that humble lore to him was no. His sober lips then did he softly part. Whence of pure rhetoric, whole streams outflow. And thus he said, while on the Christian lords. Down fell the mildew of his sugared words. LXI. O only worthy, whom the earth all fears. High God defend thee with his heavenly shield. And humble so the hearts of all thy peers. That their stiff necks to thy sweet yoke may yield. These be the sheaves that honor's harvest bears. The seed thy valiant acts, the world the field. Egypt the headland is, where heaped lies. Thy fame, worth, justice, wisdom, victories. LXI. These altogether doth our sovereign hide. In secret storehouse of his princely thought. And praise he may in long accordance bide. With that great worthy which such wonders wrought. Nor that oppose against the coming tide. Of proffered love. For that he is not taught. Your Christian faith, for though of divers kind. The loving vine about her elm is twined. Lexive. Receive therefore in that unconquered hand. The precious handle of this cup of love. If not religion, virtue be the band. Twixt you to fasten friendship not to move. But for our mighty king doth understand. You mean your power, gainst Judah land to prove. He would, before this threatened tempest fell. I should his mind and princely will first tell. LXV. His mind is this, he prays thee be contented. To joy in peace the conquests thou hast got. Be not thy death, or Shaun's fall lamented. Forbear this land, Judea trouble not. Things done in haste at leisure be repented. Withdraw thine arms. Trust not uncertain lot. For oft to see what least we think betide. He is thy friend, gainst all the world beside. LXVI. True labor in the vineyard of thy Lord. Ere prime thou hast the imposed day work done. What armies conquered, perished with thy sword? What cities sacked? What kingdoms hast thou won? All ears are mazed while tongues thine acts record. Hands quake for fear, all feet for dread do run. And though no realms you may to thraldom bring, no higher can your praise, your glory spring. LXVI. Thy sign is in his apogeion placed. And when it moveth next, must needs descend. Chance in uncertain, fortune double-faced. Smiling at first, she frowneth in the end. Beware thine honor be not then disgraced. Take heed thou mar not when thou think'st to mend. For this the folly is of fortune's play. Gainst doubtful, certain. Much, gainst small to lay. LXVI. Yet still we sail while prosperous blows the wind. Till on some secret rock unwares we light. The sea of glory hath no banks assigned. They who are wont to win in every fight. Still feed the fire that so inflames thy mind. To bring more nations subject to thy might. This makes thee blessed peace so light to hold. Like summer's flies that fear not winter's cold. Lex. They bid thee follow on the path, now made so plain and easy, enter fortune's gate. Nor in thy scabbard sheath that famous blade, till settled by thy kingdom and estate. Till Macon's sacred doctrine fall and fade. Till woeful Asia all lie desolate. Sweet words I grant, baits and allurements sweet. But greatest hopes oft greatest crosses meet. LXX. For, if thy courage do not blind thine eyes, if clouds of fury hide not reason's beams, then mayst thou see this desperate enterprise. The field of death, watered with danger's streams. High state, the bed is where misfortune lies. Mars most unfriendly, when most kind he seems. Who climbeth high, on earth he hardest lights. And lowest falls attend the highest flights. LXXI. Tell me if, great in counsel, arms and gold, the prince of Egypt war gainst you prepare. What if the valiant Turks and Persians bold unite their forces with Cassano's heir? Oh then, what marble pillar shall uphold the falling trophies of your conquest fair? Trust you the monarch of the Greekish land? That reed will break, and breaking, wound your hand. LXXI. The Greekish faith is like that half-cut tree, by which men take wild elephants in Ind. 1,000 times it hath beguiled thee. As firm as waves in seas, or leaves in wind. Will they, who erst denied you passage free, passage to all men free, by use and kind, fight for your sake? Or on them do you trust, to spend their blood, that could scarce spare their dust? LXXI. But all your hope and trust perchance is laid in these strong troops, which thee environ round. Yet foes unite are not so soon dismayed, as when their strength you erst divided found. Besides, each hour thy bands are weaker made, with hunger, slaughter, lodging on cold ground. Meanwhile the Turk seeks succors from our king. Thus fade thy helps, and thus thy cumbers spring. Lexiv. Suppose no weapon can thy valor's pride subdue, that by no force thou mayst be won. Admit no steel can hurt or wound thy side. And be it heaven hath thee such favor done, 'gainst famine yet what shield canst thou provide? What strength resist? What slight her wrath can shun? Go, shake the spear, and draw thy flaming blade, and try if hunger so be weaker made. LXXV. The inhabitants each pasture and each plain destroyed have, each field to waste is laid. In fenced towers bestowed is their grain. Before thou camest this kingdom to invade, these horse and foot, how canst them sustain? Whence comes thy store? Whence thy provision made? Thy ships to bring it are, perchance, assigned. Oh, that you live so long as please the wind. LXXVI. Perhaps thy fortune doth control the wind, doth loose or bind their blasts in secret cave. The sea, Pardai, cruel and deaf by kind, will hear thy call, and still her raging wave. But if our armed galleys be assigned to aid those ships which Turks and Persians have, say then, what hope is left thy slender fleet? Dare flocks of crows, a flight of eagles meet? LXXVI. My lord, a double conquest must you make, if you achieve renown by this emprise. For if our fleet your navy chase or take, for want of victuals all your camp then dies. Of if by land the field you once forsake, then vain by sea were hope of victories. Nor could your ships restore your lost estate. For steed once stolen, we shut the door too late. LXXVI. In this estate, if thou esteemest light the proffered kindness of the Egyptian king, then give me leave to say, this oversight beseems thee not, in whom such virtues spring. But heavens vouchsafe to guide my mind aright to gentle thoughts, that peace and quiet bring. So that poor Asia her complaints may cease. And you enjoy your conquests got, in peace. Lexics. Nor ye that part in these adventures have. Part in his glory, partners in his harms. Let not blind fortune so your minds deceive. To stir him more to try these fierce alarms. But like the sailor, 'scaped from the wave. From further peril that his person arms. By staying safe at home, so stay you all. Better sit still, men say, than rise to fall. LXXX. This said Aeltes, and a murmur rose. That showed dislike among the Christian peers. Their angry gestures with mislike disclose. How much his speech offends their noble ears. Lord Godfrey's eye 3 times environ goes. To view what countenance every warrior bears. And lastly on the Egyptian baron stayed. To whom the Duke thus for his answer said. LXXXI. Ambassador, full both of threats and praise. Thy doubtful message hast thou wisely told. And if thy sovereign love us as he says, tell him he sows to reap 100-fold. But where thy talk the coming storm displays, of threatened warfare from the pagans bold, to that I answer, as my cousin is. In plainest phrase, lest my intent thou miss. LXXXI. No, that till now we suffered have much pain. By lands and seas, where storms and tempests fall. To make the passage easy, safe, and plain. That leads us to this venerable wall. That so we might reward from heaven obtain. And free this town from being longer thrall. Nor is it grievous to so good an end. Our honors, kingdoms, lives and goods to spend. LXXXI. Nor hope of praise, nor thirst of worldly good, enticed us to follow this emprise. The Heavenly Father keep his sacred brood from foul infection of so great a vice. But by our zeal I be that plague withstood. Let not those pleasures us to sin entice. His grace, his mercy, and his powerful hand will keep us safe from hurt by sea and land. 84. This is the spur that makes our coursers run. This is our harbor, safe from danger's floods. This is our bield, the blustering winds to shun. This is our guide, through forests, deserts, woods. This is our summer's shade, our winter's sun. This is our wealth, our treasure, and our goods. This is our engine, towers that overthrows. Our spear that hurts, our sword that wounds our foes. LXXXV. Our courage hence, our hope, our valor springs. Not from the trust we have in shield or spear. Not from the succors France or Grecia brings. On such weak posts we list no buildings rear. He can defend us from the power of kings. From chance of war, that makes weak hearts to fear. He can these hungry troops with manna feed. And make the seas land, if we passage need. LXXXVI. But if our sins us of his help deprive, of his high justice let no mercy fall. Yet should our deaths us some contentment give. To die, where Christ received his burial. So might we die, not envying them that live. So would we die, not unrevenged all. Nor Turks, nor Christians, if we perish such. Have cause to joy, or to complain too much. LXXXVI. Think not that wars we love, and strife affect. Or that we hate sweet peace, or rest dene. Think not your sovereign's friendship we reject. Because we list not in our conquest stay. But for it seems he would the Jews protect. Pray him from us that thought aside to lay. Nor us forbid this town and realm to gain. And he in peace, rest, joy, long more may reign. LXXXVI. This answer given, Argantes wild drew nar. Trembling for ire, and waxing pale for rage. Nor could he hold, his wrath increased so far. But thus inflamed bespake the captain sage. Who scorneth peace shall have his fill of war. I thought my wisdom should thy fury suage. But well you show what joy you take in fight, which makes you prize our love and friendship light. 89. This said, he took his mantle's foremost part, and gone the same together fold and wrap. Then spake again with fell and spiteful heart. So lions roar enclosed in train or trap. Thou proud despiser of inconstant mart, I bring thee war and peace closed in this lap. Take quickly one, thou hast no time to muse. If peace, we rest, we fight, if war thou choose. XC. His semblance fierce and speechless proud, provoke the soldiers all, war, war, at once to cry. Nor could they tarry till their chieftain spoke. But for the knight was more inflamed hereby. His lap he opened and spread forth his cloak. To mortal wars, he says, I you defy. And this he uttered with fell rage and hate, and seemed of Janus church to undo the gate. XCI. It seemed fury, discord, madness fell. Flew from his lap, when he unfolds the same. His glaring eyes with anger's venom swell, and like the brand of foul alecto flame, he looked like huge Typhoeus loosed from hell, again to shake heaven's everlasting frame. Or him that built the tower of Shinar, which threateneth battle, gainst the morning star. 92. Godfredo then, depart, and bid your king haste hitherward, or else within short while. For gladly we accept the war you bring. Let him expect us on the banks of Nile. He entertained them then with banqueting, and gifts presented to those pagans vile. Aeltes had a helmet, rich and gay, late found at Nice among the conquered prey. XCI. Argant a sword, whereof the web was steel. Pommel, rich stone, hilt gold. Approved by touch. With rarest workmanship all forged wheel. The curious art excelled the substance much. Thus fair, rich, sharp, to see, to have, to feel. Glad was the Paynim to enjoy it such. And said, how I this gift can use and wield. Soon shall you see, when first we meet in field. Civ. Thus took they congee, and the angry knight thus to his fellow parleyed on the way. Go thou by day, but let me walk by night. Go thou to Egypt, I at Shaun stay. The answer given thou canst unfold aright. No need of me, what I can do or say. Among these arms I will go wreak my spite. Let Paris court it, Hector loved to fight. XCV. Thus he who late arrived a messenger departs a foe, in act, in word, in thought. The law of nations or the lore of war. If he transgresses or no, he recketh not. Thus parted they. And ere he wandered far, the friendly starlight to the walls him brought. Yet his fell heart thought long that little way. Grieved with each stop, tormented with each stay. XCVI. Now spread the night her spangled canopy, and summoned every restless eye to sleep. On beds of tender grass the beasts down lie. The fishes slumbered in the silent deep. Unheard were serpents' hiss and dragons' cry. Birds left to sing, and Philomen to weep. Only that noise heaven's rolling circles kest. Sung lullaby to bring the world to rest. XCVI. Yet neither sleep, nor ease, nor shadows dark could make the faithful camp or captain rest. They longed to see the day, to hear the lark record her hymns and chant her carols blessed. They yearned to view the walls, the wished mark, to which their journeys long they had addressed. Each heart attends, each longing eye beholds. What beam the eastern window first unfolds. Third Book. The Argument. The camp at Great Jerusalem arrives. Clorinda gives them battle, in the breast of fair Armenia Tancred's love revives. He justs with her unknown whom he loved best. Argant th adventurers of their guide deprives. With stately pomp they lay their lord in chest. Godfrey commands to cut the forest down, and make strong engines to assault the town. The purple morning left her crimson bed, and donned her robes of pure vermilion hue. Her amber locks she crowned with roses red, in Eden's flowery gardens gathered new. When through the camp a murmur shrill was spread. Arm, arm, they cried. Arm, arm, the trumpets blew. Their merry noise prevents the joyful blast. So hum small bees, before their swarms they cast. 2. Their captain rules their courage, guides their heat. Their forwardness he stayed with gentle rein. And yet more easy, haply, were the feat, to stop the current near Charybdis main, or calm the blustering winds on mountains great. Then fierce desires of warlike hearts restrain. He rules them yet, and ranks them in their haste. For well he knows disordered speed makes waste. 3. Feathered their thoughts, their feet in wings were dight. Swiftly they marched, yet were not tired thereby. For willing minds make heaviest burdens light. But when the gliding sun was mounted high, Jerusalem, behold, appeared in sight. Jerusalem they view, they see, they spy. Jerusalem with merry noise they greet, with joyful shouts, and acclamations sweet. 4. As when a troop of jolly sailors row some new-found land and country to descry, through dangerous seas and under stars unknown, thrall to the faithless waves, and trothless sky. If once the wished shore begun to show, they all salute it with a joyful cry, and each to other show the land in haste, forgetting quite their pains and perils past. To that delight which their first sight did breed, that pleased so the secret of their thought, a deep repentance did forthwith succeed, that reverent fear and trembling with it brought. Scantly they durst their feeble eyes disbreed upon that town where Christ was sold and bought, where for our sins he faultless suffered pain, there where he died and where he lived again. 6. Soft words, low speech, deep sobs, sweet sighs, salt tears, rose from their hearts, with joy and pleasure mixed. For thus fares he the Lord aright that fears. Fear on devotion, joy on faith is fixed. Such noise their passions make, as when one hears the hoarse sea waves roar, hollow rocks betwixt, or as the wind in holts and shady greaves, a murmur makes among the boughs and leaves. 7. Their naked feet trod on the dusty way, following the ensample of their zealous guide. Their scarfs, their crests, their plumes and feathers gay, they quickly doffed, and willing laid aside. Their molten hearts their wonted pride allay. Along their watery cheeks warm tears down slide. And then such secret speech as this, they used, while to himself each one himself accused. 8. Flower of goodness, root of lasting bliss, thou well of life, whose streams were purple blood, that flowed here, to cleanse the soul amiss of sinful men, behold this brutish flood, that from my melting heart distilled is. Receive and gree these tears, O Lord so good, for never wretch with sin so overgone had fitter time or greater cause to moan. 9. This while the wary watchman looked over from tops of Shaun's towers, the hills and dales, and saw the dust the fields and pastures cover, as when thick mists arise from moory valleys. At last the sun-bright shields he gone discover, and glistering helms for violence none that fails. The metal shone like lightning bright in skies, and man and horse amid the dust descries. X. Then loud he cries, oh what a dust Ariseth! Oh how it shines with shields and targets clear! Up, up, to arms, for valiant heart despiseth the threatened storm of death and danger near. Behold your foes. Then further thus Devi saith. Haste, haste, for vain delay increaseth fear. These horrid clouds of dust that yonder fly, your coming foes does hide, and hide the sky. 11. The tender children, and the fathers old. The aged matrons, and the virgin chaste. That durst not shake the spear, nor target hold. Themselves devoutly in their temples placed. The rest, of members strong and courage bold. On hardy breasts their harness donned in haste. Some to the walls, some to the gates them dight. Their king meanwhile directs them all aright. 12. All things well ordered, he withdrew with speed. Up to a turret high, 2 ports between. That so he might be near at every need. And overlook the lands and furrows green. Thither he did the sweet Armenia lead. That in his court had entertained been. Since Christians Antioch did to bondage bring. And slew her father, who thereof was king. 13. Against their foes Clorinda sallied out. And many a baron bold was by her side. Within the postern stood Argantes stout. To rescue her, if ill mote her betide. With speeches brave she cheered her warlike rout. And with bold words them heartened as they ride. Let us by some brave act, quoth she, this day. Of Asia's hopes the groundwork found and lay. 14. While to her folk thus spake the virgin brave. Thereby behold forth past a Christian band. Toward the camp, that herds of cattle drave. For they that morn had forayed all the land. The fierce virago would that booty save. Whom their commander singled hand for hand. A mighty man at arms, who Gardo hight. But far too weak to match with her in fight. 15. They met, and low in dust was Gardo laid. Twixt either army, from his cell down kest. The pagans shout for joy, and hopeful said. Those good beginnings would have endings blessed. Against the rest on went the noble maid. She broke the helm. And pierced the armed breast. Her men the paths rode through made by her sword. They passed the stream where she had found the ford. 16. Soon was the prey out of their hands recovered. By step and step the Frenchmen gone retire. Till on a little hill at last they hovered. Whose strength preserved them from Clorinda's ire. When, as a tempest that hath long been covered, in watery clouds breaks out with sparkling fire. With his strong squadron Lord Tancredi came. His heart with rage, his eyes with courage flame. 17. Mast great the spear was which the gallant bore. That in his warlike pride he made to shake. As winds tall cedars toss on mountains hoar. The king, that wondered at his bravery, spake. To her, that near him seated was before. Who felt her heart with love's hot fever quake. Well shouldst thou know, quoth he, each Christian knight. By long acquaintance, though in armor dight. 18. Say, who is he shows so great worthiness? That rides so rank, and bends his lance so fell. To this the princess said nor more nor less. Her heart with sighs, her eyes with tears, did swell. But sighs and tears she wisely could suppress. Her love and passion she dissembled well. And strove her love and hot desire to cover. Till heart with sighs, and eyes with tears ran over. 19. At last she spoke. And with a crafty sleight. Her secret love disguised in clothes of hate. Alas, too well, she says, I know that night. I saw his force and courage proved late. Too late I viewed him. When his power and might shook down the pillar of Cassano's state. Alas, what wounds he gives! How fierce, how fell! No physic helps them cure, nor magic spell. XX. Tancred he hight, O Macon, would he wear. My thrall, ere fates him of this life deprive. For to his hateful head such spite I bear. I would him reave his cruel heart on live. Thus said she, they that her complainings hear. In other sense her wishes credit give. She sighed withal, they construed all amiss. And thought she wished to kill, who longed to kiss. XXI. This while forth pricked Clorinda from the throng. And, gainst Tancredi set her spear in rest. Upon their helms they cracked their lances long. And from her head her gilden casque he kest. For every lace he broke and every thong. And in the dust threw down her plumed crest. About her shoulders shone her golden locks. Like sunny beams, on alabaster rocks. XXI. Her looks with fire, her eyes with lightning blaze. Sweet was her wrath, what then would be her smile? Tancred, whereon think'st thou? What dost thou gaze? Hast thou forgot her in so short a while? The same is she, the shape of whose sweet face the God of love did in thy heart compile. The same that left thee by the cooling stream, safe from sun's heat, but scorched with beauty's beam. XCI. The prince well knew her, though her painted shield and golden helm he had not marked before. She saved her head, and with her axe well steeled assailed the knight. But her the knight forbore. Gainst other foes he proved him through the field. Yet she for that refrained ne'er the more. But following, turn thee, cried, in ireful wise. And so at once she threats to kill him twice. Ziv. Not once the baron lifts his armed hand to strike the maid, but gazing on her eyes, where lordly Cupid seemed in arms to stand. No way to ward or shun her blows he tries, but softly says, no stroke of thy strong hand can vanquish Tancred, but thy conquest lies in those fair eyes, which fiery weapons dart, that find no lighting place except this heart. XXV. At last resolved, although he hoped small grace, yet ere he did to tell how much he loved. For pleasing words in women's ears find place, and gentle hearts with humble suits are moved. O thou, quoth he, withhold thy wrath a space. For if thou long to see my valor proved, were it not better from this warlike rout, withdrawn, somewhere, alone to fight it out? XXVI. So singled, may we both our courage try. Clorinda to that motion yielded glad, and helmless to the forest ward gone high, whither the prince right pensive wend and sad, and there the virgin gone him soon defy. One blow she strucken, and he warded had, when he cried, hold, and ere we prove our might, first hear thou some conditions of the fight. XXVI. She stayed, and desperate love had made him bold. Since from the fight thou wilt no respite give, the covenants be, he said, that thou unfold this wretched bosom, and my heart outrive, given thee long since, and if thou, cruel, would I should be dead, let me no longer live, but pierce this breast, that all the world may say, the eagle made the turtle dove her prey. 18. Save with thy grace, or let thine anger kill. Love hath disarmed my life of all defense. An easy labor harmless blood to spill. Strike then, and punish where is none offense. This said the prince, and more perchance had will to have declared, to move her cruel sense. But in ill time of pagans thither came a troop, and Christians that pursued the same. Zix. The pagans fled before their valiant foes. For dread or craft, it skills not that we know. A soldier wild, careless to win or lose, saw where her locks about the damsel flew, and at her back he proffereth as he goes to strike where her he did disarmed view. But Tancred cried, O stay thy cursed hand, and for to ward the blow lift up his brand. XXX. But yet the cutting steel arrived there, where her fair neck adjoined her noble head. Light was the wound, but through her amber hair the purple drops down railed bloody red. So rubies set in flaming gold appear. But Lord Tancredi, pale with rage as lead, flew on the villain, who to flight him bound. The smart was his, though she received the wound. XXXI. The villain flies, he, full of rage and ire, pursues. She stood and wondered on them both, but yet to follow them showed no desire. To stray so far she would perchance be loath, but quickly turned her, fierce as flaming fire, and on her foes wreaked her anger wroth. On every side she kills them down amain, and now she flies, and now she turns again. XXXI. As the swift Ure by Volga's rolling flood chased through the plains, the mastiff curs Tophorn flies to the succor of some neighbor wood, and often turns again his dreadful horn against the dogs imbrued in sweat and blood, that bite not, till the beast to flight return. Or as the Moors at their strange ten-nice run, defenced, the flying balls unhurt to shun. 33. So ran Clorinda, so her foes pursued, until they both approached the city's wall, when lo! The pagans their fierce wrath renewed, cast in a ring about they wheeled all, and 'gainst the Christians' backs and sides they showed their courage fierce, and to new combat fall. When down the hill Argontes came to fight, like angry Mars to aid the Trojan knight. Exiv. Furious, tofore the foremost of his rank, in sturdy steel forth stepped the warrior bold. The first he smote down from his saddle sank, the next under his steel lay on the mould. Under the Saracen's spear the worthy shrank, no breastplate could that cursed tree outhold. When that was broke his precious sword he drew, and whom he hit, he felled, hurt, or slew. XXXV. Clorinda slew Ardelio, aged knight, whose graver years would for no labor yield. His age was full of puissance and might. 2 sons he had to guard his noble isle. The first, far from his father's care and sight, called Alicandro wounded lay in field, and Polypherne the younger, by his side, had he not nobly fought had surely died. XXXVI. Tancred by this, that strove to overtake the villain that had hurt his only dear, from vain pursuit at last returned back, and his brave troop discomfit saw well near. Thither he spurred, and gone huge slaughter make. His shock no steed, his blow no knight could bear, for dead he strikes him whom he lights upon. So thunders break high trees on Lebanon. XVI. Dudon his squadron of adventurers brings, to aid the worthy and his tired crew. Before the residue young Rinaldo flings, as swift as fiery lightning kindled new, his argent eagle with her silver wings. In field of azure, fair Armenia knew. See there, Sir King, she says, a knight as bold and brave, as was the son of Peleus old. XXXVI. He wins the prize in joust and tournament. His acts are numberless, though few his years. If Europe 6 likes him to war had sent, among these 1,000 strong of Christian peers, Syria were lost, lost were the Orient, and all the lands the southern ocean wears. Conquered were all hot Afric's tawny kings, and all that dwells by Nilu's unknown springs. XX. Rinaldo is his name, his armed fist breaks down stone walls, when rams and engines fail. But turn your eyes, because I would you wist what lord that is in green and golden mail. Didn't he hight who guideth as him list the adventurers' troop whose prowess seld doth fail. High birth, grave years, and practice long in war, and fearless heart, make him renowned far. XL. See that big man that all in brown is bound. Gernando called, the king of Norway's son. A prouder knight treads not on grass or ground. His pride hath lost the praise his prowess won. And that kind pair in white all armed round is Edward and Gildips, who begun through love the hazard of fierce war to prove. Famous for arms, but famous more for love. XLI. While thus they tell their foeman's worthiness, the slaughter raggeth in the plain at large. Tancred and young Rinaldo break the press. They bruise the helm, and press the sevenfold targe. The troop by Dudon led performed no less. But in they come and give a furious charge. Argantes' self fell at one single blow. Inglorious, bleeding lay, on earth full low. XLI. Nor had the boaster ever risen more. But that Rinaldo's horse e'en then down fell. And with the fall his leg oppressed so sore, that for a space there must be all gates dwell. Meanwhile the pagan troops were nigh forlore. Swiftly they fled, glad they escaped so well. Argantes and with him Clorinda stout, for bank and bulwark served to save the rout. XLI. These fled the last, and with their force sustained the Christians' rage, that followed them so near. Their scattered troops to safety well they trained. And while the residue fled, the brunt these bare. Dudon pursued the victory he gained. And on Tigranes nobly broke his spear. Then with his sword headless to ground him cast. So gardener's branches lopped that spring too fast. Sliv. Algazar's breastplate, of fine temper made. Nor Corban's helmet, forged by magic art, could save their owners, for Lord Dudon's blade cleft Corban's head, and pierced Algazar's heart. And their proud souls down to the infernal shade from Amurath and Mahomet depart. Not strong Argantes thought his life was sure. He could not safely fly, nor fight secure. XLV. The angry pagan bit his lips for teen. He ran, he stayed, he fled, he turned again. Until at last unmarked, unviewed, unseen. When Dudon had Almanzor newly slain. Within his side he sheathed his weapon keen. Down fell the worthy on the dusty plain. And lifted up his feeble eyes uneath. Oppressed with leaden sleep, of iron death. XLVI. 3 times he strove to view heaven's golden ray. And raised him on his feeble elbow thrice. And thrice he tumbled on the lowly lay. And 3 times closed again his dying eyes. He speaks no word, yet makes his signs to pray. He sighs, he faints, he groans, and then he dies. Argantes proud to spoil the corpse disdained. But shook his sword with blood of Dudon stained. XLVI. And turning to the Christian knights, he cried. Lordlings, behold, this bloody reeking blade. Last night was given me by your noble guide. Tell him what proof thereof this day is made. Needs must this please him well that is betide. That I so well can use this martial trade. To whom so rare a gift he did present. Tell him the workman fits the instrument. XLVI. If further proof thereof he long to see. Say it still thirsts, and would his heart blood drink. And if he haste not to encounter me. Say I will find him when he least doth think. The Christians at his words enraged be. But he to shun their ire doth safely shrink. Under the shelter of the neighbor wall. Well guarded with his troops and soldiers all. 49. Like storms of hail the stones fell down from high. Cast from their bulwarks, flankers, ports and towers. The shafts and quarries from their engines fly. As thick as falling drops in April showers. The French withdrew. They list not press too nigh. The Saracens escaped all the powers. But now Rinaldo from the earth upleapt. Whereby the leg his steed had long him kept. L. He came and breathed vengeance from his breast. Gainst him that noble Dudon late had slain. And being come thus spoke he to the rest. Warriors, why stand you gazing here in vain? Pale death our valiant leader had oppressed. Come wreak his loss, whom bootless you complain. Those walls are weak, they keep but cowards out. No rampier can withstand a courage stout. Li. Of double iron, brass or adamant. Or if this wall were built of flaming fire. Yet should the pagan vile a fortress want. To shroud his coward head safe from mine ire. Come follow then, and bid base fear avaunt. The harder work deserves the greater hire. And with that word close to the walls he starts. Nor fears he arrows, quarries, stones or darts. Ai. Above the waves as Neptune lift his eyes. To chide the winds, that Trojan ships oppressed. And with his countenance calmed seas, winds and skies. So looked Rinaldo, when he shook his crest. Before those walls, each pagan fears and flies. His dreadful sight, or trembling stayed at least. Such dread his awful visage on them cast. So seem poor doves at goshawk's sight aghast. Lii. The herald legier now from Godfrey came. To will them stay and calm their courage hot. Retire, quoth he, Godfrey commands the same. To wreak your ire this season fitteth not. Though loath, Rinaldo stayed, and stopped the flame. That boiled in his hardy stomach hot. His bridled fury grew thereby more fell. So rivers, stopped, above their banks do swell. Liv. The hands retire, not dangered by their foes. In their retreat, so wise were they and wary. To murdered Dudon each lamenting goes. From wonted use of ruth they list not vary. Upon their friendly arms they soft impose. The noble burden of his corpse to carry. Meanwhile Godfredo from a mountain great. Beheld the sacred city and her seat. Lv. High Jerusalem is seated on two hills. Of height unlike, and turned side to side. The space between, a gentle valley fills. From mount to mount expansed fair and wide. Three sides are sure embarred with crags and hills. The rest is easy, scant to rise espied. But mighty bulwarks fence that plainer part. So art helps nature, nature strengtheneth art. Lvi. The town is stored of troughs and cisterns, made to keep fresh water, but the country seems devoid of grass, unfit for ploughman's trade. Not fertile, moist with rivers, wells and streams. There grow few trees to make the summer's shade. To shield the parched land from scorching beams. Save that a wood stands 6 miles from the town. With aged cedars dark, and shadows brown. Lvi. By east, among the dusty valleys, glide the silver streams of Jordan's crystal flood. By west, the midland sea, with bounders tide. Of sandy shores, where Joppa whilom stood. By north Samaria stands, and on that side. The golden calf was reared in Bethel wood. Bethlehem by south, where Christ incarnate was. A pearl and steel, a diamond set in brass. Lvi. While thus the Duke on every side descried the city's strength, the walls and gates about. And saw where least the same was fortified. Where weakest seemed the walls to keep him out. Ermina as he armed rode, him spied. And thus bespake the heathen tyrant stout. See Godfrey there, in purple clad and gold. His stately port, and princely look behold. Lax. Well seems he born to be with honor crowned. So well the lore he knows of regiment. Peerless in fight, in council grave and sound. The double gift of glory excellent. Among these armies is no warrior found. Graver in speech. Bolder in tournament. Raymond Pardai in council match him might. Tancred and young Rinaldo like in fight. Lx. To whom the king, he likes me well therefore. I knew him whilom in the court of France. When I from Egypt went ambassador. I saw him there break many a sturdy lance. And yet his chin no sign of manhood bore. His youth was forward, but with governance. His words, his actions, and his portents brave. Of future virtue, timely tokens gave. LXI. Presages, ah too true with that a space. He sighed for grief, then said, fain would I know. The man in red, with such a knightly grace. A worthy lord he seemeth by his show. How like to Godfrey looks he in the face. How like in person. But some deal more low. Baldwin, quoth she, that noble baron hight. By birth his brother, and his match in might. LXI. Next look on him that seems for counsel fit. Whose silver locks betray his store of days. Raymond he hight, a man of wondrous wit. Of Toulouse lord, his wisdom is his praise. What he forethinks doth, as he looks for, hit. His stratagems have good success always. With gilded helm beyond him rides the mild and good Prince William, England's king's dear child. LXI. With him is Guelpho, as his noble mate. In birth, in acts, in arms alike the rest. I know him well, since I beheld him late. By his broad shoulders and his squared breast. But my proud foe that quite hath ruinate my high estate, and Antioch oppressed. I see not, Beaumont, that to death did bring mine aged lord, my father, and my king. Lexiv. Thus talked they. Meanwhile Godfredo went down to the troops that in the valley stayed. And for in vain he thought the labor spent to assail those parts that to the mountains laid. Against the northern gate his force he bent. Gainst it he camped. Gainst it his engines played. All felt the fury of his angry power. That from those gates lies to the corner tower. LXV. The town's third part was this, or little less. For which the Duke his glorious ensign spread. For so great compass had that fortress, that round it could not be environed with narrow siege, nor Babel's king I guess. That whilom took it. Such an army led. But all the ways he kept, by which his foe might to or from the city come or go. LXVI. His care was next to cast the trenches deep, so to preserve his resting camp by night, lest from the city while his soldiers sleep, they might assail them with untimely flight. This done he went where lords and princes weep, with dire complaints about the murdered knight, where Dudden dead lay slaughtered on the ground, and all the soldiers sat lamenting round. LXVI. His wailing friends adorned the mournful bier with woeful pomp, whereon his corpse they laid. And when they saw the Boulogne prince draw near, all felt new grief, and each new sorrow made. But he, withouten show or change of cheer, his springing tears within their fountain stayed. His rueful looks upon the corpse he cast awhile, and thus bespake the same at last. LXVI. We need not mourn for thee, here laid to rest. Earth is thy bed, and not the grave the skies are for thy soul the cradle and the nest. There live. For here thy glory never dies. For like a Christian knight and champion blessed, thou didst both live and die, now feed thine eyes with thy Redeemer's sight, where crowned with bliss, thy faith, zeal, merit, well deserving is. Lex. Our loss, not thine, provokes these plaints and tears. For when we lost thee, then our ship her mast, our chariot lost her wheels, their points our spears. The bird of conquest her chief feather cast. But though thy death far from our army hears, her chiefest earthly aid, in heaven yet placed, thou wilt procure its help divine, so reaps he that sows godly sorrow, joy by heaps. LXX. For if our God the Lord omnipotent, those armed angels in our aid down send, that were at Dothan to his prophet sent, thou wilt come down with them, and well defend our host, and with thy sacred weapons bent gainst Choun's fort, These gates and bulwarks rend. That so by hand may win this hold, and we may in these temples praise our Christ for thee. LXXI. Thus he complained, but now the sable shade, yclept night, had thick enveloped the sun in veil of double darkness made. Sleep, eased care. Rest, brought complaint to bed. All night the wary Duke devising laid how that high wall should best be battered, how his strong engines he might aptly frame, and whence get timber fit to build the same. LXXI. Up with the lark the sorrowful Duke arose, a mourner chief at Dudden's burial. Of cypress sad a pile his friends compose, under a hill o'ergrown with cedars tall. Beside the hearse a fruitful palm tree grows, ennobled since by this great funeral, where Dudden's corpse they softly laid in ground. The priest sung hymns, the soldiers wept around. LXXI. Among the boughs, they here and there bestow ensigns and arms, as witness of his praise, which he from pagan lords, that did them owe, had won in prosperous fights and happy frays. His shield they fixed on the hole below, and there this distich under it, which says, this palm with stretched arms, doth overspread the champion Dudden's glorious carcass dead. Lexiv. This work performed with advisement good, Godfrey his carpenters, and men of skill, in all the camp, sent to an aged wood, with convoy meet to guard them safe from ill. Within a valley deep this forest stood, to Christian eyes unseen, unknown, until a Syrian told the Duke, who thither sent those chosen workmen that for timber went. LXXV. And now the axe raged in the forest wild, the echo sighed in the groves unseen, the weeping nymphs fled from their bowers exiled. Down fell the shady tops of shaking treean, down came the sacred palms, the ashes wild, the funeral cypress, holly evergreen, the weeping fir, thick beech, and sailing pine. The married elm fell with his fruitful vine. LXXVI. The shooter grew, the broad-leaved sycamore, the barren plantain, and the walnut sound. The myrrh, that her foul sin doth still deplore. The alder owner of all waterish ground. Sweet juniper, whose shadow hurteth sore. Proud cedar, oak, the king of forests crowned. Thus fell the trees, with noise the deserts roar. The beasts, their caves, the birds, their nests for lore. Fourth Book. The Argument. Satan his fiends and spirits assembleth all, and sends them forth to work the Christians' woe. False Hydrort their aid from hell doth call, and sends Armida to entrap his foe. She tells her birth, her fortune, and her fall. Asks aid, allures and wins the worthies so, that they consent her enterprise to prove. She wins them with deceit, craft, beauty, love. I. While thus their work went on with lucky speed, and reared rams their horned fronts advance, the ancient foe to man, and mortal seed, his wannish eyes upon them bent askance. And when he saw their labors well succeed, he wept for rage, and threatened dire mischance. He choked his curses, to himself he spake, such noise wild bulls that softly bellow make. 2. At last resolving in his damned thought, to find some let to stop their warlike feet, he gave command his princes should be brought before the throne of his infernal seat. O fool! As if it were a thing of naught, God to resist, or change his purpose great, who on his foes doth thunder in his ire, whose arrows hailstones he and coals of fire. 3. The dreary trumpet blew a dreadful blast, and rumbled through the lands and kingdoms under. Through wasteness wide it roared, and hollows vast, and filled the deep with horror, fear and wonder. Not half so dreadful noise the tempests cast. that fall from skies with storms of hail and thunder. Not half so loud the whistling winds do sing. Broke from the earthen prisons of their king. 4. The peers of Pluto's realm assembled been. Amid the palace of their angry king. In hideous forms and shapes, to fore unseen. That fear, death, terror and amazement bring. With ugly paws some trample on the green. Some gnaw the snakes that on their shoulders hing. And some their forked tails stretch forth on high. And tear the twinkling stars from trembling sky. There were Silenus foul and loathsome root. There sphinxes, centaurs, there were gorgons fell. There howling Scyllas, yawling round about. There serpents hiss, there seven-mouthed hydras yell. Chimera their spurs fire and brimstone out. And Polyphemus blind supporteth hell. Besides 10,000 monsters therein dwells. Misshaped, unlike themselves, and like naught else. 6. About their princes each took his wonted seat. On thrones red-hot, a built of burning brass. Pluto in midst heaved his trident great. Of rusty iron huge that forged was. The rocks on which the salt sea billows beat. And Atlas tops. The clouds in height that pass. Compared to his huge person molehills be. So his rough front, his horns so lifted he. 7. The tyrant proud frowned from his lofty cell. And with his looks made all his monsters tremble. His eyes, that full of rage and venom swell. Two beacons seem, that men to arms assemble. His feltered locks, that on his bosom fell. On rugged mountains briars and thorns resemble. His yawning mouth, that foamed clotted blood. Gaped like a whirlpool wide in Stygian flood. 8. And as Mount Etna vomits sulphur out. With cliffs of burning crags, and fire and smoke. So from his mouth flew kindled coals about. Hot sparks and smells that man and beast would choke. The gnawing porter durst not whine for doubt. Still were the Furies, while their sovereign spoke. And swift Cocytus stayed his murmur shrill. While thus the murderer thundered out his will. 9. Ye powers infernal, worthier far to sit. About the sun, whence you your offspring take. With me that whilom, through the welkin flit. Down tumbled headlong to this empty lake. Our former glory still remember it. Our bold attempts and war we once did make. Gainst him, that rules above the starry sphere. For which like traitors we lie damned here. X. And now instead of clear and gladsome sky. Of Titan's brightness, that so glorious is. In this deep darkness lo we helpless lie. Hopeless again to joy our former bliss. And more, which makes my griefs to multiply. That sinful creature man. Elected is. And in our place the heavens possess he must. Vile man, begot of clay, and born of dust. 11. Nor this sufficed, but that he also gave. His only son, his darling to be slain. To conquer so, hell, death, sin and the grave. And man condemned to restore again. He break our prisons and would all gates save. The souls there here should dwell in woe and pain. And now in heaven with him they live always. With endless glory crowned, and lasting praise. 12. But why recount I thus our past harms? Remembrance fresh makes weakened sorrows strong. Expulsed were we with injurious arms. From those due honors, us of right belong. But let us leave to speak of these alarms. And bend our forces gainst our present wrong. Ah! See you not, how he attempted hath. To bring all lands, all nations to his faith. 13. Then, let us careless spend the day and night. Without regard what haps, what comes or goes. Let Asia subject be to Christians' might. A prey he shone to her conquering foes. Let her adore again her Christ aright. Who her before all nations whilom chose. In brazen tables he has lawyer it. And let all tongues and lands acknowledge it. 14. So shall our sacred altars all be his. Our holy idols tumbled in the mold. To him the wretched man that sinful is. Shall pray, and offer incense, myrrh and gold. Our temples shall their costly deckings miss. With naked walls and pillars freezing cold. Tribute of souls shall end, and our estate. Or Pluto reign in kingdoms desolate. 15. Oh, he not then the courage perished clean. That whilom dwelt within your haughty thought. When, armed with shining fire and weapons keen. Against the angels of proud heaven we fought. I grant we fell on the Phlegrean green. Yet good our cause was, though our fortune not. For chance assisteth oft the ignobler part. We lost the field, yet lost we not our heart. 16. Go then, my strength, my hope, my spirits go. These western rebels with your power withstand. Pluck up these weeds, before they overgrow. The gentle garden of the Hebrews' land. Quench out this spark, before it kindle so. That Asia burn. Consumed with the brand. Use open force, or secret guile unspied. For craft is virtue gainst a foe defied. 17. Among the knights and worthies of their train. Let some like outlaws wander uncouth ways. Let some be slain in field, let some again. Make oracles of women's yeas and nays. And pine in foolish love, let some complain. On Godfrey's rule. And mutinies gainst him raise. Turn each one's sword against his fellow's heart. Thus kill them all or spoil the greatest part. 18. Before his words the tyrant ended had. The lesser devils arose with ghastly roar. And thronged forth about the world to gad. Each land they filled, river, stream and shore. The goblins, fairies, fiends and furies mad. Ranged in flowery dales. And mountains hoar. And under every trembling leaf they sit. Between the solid earth and welkin flit. 19. About the world they spread forth far and wide. Filling the thoughts of each ungodly heart. With secret mischief, anger, hate and pride. Wounding lost souls with sins and poison dart. But say, my muse, recount whence first they tried. To hurt the Christian lords, and from what part. Thou knowest of things performed so long agone. This latter age hears little truth or none. XX. The town Damascus and the lands about. Ruled Hydrord, a wizard grave and sage. Acquainted well with all the damned rout. Of Pluto's reign, even from his tender age. Yet of this war he could not figure out. The wished ending, or success presage. For neither stars above, nor powers of hell. Nor skill, nor art, nor charm, nor devil could tell. XXI. And yet he thought, oh, vain conceit of man. Which as thou wishest judgest things to come. That the French host to sure destruction ran. Condemned quite by heaven's eternal doom. He thinks no force withstand or vanquish can. The Egyptian strength. And therefore would that some. Both of the prey and glory of the fight. Upon this Syrian folk would haply light. XXI. But for he held the Frenchman's worth in prize. And feared the doubtful gain of bloody war. He, that was closely false and slyly wore. Cast how he might annoy them most from far. And as he gone upon this point devise. As counsellors in ill still nearest are. At hand was Satan, ready ere men need. If once they think, to make them do, the deed. XCI. He counselled him how best to hunt his game. What dart to cast, what net, what toil to pitch. A niece he had, a nice and tender dame. Peerless in wit, in nature's blessings rich. To all deceit she could her beauty frame. False. Fair and young, a virgin and a witch. To her he told the sum of this emprise. And praised her thus, for she was fair and wise. Ziv. My dear, who underneath these locks of gold, and native brightness of thy lovely hue, hidest grave thoughts, ripe wit, and wisdom old. More skill than I in all mine arts untrue. To thee my purpose great I must unfold. This enterprise thy cunning must pursue. Weave thou to end this web which I begin. I will the distaff hold, come thou and spin. XXV. Go to the Christians' host, and there essay all subtle sleights that women use in love. Shed brinish tears, sob, sigh, entreat and pray. Wring thy fair hands, cast up thine eyes above. For morning beauty hath much power, men say. The stubborn hearts with pity frail to move. Look pale for dread, and blush sometime for shame. In seeming truth thy lies will soonest frame. XXVI. Take with the bait Lord Godfrey, if thou mayst. Frame snares of look, strains of alluring speech. For if he love, the conquest then thou hast. Thus purposed war thou mayst with ease impeach. Else lead the other lords to deserts waste. And hold them slaves far from their leaders' reach. Thus taught he her, and for conclusion, saith. All things are lawful for our lands and faith. XXVI. The sweet Armida took this charge on hand. A tender peace, for beauty, sex and age. The sun was sunken underneath the land, when she began her wanton pilgrimage. In silken weeds she trusteth to withstand, and conquer knights in warlike equipage. Of their night-ambling dame the Syrians prated. Some good, some bad, as they her loved or hated. 18. Within few days the nymph arrived there, where puissant Godfrey had his tense eye-pight. Upon her strange attire, and visage clear, gazed each soldier, gazed every knight. As when a comet doth in skies appear, the people stand amazed at the light. So wondered they and each at other sought, what Mr. White she was, and whence I brought. Zix. Yet never I to Cupid's service vowed, beheld a face of such a lovely pride. A tinsel veil her amber locks did shroud, that strove to cover what it could not hide. The golden sun behind a silver cloud, so streameth out his beams on every side. The marble goddess, set at Nidus, naked. She seemed, were she unclothed, or that awaked. XXX. The gamesome wind among her tresses plays, and curleth up those growing riches short. Her spareful eye to spread his beams denays, but keeps his shot where Cupid keeps his fort. The rose and lily on her cheek essays, to paint true fairness out in bravest sort. Her lips, where blooms naught but the single rose, still blush, for still they kiss while still they close. XXXI. Her breasts, two hills o'erspread with purest snow. Sweet, smooth and supple, soft and gently swelling. Between them lies a milken dale below, where love, youth, gladness, whiteness make their dwelling. Her breasts half hid, and half were laid to show. So was the wanton clad, as if this much should please the eye, the rest unseen, the touch. XXXI. As when the sunbeams dive through Tagus wave, to spy the storehouse of his springtime gold. Love-piercing thoughts so through her mantle drave, and in her gentle bosom wandered bold. It viewed the wondrous beauty virgins have, and all to fond desire with vantage told. Alas! What hope is left, to quench his fire? That kindled is by sight, blown by desire. 33. Thus passed she, praised, wished, and wondered at. Among the troops who there encamped lay. She smiled for joy, but well dissembled that. Her greedy eye chose out her wished prey. On all her gestures seeming virtue sat. Toward the imperial tent she asked the way. With that she met a bold and lovesome knight, Lord Godfrey's youngest brother, Eustace hight. Exiv. This was the fowl that first fell in the snare. He saw her fair, and hoped to find her kind. The throne of Cupid had an easy stair. His bark is fit to sail with every wind. The breach he makes no wisdom can repair. With reverence meet the barren low inclined. And thus his purpose to the virgin told. For youth, use, nature, all had made him bold. XXXV. Lady, if thee beseem a style so low, in whose sweet looks such sacred beauty shine, for never yet did heaven such grace bestow on any daughter born of Adam's line. Thy name let us, though far unworthy, know. Unfold thy will, and whence thou art in fine, lest my audacious boldness learn too late what honors do become thy high estate. XXXVI. Sir Knight, quoth she, your praises reach too high. Above her merit you commend, and so a hapless maid I am, both born to die, and dead to joy, that live in care and woe. A virgin helpless, fugitive part I. My native soil and kingdom thus forego, to seek Duke Godfrey's aid, such store men tell. Of virtuous Ruth doth in his bosom dwell. XVI. Conduct me then that mighty Duke before. If you be courteous, sir, as well you seem. Content, quoth he, since of one womb abore. We brothers are, your fortune good esteem. To encounter me whose word prevaileth more in Godfrey's hearing than you haply deem. Mine aid I grant, and his I promise too. All that his scepter, or my sword, can do. XXXVI. He led her easily forth when this was said, where Godfrey sat among his lords and peers. She reverence did, then blushed, as one dismayed to speak, for secret wants and inward fears. It seemed a bashful shame her speeches stayed. At last the courteous Duke her gently cheers. Silence was made, and she began her tale. They sit to hear, thus sung this nightingale. XX. Victorious prince, whose honorable name is held so great among our pagan kings, that to those lands thou dost by conquest tame, that thou hast won them some content it brings. Well known to all is thy immortal fame. The earth, thy worth, thy foe, thy praises sings. And Paynims wronged come to seek thine aid. So doth thy virtue, so thy power persuade. XL. And I though bred in Macon's heathenish lore, which thou oppressest with thy puissant might, yet trust thou wilt an helpless maid restore, and repossess her in her father's right. Others in their distress do aid implore, of kin and friends. But I in this sad plight invoke thy help, my kingdom to invade. So doth thy virtue, so my need persuade. XLI. In thee I hope, thy succors I invoke, to win the crown whence I am dispossessed. For like renown awaiteth on the stroke, to cast the haughty down or raise the oppressed. Nor greater glory brings a scepter broke than doth deliverance of a maid distressed. And since thou canst it will perform the thing, more is thy praise to make, than kill a king. XLI. But if thou wouldst thy succors do excuse, because in Christ I have no hope nor trust. Yet for virtue's sake, thy virtue use. Who scorneth gold because it lies in dust? Be witness heaven, if thou to grant refuse. Thou dost forsake a maid in cause most just. And for thou shalt at large my fortunes know, I will my wrongs and their great treasons show. XLI. Prince Arbelin that reigned in his life on fair Damascus, was my noble sire. Born of mean race he was, yet got to wife the Queen Chariclia, such was the fire of her hot love. But soon the fatal knife had cut the thread that kept their joys entire. For so mishap her cruel lot had cast. My birth, her death. My first day, was her last. Slive. And ere 5 years were fully come and gone, since his dear spouse to hasty death did yield, my father also died, consumed with moan, and sought his love amid the Elysian fields. His crown and me, poor orphan, left alone. Mine uncle governed in my tender isle. For well he thought, if mortal men have faith, in brother's breast true love his mansion hath. XLV. He took the charge of me and of the crown, and with kind shows of love so brought to pass, that through Damascus great report was blown. How good, how just, how kind mine uncle was. Whether he kept his wicked hate unknown, and hid the serpent in the flowering grass. On that true faith did in his bosom one, because he meant to match me with his son. XLVI. Which son, within short while, did undertake degree of knighthood, as beseemed him well. Yet never durst he for his lady's sake break sword or lance, advance in lofty cell. As fair he was, as Cytherea's make, as proud as he that signoriseth hell. In fashions wayward, and in love unkind. For Cupid deigns not wound a currish mind. XLVI. This paragon should Queen Armida wed. A goodly swain to be a princess fair. A lovely partner of a lady's bed. A noble head a golden crown to wear. His glossing sire his errand daily said, and sugared speeches whispered in mine ear, to make me take this darling in mine arms. But still the adder stopped her ears from charms. XLVI. At last he left me with a troubled grace, through which transparent was his inward spite. Methought I read the story in his face, of these mishaps that on me since have light, since that foul spirits haunt my resting place, and ghastly visions break any sleep by night. Grief, horror, fear my fainting soul did kill, for so my mind foreshowed my coming ill. 49. 3 times the shape of my dear mother came, pale, sad, dismayed, to warn me in my dream. Alas, how far transformed from the same, whose eyes shone erst like Titan's glorious beam. Daughter, she says, fly, fly. Behold thy dame foreshows the treasons of thy wretched eam, who poison gainst thy harmless life provides. This said, to shapeless air unseen she glides. L. But what avail high walls or bulwarks strong, where fainting cowards have the peace to guard? My sex too weak, mine age was all too young, to undertake alone a work so hard. To wander wild the desert woods among a banished maid, of wonted ease debarred. So grievous seemed, that liefer were my death, and there to expire where first I drew my breath. Li. I feared deadly evil if long I stayed, and yet to fly had neither will nor power, nor durst my heart declare it waxed afraid, lest so I hasten might my dying hour. Thus restless waited I, unhappy maid. What hand should first pluck up my springing flower? Even as the wretch condemned to lose his life awaits the falling of the murdering knife. Ai. In these extremes, for so my fortune would perchance preserve me to my further ill, one of my noble father's servants old, that for his goodness bore his child good will, with store of tears this treason gone unfold, and said, my guardian would his pupil kill, and that himself, if promise may be kept, should give me poison dire ere next I slept. Lii. And further told me, if I wished to live, I must convey myself by secret flight, and offered then all succors he could give, to aid his mistress, banished from her right. His words of comfort, fear to exile drive, the dread of death, made lesser dangers light. So we concluded, when the shadows dim Obscured the earth I should depart with him. Liv. Of close escapes the aged patroness. Blacker than erst, her sable mantle spread. When with two trusty maids, in great distress. Both from mine uncle and my realm I fled. Oft looked I back, but hardly could suppress those streams of tears, mine eyes uncessant shed. For when I looked on my kingdom lost, it was a grief, a death, an hell almost. Lv. My steeds drew on the burden of my limbs. But still my locks, my thoughts, drew back as fast. So fare the men, that from the heavens brims. Far out to sea, by sudden storm are cast. Swift o'er the grass the rolling chariot swims. Through ways unknown, all night, all day we haste. At last, nigh tired, a castle strong we fanned. The utmost border of my native land. Lvi. The Fort Arantes was, for so the night was called, that my deliverance thus had wrought. But when the tyrant saw, by mature flight, I had escaped the treasons of his thought, the rage increased in the cursed wight gainst me, and him that me to safety brought. And us accused, we would have poisoned him, but descried, to save our lives we fled. Lvi. And that in lieu of his approved truth, to poison him I hired had my guide. That he dispatched, mine unbridled youth might rage at will, in no subjection tied. And that each night I slept, O foul untruth, mine honor lost, by this Orontes' side. But heaven I pray send down revenging fire, when so base love shall change my chaste desire. Lvi. Not that he sitteth on my regal throne, nor that he thirst to drink my lukewarm blood. So grieveth me, as this despite alone, that my renown, which ever blameless stood, hath lost the light wherewith it always shone. With forged lies he makes his tale so good, and holds my subjects' hearts in such suspense, that none take armor for their queen's defense. Lax. And though he do my regal throne possess, clothed in purple, crowned with burnished gold, yet is his hate, his rancor, ne'er the less, since naught assuageth malice when 'tis old. He threats to burn Orontes' fortress, and murder him unless he yield the hold. And me and mine threats not with war, but death. Thus causeless hatred, endless is uneath. Lx. And so he trusts to wash away the stain, and hide his shameful fact with mine offense. And saith he will restore the throne again, to his late honor and due excellence. And therefore would I should be algate slain. For while I live, his right is in suspense. This is the cause my guiltless life is sought. For on my ruin is his safety wrought. Lxi. And let the tyrant have his heart's desire. Let him perform the cruelty he meant. My guiltless blood must quench the ceaseless fire, on which my endless tears were bootless spent. Unless thou help. To thee, renowned sire, I fly, a virgin, orphan, innocent. And let these tears that on thy feet distill, redeem the drops of blood, he thirsts to spill. Lxi. By these thy glorious feet, that tread secure on necks of tyrants, by thy conquests brave, by that right hand, and by those temples pure, thou seek'st to free from Macon's lore, I crave help for this sickness none but thou canst cure. My life and kingdom let thy mercy save from death and ruin, but in vain I prove thee. If right, if truth, if justice cannot move thee. Lxi. Thou who dost all thou wishest, at thy will, and never willest aught but what is right, preserve this guiltless blood they seek to spill. Thine be my kingdom, save it with thy might. Among these captains, lords, and knights of skill, appoint me 10, approved most in fight, who with assistance of my friends and kin, may serve my kingdom lost again to win. Lexive. For lo a knight, that had a gate to ward. A man of chiefest trust about his king. Hath promised so to beguile the guard. That me and mine he undertakes to bring. Safe. Where the tyrant haply sleepeth hard. He counselled me to undertake this thing. Of these some little succour to entreat. Whose name alone accomplish can the feat. LXV. This said, his answer did the nymph attend. Her looks, her sighs, her gestures all did pray him. But Godfrey wisely did his grant suspend. He doubts the worst, and that a while did stay him. He knows, who fears no God, he loves no friend. He fears the heathen false would thus betray him. But yet such ruth dwelt in his princely mind, that gainst his wisdom, pity made him kind. LXVI. Besides the kindness of his gentle thought, ready to comfort each distressed wight, the maiden's offer profit with it brought. For if the Syrian kingdom were her right, that one, the way were easy, which he sought. To bring all Asia subject to his might. There might he raise munition, arms and treasure. To work the Egyptian king and his displeasure. LXVI. Thus was his noble heart long time betwixt fear and remorse, not granting nor denying. Upon his eyes the dame her lookings fixed, as if her life and death lay on his saying. Some tears she shed, with sighs and sobbings mixed, as if her hopes were dead through his delaying. At last her earnest suit the Duke denied, but with sweet words thus would content the maid. LXVI. If not in service of our God we fought, in meaner quarrel if this sword were shaken, well might thou gather in thy gentle thought, so fair a princess should not be forsaken. But since these armies, from the world's end brought, to free this sacred town have undertaken, it were unfit we turned our strength away, and victory, even in her coming, stay. Lex. I promise thee, and on my princely word, the burden of thy wish and hope repose, that when this chosen temple of the Lord, her holy doors shall to his saints unclose, in rest and peace, then this victorious sword shall execute due vengeance on thy foes. But if for pity of a worldly dame I left this work, such pity were my shame. LXX. At this the princess bent her eyes to ground, and stood unmoved, though not unmarked, a space. The secret bleeding of her inward wound shed heavenly dew upon her angel's face. Poor wretch, quoth she, in tears and sorrows drowned. Death be thy peace, the grave thy resting place. Since such thy hap, that lest thou mercy find, the gentlest heart on earth is proved unkind. LXXI. Where none attends, what boots it to complain? Men's froward hearts are moved with women's tears, as marble stones are pierced with drops of rain. No plaints find passage through unwilling ears. The tyrant, haply, would his wrath restrain. Heard he these prayers ruthless Godfrey hears. Yet not thy fault is this, my chance, I see, hath made even pity, pitiless in thee. LXXI. So both thy goodness, and good hap, denied me. Grief, sorrow, mischief, care, hath overthrown me. The star that ruled my birthday hath betrayed me. My genius sees his charge, but dares not own me. Of queen-like state, my flight hath disarrayed me. My father died, ere he 5 years had known me. My kingdom lost, and lastly resteth now. Down with the tree sith broke is every bough. LXXI. And for the modest lore of maidenhood, bids me not sojourn with these armed men. Oh, whither shall I fly, what secret wood shall hide me from the tyrant? Or what den? What rock, what vault, what cave can do me good? No, no, where death is sure, it resteth then. to scorn his power and be it therefore seen. Armida lived, and died, both like a queen. Lexive. With that she looked as if a proud disdain kindled displeasure in her noble mind. The way she came she turned her steps again. With gesture sad but in disdainful kind. A tempest railed down her cheeks amain. With tears of woe. And sighs of anger's wind. The drops her footsteps wash, whereon she treads. And seems to step on pearls, or crystal beads. LXXV. Her cheeks on which this streaming nectar fell. Stilled through the limbeck of her diamond eyes. The roses white and red resembled well. Whereon the rory maydew sprinkled lies. When the fair morn first blusheth from her cell. And breatheth balm from open paradise. Thus sighed, thus mourned, thus wept this lovely queen. And in each drop bathed a grace unseen. LXXVI. Thrice 20 cupids unperceived flew. To gather up this liquor, ere it fall. And of each drop an arrow forged new. Else, as it came, snatched up the crystal ball. And at rebellious hearts for wildfire threw. O wondrous love! Thou makest gain of all. For if she weeping sit, or smiling stand, she bends thy bow, or kindleth else thy brand. LXXVI. This forged plaint drew forth unfeigned tears. From many eyes, and pierced each worthy's heart. Each one condoleth with her that her hears. And of her grief would help her bear the smart. If Godfrey aid her not, not one but swears. Some tigress gave him suck on roughest part. Midst the rude crags. On alpine cliffs aloft. Hard is that heart which beauty makes not soft. LXXVI. But jolly Eustace, in whose breast the brand of love and pity kindled had the flame. While others softly whispered underhand. Before the Duke with comely boldness came. Brother and lord, quoth he. Too long you stand. In your first purpose, yet vouchsafe to frame your thoughts to ours, and lend this virgin aid. Thanks are half lost when good turns are delayed. Lexix. And think not that Eustace's talk essays to turn these forces from this present war. Or that I wish you should your armies raise. From Shaun's walls, my speech tends not so far. But we that venture all for fame and praise. That to no charge nor service bounden are. Fourth of our troop may 10 well spared be. To succor her, which naught can weaken thee. LXXX. And know, they shall in God's high service fight. That virgin's innocent save and defend. Dear will the spoils be in the heaven's sight. That from a tyrant's hateful head we rend. Nor seemed I forward in this lady's right. With hope of gain or profit in the end. But for I know he arms unworthy bears. To help a maiden's cause that shuns or fears. LXXXI. Ah! Be it not pardie declared in France. Or elsewhere told where courtesy is in prize. That we forsook so fair a chevisance. For doubt or fear that might from fight arise. Else, here surrender I both sword and lance. And swear no more to use this martial guise. For ill deserves he to be termed a knight. That bears a blunt sword in a lady's right. LXXXI. Thus parleyed he, and with confused sound. The rest approved what the gallant said. Their general their knights encompassed round. With humble grace, and earnest suit they prayed. I yield, quoth he, and it be happy found. What I have granted, let her have your aid. Yours be the thanks, for yours the danger is. If aught succeed, as much I fear, amiss. LXXXI. But if with you my words may credit find. O temper then this heat misguides you so. Thus much he said, but they with fancy blind. Accept his grant, and let his counsel go. What works not beauty, man's relenting mind. Is eth to move with plaints and shows of woe. Her lips cast forth a chain of sugared words. That captive led most of the Christian lords. 84. Eustace recalled her, and bespake her thus. Beauty's chief darling, let those sorrows be. For such assistance shall you find in us. As with your need, or will, may best agree. With that she cheered her forehead dolorous. And smiled for joy. That Phoebus blushed to see. And had she deigned her veil for to remove, the god himself once more had fallen in love. LXXXV. With that she broke the silence once again. And gave the knight great thanks in little speech. She said she would his handmaid poor remain. So far as honor's laws received no breach. Her humble gestures made the residue plain. Dumb eloquence, persuading more than speech. Thus women know, and thus they use the guise. To enchant the valiant, and beguile the wise. LXXXVI. And when she saw her enterprise had got some wished mean of quick and good proceeding, she thought to strike the iron that was hot. For every action hath his hour of speeding. Medea or false Circe changed not. So far the shapes of men. As her eyes spreading, altered their hearts, and with her siren sound. In lust, their minds, their hearts, in love she drowned. LXXXVI. All wily sleights that subtle women know. Hourly she used, to catch some lover new. None ken the bent of her unsteadfast bow. For with the time her thoughts her looks renew. From some she cast her modest eyes below. At some her gazing glances roving flew. And while she thus pursued her wanton sport, she spurred the slow, and reined the forward short. LXXXVI. If some, as hopeless that she would be won, forbore to love, because they durst not move her, on them her gentle looks to smile begun. As who say she is kind if you dare prove her. On every heart thus shone this lustful sun. All strove to serve, to please, to woo, to love her. And in their hearts that chaste and bashful were, her eyes' hot glance dissolved the frost of fear. 89. On them who durst with fingering bold essay to touch the softness of her tender skin, she looked as coy, as if she list not play, and made as things of worth were hard to win. Yet tempered so her deignful looks alway, that outward scorn showed store of grace within. Thus with false hope their longing hearts she fired. For hardest gotten things are most desired. XC. Alone sometimes she walked in secret where, to ruminate upon her discontent, within her eyelid sate the swelling tear, not poured forth, though sprung from sad lament. And with this craft 1,000 souls well near, in snares of foolish ruth and love she hent, and kept as slaves, by which we fitly prove that witless pity breedeth fruitless love. XCI. Sometimes, as if her hope unloosed had the chains of grief, wherein her thoughts lay fettered, upon her minions looked she blithe and glad. In that deceitful lore so was she lettered. Not glorious Titan, in his brightness clad, the sunshine of her face in lustre bettered. For when she list to cheer her beauty so, she smiled away the clouds of grief and woe. 92. Her double charm of smiles and sugared words lulled on sleep the virtue of their senses. Reason shall aid gainst those assaults affords. Wisdom no warrant from those sweet offenses. Cupid's deep rivers have their shallow fords. His griefs bring joys, his losses, recompenses. He breeds the sore, and cures us of the pain. Achilles' lance that wounds and heals again. XCI. While thus she them torments twixt frost and fire, twixt joy and grief, twixt hope and restless fear. The sly enchantress felt her gain the nigher. These were her flocks that golden fleeces bear. But if someone durst utter his desire, and by complaining make his griefs appear. He labored hard rocks with plaints to move. She had not learned the gamut then of love. Sieve. For down she bet her bashful eyes to ground, and donned the weed of women's modest grace. Down from her eyes welled the pearls round, upon the bright enamel of her face. Such honey drops on springing flowers are found, when Phoebus holds the crimson morn in chase. Full seemed her looks of anger, and of shame, yet pity shone transparent through the same. XCV. If she perceived by his outward cheer, that any would his love by talk bewray, sometimes she heard him, sometimes stopped her ear, and played fast and loose the livelong day. Thus all her lovers kind deluded were. Their earnest suit got neither yea nor nay, but like the sort of weary huntsman fair, that hunt all day, and lose at night the hare. XCVI. These were the arts by which she captived 1,000 souls of young and lusty knights. These were the arms wherewith love conquered their feeble hearts subdued in wanton fights. What wonder if Achilles were misled of great Alcides at their ladies' sights, since these true champions of the Lord above were thralls to beauty, yielden slaves to lore. Fifth Book. The Argument. Gernando scorns Ronaldo should aspire to rule that charge for which he seeks and strives, and slanders him so far, that in his ire the wronged knight his foe of life deprives. Far from the camp the slayer doth retire, nor lets himself be bound in chains or gyves. Armide departs content, and from the seas Godfrey hears news which him and his displease. While thus Armida false the knights misled in wandering errors of deceitful love, and thought, besides the champions promised, the other lordlings in her aid to move. In Godfrey's thought a strong contention bred. Who fittest were this hazard great to prove? For all the worthies of the adventure's band were like in birth, in power, in strength of hand. 2. But first the prince, by grave advice, decreed they should some knight choose at their own election, that in his charge Lord Dudon might succeed, and of that glorious troop should take protection. So none should grieve, displeased with the deed, nor blame the causer of their new subjection. Besides, Godfredo showed by this device how much he held that regiment in price. 3. He called the worthies then, and spake them so: Lordlings, you know I yielded to your will, and gave you license with this dame to go, to win her kingdom and that tyrant kill. But now again I let you further know, in following her it may betide yon ill. Refrain therefore, and change this forward thought, for death unsent for, danger comes unsought. 4. But if to shun these perils, sought so far, may seem disgraceful to the place yon hold, if grave advice and prudent counsel are esteemed detractors from your courage bold, then know, I none against his will debar, nor what I granted erst I now withhold, but he mine empire, as it ought of right, sweet, easy, pleasant, gentle, meek and light. V. Go then or tarry, each as likes him best. Free power I grant you on this enterprise, but first in Dudon's place, now laid in chest, choose you some other captain stout and wise. Then 10 appoint among the worthiest, but let no more attempt this hard emprise. In this my will content you that I have, for power constrained is but a glorious slave. 6. Thus Godfrey said, and thus his brother spake, and answered for himself and all his peers: My lord, as well it fitteth thee to make these wise delays and cast these doubts and fears. So 'tis our part at first to undertake. Courage and haste beseems our might and years, and this proceeding with so grave advice. Wisdom, in you, in us were cowardice. 7. Since then the feat is easy, danger none. All set in battle and in hardy fight. Do thou permit the chosen 10 to gone. And aid the damsel, thus devised the knight. To make men think the sun of honor shone. There where the lamp of Cupid gave the light. The rest perceive his guile, and it approve. And call that knighthood which was childish love. 8. But loving Eustace, that with jealous eye beheld the worth of Sophia's noble child. And his fair shape did secretly envy. Besides the virtues in his breast compiled. And, for in love he would no company. He stored his mouth with speeches smoothly filed. Drawing his rival to attend his word. Thus with fair sleight he laid the knight aboard. 9. Of great Bertoldo thou far greater heir. Thou star of knighthood, flower of chivalry. Tell me, who now shall lead this squadron fair? Since our late guide in marble cold doth lie. I, that with famous Dudon might compare. In all, but years, hoar locks, and gravity. To whom should I, Duke Godfrey's brother, yield? Unless to thee, the Christian army's shield. X. Thee whom high birth makes equal with the best. Thine acts prefer both me and all beforn. Nor that in fight thou both surpass the rest. And Godfrey's worthy self, I hold in scorn. Thee to obey then am I only pressed. Before these worthies be thine eagle born. This honor haply thou esteemest light. Whose day of glory never yet found night. 11. Yet mayest thou further by this means display the spreading wings of thy immortal fame. I will procure it, if thou sayest not nay. And all their wills to thine election frame. But for I scantly am resolved which way to bend my force, or where employ the same. Leave me, I pray, at my discretion free. To help Armida. Or serve here with thee. 12. This last request, for love is evil to hide. Empurpled both his cheeks with scarlet red. Rinaldo soon his passions had descried. And gently smiling turned aside his head. And, for weak Cupid was too feeble-eyed. To strike him sure, the fire in him was dead. So that of rivals was he not afraid. Nor cared he for the journey or the maid. 13. But in his noble thought revolved he oft. Dudon's high prowess, death and burial. And how Argantes bore his plumes aloft. Praising his fortunes for that worthy's fall. Besides, the knight's sweet words and praises soft. To his due honor did him fitly call. And made his heart rejoice, for well he knew. Though much he praised him, all his words were true. 14. Degrees, quoth he, of honors high to hold. I would them first deserve, and the desire. And were my valor such as you have told, would I for that to higher place aspire. But if to honors do raise me you would, I will not of my works refuse the higher. And much it glads me, that my power and might appraised is by such a valiant knight. 15. I neither seek it nor refuse the place, which if I get, the praise and thanks be thine. Eustace, this spoken, hied thence apace, to know which way his fellows' hearts incline. But Prince Gernando coveted the place, whom though Armida sought to undermine, gainst him yet vain did all her engines prove. His pride was such, there was no place for love. 16. Gernando was the king of Norway's son, that many a realm and region had to guide. And for his elders lands and crowns had won. His heart was puffed up with endless pride. The other boasts more what himself had done than all his ancestors' great acts beside. Yet his forefathers old before him were famous in war and peace 500 years. 17. This barbarous prince, who only vainly thought that bliss in wealth and kingly power doth lie, and in respect esteemed all virtue not, Unless it were adorned with titles high. Could not endure. That to the place he sought. A simple knight should dare to press so nigh. And in his breast so boiled fell despite. That ire and wrath exiled reason quite. 18. The hidden devil, that lies in close await. To win the fort of unbelieving man. Found entry there, where ire undid the gate. And in his bosom unperceived ran. It filled his heart with malice, strife and hate. It made him rage, blaspheme, swear, curse and ban. Invisible it still attends him near. And thus each minute whispereth in his ear. 19. What, shall Rinaldo match thee? Dares he tell those idle names of his vain pedigree? Then let him say, if thee he would excel. What lands, what realms his tributaries be? If his forefathers in the graves that dwell were honored like thine that live, let's see. Oh, how dares one so mean aspire so high? Born in that servile country Italy. XX. Now, if he win, or if he lose the day, yet is his praise and glory hence derived. For that the world will, to his credit, say, lo, this is he that with Gernando strived. The charge some deal thee haply honor may. That noble Dutton had while here he lived. But laid on him he would the office shame. Let it suffice, he durst desire the same. XXI. If when this breath from man's frail body flies, the soul take keep, or know the things done here. Oh, how looks Dutton from the glorious skies! What wrath, what anger in his face appear! On this proud youngling while he bends his eyes, marking how high he doth his feathers rear. Seeing his rash attempt, how soon he dare, though but a boy, with his great worth compare. XXI. He dares not only, but he strives and proves. Where chastisement were fit there wins he praise. One counsels him, his speech him forward moves. Another fool approveth all he says. If Godfrey favour him more than behoves, why then he wrongeth thee in 100 ways. Nor let thy state so far disgraced be. Now what thou art and canst, let Godfrey see. XCI. With such false words the kindled fire began to every vein his poisoned heart to reach. It swelled his scornful heart, and forth it ran. At his proud looks, and too audacious speech. All that he thought blameworthy in the man. To his disgrace that would be each where preach. He termed him proud and vain, his worth in fight. He called foolhardize, rashness, madness right. Ziv. All that in him was rare or excellent. All that was good, all that was princely found. With such sharp words as malice could invent. He blamed, such power has wicked tongue to wound. The youth, for everywhere those rumors went. Of these reproaches heard sometimes the sound. Nor did for that his tongue the fault amend. Until it brought him to his woeful end. XXV. The cursed fiend that set his tongue at large. Still bred more fancies in his idle brain. His heart with slanders new did overcharge. And soothed him still in his angry vein. Amid the camp a place was broad and large, where one fair regiment might easily train. And therein tilt and harmless tournament. Their days of rest the youths and gallants spent. XXVI. There, as his fortune would it should betide. Amid the press Gernando gone retire. To vomit out his venom unespied. Wherewith foul envy did his heart inspire. Rinaldo heard him as he stood beside. And as he could not bridle wrath and ire. Thou least, cried he loud, and with that word. About his head he tossed his flaming sword. XXVI. Thunder his voice, and lightning seemed his brand. So fell his look, and furious was his cheer. Gernando trembled, for he saw at hand pale death, and neither help nor comfort near. Yet for the soldiers all to witness stand. He made proud sign. as though he naught did fear, but bravely drew his little helping blade, and valiant show of strong resistance made. 18. With that 1,000 blades of burnished steel glistered on heaps like flames of fire in sight. Hundreds, that knew not yet the quarrel wheel, ran thither, some to gaze and some to fight. The empty air a sound confused did feel, of murmurs low, and outcries loud on height, like rolling waves and Boreas' angry blasts, when roaring seas against the rocks he casts. Zix. But not for this the wronged warrior stayed his just displeasure and incensed ire. He cared not what the vulgar did or said. To vengeance did his courage fierce aspire. Among the thickest weapons way he made. His thundering sword made all on heaps retire. So that of near 1,000 stayed not one. But Prince Gernando bore the brunt alone. XXX. His hand, too quick to execute his wrath, performed all, as pleased his eye and heart. At head and breast oft times he struck in half. Now at the right, now at the other part. On every side thus did he harm and scath. And oft beguile his sight with nimble art. That no defence the prince of wounds acquits. Where least he thinks, or fears, there most he hits. XXXI. Nor ceased be, till in Gernando's breast he sheathed once or twice his furious blade. Down fell the hapless prince with death oppressed. A double way to his weak soul was made. His bloody sword the victor wiped and dressed. Nor longer by the slaughtered body stayed, but sped him thence, and soon appeased half his hate, his ire, his rancor and his wrath. XXXI. Called by the tumult, Godfrey drew him near, and there beheld a sad and rueful sight. The signs of death upon his face appear. With dust and blood his locks were loathly dight. Sighs and complaints on each side might he hear, made for the sudden death of that great knight. Amazed, he asked who durst and did so much. For yet he knew not whom the fault would touch. 33. Arnaldo, minion of the prince thus slain, augments the fault in telling it, and saith, this prince murdered, for a quarrel vain, by young Rinaldo in his desperate wrath. And with that sword that should Christ's law maintain, one of Christ's champions bold he killed hath. And this he did in such a place and hour, as if he scorned your rule, despised your power. Exiv. And further adds, that he deserved death by law, and law should inviolate. That none offence could greater be uneath. And yet the place the fault did aggravate. If he escapes, that mischief would take breath, and flourish bold in spite of rule and state. And that Gernando's friends would venge the wrong, although to justice that did first belong. XXXV. And by that means, should discord, hate and strife raise mutinies, and what therefore ensueth. Lastly he praised the dead, and still had rife all words he thought could vengeance move or rut. Against him Tancred argued for life, with honest reasons to excuse the youth. The Duke heard all, but with such sober cheer, as banished hope, and still increased fear. XXXVI. Great prince, quoth Tancred, set before thine eyes Rinaldo's worth and courage what it is. How much our hope of conquest in him lies. Regard that princely house and race of his. He that correcteth every fault he spies, and judgeth all alike, doth all amiss. For faults, you know, are greater thought or less, as is the person's self that doth transgress. XVI. Godfredo answered him, if high and low, of sovereign power alike should feel the stroke, then, Tancred, ill you counsel us, I trow. If lords should know no law, as erst you spoke, how vile and base our empire were you know. If none but slaves and peasants bear the yoke, Weak is the scepter and the power is small. That such provisos bring annexed withal. XXXVI. But mine was freely given ere 'twas sought. Nor that it lessen be I now consent. Right well know I both when and where I ought to give condign reward and punishment. Since you are all in like subjection brought. Both high and low obey, and be content. This heard, Tancredi wisely stayed his words. Such weight the sayings have of kings and lords. XX. Old Raymond praised his speech, for old men think they ever wisest seem when most severe. 'Tis best, quoth he, to make these great ones shrink. The people love him whom the nobles fear. There must the rule to all disorders sink, where pardons more than punishments appear. For feeble is each kingdom, frail and weak, unless his basis be this fear I speak. XL. These words Tancredi heard and pondered well, and by them wist how Godfrey's thoughts were bent. Nor list he longer with these old men dwell, but turned his horse and to Rinaldo went, who, when his noble foe death-wounded fell, withdrew him softly to his gorgeous tent. There Tancred found him, and at large declared the words and speeches sharp which late you heard. XLI. And said, although I what the outward show is not true witness of the secret thought. For that some men so subtle are, I trow, that what they purpose most appeareth not. Yet dare I say Godfredo means, I know. Such knowledge hath his looks and speeches wrought. You shall first prisoner be, and then be tried, as he shall deem it good and law provide. XLI. With that a bitter smile well might you see Rinaldo cast, with scorn and high disdain. Let them in fetters plead their cause, quoth he, that are base peasants, born of servile stain. I was free born. I live and will die free. Before these feet be fettered in a chain. These hands were made to shake sharp spears and swords, not to be tied in gyves and twisted cords. XLI. If my good service reap this recompense, to be clapped up in close and secret mew, and as a thief be after dragged from thence, to suffer punishment as law finds due. Let Godfrey come or send, I will not hence, until we know who shall this bargain rue. That of our tragedy the late done fact may be the first, and this the second, act. Slive. Give me mine arms, he cried. His squire them brings, and clad his head, and dressed in iron strong. About his neck his silver shield he flings. Down by his side a cutting sword there hung. Among this earth's brave lords and mighty kings was none so stout, so fierce, so fair, so young. God Mars he seemed descending from his sphere, or one whose looks could make great Mars to fear. XLV. Tancredi labored with some pleasing speech, his spirits fierce and courage to appease. Young prince, thy valor, thus he gone to preach, can chastise all that do thee wrong, at ease. I know your virtue can your enemies teach, that you can venge you when and where you please. But God forbid this day you lift your arm, to do this camp and us your friends such harm. XLVI. Tell me what will you do? Why would you stain your noble hands in our unguilty blood? By wounding Christians, will you again pierce Christ, whose parts they are and members good? Will you destroy us for your glory vain, unstayed as rolling waves in ocean flood? Far be it from you so to prove your strength, and let your zeal appease your rage at length. XLVI. For God's love stay your heat, and just displeasure appease your wrath, your courage fierce assuage. Patience, a praise, forbearance, is a treasure. Sufferance, an angel's is, a monster, rage. At least you actions by example measure, and think how I in mine unbridled age Was wronged, yet I would not revengement take. On all this camp, for one offender's sake. XLVI. Cilicia conquered I, as all men wot. And there the glorious cross on high I reared. But Baldwin came, and what I nobly got bereft me falsely when I least him feared. He seemed my friend, and I discovered not his secret covetise which since appeared. Yet strive I not to get mine own by fight or civil war, although perchance I might. 49. If then you scorn to be in prison pent, if bonds, as high disgrace, your hands refuse, or if your thoughts still to maintain are bent, your liberty, as men of honor use, to Antioch what if forthwith you went, and leave me here your absence to excuse. There with Prince Beaumont live in ease and peace, until this storm of Godfrey's anger cease. L. For soon, if forces come from Egypt land, or other nations that us here confine, Godfrey will beaten be with his own wand, and feel he wants that valor great of thine. Our camp may seem an arm without a hand amid our troops unless thy eagle shine. With that came Guelpho and those words approved, and prayed him go, if him he feared or loved. Li. Their speeches soften much the warrior's heart, and make his wilful thoughts at last relent, so that he yields, and saith he will depart, and leave the Christian camp incontinent. His friends, whose love did never shrink or start, preferred their aid, what way soe'er he went. He thanked them all, but left them all, besides, two bold and trusty squires, and so he rides. Ai. He rides, revolving in his noble sprite such haughty thoughts as fill the glorious mind. On hard adventures was his whole delight, and now to wondrous acts his will inclined. Alone against the pagans would he fight, and kill their kings from Egypt unto Ind. From Cynthia's hills and Nilu's unknown spring, he would fetch praise and glorious conquest bring. Lii. But Guelpho, when the prince his leave had take, and now had spurred his courser on his way, no longer tarriance with the rest would make, but tastes to find Godfredo, if he may. Who seeing him approaching, forthwith spake. Guelpho, quoth he, for thee I only stay. For thee I sent my heralds all about, in every tent to seek and find thee out. Liv. This said, he softly drew the knight aside, where none might hear, and then bespake him thus. How chanceth it thy nephew's rage and pride makes him so far forget himself and us? Hardly could I believe what is betide. A murder done for cause so frivolous. How I have loved him, thou and all can tell. But Godfrey loved him but whilst he did well. Lv. I must provide that every one have right, that all be heard, each cause be well discussed. As far from partial love as free from spite. I hear complaints, yet naught but proves I trust. Now if Ronaldo weigh our rule too light, and have the sacred lore of war so bruised, take you the charge that he before us come, to clear himself and hear our upright dome. Lvi. But let him come withouten bond or chain, for still my thoughts to do him grace are framed. But if our power he haply shall disdain, as well I know his courage yet untamed, to bring him by persuasion take some pain. Else, if I prove severe, both you be blamed, that forced my gentle nature gainst my thought to rigor, lest our laws return to naught. Lvi. Lord Guelpho answered thus, what heart can bear such slanders false, devised by hate and spite? Or with staid patience, reproaches here, and not revenged by battle or by fight? The Norway prince hath bought his folly dear, but who with words could stay the angry knight? A fool is he that comes to preach or prate, when men with swords their right and wrong debate. Lvi. And where you wish he should himself submit. To hear the censure of your upright laws. Alas, that cannot be, for he is flit out of this camp, withouten stay or pause. There take my gage, behold I offer it to him that first accused him in this cause, or any else that dare, and will maintain that for his pride the prince was justly slain. LAX. I say with reason Lord Gernando's pride he hath abetted, if he have offended gainst your commands, who are his lord and guide. O pardon him, that fault shall be amended. If he be gone, quoth Godfrey, let him ride and brawl elsewhere, here let all strife be ended. And you, Lord Guelpho, for your nephew's sake, breed us no new, nor quarrels old awake. LX. This while, the fair and false Armida strived to get her promised aid in sure possession. The day to end, with endless plaint she derived wit, beauty, craft for her maid intercession. But when the earth was once of light deprived, and western seas felt Titan's hot impression, twixt two old knights, and matrons twain she went, where pitched was her fair and curious tent. LXI. But this false queen of craft and sly invention, whose looks, love's arrows were, whose eyes his quivers, whose beauty matchless, free from reprehension, a wonder left by heaven to afterlivers, among the Christian lord had bred contention, who first should quench his flames in Cupid's rivers, while all her weapons and her darts rehearsed, had not Godfredo's constant bosom pierced. LXI. To change his modest thought the dame procureth, and proffereth heaps of love's enticing treasure. But as the falcon newly gorged endureth, her keeper lure her oft, but comes at leisure. So he, whom fullness of delight assureth, what long repentance comes of love's short pleasure. Her crafts, her arts, herself and all despiseth. So base affections fall, when virtue riseth. LXI. And not 1 foot his steadfast foot was moved out of that heavenly path, wherein he paced. Yet 1,000 wiles and 1,000 ways she proved to have that castle fair of goodness raised. She used those looks and smiles that most behoved to melt the frost which his hard heart embraced. And gainst his breast 1,000 shot she ventured. Yet was the fort so strong it was not entered. Lexiv. The dame who thought that one blink of her eye could make the chastest heart feel love's sweet pain. Oh, how her pride abetted was hereby, when all her sleights were void, her crafts were vain. Some other where she would her forces try, where at more ease she might more vantage gain. As tired soldiers whom some fort keeps out, thence raise their siege, and spoil the towns about. LXV. But yet always the wily witch could find, could not Tancredi's heart to loveward move. His sails were filled with another wind. He list no blast of new affection prove. For, as one poison doth exclude by kind another's force, so love excludeth love. These two alone nor more nor less the dame could win, the rest all burnt in her sweet flame. LXVI. The princess, though her purpose would not frame, as late she hoped, and as still she would, yet, for the lords and knights of greatest name, became her prey, as erst you heard it told. She thought, ere truth revealing time or frame bewrayed her act, to lead them to some hold, where chains and bands she meant to make them prove, composed by Vulcan not by gentle love. LXVI. The time prefixed at length was come and past, which Godfrey had set down to lend her aid, when at his feet herself to earth she cast. The hour is come, my lord, she humbly said, and if the tyrant haply hear at last, his banished niece hath your assistance prayed, he will in arms to save his kingdom rise. So shall we harder make this enterprise. LXVI. before report can bring the tyrant news, or his espials certify their king. O let thy goodness these few champions choose, that to her kingdom should thy handmaid bring, who, except heaven to aid the right refuse, recover shall her crown, from whence shall spring thy profit, for betide thee peace or war. Thine all her cities, all her subjects are. Lex. The captain sage the damsel fair assured. His word was passed and should not be recanted. And she with sweet and humble grace endured, to let him point those 10, which late he granted. But to be won, each one fought and procured. No suit, no entreaty, intercession wanted. Their envy each at others' love exceeded. And all importunate made, more than needed. LXX. She that well saw the secret of their hearts, and knew how best to warm them in their blood. Against them threw the cursed poison darts of jealousy, and grief at others' good. For love she wist was weak without those arts, and slow. For jealousy is Cupid's food. For the swift steed runs not so fast alone, as when some strain, some strive him to outgone. LXXI. Her words in such alluring sort she framed, her looks enticing, and her wooing smiles, that every one his fellows' favors blamed. That of their mistress he received their wiles. This foolish crew of lovers unashamed, mad with the poison of her secret wiles, ran forward still, in this disordered sort. Nor could Godfredo's bridle rein them short. LXXI. He that would satisfy each good desire, without impartial love, of every knight, although he swelled with shame, with grief and ire, to see these fellows and these fashions light. Yet since by no advice they would retire, another way he sought to set them right. Write all your names, quoth he, and see whom chance of lot, to this exploit will first advance. LXXI. Their names were writ, and in an helmet shaken, while each did fortune's grace and aid implore. At last they drew them, and the foremost taken. The Earl of Pembroke was, Artemidor. Doubtless the county thought his bread well baken. Next Gerard followed, then with tresses hoar. Old Wenceslas, that felt Cupid's rage, now in his doting and his dying age. Lexiv. Oh how contentment in their foreheads shined, their looks with joy, thoughts swelled with secret pleasure. These three it seemed good success designed, to make the lords of love and beauty's treasure. Their doubtful fellows at their hap repined, and with small patience wait fortune's leisure, upon his lips that read the scrolls attending, as if their lives were on his words depending. LXXV. Guasco the fourth, Rodolfo him succeeds. Then Ulderic whom love list so advance. Lord William of Roncillion next he reads. Then Eberard, and Henry born in France. Rambaldo last, whom wicked lust so leads, that he forsook his Saviour with mischance. This wretch the 10th was who was thus deluded. The rest to their huge grief were all excluded. LXXVI. Come with envy, wrath and jealousy. The rest blind fortune curse, and all her laws. And mad with love, yet out on love they cry, that in his kingdom let her judge their cause. And for man's mind is such, that oft we try things most forbidden, without stay or pause. In spite of fortune purposed many a night, to follow fair Armida when 'twas night. LXXVI. To follow her, by night or else by day, and in her quarrel venture life and limb. With sighs and tears she gone them softly pray, to keep that promise, when the skies were dim. To this and that night did she plain and say, what grief she felt to part withouten him. Meanwhile the 10 had donned their armor best, and taken leave of Godfrey and the rest. LXXVI. The Duke advised them every one apart. How light, how trustless was the pagan's faith. And told what policy, what wit, what art avoids deceit, which heedless men betray. His speeches pierce their ear, but not their heart. Love calls it folly, whatso wisdom saith. Thus warned he leaves them to their wanton guide. Who parts that night, such haste had she to ride. Lexics. The conqueress departs, and with her led these prisoners, whom love would captive keep. The hearts of those she left behind her bled. With point of sorrow's arrow pierced deep. But when the night her drowsy mantle spread, and filled the earth with silence, shade and sleep, in secret sort then each forsook his tent. And as blind Cupid led them blind they went. LXXX. Eustatio first, who scantly could forbear, till friendly night might hide his haste and shame. He rode in post, and let his breast him bear, as his blind fancy would his journey frame. All night he wandered and he wist not where. But with the morning he espied the dame, that with her guard up from a village rode, where she and they that night had made abode. LXXXI. Thither he galloped fast, and drawing near, Rambaldo knew the night, and loudly cried, Whence comes young Eustace, and what seeks he here? I come, quoth he, to serve the Queen Armide. If she accept me, would we all were there, where my goodwill and faith might best be tried. Who, quoth the other, choseth thee to prove this high exploit of hers? He answered, Love. LXXXI. Love hath Eustatio chosen, fortune thee, in thy conceit which is the best election. Nay, then, these shifts are vain, replied he. These titles false serve thee for no protection. Thou canst not here for this admitted be our fellow servant, in this sweet subjection. And who, quoth Eustace, angry, dares deny my fellowship? Rambaldo answered, I. LXXXI. And with that word his cutting sword he drew, that glittered bright, and sparkled flaming fire. Upon his foe the other champion flew, with equal courage, and with equal ire. The gentle princess, who the danger knew, between them stepped, and prayed them both retire. Rambald, quoth she, why should you grudge or plain? If I a champion, you an helper gain. 84. If me you love, why wish you me deprived? In so great need of such a puissant knight. But welcome Eustace, in good time arrived. Defender of my state, my life, my right. I wish my hapless self no longer lived, when I esteem such good assistance light. Thus talked they on, and travelled on their way, their fellowship increasing every day. LXXXV. From every side they come, yet wist there none of others coming or of others' mind. She welcomes all, and telleth every one what joy her thoughts in his arrival find. But when Duke Godfrey wist his knights were gone, within his breast his wiser soul divined some hard mishap upon his friends should light, for which he sighed all day, and wept all night. LXXXVI. A messenger, while thus he mused, drew near, all soiled with dust and sweat, quite out of breath. It seemed the man did heavy tidings bear. Upon his look sate news of loss and death. My lord, quoth he, so many ships appear at sea, that Neptune bears the load uneath. From Egypt come they all, this lets thee weet. William Lord Admiral of the Genoa fleet. LXXXVI. Besides a convoy coming from the shore, with victual for this noble camp of thine. Surprised was, and lost is all that store. Mules, horses, camels laden, corn and wine. Thy servants fought till they could fight no more, for all were slain or captives made in fine. The Arabian outlaws them assailed by night, when least they feared, and least they looked for fight. LXXXVI. Their frantic boldness doth presume so far, that many Christians have they falsely slain, and like a raging flood they spared are, and overflow each country, field and plain. Send therefore some strong troops of men of war, to force them hence, and drive them home again, and keep the ways between these tents of thine, and those broad seas, the seas of Palestine. 89. From mouth to mouth the heavy rumor spread of these misfortunes, which dispersed wide among the soldiers, great amazement bred. Famine they doubt, and new come foes beside. The Duke, that saw their wonted courage fled, and in the place thereof weak fear espied. With merry looks these cheerful words he spake, to make them heart again and courage take. XC. Ye champions bold, with me that, scaped have so many dangers, and such hard assays, whom still your God did keep, defend and save. In all your battles, combats, fights and frays. You that subdued the Turks and Persians brave, that thirst and hunger held in scorn always, and vanquished hills, and seas, with heat and cold. Shall vain reports appall your courage bold? XCI. That Lord who helped you out at every need, when aught befell this glorious camp amiss, shall fortune all your actions well to speed, on whom his mercy large extended is. To fore his tomb, when conquering hands you spread, with what delight will you remember this? Be strong therefore, and keep your valors high, to honor, conquest, fame and victory. 92. Their hopes half dead and courage well nigh lost, revived with these brave speeches of their guide. But in his breast 1,000 cares he tossed, although his sorrows he could wisely hide. He studied how to feed that mighty host, in so great scarceness, and what force provide he should against the Egyptian warriors sly, and how subdue those thieves of Araby. Sixth Book. The Argument. Argantes calls the Christians out to just. Otho not chosen doth his strength essay, but from his saddle tumbleth in the dust, and captive to the town is sent away. Tancred begins new fight, and when both trust to win the praise and palm, night ends the fray. Armenia hopes to cure her wounded knight, and from the city armed rides by night. Aye. But better hopes had them recomforted, that lay besieged in the sacred town. With new supply late were they victualled, when night obscured the earth with shadows brown. Their arms and engines on the walls they spread, their slings to cast, and stones to tumble down. And all that side which to the northward lies, high rampiers and strong bulwarks fortifies. 2. Their wary king commands now here now there, to build this tower, to make that bulwark strong. Whether the sun, the moon, or stars appear, to give them time to work, no time comes wrong. In every street new weapons forged were, by cunning smiths, sweating with labor long. While thus the careful prince provision made, to him Argantes came, and boasting said. 3. How long shall we, like prisoners in chains, captive lie enclosed within this wall? I see your workmen taking endless pains, to make new weapons for no use at all. Meanwhile these western thieves destroy the plains. Your towns are burnt, your forts and castles fall. Yet none of us dares at these gates out peep, or sound one trumpet shrill to break their sleep. 4. Their time in feasting and good cheer they spend, nor dare we once their banquets sweet molest. The days and night likewise they bring to end, in peace, assurance, quiet, ease and rest. But we must yield whom hunger soon will shend, and make for peace, to save our lives, request. Else, if Egyptian army stay too long, like cowards die within this fortress strong. V. Yet never shall my courage great consent. So vile a death should end my noble days. Nor on mine arms within these walls I pent. Tomorrow's sun shall spread his timely rays. Let sacred heavens dispose as they are bent. Of this frail life. Yet not withouten praise. Of valor, prowess, might, Argantes shall inglorious die, or unrevenged fall. 6. But if the roots of wonted chivalry be not quite dead your princely breast within, devise not how with frame and praise to die, but how to live, to conquer and to win. Let us together at these gates outfly, and skirmish bold and bloody fight begin. For when last need to desperation driveth, who dareth most he wisest counsel giveth. 7. But if in field your wisdom dare not venture to hazard all your troops to doubtful fight, then bind yourself to Godfrey by indenture, to end your quarrels by one single night. And for the Christian this accord shall enter with better will. Say such you know you're right, that he the weapons, place and time shall choose, and let him for his best, that vantage use. 8. For though your foe had hands, like Hector strong, with heart unfeared, and courage stern and stout, yet no misfortune can your justice wrong. And what that wanteth, shall this arm help out. In spite of fate shall this right hand ere long return victorious, if hereof you doubt. Take it for pledge, wherein if trust you have, it shall yourself defend and kingdom save. 9. Bold youth, the tyrant thus began to speak. Although I withered seem with age and years, yet are not these old arms so faint and weak, nor this hoar head so full of doubts and fears. But when as death this vital thread shall break, he shall my courage hear, my death who hears. And Aladine that lived a king and knight, to his fair morn will have an evening bright. X. But that which yet I would have further blazed, to thee in secret shall be told and spoken. Great Solomon of Nice, so far appraised, to be revenged for his scepter broken, the men of arms of Araby hath raised, from into Africk, and, when we give token, attends the favor of the friendly knight, to victual us, and with our foes to fight. 11. Now though Godfredo hold by warlike feet some castles poor and forts in vile oppression, care not for that, for still our princely seat, this stately town, we keep in our possession. But thou appease and calm that courage great, which in thy bosom makes so hot impression, and stay fit time, which will betide ere long, to increase thy glory, and revenge our wrong. 12. The Saracen at this was inly spite, who Solomon's great worth had long envied. To hear him praised thus he not delighted, nor that the king upon his aid relied. Within your power, Sir King, he says, united are peace and war, nor shall that be denied. But for the Turk and his Arabian band, he lost his own, shall he defend your land? 13. Perchance he comes some heavenly messenger, sent down to set the pagan people free. Then let Argantes for himself take care. This sword, I trust, shall well safe conduct me. But while you rest and all your forces spare, that I go forth to war at least agree. Though not your champion, yet a private knight, I will some Christian prove in single fight. 14. The king replied, though thy force and might should be reserved to better time and use, yet that thou challenge some renowned knight among the Christians bold I not refuse. The warrior breathing out desire of fight, an herald called, and said, go tell those news to Godfrey's self, and to the western lords, and in their hearings boldly say these words. 15. Say that a knight, who holds in great disdain, to be thus closed up in secret mew, will with his sword in open field maintain. If any dare deny his words for true, that no devotion, as they falsely feign, hath moved the French these countries to subdue, but vile ambition, and pride's hateful vice, desire of rule, and spoil, and covetise. 16. And that to fight I am not only pressed with one or two that dare defend the cause, but come the fourth or fifth, come all the rest. Come all that will, and all that weapon draws. Let him that yields obey the victor's hest, as wills the lore of mighty Mars his laws. This was the challenge that fierce pagan sent. The herald donned his coat of arms, and went. 17. And when the man before the presence came of princely Godfrey, and his captains bold, my lord, quoth he, may I withouten blame before your grace, my message brave unfold? Thou mayest, he answered, we approve the same. Withouten fear, be thine ambassage told. Then, quoth the herald, shall your highness see if this ambassage sharp or pleasing be. 18. The challenge gone he then at large expose, with mighty threats, high terms and glorious words. On every side an angry murmur rose. To wrath so moved were the knights and lords. Then Godfrey spake, and said, the man hath chose an hard exploit, but when he feels our swords, I trust we shall so far entreat the knight, as to excuse the fourth or fifth of fight. 19. But let him come and prove, the field I grant. Nor wrong nor treason let him doubt or fear. Some here shall pay him for his glorious vaunt, without or guile, or vantage, that I swear. The herald turned when he had ended scant, and hasted back the way he came while nor stayed he aught, nor once forslowed his pace, till he bespake Argantes face to face. XX. Arm you, my lord, he said, your bold defies. By your brave foes accepted boldly been. This combat neither high nor low denies. 10,000 wished to meet you on the green. 1,000 frowned with angry flaming eyes, and shaked for rage their swords and weapons keen. The field is safely granted by their guide. This said, the champion for his armor cried. XXI. While he was armed, his heart for ire nigh brake. So yearned his courage hot his foes to find. The king to fair Clorinda present spake. If he go forth, remain not you behind, but of our soldiers best 1,000 take, to guard his person and your own assigned. Yet let him meet alone the Christian knight, and stand yourself aloof, while they two fight. XXI. Thus spake the king, and soon without abode, the troop went forth in shining armor clad. Before the rest the pagan champion rode. His wonted arms and ensigns all he had. A goodly plain displayed wide and broad. Between the city and the camp was spread a place like that wherein proud Rome beheld the forward young men manage spear and shield. XCI. There all alone Argantes took his stand, defying Christ and all his servants true, in stature, stomach, and in strength of hand, in pride, presumption, and in dreadful show. Encelade like, on the Phlegrean strand, or that huge giant Jesse's infant slew. But his fierce semblant they esteemed light, for most not knew, or else not feared his might. Ziv. As yet not one had Godfrey singled out, to undertake this hardy enterprise. But on Prince Tancred saw he all the rout, had fixed their wishes, and had cast their eyes. On him he spied them gazing round about, as though their honor on his prowess lies. And now they whispered louder what they meant, which Godfrey heard and saw, and was content. XXV. The rest gave place, for every one descried, to whom their chieftains will did most incline. Tancred, quoth he, I pray thee calm the pride Abate the rage of yonder Saracen. No longer would the chosen champion bide. His face with joy, his eyes with gladness shine. His helm he took, and ready steed best rode. And guarded with his trusty friends forth rode. XXVI. But scantly had he spurred his courser swift. Near to the plain, where proud Argantes stayed. When unawares his eyes he chanced to lift. And on the hill beheld the warlike maid. As white as snow upon the alpine clift. The Virgin shone in silver arms arrayed. Her ventle up so high, that he descried her goodly visage, and her beauty's pride. XXVI. He saw not where the pagan stood, and stared. As if with looks he would his foeman kill. But full of other thoughts he forward fared. And sent his looks before him up the hill. His gesture such his troubled soul declared. At last as marble rock he standeth still. Stone cold without. Within, burnt with love's flame. And quite forgot himself, and why he came. 18. The challenger, that yet saw none appear. That made or sign or show he came to just. How long, cried he, shall I attend you here? Dares none come forth? Dares none his fortune trust? The other stood amazed, love stopped his ear. He thinks on Cupid, think of Mars who lust. But forth stirred Otho bold, and took the field. A gentle knight whom God from danger shield. Zix. This youth was one of those, who late desired. With that vainglorious boaster to have fought. But Tancred chosen, he and all retired. Now when his slackness he awhile admired. And saw elsewhere employed was his thought. Nor that to just, though chosen, once he proffered. He boldly took that fit occasion offered. XXX. No tiger, panther, spotted leopard. Runs half so swift, the forests wild among. As this young champion hasted thitherward. Where he attending saw the pagan strong. Tancredi started with the noise he heard. As waked from sleep. Where he had dreamed long. Oh stay, he cried, to me belongs this war. But cried too late, Otho was gone too far. XXXI. Then full of fury, anger and despite. He stayed his horse, and waxed red for shame. The fight was his, but now disgraced quite. Himself he thought, another played his game. Meanwhile the Saracen did hugely smite. On Otho's helm, who to requite the same. His foe quite through his sevenfold targe did bear. And in his breastplate stuck and broke his spear. XXXI. The encounter such, upon the tender grass. Down from his steed the Christian backward fell. Yet his proud foe so strong and sturdy was. That he nor shook, nor staggered in his cell. But to the knight that lay full low, alas! In high disdain his will thus gone he tell. Yield thee my slave, and this thine honor be. Thou mayst report thou hast encountered me. 33. Not so, quoth he, pardy it's not the guise. Of Christian knights, though fallen, so soon to yield. I can my fall excuse in better wise. And will revenge this shame, or die in field. The great Circassian bent his frowning eyes. Like that grim visage in Minerva's shield. Then learn, quoth he, what force Argantes useth. Against that fool that proffered grace refuseth. Exiv. With that he spurred his horse with speed and haste. Forgetting what good knights to virtue owe. Otho his fury shunned, and, as he passed. At his right side he reached a noble blow. Wide was the wound, the blood outstreamed fast. And from his side fell to his stirrup low. But what avails to hurt, if wounds augment our foe's fierce courage, strength and hardiment? XXXV. Argantes nimbly turned his ready steed. And ere his foe was wist or well aware. Against his side he drove his courser's head. What force could he gainst so great might prepare? Weak were his feeble joints, his courage dead. His heart amazed, his paleness showed his care. His tender side gainst the hard earth he cast. Shamed, with the first fall, bruised, with the last. XXXVI. The victor spurred again his lightfoot steed. And made his passage over Otho's heart. And cried, these fools thus under foot I tread. That dare contend with me in equal mart. Tancred for anger shook his noble head. So was he grieved with that unknightly part. The fault was his, he was so slow before. With double valor would he salve that sore. XVI. Forward he galloped fast, and loudly cried. Villain, quoth he, thy conquest is thy shame. What praise? What honor shall this fact betide? What gain? What guerdon shall befall the same? Among the Arabian thieves thy face go hide. Far from resort of men of worth and fame. Or else in woods and mountains wild, by night. On savage beasts employ thy savage might. XXXVI. The pagan patience never knew, nor used. Trembling for ire, his sandy locks he tore. Out from his lips flew such a sound confused. As lions make in deserts thick, which roar. Or as when clouds together crushed and bruised. Pour down a tempest by the Caspian shore. So was his speech imperfect, stopped, and broken. He roared and thundered when he should have spoken. XX. But when with threats they both had whetted keen. Their eager rage, their fury, spite and ire. They turned their steeds and left large space between. To make their forces greater, proaching nigher. With terms that warlike and that worthy been. O sacred muse, my haughty thoughts inspire. And make a trumpet of my slender quill. To thunder out this furious combat shrill. XL. These sons of Mavers bore, instead of spears. Two knotty masts, which none but they could lift. Each foaming steed so fast his master bears. That never beast, bird, shaft flew half so swift. Such was their fury, as when Boreas tears the shattered crags from Taurus' northern clift. Upon their helms their lances long they broke. And up to heaven flew splinters, sparks and smoke. XLI. The shock made all the towers and turrets quake. And woods and mountains all nigh hand resound. Yet could not all that force and fury shake the valiant champions, nor their persons wound. Together hurtled both their steeds, and brake each other's neck, the riders lay on ground. But they, great masters of war's dreadful art, plucked forth their swords and soon from earth upstart. XLI. Close at his surest ward each warrior leath. He wisely guides his hand, his foot, his eye. This blow he proveth, that defence he trieth. He traverseth, retireth, presseth nigh. Now strikes he out, and now he falsifieth. This blow he wardeth. That he lets slip by. And for advantage oft he lets some part discovered seem. Thus art deludeth art. XLI. The pagan ilk defenced with sword or targe. Tancredi's thigh, as he supposed, espied. And reaching forth gainst it his weapon large. Quite naked to his foe leaves his left side. Tancred avoideth quick his furious charge. And gave him eke a wound deep, sore and wide. That done, himself safe to his ward retired. His courage praised by all, his skill admired. Slive. The proud Circassian saw his streaming blood. Down from his wound, as from a fountain, running. He sighed for rage, and trembled as he stood. He blamed his fortune, folly, want of cunning. He lift his sword aloft, for ire nigh would. And forward rushed, Tancred his fury shunning. With a sharp thrust once more the pagan hit. To his broad shoulder where his arm is knit. XLV. Like as a bear through pierced with a dart. Within the secret woods, no further fleeth. But bites the senseless weapon mad with smart, seeking revenge till unrevenged she dieth. So mad Argantes fared, when his proud heart, wound upon wound, and shame on shame aspeth. Desire of vengeance so o'ercame his senses, that he forgot all dangers, all defences. XLVI. Uniting force extreme, with endless wrath, supporting both with youth and strength untired. His thundering blows so fast about he layeth, that skies and earth the flying sparkles fired. His foe to strike one blow no leisure hath. Scantly he breathed, though he oft desired. His warlike skill and cunning all was waste. Such was Argantes' force, and such his haste. XLVI. Long time Tancredi had in vain attended, when this huge storm should overblow and pass. Some blows his mighty target well defended, some fell beside, and wounded deep the grass. But when he saw the tempest never ended, nor that the Paynim's force aught weaker was, he high advanced his cutting sword at length, and rage to rage opposed, and strength to strength. XLVI. Wrath bore the sway, both art and reason fail. Fury new force, and courage new supplies. Their armors forged were of metal frail. On every side thereof, huge cantels flies. The land was strewed all with plate and mail. That, on the earth, on that, their warm blood lies. And at each rush and every blow they smote. Thunder the noise, the sparks, seemed lightning hot. 49. The Christian people and the pagans gazed on this fierce combat, wishing oft the end. Twixt hope and fear they stood long time amazed, to see the knights assail, and eke defend. Yet neither sign they made, nor noise they raised, but for the issue of the fight attend. And stood as still, as life and sense they wanted, save that their hearts within their bosoms panted. Now were they tired both, and well nigh spent. Their blows show greater will than power to wound. But night her gentle daughter darkness, sent, with friendly shade to overspread the ground. Two heralds to the fighting champions went, to part the fray, as laws of arms them bound. Aridanes born in France, and wise Pindor, the man that brought the challenge proud before. These men their scepters interpose, between the doubtful hazards of uncertain fight. For such their privilege hath ever been. The law of nations doth defend their right. Pindor began, stay, you warriors keen. Equal your honor, equal is your might. Forbear this combat, so we deem it best. Give night her due, and grant your persons rest. Man goeth forth to labor with the sun. But with the night, all creatures draw to sleep. Nor yet of hidden praise in darkness one. The valiant heart of noble knight takes keep. Argantes answered him, the fight begun. Now to forbear doth wound my heart right deep. Yet will I stay, so that this Christian swear before you both, again to meet me here. I swear, quoth Tancred, but swear thou likewise, to make return thy prisoner eke with thee. Else for achievement of this enterprise, none other time but this expect of me. Thus swore they both. The heralds both devise what time for this exploit should fittest be. And for their wounds of rest and cure had need. To meet again the 6th day was decreed. This fight was deep imprinted in their hearts, that saw this bloody fray to ending brought. And horror great possessed their weaker parts, which made them shrink who on their combat thought. Much speech was of the praise and high desarts of these brave champions that so nobly fought. But which for knightly worth was most appraised, of that was doubt and disputation raised. All long to see them end this doubtful fray. And as they favor, so they wish success. These hope true virtue shall obtain the day. Those trust on fury, strength and hardiness. But on Armenia most this burden lay, whose looks her trouble and her fear express. For on this dangerous combat's doubtful end, her joy, her comfort, hope and life depend. Lvi. Her the sole daughter of that hapless king, that of proud Antioch late wore the crown, the Christian soldiers to Tancredi bring, when they had sacked and spoiled that glorious town. But he, in whom all good and virtue spring, the virgin's honor saved, and her renown. And when her city and her state was lost, then was her person loved and honored most. Lvi. He honored her, served her, and leave her gave, and willed her go whither and when she list. Her gold and jewels had he care to save, and them restored all, she nothing missed. She, that beheld this youth and person brave, when, by this deed, his noble mind she wist, laid ope her heart for Cupid's shaft to hit, who never knots of love more surer knit. Lvi. Her body free, captivated was her heart, and love the keys did of that prison bear. Prepared to go, it was a death to part from that kind lord, and from that prison dear. But thou, O honor, which esteemed art the chiefest virtue noble ladies wear, enforcest her against her will, to wend to Aladine, her mother's dearest friend. Lax. At Chaon was this princess entertained by that old tyrant and her mother dear, whose loss too soon the woeful damsel plained. Her grief was such, she lived not half the year. Yet banishment, nor loss of friends constrained the hapless made her passions to forbear. For though exceeding were her woe and grief, of all her sorrows yet her love was chief. Lx. The silly maid in secret longing pined, her hope a mote drawn up by Phoebus' rays. Her love a mountain seemed, whereon bright shined fresh memory of Tancred's worth and praise. Within her closet if herself she shrined, a hotter fire her tender heart assays. Tancred at last, to raise her hope nigh dead, before those walls did his broad ensign spread. Lxi. The rest to view the Christian army feared. Such seemed their number, such their power and might. But she alone her troubled forehead cleared, and on them spread her beauty shining bright. In every squadron when it first appeared, her curious eye sought out her chosen knight. And every gallant that the rest excels, the same seems him, so love and fancy tells. Lxi. Within the kingly palace builded high, a turret standeth near the city's wall, from which Armenia might at ease descry the western host, the plains and mountains all. And there she stood all the long day to spy, from Phoebus rising to his evening fall, and with her thoughts disputed of his praise, and every thought a scalding sigh did raise. Lxi. From hence the furious combat she surveyed, and felt her heart tremble with fear and pain. Her secret thoughts thus to her fancy said, Behold thy dear in danger to be slain. So with suspect, with fear and grief dismayed, attended she her darling's loss or gain. And ever when the pagan lift his blade, the stroke a wound in her weak bosom made. Lexive. But when she saw the end, and wist withal their strong contention should eftsoons begin, amazement strange her courage did appall. Her vital blood was icy cold within. Sometimes she sighed, sometimes tears let fall, to witness what distress her heart was in. Hopeless, dismayed, pale, sad, astonished. Her love, her fear, her torment bred. Lxv. Her idle brain unto her soul presented death in 100 ugly fashions painted. And if she slept, then was her grief augmented. With such sad visions were her thoughts acquainted. She saw her lord with wounds and hurts tormented. How he complained, called for her help, and fainted. And found, awake from that unquiet sleeping, her heart with panting sore, eyes, red with weeping. Lxvi. Yet these presages of his coming ill, not greatest cause of her discomfort were. She saw his blood from his deep wounds distill. Nor what he suffered could she bide or bear. Besides, report her longing ear did fill, doubling his danger, doubling so her fear, that she concludes, so was her courage lost. Her wounded lord was weak, faint, dead almost. Lxvi. And for her mother had her taught before the secret virtue of each herb that springs, besides fit charms for every wound or sore, corruption breedeth or misfortune brings. An art esteemed in those times of yore, beseeming daughters of great lords and kings. She would herself be surgeon to her knight, and heal him with her skill, or with her sight. Lxvi. Thus would she cure her love, and cure her foe. She must, that had her friends and kinsfolk slain. Some cursed weeds her cunning hand did know, that could augment his harm, increase his pain. But she abhorred to be revenged so. No treason should her spotless person stain. And virtueless she wished all herbs and charms, wherewith false men increase their patients' harms. Lex. Nor feared she among the bands to stray of armed men, for often had she seen the tragic end of many a bloody fray. Her life had full of haps and hazards been. This made her bold in every hard essay. More than her feeble sex became, I ween. She feared not the shake of every reed. So cowards are courageous made through need. Lxx. Love, fearless, hardy, and audacious love, emboldened had this tender damsel so, that where wild beasts and serpents glide and move, through Afric's deserts durst she ride or go, save that her honor she esteemed above her life and body's safety, told her no. For in the secret of her troubled thought, a doubtful combat, love and honor fought. Lxxi. O spotless virgin, honor thus begun, that my true lore observed firmly hast, when with thy foes thou didst in bondage won. Remember then I kept thee pure and chaste. At liberty now, where wouldest thou run? To lay that field of princely virtue waste, or lose that jewel ladies hold so dear? Is maidenhood so great a load to bear? Lxxi. Or deem'st thou it a praise of little prize, the glorious title of a virgin's name, that thou wilt gad by night in giglot wise, amid thine armed foes, to seek thy shame? O fool, a woman conquers when she flies. Refusal kindleth, proffers quench the flame. Thy lord will judge thou shinnest beyond measure, if vainly thus thou waste so rich a treasure. Lxxi. The sly deceiver Cupid thus beguiled the simple damsel with his filed tongue. Thou wert not born, quoth he, in desert wild, the cruel bears and savage beasts among, that you shouldest scorn fair Cytherea's child, or hate those pleasures that to youth belong. Nor did the gods thy heart of iron frame. To be in love is neither sin nor shame. Lexiv. Go then, go, whither sweet desire inviteth. How can thy gentle knight so cruel be? Love in his heart thy grief and sorrows writeth. For thy laments how he complaineth, see. O cruel woman, whom no care exciteth. To save his life, that saved and honored thee. He languished, 1 foot thou wilt not move. To succor him, yet say'st thou art in love. Lxxv. No, no, stay here Argantes' wounds to cure, and make him strong to shed thy darling's blood. Of such reward he may himself assure, that doth a thankless woman so much good. Ah! May it be thy patience can endure. To see the strength of this Circassian wood. And not with horror and amazement shrink. When on their future fight thou hapst to think. LXXVI. Besides the thanks and praises for the deed. Suppose what joy, what comfort shalt thou win. When thy soft hand doth wholesome plaister speed. Upon the breaches in his ivory skin. Thence to thy dearest Lord may health succeed. Strength to his limbs, blood to his cheeks so thin. And his rare beauties, now half dead and more. Thou mayst to him to thyself restore. LXXVI. So shall some part of his adventures bold. And valiant acts henceforth be held as thine. His dear embracements shall thee straight enfold. Together joined in marriage rites divine. Lastly high place of honor shalt thou hold. Among the matrons sage and dames Latine. In Italy, a land, as each one tells. Where valor true. And true religion dwells. LXXVI. With such vain hopes the silly maid abused. Promised herself mountains and hills of gold. Yet were her thoughts with doubts and fears confused. How to escape unseen out of that hold? Because the watchman every minute used. To guard the walls against the Christians bold. And in such fury and such heat of war. The gates or seld or never opened are. Lexix. With strong Clorinda was Erminia sweet. In surest links of dearest friendship bound. With her she used the rising sun to greet. And her, when Phoebus glided underground. She made the lovely partner of her sheet. In both their hearts one will, one thought was found. Nor aught she hid from that virago bold. Except her love, that tale to none she told. LXXX. That kept she secret, if Clorinda heard. Her make complaints, or secretly lament. To other cause her sorrow she referred. Matter enough she had of discontent. Like as the bird that having close embarred. Her tender young ones in the springing bent. To draw the searcher further from her nest. Cries and complains most where she needeth least. LXXXI. Alone, within her chamber's secret part. Sitting one day upon her heavy thought. Devising by what means, what sleight, what art. Her close departure should be safest wrought. Assembled in her unresolved heart. An hundred passions strove and ceaseless fought. At last she saw high hanging on the wall. Clorinda's silver arms, and sighed withal. LXXXI. And sighing, softly to herself she said. How blessed is this virgin in her might. How I envy the glory of the maid. Yet envy not her shape, or beauty's light. Her steps are not with trailing garments stayed. Nor chambers hide her valor shining bright. But armed she rides, and breaketh sword and spear. Nor is her strength restrained by shame or fear. LXXXI. Alas, why did not heaven these members frail? With lively force and vigor strengthen so. That I this silken gown and slender veil. Might for a breastplate and an helm forego. Then should not heat, nor cold, nor rain, nor hail. Nor storms that fall, nor blustering winds that blow. Withhold me, but I would both day and night. In pitched field, or private combat fight. 84. Nor hadst thou, Argantes, first begun. With my dear lord that fierce and cruel fight. But I to that encounter would have run. And haply ta'en him captive by my might. Yet should he find, our furious combat done. His thraldom easy, and his bondage light. For fetters, mine embracements should he prove. For diet, kisses sweet, for keeper, love. LXXXV. Or else my tender bosom opened wide. And heart though pierced with his cruel blade. The bloody weapon in my wounded side. Might cure the wound which love before had made. Then should my soul in rest and quiet slide. Down to the valleys of the Elysian shade. And my mishap the night perchance would move. To shed some tears upon his murdered love. LXXXVI. Alas! Impossible are all these things. Such wishes vain afflict my woeful sprite. Why yield I thus to plaints and sorrowings? As if all hope and help were perished quite. My heart dares much, it soars with Cupid's wings. Why use I not for once these armors bright? I may sustain a while this shield aloft. Though I be tender, feeble, weak and soft. LXXXVI. Love, strong, bold, mighty never tired love. Supplieth force to all his servants true. The fearful stags he doth to battle move. Till each his horns in others' blood imbrue. Yet mean not I the haps of war to prove. A stratagem I have devised new. Clorinda like in this fair harness dight. I will escape out of the town this night. LXXXVI. I know the men that have the gate to ward. If she command dare not her will deny. In what sort else could I beguile the guard? This way is only left, this will I try. O gentle love, in this adventure hard. Thine handmaid guide, assist and fortify. The time, the hour now fitteth best the thing. While stout Clorinda talketh with the king. 89. Resolved thus, without delay she went. As her strong passion did her rashly guide. And those bright arms, down from the rafter hent. Within her closet did she closely hide. That might she do unseen, for she had sent the rest, on sleeveless errands from her side. And night her stealths brought to their wished end. Night, patroness of thieves, and lovers' friend. XC. Some sparkling fires on heaven's bright visage shone. His azure robe the orient blueness lost. When she, whose wit and reason both were gone, called for a squire she loved and trusted most. To whom and to a maid, a faithful one. Part of her will she told. How that in post she would depart from Judah's king, and feigned that other cause her sudden flight constrained. XCI. The trusty squire provided needments meet. As for their journey fitting most should be. Meanwhile her vesture, pendant to her feet. Erminia doffed, as erst determined she. Stripped to her petticoat the virgin sweet. So slender was, that wonder was to see. Her handmaid ready at her mistress' will. To arm her helped, though simple were her skill. 92. The rugged steel oppressed and offended. Her dainty neck, and locks of shining gold. Her tender arm so feeble was, it bended. When that huge target it presumed to hold. The burnished steel bright rays far off extended. She feigned courage, and appeared bold. Fast by her side unseen smiled Venus' son. As erst he laughed when Alcides spun. XCI. Oh, with what labor did her shoulders bear that heavy burthen, and how slow she went. Her maid, to see that all the coasts were clear. Before her mistress, through the streets was sent. Love gave her courage, love exiled fear. Love to her tired limbs new vigor lent. Till she approached where the squire abode. There took they horse forthwith and forward rode. Civ. Disguised they went, and by unused ways. And secret paths they strove unseen to gone. Until the watch they meet, which sore affrays. Their soldiers knew, when swords and weapons shone. Yet none to stop their journey once essays. But place and passage yielded every one. For that bright armor, and that helmet bright, were known and feared, in the darkest night. XCV. Erminia, though some deal she were dismayed. Yet went she on, and goodly countenance bore. She doubted lest her purpose were bewrayed. Her too much boldness she repented sore. But now the gate her fear and passage stayed. The heedless porter she beguiled therefore. I am Clorinda, ope the gate, she cried. Where as the king commands, this late I ride. XCVI. Her woman's voice and terms all framed been. Most like the speeches of the princess stout. Who would have thought on horseback to have seen that feeble damsel armed round about? The porter her obeyed, and she, between her trusty squire and maiden, sallied out. And through the secret dales they silent pass, where danger least, least fear, least peril was. XCVI. But when these fair adventurers entered were deep in a vale, Armenia stayed her haste. To be recalled she had no cause to fear. This foremost hazard had she trimly passed. But dangers new, tofore unseen, appear. New perils she descried, new doubts she cast. The way that her desire to quiet brought, more difficult now seemed than erst she thought. XCVI. Armed to ride among her angry foes, she now perceived it were great oversight. Yet would she not, she thought, herself disclose, until she came before her chosen knight. To him she purposed to present the rose, pure, spotless, clean, untouched of mortal wight. She stayed therefore, and in her thoughts more wise, she called her squire, whom thus she gone advise. 6. Thou must, quoth she, be mine ambassador. Be wise, be careful, true, and diligent. Go to the camp, present thyself before the Prince Tancredi, wounded in his tent. Tell him thy mistress comes to cure his sore. If he to grant her peace and rest consent, gainst whom fierce love such cruel war hath raised, so shall his wounds be cured, her torments eased. See. And say, in him such hope and trust she hath, that in his powers she fears no shame nor scorn. Tell him thus much, and whatsoe'er he saith, unfold no more, but make a quick return. Aye, for this place is free from harm and scath. Within this valley will meanwhile sojourn. Thus spake the princess, and her servant true, to execute the charge imposed, flew. Ci. And was received, he so discreetly wrought. First of the watch that guarded in their place. Before the wounded prince then was he brought, who heard his message kind, with gentle grace, which told, he left him tossing in his thought 1,000 doubts, and turned his speedy pace, to bring his lady and his mistress word, she might be welcome to that courteous lord. Cii. But she, impatient, to whose desire grievous and harmful seemed each little stay, recounts his steps, and thinks, now draws he nigher, now enters in, now speaks, now comes his way. And that which grieved her most, the careful squire, less speedy seemed than e'er before that day. Lastly she forward rode with love to guide, until the Christian tents at hand she spied. Ci. Invested in her starry veil, the night in her kind arms embraced all this round. The silver moon from sea uprising bright spread frosty pearl upon the candid ground, and Cynthia like for beauty's glorious light. The love-sick nymph threw glittering beams around, and counselors of her old love she made those valleys dumb, that silence, and that shade. Civ. Beholding then the camp, quoth she, O fair, and castle-like pavilions, richly wrought. From you how sweet methinketh blows the air. How comforts it my heart, my soul, my thought. Through heaven's fair face from gulf of sad despair, my tossed bark to port well nigh is brought. In you I seek redress for all my harms. Rest, midst your weapons, peace, amongst your arms. CV. Receive me, then, and let me mercy find. As gentle love assureth me I shall. Among you had I entertainment kind. When first I was the Prince Tancredi's thrall. I covet not, led by ambition blind. You should me in my father's throne install. Might I but serve in you my lord so dear, that my content, my joy, my comfort were. Cvi. Thus parleyed she, poor soul, and never feared the sudden blow of fortune's cruel spite. She stood where Phoebe's splendent beam appeared upon her silver armor double bright. The place about her round she shining cleared with that pure white wherein the nymph was dight. The tigress great, that on her helmet laid, bore witness where she went, and where she stayed. Cvi. So as her fortune would, a Christian band their secret ambush there had closely framed, led by two brothers of Italia land, young Polypherne and Alicandro named. These with their forces watched to withstand those that brought victuals to their foes untamed, and kept that passage. Them Armenia spied, and fled as fast as her swift steed could ride. Cvi. But Polypherne, before whose watery eyes his aged father strong Clorinda slew, when that bright shield and silver helm he spies, the championess he thought he saw and knew, upon his hidden mates for aid he cries, gainst his supposed foe, and forth he flew, as he was rash, and heedless in his wrath, bending his lance, thou art but dead, he saith. Cx. As when a chaste hind her course doth bend, to seek by soil to find some ease or goad, whether from craggy rock the spring descend, or softly glide within the shady wood. If there the dogs she meet, where late she wend, to comfort her weak limbs in cooling flood, again she flies swift as she fled at first, forgetting weakness, weariness and thirst. Cx. So she, that thought to rest her weary sprite, and quench the endless thirst of ardent love, with dear embracements of her lord and knight, but such as marriage rites should first approve, when she beheld her foe, with weapon bright, threatening her death, his trusty courser move. Her love, her lord, herself abandoned, she spurred her speedy steed, and swift she fled. Cxi. Armenia fled, scantly the tender grass, her Pegasus with his light footsteps bent, her maiden's beast for speed did likewise pass. Yet diverse ways, such was their fear, they went. The squire who all too late returned, alas, with tardy news from Prince Tancredi's tent, fled likewise, when he saw his mistress gone. It booted not to sojourn there alone. Cxi. But Alicandro wiser than the rest, who this supposed Clorinda saw likewise, to follow her yet was he nothing pressed, but in his ambush still and close he lies. A messenger to Godfrey he addressed, that should him of this accident advise, how that his brother chased with naked blade Clorinda's self, or else Clorinda's shade. Cxi. Yet that it was, or that it could be she, he had small cause or reason to suppose. Occasion great and weighty must it be, should make her ride by night among her foes. What Godfrey willed that observed he, and with his soldiers lay in ambush close. These news through all the Christian army went, in every cabin talked, in every tent. Xiv. Tancred, whose thoughts the squire had filled with doubt, by his sweet words, supposed now hearing this, alas, the virgin came to seek me out, and for my sake her life in danger is. Himself forthwith he singled from the rout, and rode in haste, though half his arms he miss, among those sandy fields and valleys green, to seek his love, he galloped fast unseen. Seventh Book. The Argument. A shepherd fair Armenia entertains, whom whilst Tancredi seeks in vain to find, he is entrapped in Armida's trains. Raymond with strong Argontes is assigned to fight, an angel to his aid he gains. Satan that sees the pagan's fury blind, and hasty wrath turn to his loss and harm, doth raise new tempest, uproar and alarm. I. Armenia's steed this while his mistress bore through forests thick among the shady treean. Her feeble hand the bridle reins forlore. Half in a swoon she was, for fear I ween. But her fleet courser spared ne'er the more to bear her through the desert woods unseen of her strong foes, that chased her through the plain. And still pursued, but still pursued in vain. 2. Like as the weary hounds at last retire, windless, displeased, from the fruitless chase. When the sly beast tapished in bush and briar, no art nor pains can rouse out of his place. The Christian knights so full of shame and ire returned back with faint and weary pace. Yet still the fearful dame fled swift as wind, nor ever stayed, nor ever looked behind. 3. Through thick and thin, all night, all day, she drived, withouten comfort, company, or guide. Her plaints and tears with every thought revived. She heard and saw her griefs, but not beside. But when the sun his burning chariot dived in Thetis wave, and weary team untied, on Jordan's sandy banks her course she stayed. At last, there down she light, and down she laid. 4. Her tears, her drink, her food, her sorrowings. This was her diet that unhappy night. But sleep, that sweet repose and quiet brings, to ease the griefs of discontented wight, spread forth his tender, soft, and nimble wings, in his dull arms folding the Virgin bright. And Love, his mother, and the Graces kept strong watch and ward, while this fair lady slept. The birds awaked her with their morning song. Their warbling music pierced her tender ear. The murmuring brooks and whistling winds among the rattling boughs and leaves, their parts did bear. Her eyes unclosed beheld the groves along, of swains and shepherd grooms that dwellings were. And that sweet noise, birds, winds and waters sent, provoked again the Virgin to lament. 6. Her plaints were interrupted with a sound that seemed from thickest bushes to proceed. Some jolly shepherd sung a lusty round, and to his voice he tuned his oaten reed. Thither she went, an old man there she found, at whose right hand his little flock did feed. Sat making baskets, his 3 sons among, that learned their father's art, and learned his song. 7. Beholding one in shining arms appear, the seely man and his were sore dismayed. But sweet Armenia comforted their fear. Her vental up, her visage open laid. You happy folk, of heathen beloved dear, work on, quoth she, upon your harmless trade. These dreadful arms, I bear, no warfare bring to your sweet toil, nor those sweet tunes you sing. 8. But, Father, since this land, these towns and towers, destroyed are with sword, with fire and spoil, how may it be unhurt that you and yours in safety thus apply your harmless toil? My son, quoth he, this poor estate of ours is ever safe from storm of warlike broil. This wilderness doth us in safety keep. No thundering drum, no trumpet breaks our sleep. 9. Haply just heaven's defense and shield of right doth love the innocence of simple swains. The thunderbolts on highest mountains light, and seld or never strike the lower plains. So kings have cause to fear Bellona's might, not they whose sweat and toil their dinner gains. Nor ever greedy soldier was enticed by poverty, neglected and despised. X. O poverty, chief of the heavenly brood, dearer to me than wealth or kingly crown. No wish for honor, thirst of others' good, can move my heart, contented with mine own. We quench our thirst with water of this flood, nor fear we poison should therein be thrown. These little flocks of sheep and tender goats give milk for food, and wool to make us coats. 11. We little wish, we need but little wealth. From cold and hunger us to clothe and feed. These are my sons, their care preserves from stealth. Their father's flocks, nor servants more I need. Amid these groves I walk oft for my health. And to the fishes, birds, and beasts give heed. How they are fed, in forest, spring in lake. And their contentment for example take. 12. Time was, for each one hath his doting time. These silver locks were golden tresses then. That country life I hated as a crime. And from the forest sweet contentment ran. And there became the mighty caliph's man. And though I but a simple gardener were, yet could I mark abuses, see and hear. 13. Enticed on with hope of future gain, I suffered long what did my soul displease. But when my youth was spent, my hope was vain. I felt my native strength at last decrease. I gone my loss of lusty years complain, and wished I had enjoyed the country's peace. I bade the court farewell, and with content my latter age here have I quiet spent. 14. While thus he spake, Armenia hushed and still. His wise discourses heard, with great attention. His speeches grave those idle fancies kill, which in her troubled soul bred such dissension. After much thought reformed was her will. Within those woods to dwell was her intention. Till fortune should occasion new afford, to turn her home to her desired lord. 15. She said therefore, O shepherd fortunate, that troubles some didst whilom feel and prove, yet livest now in this contented state. Let my mishap thy thoughts to pity move, to entertain me as a willing mate. In shepherd's life which I admire and love. Within these pleasant groves perchance my heart, of her discomforts, may unload some part. 16. If gold or wealth, of most esteemed dear, if jewels rich thou didst hold in prize, such store thereof, such plenty have I here, as to a greedy mind might well suffice. With that down trickled many a silver tear. 2 crystal streams fell from her watery eyes. Part of her sad misfortunes then she told, and wept, and with her wept that shepherd old. 17. With speeches kind, he gone the virgin dear, toward his cottage gently home to guide. His aged wife there made her homely cheer, yet welcomed her, and placed her by her side. The princess donned a poor pastoral gear, a kerchief coarse upon her head she tied. But yet her gestures and her looks, I guess, were such as ill beseemed a shepherdess. 18. Not those rude garments could obscure and hide the heavenly beauty of her angel's face. Nor was her princely offspring damnified, or aught disparaged by those labors base. Her little flocks to pasture would she guide, and milk her goats, and in their folds them place. Both cheese and butter could she make, and frame, herself to please the shepherd and his dame. 19. But oft, when underneath the greenwood shade, her flocks lay hid from Phoebus' scorching rays, unto her night she songs and sonnets made, and them engraved in bark of beech and bays. She told how Cupid did her first invade, how conquered her, and ends with Tancred's praise. And when her passions rich she overread, again she mourned, again salt tears she shed. XX. You happy trees forever keep, quoth she, this waffle story in your tender rind. Another day under your shade maybe will come to rest again some lover kind, who if these trophies of my griefs he see, shall feel dear pity pierce his gentle mind. With that she sighed and said, too late I prove, there is no troth in fortune, trust in love. XXI. Yet may it be, if gracious heavens attend the earnest suit of a distressed wight, at my entreat they will vouchsafe to send to these huge deserts that unthankful night, that when to earth the man his eyes shall bend, And sees my grave. My tomb, and ashes light. My woeful death his stubborn heart may move. With tears and sorrows to reward my love. XXI. So, though my life hath most unhappy been, at least yet shall my spirit dead be blessed. My ashes cold shall, buried on this green, enjoy that good this body ne'er possessed. Thus she complained to the senseless Trean. Floods in her eyes, and fires were in her breast. But he for whom these streams of tears she shed, wandered far off, alas, as chance him led. XCI. He followed on the footsteps he had traced, till in high woods and forests old he came, where bushes, thorns and trees so thick were placed, and so obscure the shadows of the same, that soon he lost the tract wherein he paced. Yet went he on, which way he could not aim. But still attentive was his longing ear. If noise of horse or noise of arms he hear. Ziv. If with the breathing of the gentle wind, an aspen leaf but shaked on the tree. If bird or beast stirred in the bushes blind. Thither he spurred, thither he rode to see. Out of the wood by Cynthia's favor kind. At last, with travel great and pains, got he. And following on a little path, he heard a rumbling sound, and hasted thitherward. XXV. It was a fountain from the living stone, that poured down clear streams in noble store, whose conduit pipes, united all in one, throughout a rocky channel ghastly roar. Here Tancred stayed, and called, yet answered none, save babbling echo, from the crooked shore. And there the weary night at last espies, the springing daylight red and white arise. XXVI. He sighed sore, and guiltless heaven gone blame, that wished success to his desire denied, and sharp revenge protested for the same, if aught but good his mistress fair betide. Then wished he to return the way he came, although he wist not by what path to ride. And time drew near when he again must fight with proud Argontes, that vainglorious knight. XXVI. His stalwart steed the champion stout best rode, and pricked fast to find the way he lost. But through a valley as he musing rode, he saw a man that seemed for haste a post. His horn was hung between his shoulders broad. As is the guise with us, Tancredi crossed his way, and gently prayed the man to say to Godfrey's camp how he should find the way. XVIII. Sir, in the Italian language answered he, I ride where noble Beaumont hath me sent. The prince thought this his uncle's man should be, and after him his course with speed he bent. A fortress stately built at last they see, bout which a muddy stinking lake there went. There they arrived when Titan went to rest his weary limbs in night's untroubled nest. Zix. The courier gave the fort a warning blast. The drawbridge was let down by them within. If thou a Christian be, quoth he, thou mayest, till Phoebus shine again, here take thine inn. The county of Cosenza, 3 days past. This castle from the Turks did nobly win. The prince beheld the peace, which sight and art impregnable had made on every part. XXX. He feared within a pile so fortified, some secret treason or enchantment lay. But had he known even there he should have died. Yet should his looks no sign of fear betray. For wheresoever will or chance him guide, his strong victorious hand still made him way. Yet for the combat he must shortly make. No new adventures list he undertake. XXXI. Before the castle, in a meadow plain, beside the bridge's end, he stayed and stood. Nor was entreated by the speeches vain of his false guide, to pass beyond the flood. Upon the bridge appeared a warlike swain, from top to toe all clad in armor good, who brandishing a broad and cutting sword, Thus threatened death with many an idle word. XXXI. O thou, whom chance or will brings to the soil, where fair Armida doth the sceptre guide, thou canst not fly, of arms thyself despoil, and let thy hands with iron chains be tied. Enter and rest thee from thy weary toil. Within this dungeon shalt thou safe abide, and never hope again to see the day, or that thy hair for age shall turn to grey. 33. Except thou swear her valiant knights to aid against those traitors of the Christian crew. Tancred at this discourse a little stayed. His arms, his gesture, and his voice he knew. It was Rambaldo, who for that false maid forsook his country and religion true, and of that fort defender chief became, and those vile customs stablished in the same. Exiv. The warrior answered, blushing red for shame. Cursed apostate, and ungracious wight, I am that Tancred who defend the name of Christ, and have been I his faithful knight. His rebel foes can I subdue and tame, as thou shalt find before we end this fight. And thy false heart cleft with this vengeful sword shall feel the ire of thy forsaken lord. XXXV. When that great name Rambaldo's ears did fill, he shook for fear and looked pale for dread. Yet proudly said, Tancred, thy hap was ill, to wander hither where thou art but dead, where naught can help, thy courage, strength and skill. To Godfrey will I send thy cursed head, that he may see, how for Armida's sake, of him and of his Christ a scorn I make. XXXVI. This said, the day to sable night was turned. That scant one could another's arms descry. But soon 100 lamps and torches burned, that cleared all the earth and all the sky. The castle seemed a stage with lights adorned, on which men play some pompous tragedy. Within a terrace sat on high the queen, and heard, and saw, and kept herself unseen. XVI. The noble baron whet his courage hot, and buskied him boldly to the dreadful fight. Upon his horse long while he tarried not, because on foot he saw the pagan knight, who underneath his trusty shield was got. His sword was drawn, closed was his helmet bright, gainst whom the prince marched on a stately pace. Wrath in his voice, rage in his eyes and face. XXXVI. His foe, his furious charge not well abiding, traversed his ground, and stated here and there. But he, though faint and weary both with riding, yet followed fast and still oppressed him near. And on what side he felt Rambaldo sliding, on that his forces most employed were. Now at his helm, not at his hauberk bright, he thundered blows, now at his face and sight. XX. Against those members' battery chief he mocketh, wherein man's life keeps chiefest residence. At his proud threats the Gascoigne warrior quaketh, and uncouth fear appalled every sense. To nimble shifts the knight himself betacketh, and skippeth here and there for his defence. Now with his rage, now with his trusty blade, against his blows he good resistance made. XL. Yet no such quickness for defence he used, as did the prince to work him harm and scathe. His shield was cleft in twain, his helmet bruised, and in his blood his other arms did bathe. On him he heaped blows, with thrusts confused, and more or less each stroke annoyed him half. He feared, and in his troubled bosom strove, remorse of conscience, shame, disdain and love. XLI. At last so careless foul despair him made, he meant to prove his fortune ill or good. His shield cast down, he took his helpless blade in both his hands, which yet had drawn no blood, and with such force upon the prince he laid, that neither plate nor mail the blow withstood. The wicked steel seized deep in his right side, and with his streaming blood his bases dyed. XLI. Another stroke he lent him on the brow, so great that loudly rung the sounding steel. Yet pierced he not the helmet with the blow, although the owner twice or thrice did reel. The prince, whose looks disdainful anger show, now meant to use his puissance every deal. He shaked his head and crashed his teeth for ire. His lips breathed wrath, eyes sparkled shining fire. XLI. The pagan wretch no longer could sustain the dreadful terror of his fierce aspect. Against the threatened blow he saw right plain. No tempered armor could his life protect. He leapt aside, the stroke fell down in vain. Against a pillar near a bridge erect. Thence flaming fire and thousand sparks outstart, and kill with fear the coward pagan's heart. Slive. Toward the bridge the fearful Paynim fled, and in swift flight, his hope of life reposed. Himself fast after Lord Tancredi sped. And now in equal pace almost they closed. When all the burning lamps extinguished, the shining fort his goodly splendor loosed. And all those stars on heaven's blue face that shone with Cynthia's self, despaired were and gone. XLV. Amid those witchcrafts and that ugly shade, no further could the prince pursue the chase. Nothing he saw, yet forward still he made, with doubtful steps, and ill-assured pace. At last his foot upon a threshold trad, and ere he wist, he entered had the place. With ghastly noise the door leaves shut behind, and closed him fast in prison dark and blind. XLVI. As in our seas in the Camachian Bay, a silly fish, with streams enclosed, striveth to shun the fury and avoid the sway wherewith the current in that whirlpool driveth. Yet seeketh all in vain, but finds no way out of that watery prison, where she diveth. For with such force there be the tides inbrought, there entereth all that will, thence issueth not. XLVI. This prison so entrapped that valiant knight, of which the gate was framed by subtle train, to close without the help of human wight. So sure none could undo the leaves again. Against the doors he bended all his might, but all his forces were employed in vain. At last a voice gone to him loudly call. Yield thee, quoth it, thou art Armida's thrall. XLVI. Within this dungeon buried shalt thou spend the residue of thy woeful days and years. The champion list not more with words contend, but in his heart kept close his griefs and fears. He blamed love, chance gone he reprehend, and gainst enchantment huge complaints he rears. It were small loss, softly he thus begun, to lose the brightness of the shining sun. 49. But I, alas, the golden beam forego of my far brighter sun. Nor can I say, if these poor eyes shall e'er be blessed so, as once again to view that shining ray. Then thought he on his proud Circassian foe, and said, ah! How shall I perform that fray? He, and the world with him, will Tancred blame. This is my grief, my fault, mine endless shame. L. While those high spirits of this champion good, with love and honor's care are thus oppressed, while he torments himself, Argantes would waxed weary of his bed and of his rest. Such hate of peace, and such desire of blood, such thirst of glory, boiled in his breast, that though he scant could stir or stand upright, yet longed he for the appointed day to fight. Li. The night which that expected day forewent, scantly the pagan closed his eyes to sleep. He told how night her sliding hours spent, and rose ere springing day began to peep. He called for armor, which incontinent was brought by him that used the same to keep. That harness rich old Aladine him gave, a worthy present for a champion brave. Ai. He donned them on, not long their riches eyed, Nor did he aught with so great weight incline. His wonted sword upon his thigh he tied. The blade was old and tough, of temper fine, as when a comet far and wide descried, in scorn of Phoebus midst bright heaven doth shine, and tidings sad of death and mischief brings, to mighty lords, to monarchs, and to kings. Li. So shone the pagan in bright armor clad, and rolled his eyes great swollen with ire and blood. His dreadful gestures threatened horror sad, and ugly death upon his forehead stood. Not one of all his squires the courage had to approach their master in his angry mood. Above his head he shook his naked blade, and gainst the subtle air vain battle made. Liv. The Christian thief, quoth he, that was so bold to combat me in hard and single fight, shall wounded fall inglorious on the mould. His locks with clods of blood and dust bedight, and living shall with watery eyes behold how from his back I tear his harness bright. Nor shall his dying words me so entreat, but that I'll give his flesh to dogs for meat. Lv. Like as a bull when, pricked with jealousy, he spies the rival of his hot desire, through all the fields doth bellow, roar and cry, and with his thundering voice augments his ire, and threatening battle to the empty sky, tears with his horn each tree, plant, bush and briar, and with his foot casts up the sand on height, defying his strong foe to deadly fight. Lvi. Such was the pagan's fury, such his cry. A herald called he then, and thus he spake. Go to the camp, and in my name, defy the man that combats for his Jesus' sake. This said, upon his steed he mounted high, and with him did his noble prisoner take. The town he thus forsook, and on the green he ran, as mad or frantic he had been. Lvi. A bugle small he winded loud and shrill, that made resound the fields and valleys near. Louder than thunder from Olympus hill seemed that dreadful blast to all that hear. The Christian lords of prowess, strength and skill, within the imperial tent assembled were. The herald there in boasting terms defied Tancredi first, and all that durst beside. Lvi. With sober cheer Godfredo looked about, and viewed at leisure every lord and knight. But yet for all his looks not one stepped out, with courage bold, to undertake the fight. Absent were all the Christian champions stout. No news of Tancred since his secret flight. Bowman far off, and banished from the crew, was that strong prince who proud Gernando slew. Lax. And eke those 10 which chosen were by lot, and all the worthies of the camp beside. After Armida false were followed hot, when night were come their secret flight to hide. The rest their hands and hearts that trusted not, blushed for shame, yet silent still abide. For none there was that sought to purchase fame. In so great peril, fear exiled shame. Lx. The angry duke their fear discovered plain, by their pale looks and silence from each part. And as he moved was with just disdain. These words he said, and from his seat upstart. Unworthy life I judge that coward swain, to hazard it even now that wants the heart. When this vile pagan with his glorious boast dishonors and defies Christ's sacred host. Lxi. But let my camp sit still in peace and rest, and my life's hazard at their ease behold. Come bring me here my fairest arms and best. And they were brought sooner than could be told. But gentle Raymond in his aged breast, who had mature advice, and counsel old, than whom in all the camp were none or few, of greater might, before Godfredo drew. Lxi. And gravely said, Ah, let it not betide on one man's hand to venture all this host. No private soldier thou art our guide. If thou miscarry, all our hope were lost. By thee must Babel fall, and all her pride. Of our true faith thou art the prop and post. Rule with thy scepter, conquer with thy word. Let others combat make with spear and sword. Lxi. Let me this pagan's glorious pride assuage. These aged arms can yet their weapons use. Let others shun Bellona's dreadful rage. These silver locks shall not Raimondo skews. Oh that I were in prime of lusty age. Like you that this adventure brave refuse. And dare not once lift up your coward eyes. Gainst him that you and Christ himself defies. Lexiv. Or as I was when all the lords of fame and Germain princes great stood by to view. In Conrad's court, the second of that name. When Leopold in single fight I slew. A greater praise I reaped by the same. So strong a foe in combat to subdue. Than he should do who all alone should chase. Or kill 1,000 of these pagans base. Lxv. Within these arms, had I that strength again. This boasting Paynim had not lived till now. Yet in this breast doth courage still remain. For age or years these members shall not bow. And if I be in this encounter slain, scot-free Argontes shall not scape, I vow. Give me mine arms, this battle shall with praise augment mine honor, got in younger days. Lxvi. The jolly Baron old thus bravely spake. His words are spurs to virtue. Every knight that seemed before to tremble and to quake, now talked bold, example hath such might. Each one the battle fierce would undertake. Now strove they all who should begin the fight. Baldwin and Roger both, would combat fain. Stephen, Guelpho, Journier and the Gerards twain. Lxvi. And Pyrrhus, who with help of bowman's sword, proud Antioch by cunning sleight oppressed. The battle eke with many a lowly word. Ralph, Rosamond, and Eberard request. A Scotch, an Irish, and an English lord. Whose lands the sea divides far from the rest. And for the fight did likewise humbly sue. Edward and his Gildips, lovers true. Lxvi. But Raymond more than all the rest doth sue. Upon that pagan fierce to wreak his ire. Now wants he not of all his armors due. Except his helm that shone like flaming fire. To whom Godfredo thus, O mirror true, of antique worth, thy courage doth inspire. New strength in us, of Mars in thee doth shine. The art, the honor and the discipline. Lex. If 10 like thee of valor and of age, among these legions I could haply find, I should the best of Babel's pride assuage, and spread our faith from Thule to furthest Ind. But now I pray thee calm thy valiant rage. Reserve thyself till greater need us bind. And let the rest each one write down his name. And see whom fortune chooseth to this game. Lxx. Or rather see whom God's high judgment taketh. To whom is chance, and fate, and fortune slave. Raymond his earnest suit not yet forsaketh. His name writ with the residue would he have. Godfrey himself in his bright helmet shaketh the scrolls, with names of all the champions brave. They drew, and read the first whereon they hit. Wherein was, Raymond, Earl of Thaulis, writ. Lxxi. His name with joy and mighty shouts they bless. The rest allow his choice, and fortune praise. New vigor blushed through those looks of his. It seemed he now resumed his youthful days. Like to a snake whose slough new changed is. That shines like gold against the sunny rays. But Godfrey most approved his fortune high. And wished him honor, conquest, victory. Lxxi. Then from his side he took his noble brand. And giving it to Raymond, thus he spake. This is the sword wherewith in Saxon land the great Rubello battle used to make. From him I took it, fighting hand to hand. And took his life with it. And many a lake of blood with it I have shed since that day. With thee God grant it proves as happy may. LXXI. Of these delays meanwhile impatient, Argantes threateneth loud and sternly cries. O glorious people of the Occident! Behold him here that all your host defies. Why comes not Tancred, whose great hardiment with you is prized so dear? Pardie he lies still on his pillow, and presumes the night again may shield him from my power and might. Lexiv. Why then some other come, by band and band? Come all, come forth on horseback, come on foot. If not one man dares combat hand to hand, in all the thousands of so great a rout, see where the tomb of Mary's son doth stand. March thither. Warriors hold, what makes you doubt? Why run you not, there for your sins to weep? Or to what greater need these forces keep? LXXV. Thus scorned by that heathen Saracen, were all the soldiers of Christ's sacred name. Raymond, while others at his words repine, burst forth in rage. He could not bear this shame. For fire of courage brighter far doth shine, if challenges and threats augment the same. So that, upon his steed he mounted light, which Aquilino for his swiftness hight. LXXVI. This genet was by Tagus bred. For oft the breeder of these beasts to war assigned, when first on trees burgeon the blossoms soft, pricked forward with the sting of fertile kind, against the air casts up her head aloft, and gathereth seed so from the fruitful wind, and thus conceiving of the gentle blast, a wonder strange and rare, she foals at last. LXXVI. And had you seen the beast, you would have said, the light and subtle wind his father was. For if his course upon the sands he made, no sign was left what way the beast did pass. Or if he menaged were, or if he played, he scantly bended down the tender grass. Thus mounted rode the earl, and as he went, thus prayed, to heaven his zealous looks upbent. LXXVI. O Lord, that didst save, keep and defend thy servant David from Goliath's rage, and broughtest that huge giant to his end, slain by a faithful child of tender age. Like grace, O Lord, like mercy now extend. Let me this vile blasphemous pride assuage, that all the world may to thy glory know. Old men and babes thy foes can overthrow. Lexix. Thus prayed the county, and his prayers dear, strengthened with zeal, with godliness and faith, before the throne of that great Lord appear, in whose sweet grace is life, death in his wrath. Among his armies bright and legions clear, the Lord an angel good selected hath, to whom the charge was given to guard the night, and keep him safe from that fierce pagan's might. LXXX. The angel good, appointed for the guard of noble Raymond from his tender isle, that kept him then, and kept him afterward, when spear and sword he able was to wield. Now when his great creators will he heard, that in this fight he should him chiefly shield. Up to a tower set on a rock he flies, where all the heavenly arms and weapons lies. LXXXI. There stands the lance wherewith great Michael slew the aged dragon in a bloody fight. There are the dreadful thunders forged new, with storms and plagues that on poor sinners light. The massy trident mayest thou pendant view, there on a golden pin hung up on height, wherewith sometimes he smites this solid land, and throws down towns and towers thereon which stand. LXXXI. Among the blessed weapons there which stands, upon a diamond shield his looks he bended, so great that it might cover all the lands, twixt Caucasus and Atlas hills extended. With it the Lord's dear flocks and faithful bands, the holy kings and cities are defended. The sacred angel took this target sheen. And by the Christian champion stood unseen. LXXXI. But now the walls and turrets round about, both young and old with many thousands fill. The King Clorinda sent and her brave rout. To keep the field, she stayed upon the hill. Godfrey likewise some Christian bands sent out, which armed, and ranked in good array stood still. And to their champions empty let remain, twixt either troop a large and spacious plain. 84. Argantes looked for Tancredi bold, but saw an uncouth foe at last appear. Raymond rode on, and what he asked him, told. Better by chance, Tancred is now elsewhere. Yet glory not of that, myself behold. Am come prepared, and bid thee battle here, and in his place, or for myself to fight. Lo, here I am, who scorn thy heathenish might. LXXXV. The pagan cast a scornful smile and said, but where is Tancred, is he still in bed? His looks late seemed to make high heaven afraid. But now for dread he is or dead or fled. But where earth's center or the deep sea made his lurking hole, it should not save his head. Thou least, he says, to say so brave a knight is fled from thee, who thee exceeds in might. LXXXVI. The angry pagan said, I have not spilt my labor then, if thou his place supply. Go take the field, and let's see how thou wilt maintain thy foolish words and that brave lie. Thus parleyed they to meet in equal tilt. Each took his aim at other's helm on high. Even in the fight his foe good Raymond hit, but shaked him not, he did so firmly sit. LXXXVI. The fierce Circassian missed of his blow, a thing which seld befell the man before. The angel, by unseen, his force did know, and far awry the poignant weapon bore. He burst his lance against the sand below, and bit his lips for rage, and cursed and swore. Against his foe returned he swift as wind, half mad in arms a second match to find. LXXXVI. Like to a ram that butts with horned head, so spurred he forth his horse with desperate race. Raymond at his right hand let slide his steed, and as he passed struck at the pagan's face. He turned again, the earl was nothing dread, yet stepped aside, and to his rage gave place, and on his helm with all his strength gone smite, which was so hard his courtlax could not bite. 89. The Saracen employed his art and force to grip his foe within his mighty arms, but he avoided nimbly with his horse. He was no prentice in those fierce alarms. About him made he many a winding course. No strength, nor slight the subtle warrior harms. His nimble steed obeyed his ready hand, and where he stepped no print left in the sand. XC. As when a captain doth besiege some hold, set in a marsh or high up on a hill, and trieth ways and wiles 1,000-fold, to bring the peace subjected to his will. So fared the county with the pagan bold. And when he did his head and breast none ill, his weaker parts he wisely gone assail, and entrance searched oft twixt male and male. XCI. At last he hit him on a place or twain, that on his arms the red blood trickled down, and yet himself untouched did remain. No nail was broke, no plume cut from his crown. Argantes raging spent his strength in vain. Waste were his strokes, his thrusts were idle thrown. Yet pressed he on, and doubled still his blows. And where he hits he neither cares nor knows. 92. Among 1,000 blows the Saracen at last struck one, when Raymond was so near, that not the swiftness of his Aquiline could his dear lord from that huge danger bear. But lo, at hand unseen was help divine, which saves when worldly comforts none appear. The angel on his targe received that stroke, And on that shield Argantes' sword was broke. XCI. The sword was broke, therein no wonder lies. If earthly tempered metal could not hold against that target forged above the skies, down fell the blade in pieces on the mold. The proud Circassian scant believed his eyes, though naught were left him but the hilts of gold. And full of thoughts amazed awhile he stood, wondering the Christian's armor was so good. Sieve. The brittle web of that rich sword he thought was broke through hardness of the county's shield. And so thought Raymond, who discovered not what succor heaven did for his safety yield. But when he saw the man gainst whom he fought, unweaponed, still stood he in the field. His noble heart esteemed the glory light. At such advantage if he slew the knight. XCV. Go fetch, he would have said, another blade, when in his heart a better thought arose. How for Christ's glory he was champion made. How Godfrey had him to this combat chose. The army's honor on his shoulder laid. To hazards new he list not that expose. While thus his thoughts debated on the case, the hilts Argantes hurled at his face. XCVI. And forward spurred his mounture fierce withal, within his arms longing his foe to strain, upon whose helm the heavy blow did fall, and bent well nigh the metal to his brain. But he, whose courage was heroical, leapt by, and makes the pagan's onset vain, and wounds his hand, which he outstretched saw, fiercer than eagle's talon, lion's paw. XCVI. Now here, now there, on every side he rode, with nimble speed, and spurred now out, now in. And as he went and came still laid on load, where Lord Argantes' arms were weak and thin, all that huge force which in his arms abode, his wrath, his ire, his great desire to win, against his foe together all he bent, and heaven and fortune furthered his intent. XCVI. But he, whose courage for no peril fails, well armed, and better-hearted, scorns his power. Like a tall ship when spent are all her sails, which still resists the rage of storm and shower, whose mighty ribs fast bound with bands and nails, withstand fierce Neptune's wrath, for many an hour, and yields not up her bruised keel to winds, in whose stern blast no ruth nor grace she finds. 6. Argantes, such thy present danger was, when Satan stirred to aid thee at thy need. In human shape he forged an airy mass, and made the shade a body seem indeed. Well might the spirit for Clorinda pass. Like her it was, in armor and in weed, in stature, beauty, countenance and face, in looks, in speech, in gesture, and in pace. C. And for the spirit should seem the same indeed, from where she was whose show and shape it had. Toward the wall it rode with feigned speed, where stood the people all dismayed and sad, to see their knight of help have so great need. And yet the law of arms all help forbade. There in a turret sat a soldier stout, to watch, and at a loophole peeped out. Ci. The spirit spake to him, called Aladine, the noblest archer then that handled bow. O Aladine, quoth she, who straight as line canst shoot, and hit each mark set high or low. If yonder knight, alas, be slain in fine, as likest is, great ruth it were you know, and greater shame, if his victorious foe should with his spoils triumphant homeward go. Cii. Now prove thy skill, thine arrow's sharp head dip in yonder thievish Frenchman's guilty blood. I promise thee thy sovereign shall not slip to give thee large rewards for such a good. Thus said the spirit. The man did laugh and skip, for hope of future gain, nor longer stood, but from his quiver huge a shaft he hent, and set it in his mighty bow new bent. Ci. Twanged the string, out flew the quarrel long. And through the subtle air did singing pass. It hit the knight the buckles rich among, wherewith his precious girdle fastened was. It bruised them and pierced his hauberk strong. Some little blood down trickled on the grass. Light was the wound, the angel by unseen. The sharp head blunted of the weapon keen. Civ. Raymond drew forth the shaft, as much behoved. And with the steel, his blood out streaming came. With bitter words his foe he then reproved, for breaking faith, to his eternal shame. Godfrey, whose careful eyes from his beloved were never turned, saw and marked the same. And when he viewed the wounded county bleed, he sighed, and feared, more perchance than need. Cv. And with his words, and with his threatening eyes, he stirred his captains to revenge that wrong. Forthwith the spurred courser forward hies. Within their rests put were their lances long. From either side a squadron brave outflies, and boldly made a fierce encounter strong. The raised dust to overspread begun their shining arms, and far more shining sun. Cvi. Of breaking spears, of ringing helm and shield. A dreadful rumor roared on every side. There lay a horse, another through the field. Ran masterless, dismounted was his guide. Here one lay dead, there did another yield. Some sighed, some sobbed, some prayed, and some cried. Fierce was the fight, and longer still it lasted. Fiercer and fewer, still themselves they wasted. Cvi. Argantes nimbly leapt amid the throng, and from a soldier wrung an iron mace. And breaking through the ranks and ranges long, therewith he passage made himself and place. Raymond he sought, the thickest press among, to take revenge for late received disgrace. A greedy wolf he seemed, and would assuage with Raymond's blood his hunger and his rage. Cvi. The way he found not easy as he would, but fierce encounters put him off to pain. He met Ormano and Rogero bold, of Bounaville, Guy, and the Gerards twain. Yet nothing might his rage and haste withhold. These worthies strove to stop him, but in vain. With these stronglets increased still his ire, like rivers stopped, or closely smouldered fire. Cx. He slew Ormano, and wounded Guy, and laid Rogero low, among the people slain. On every side new troops the man invade. Yet all their blows were waste, their onsets vain. But while Argantes thus his prizes played, and seemed alone this skirmish to sustain, the Duke his brother called and thus he spake. Go with thy troop, fight for thy Saviour's sake. Cx. There enter in where hottest is the fight. Thy force against the left wing strongly bend. This said, so brave an onset gave the knight, that many a Paynim bold there made his end. The Turks too weak seemed to sustain his might, and could not from his power their lives defend. Their ensigns rent, and broke was their array, and men and horse on heaps together lay. Cxi. O'erthrown likewise away the right wing ran, nor was there one again that turned his face, save bold Argantes, else fled every man. Fear drove them thence on heaps, with headlong chase. He stayed alone, and battle new began. 500 men, weaponed with sword and mace, so great resistance never could have made, as did Argantes with his single blade. Cxi. The strokes of swords and thrusts of many a spear, the shock of many a joust he long sustained. He seemed of strength enough this charge to bear, and time to strike, now here, now there, he gained. His armors broke, his members bruised were. He sweat and bled, yet courage still he feigned. But now his foes upon him pressed so fast, that with their weight they bore him back at last. Cxi. His back against this storm at length he turned, whose headlong fury bore him backward still. Not like to one that fled, but one that mourned. Because he did his foes no greater ill. His threatening eyes like flaming torches burned. His courage thirsted yet more blood to spill. And every way and every mean he sought to stay his flying mates, but all for naught. Xiv. This good he did, while thus he played his part. His bands and troops at ease, and safe, retired. Yet coward dread lacks order, fear wants art. Deaf to attend, commanded or desired. But Godfrey that perceived in his wise heart how his bold knights to victory aspired. Fresh soldiers sent, to make more quick pursuit. And help to gather conquest's precious fruit. Cxv. But this, alas, was not the appointed day set down by heaven to end this mortal war. The western lords this time had borne away the prize, for which they travelled had so far. Had not the devils that saw the sure decay of their false kingdom by this bloody war at once made heaven and earth with darkness blind, and stirred up tempests, storms, and blustering wind. Cxvi. Heaven's glorious lamp, wrapped in an ugly veil of shadows dark, was hid from mortal eye. And hell's grim blackness did bright skies assail. On every side the fiery lightnings fly. The thunders roar, the streaming rain and hail pour down and make that sea which erst was dry. The tempests rend the oaks and cedars break, and make not trees but rocks and mountains shake. Cxvi. The rain, the lightning, and the raging wind beat in the Frenchman's eyes with hideous force. The soldiers stayed amazed in heart and mind. The terror such that stopped both man and horse. Surprised with this evil no way they find whither for succor to direct their course. But wise Clorinda soon the advantage spied, and spurring forth thus to her soldiers cried. Cxvi. You hardy men at arms behold, quoth she. How heaven, how justice in our aid doth fight. Our visages are from this tempest free. Our hands it will may wield our weapons bright. The fury of this friendly storm you see upon the foreheads of our foes doth light, and blinds their eyes. Then let us take the tide. Come, follow me, good fortune be our guide. 6. This said, against her foes on rode the dame, and turned their backs against the wind and rain. Upon the French with furious rage she came, and scorned those idle blows they struck in vain. Argantes at the instant did the same, and them who chased him now chased again. Naught but his fearful back each Christian shows against the tempest, and against their blows. Cxx. The cruel hail, and deadly wounding blade upon their shoulders smote them as they fled. The blood new spilt while thus they slaughter made. The water fallen from skies had dyed red. Among the murdered bodies Pyrrhus laid, and valiant Raphi his heart blood thereout bled. The first subdued by strong Argantes' might, the second conquered by that virgin knight. Cxxi. Thus fled the French, and then pursued in chase the wicked sprites and all the Syrian train. But gainst their force and gainst their fell menace of hail and wind, of tempest and of rain, Godfrey alone turned his audacious face, blaming his barons for their fear so vain. Himself the camp gate boldly stood to keep, and saved his men within his trenches deep. Cxxi. And twice upon Argantes proud he flew, and beat him backward, maugre all his might. And twice his thirsty sword he did imbrue in pagans' blood where thickest was the fight. At last himself with all his folk withdrew, and that day's conquest gave the virgin bright. Which got, she home retired and all her men. And thus she chased this lion to his den. Cxxi. Yet ceased not the fury and the ire Of these huge storms, of wind, of rain and hail. Now was it dark, now shone the lightning fire. The wind and water every place assail. No bank was safe, no rampire left entire. No tent could stand. When beam and cordage fail. Wind, thunder, rain, all gave a dreadful sound. And with that music deafed the trembling ground. Eighth Book. The Argument. A messenger to Godfrey sage doth tell. The Prince of Denmark's valor, death and end. The Italians, trusting signs untrue too well. Think their Rinaldo slain, the wicked fiend. Breeds fury in their breasts, their bosoms swell. With ire and hate. And war and strife forth send. They threaten Godfrey. He prays to the Lord. And calms their fury with his look and word. Aye. Now were the skies of storms and tempests cleared. Lord Aeolus shut up his winds and hold. The silver-mantled morning fresh appeared. With roses crowned, and buskined high with gold. The spirits yet which had these tempests reared. Their malice would still more and more unfold. And one of them that Astragar was named. His speeches thus to foul Alecto framed. 2. Alecto, see, we could not stop nor stay. The night that to our foes new tidings brings. Who from the hands escaped, with life away. Of that great prince, chief of all pagan kings. He comes, the fall of his slain lord to say. Of death and loss he tells, and such sad things. Great news he brings, and greatest dangers is. Bertoldo's son shall be called home for this. 3. Thou knowest what would befall, bestir thee then. Prevent with craft, what force could not withstand. Turn to their evil the speeches of the man. With his own weapon wound Godfredo's hand. Kindle debate, infect with poison one. The English, Switzer, and Italian band. Great tumult move, make brawls and quarrels rife. Set all the camp on uproar and at strife. 4. This act beseems thee well, and of the deed. Much mayst thou boast before our Lord and King. Thus said the sprite. Persuasion small did need. The monster grants to undertake the thing. Meanwhile the knight, whose coming thus they dread. Before the camp his weary limbs doth bring. And well nigh breathless, warriors bold, he cried. Who shall conduct me to your famous guide? V. An hundred strove the stranger's guide to be. To hearken news the knights by heaps assemble. The man fell lowly down upon his knee. And kissed the hand that made proud Babel tremble. Right puissant lord, whose valiant acts, quoth he. The sands and stars in number best resemble. Would God some gladder news I might unfold. And there he paused, and sighed. Then thus he told. 6. Sweno, the king of Denmark's only heir. The stay and staff of his declining isle. Longed to be among these squadrons fair. Who for Christ's faith here serve with spear and shield. No weariness, no storms of sea or air. No such contents as crowns and scepters yield. No dear entreaties of so kind a sire. Could in his bosom quench that glorious fire. 7. He thirsted sore to learn this warlike art. Of thee, great lord and master of the same. And was ashamed in his noble heart. That never act he did deserved fame. Besides, the news and tidings from each part. Of young Rinaldo's worth and praises came. But that which most his courage stirred hath. Is zeal, religion, godliness, and faith. 8. He hasted forward, then without delay. And with him took of knights a chosen band. Directly toward Thrace we took the way. To Byzance old, chief fortress of that land. There the Greek monarch gently prayed him stay. And there an herald sent from you we fand. How Antioch was one, who first declared. And how defended nobly afterward. 9. defended gainst Corbana, valiant knight. That all the Persian armies had to guide. And brought so many soldiers bold to fight. That void of men he left that kingdom wide. He told thine acts, thy wisdom and thy might. And told the deeds of many a lord beside. His speech at length to young Rinaldo passed. And told his great achievements, first and last. X. And how this noble camp of yours, of late, besieged had this town, and in what sort. And how you prayed him to participate of the last conquest of this noble fort. In hardy Sweno opened was the gate of worthy anger by this brave report. So that each hour seemed 5 years long, till he were fighting with these pagans strong. 11. And while the herald told your fights and frays, himself of cowardice reproved he thought, and him to stay that counsels him, or praise. He hears not, or, else heard, regardeth not. He fears no perils but whilst he delays, lest this last work without his help be wrought. In this his doubt, in this his danger lies. No hazard else he fears, no peril spies. 12. Thus hasting on, he hasted on his death. Death that to him and us was fatal guide. The rising morn appeared yet aneath, when he and we were armed, and fit to ride. The nearest way seemed best, o'er hold and heath. We went, through deserts waste, and forests wide. The streets and ways he openeth as he goes, and sets each land free from intruding foes. 13. Now want of food, now dangerous ways we find. Now open war, now ambush closely laid. Yet passed we forth, all perils left behind. Our foes or dead or run away afraid. Of victory so happy blew the wind, that careless all the heedless to it made. Until one day his tents he happed to rear, to Palestine when we approached near. 14. There did our scouts return and bring us news, that dreadful noise of horse and arms they hear, and that they deemed by sundry signs and shows, there was some mighty host of pagans near. At these sad tidings many changed their hues. Some looked pale for dread, some shook for fear. Only our noble Lord was altered not, in look, in face, in gesture, or in thought. 15. But said, a crown prepare you to possess, of martyrdom, or happy victory. For this I hope, for that I wish no less, of greater merit and of greater glory. Brethren, this camp will shortly be, I guess, a temple, sacred to our memory, to which the holy men of future age, to view our graves shall come in pilgrimage. 16. This said, he set the watch in order right, to guard the camp, along the trenches deep. And as he armed was, so every night, he willed on his back his arms to keep. Now had the stillness of the quiet night drowned all the world in silence and in sleep, when suddenly we heard a dreadful sound, which deafed the earth, and tremble made the ground. 17. Arm, arm, they cried. Prince Sweno at the same, glistering in shining steel leaped foremost out. His visage shone, his noble looks did flame, with kindled brand of courage bold and stout. When lo, the pagans to assault us came, and with huge numbers hemmed us round about. A forest thick of spears about us grew, and over us a cloud of arrows flew. 18. Uneven the fight, unequal was the fray. Our enemies were 20 men to 1. On every side the slain and wounded lay, unseen, where naught but glistering weapons shone. The number of the dead could no man say. So was the place with darkness overgone. The night her mantle black upon it spreads, hiding our losses and our valiant deeds. 19. But hardy Sweno midst the other train, by his great axe was well descried I wot. No darkness could his valor's daylight stain. Such wondrous blows on every side he smote. A stream of blood, a bank of bodies slain, about him made a bulwark, and a moat. And when soe'er he turned his fatal brand, dread in his looks and death sate in his hand. XX. Thus fought we till the morning bright appeared, and strewed roses on the azure sky. But when her lamp had night's thick darkness cleared, wherein the bodies dead did buried lie, then our sad cries to heaven for grief we reared. Our loss apparent was, for we descry how all our camp destroyed was almost, and all our people well nigh slain and lost. XXI. Of thousands 200 scant survived, when Sweno murdered saw each valiant knight. I know not if his heart in sunder rived, for dear compassion of that woeful sight. He showed no change, but said, since so deprived, we are of all our friends by chance of fight, come follow them, the path to heaven their blood marks out, now angels made, of martyrs good. XXI. This said, and glad I think of death at hand. The signs of heavenly joy shone through his eyes. Of Saracens against a mighty band, with fearless heart and constant breast he flies. No steel could shield them from his cutting brand, but whom he hits without recure he dies. He never struck but felled or killed his foe, and wounded was himself from top to toe. XCI. Not strength, but courage now, preserved on live. This hardy champion, fortress of our faith, strucken he strikes, still stronger more they strive. The more they hurt him, more he doth them scathe, when toward him a furious knight gone drive. Of members huge, fierce looks, and full of wrath, that with the aid of many a pagan crew, after long fight, at last Prince Sweno slew. Ziv. Ah, heavy chance! Down fell the valiant youth. Nor mongst us all did one so strong appear, as to revenge his death, that this is truth. By his dear blood and noble bones I swear, that of my life I had not care nor ruth. No wounds I shunned, no blows I would off bear, and had not heaven my wished end denied, even there I should, and willing should, have died. XXV. Alive I fell among my fellows slain, yet wounded so that each one thought me dead. Nor what our foes did since can I explain, so sore amazed was my heart and head. But when I opened first mine eyes again, night's curtain black upon the earth was spread, and through the darkness to my feeble sight appeared the twinkling of a slender light. XXVI. Not so much force or judgment in me lies, as to discern things seen and not mistake. I saw like them who ope and shut their eyes, by turns, now half asleep, now half awake. My body eke another torment tries. My wounds began to smart, my hurts to ache. For every sore each member pinched was, with night's sharp air, heaven's frost and earth's cold grass. XXVI. But still the light approached near and near, and with the same a whispering murmur run, till at my side arrived both they were. When I to spread my feeble eyes begun, two men behold in vestures long appear, with each a lamp in hand, who said, O son, in that dear Lord who helps his servants, trust. Whoe'er they ask, grants all things to the just. 18. This said, each one his sacred blessings flings upon my course, with broad outstretched hand, and mumbled hymns and psalms and holy things, which I could neither hear nor understand. Arise, quoth they, with that as I had wings. All whole and sound I leaped up from the land. O miracle, sweet, gentle, strange and true! My limbs new strength received, and vigor new. Zix. I gazed on them like one whose heart beneath, to think that done, he sees so strangely wrought. Till one said thus, O thou of little faith! What doubts perplex thy unbelieving thought? Each one of us a living body hath. We are Christ's chosen servants, fear us not. Who to avoid the world's allurements vain, in wilful penance, hermits poor remain. XXX. Us messengers to comfort the elect. That Lord hath sent that rules both heaven and hell. Who often doth his blessed will effect. By such weak means, as wonder is to tell. He will not that this body lie neglect. Wherein so noble soul did lately dwell. To which again when it a prison is, it shall united be in lasting bliss. XXXI. I say Lord Sweno's corpse, for which prepared a tomb there is according to his worth, by which his honor shall be far declared, and his just praises spread from south to north. But lift thine eyes up to the heavens ward. Mark yonder light that like the sun shines forth. That shall direct thee with those beams so clear, to find the body of thy master dear. XXXI. With that I saw from Cynthia's silver face, like to a falling star a beam down slide, that bright as golden line marked out the place, and lightened with clear streams the forest wide. So Latmos shone when Phoebe left the chase, and laid her down by her Endymion's side. Such was the light that well discern I could. His shape, his wounds, his face, though dead, yet bold. 33. He lay not groveling now, but as a knight that ever had to heavenly things desire. So toward heaven the prince lay bolt upright, like him that upward still sought to aspire. His right hand closed held his weapon bright, ready to strike and execute his ire. His left upon his breast was humbly laid, that men might know, that while he died he prayed. Exiv. Whilst on his wounds with bootless tears I wept, that neither helped him, nor eased my care. One of those aged fathers to him stepped, and forced his hand that needless weapon spare. This sword, quoth he, hath yet good token kept, that of the pagan's blood he drunk his share, and blusheth still he could not save his lord. Rich, strong and sharp, was never better sword. XXXV. Heaven, therefore, will not, though the prince be slain, who used erst to wield this precious brand, that so brave blade and used should remain, but that it pass from strong to stronger hand, who with like force can wield the same again, and longer shall in grace of fortune stand, and with the same shall bitter vengeance take on him that Sweno slew, for Sweno's sake. XXXVI. Great Solomon killed Sweno, Solomon. For Sweno's sake, upon this sword must die. Here, take the blade, and with it haste thee then thither where Godfrey doth encamped lie. And fear not thou that any shall or can, or stop thy way, or lead thy steps awry. For he that doth thee on this message send, thee with his hand shall guide, keep and defend. XVI. Arrived there it is his blessed will, with true report that thou declare and tell, the zeal, the strength, the courage and the skill, in thy beloved Lord that late did dwell. How for Christ's sake he came his blood to spill, and sample left to all of doing well, that future ages may admire his deed, and courage take when his brave end they read. XXXVI. It resteth now, thou know that gentle knight, that of this sword shall be thy master's heir. It is Rinaldo young, with whom in might and martial skill no champion may compare. Give it to him and say, the heavens bright, of this revenge to him commit the care. While thus I listened what this old man said, a wonder new from further speech us stayed. XX. For there whereas the wounded body lay, a stately tomb with curious work, behold, and wondrous art was built out of the clay, which, rising round, the carcass did enfold, with words engraven in the marble grey, the warrior's name, his worth and praise that told, On which I gazing stood, and often read that epitaph of my dear master dead. XL. Among his soldiers, quoth the hermit, here must Sweno's corpse remain in marble chest, while up to heaven are flown their spirits dear, to live in endless joy forever blessed. His funeral thou hast with many a tear accompanied. It's now high time to rest. Come be my guest, until the morning ray shall light the world again, then take thy way. XLI. This said, he led me over holts and hags. Through thorns and bushes scant my legs I drew, till underneath a heap of stones and crags, at last he brought me to a secret mew. Among the bears, wild boars, the wolves and stags, there dwelt he safe with his disciple true, and feared no treason, force, nor hurt at all. His guiltless conscience was his castle's wall. XLI. My supper roots, my bed was moss and leaves, but weariness in little rest found ease. But when the purple morning night bereaves of late usurped rule on lands and seas, his loathed couch each wakeful hermit leaves. To pray rose they, and I, for so they please, I congee took when ended was the same, and hitherward, as they advised me, came. XLI. The Dane his waffle tale had done, when thus the good Prince Godfrey answered him, Sir Knight, thou bringest tidings sad and dolorous, for which are heavy compliments of right, since so brave troops and so dear friends to us 1 hour hath spent, in one unlucky fight. And so appeared hath thy master stout, as lightning doth, now kindled, now quenched out. Slive. But such a death and end exceedeth all the conquests vain of realms, or spoils of gold. Nor aged Rome's proud stately capital did ever triumph yet like theirs behold. They sit in heaven on thrones celestial, crowned with glory, for their conquest bold, where each his hurts I think to other shows, and glories in those bloody wounds and blows. XLV. But thou who hast part of thy race to run, with haps and hazards of this world I tossed, rejoice, for those high honors they have won, which cannot be by chance or fortune crossed. But for thou askest for Bertoldo's son, know, that he wandereth, banished from this host, and till of him new tidings some man tell. Within this camp I deem it best thou dwell. XLVI. These words of theirs in many a soul renewed the sweet remembrance of fair Sophia's child. Some with salt tears for him their cheeks bedewed, lest evil betide him mongst the pagans wild. And every one his valiant prowess showed, and of his battles stories long compiled, telling the Dane his acts and conquests past, which made his ears amazed, his heart aghast. XLVI. Now when remembrance of the youth had wrought a tender pity in each softened mind, behold returned home with all they caught, the bands that were to forage late assigned, and with them in abundance great they brought, both flocks and herds of every sort and kind, and corn, although not much, and hay to feed their noble steeds and coursers when they need. XLVI. They also brought of misadventure sad tokens and signs, seemed too apparent true. Rinaldo's armor, frushed and hacked they had, oft pierced through, with blood besmeared new. About the camp, for always rumors bad are farthest spread, these woeful tidings flew. Thither assembled straight both high and low, longing to see what they were loath to know. 49. His heavy hauberk was both seen and known, and his brand shield, wherein displayed flies the bird that proves her chickens for her own, by looking gainst the sun with open eyes. That shield was to the pagans often shown in many a hard and hardy enterprise, but now with many a gash and many a stroke, they see, and sigh to see it, frushed and broke. While all his soldiers whispered underhand. And here and there the fault and cause do lay. Godfrey before him called Aliprand, captain of those that brought of late this prey. A man who did on points of virtue stand, blameless in words, and true whatever he say. Say, quoth the Duke, where you this armor had. Hide not the truth, but tell it good or bad. Li. He answered him, as far from hence think I, as on 2 days a speedy post well rideth. To Gaza ward a little plain doth lie, itself among the steepy hills which hideth, through it slow falling from the mountains high. A rolling brook twixt bush and bramble glitteth, clad with thick shade of boughs of broad-leaved treean, fit place for men to lie in wait unseen. Thither, to seek some flocks or herds, we went. Perchance close hid under the greenwood shaw, and found the springing grass with blood besprent. A warrior tumbled in his blood we saw, his arms though dusty, bloody, hacked and rent. Yet well we knew, when near the course we draw, to which, to view his face, in vain I started. For from his body his fair head was parted. His right hand wanted eke, with many a wound. The trunk through pierced was from back to breast. A little by, his empty helm we found, the silver eagle shining on his crest. To spy at whom to ask we gazed round. A churl then toward us his steps addressed. But when us armed by the course he spied, he ran away his fearful face to hide. But we pursued him, took him, spake him fair, till comforted at last he answer made. How that, the day before, he saw repair a band of soldiers from that forest shade, of whom one carried by the golden hair a head but late cut off with murdering blade. The face was fair and young, and on the chin no sign of herd to bud did yet begin. And how in sindal wrapped away he bore that head with him hung at his saddle-bow. And how the murderers by the arms they wore, for soldiers of our camp he well did know. The carcass I disarmed and weeping sore, because I guessed who should that harness owe. Away I brought it, but first order gave, that noble body should be laid in grave. But if it be his trunk whom I believe, a nobler tomb his worth deserveth well. This said, good Aliprando took his leave. Of certain troth he had no more to tell. Sore sighed the Duke, so did these news him grieve. Fears in his heart, doubts in his bosom dwell. He yearned to know, to find and learn the truth, and punish would them that had slain the youth. But now the night dispread her lazy wings o'er the broad fields of heaven's bright wilderness. Sleep, the soul's rest, and ease of careful things, buried in happy peace both more and less. Thou Argilan alone, whom sorrow stings, still wakest, musing on great deeds I guess, nor sufferest in thy watchful eyes to creep the sweet repose of mild and gentle sleep. This man was strong of limb, and all his says were bold, of ready tongue, and working sprite. Near Trento born, bred up in brawls and frays, in jars, in quarrels, and in civil fight, for which exiled the hills and public ways, he filled with blood, and robberies day and night, until to Asia's wars at last he came, and boldly there he served, and purchased fame. He closed his eyes at last when day drew near. Yet slept he not, but senseless lay oppressed with strange amazedness and sudden fear, which false Alecto breathed in his breast. His working powers within deluded were. Stone still he quiet lay, yet took no rest. For to his thought the fiend herself presented, and with strange visions his weak brain tormented. A murdered body huge beside him stood. Of head and right hand both but lately spoiled. His left hand bore the head, whose visage good. Both pale and wan, with dust and gore defoiled. Yet spake, though dead. With whose sad words the blood forth at his lips in huge abundance boiled. Fly, Argilan, from this false camp fly far. Whose guide, a traitor. Captains, murderers are. Lxi. Godfrey hath murdered me by treason vile. What favour then hope you my trusty friends? His villain heart is full of fraud and guile. To your destruction all his thoughts he bends. Yet if thou thirst of praise for noble style, if in thy strength thou trust, thy strength that ends all hard essays, fly not. First with his blood appease my ghost wandering by Lethe flood. Lxi. I will thy weapon whet, inflame thine ire. Arm thy right hand, and strengthen every part. This said. Even while she spake she did inspire. With fury, rage, and wrath his troubled heart. The man awaked, and from his eyes like fire the poisoned sparks of headstrong madness start. And armed as he was, forth is he gone. And gathered all the Italian bands in one. Lxi. He gathered them where lay the arms that late were good Rinaldo's, then with semblance stout. And furious words his foreconceived hate. In bitter speeches thus he vomits out. Is not this people barbarous and ingrate? In whom truth finds no place, faith takes no route. Whose thirst unquenched is of blood and gold. Whom no yoke boweth, bridle none can hold. Lexiv. So much we suffered have these 7 years long. Under this servile and unworthy yoke. That thorough Rome and Italy are wrong. 1,000 years hereafter shall be spoke. I count not how Cilicia's kingdom strong subdued was by Prince Tancredi's stroke. Nor how false Baldwin him that land bereaves. Of virtue's harvest, fraud there reaped the sheaves. Lxv. Nor speak I how each hour, at every need. Quick, ready, resolute at all assays. With fire and sword we hasted forth with speed. And bore the brunt of all their fights and frays. But when we had performed and done the deed, at ease and leisure they divide the praise. We reaped naught but travel for our toil. Theirs was the praise, the realms, the gold, the spoil. Lxvi. Yet all this season were we willing blind. Offended unrevenged, wronged but unwroken. Light griefs could not provoke our quiet mind. But now, alas! The mortal blow is stroken. Rinaldo have they slain, and law of kind. Of arms, of nations, and of high heaven broken. Why doth not heaven kill them with fire and thunder? To swallow them why cleaves not earth asunder? Lxvi. They have Rinaldo slain, the sword and shield. Of Christ's true faith, and unrevenged he lies. Still unrevenged Lethe in the field. His noble corpse to feed the crows and pies. Who murdered him? Who shall a certain yield? Who sees not that, although he wanted eyes? Who knows not how the Italian chivalry proud Godfrey and false Baldwin both envy? Lxvi. What need we further proof? Heaven, heaven, I swear, will not consent herein we be beguiled. This night I saw his murdered sprite appear. Pale, sad and wan, with wounds and blood defiled. A spectacle full both of grief and fear. Godfrey, for murdering him, the ghost reviled. I saw it was no dream, before mine eyes. Howe'er I look, still methinks it flies. Lex. What shall we do? Shall we be governed still by this false hand, contaminate with blood? Or else depart and travel forth, until to Euphrates we come, that sacred flood, where dwells a people void of martial skill, whose cities rich, whose land is fat and good. Where kingdoms great we may at ease provide. Far from these Frenchmen's malice, from their pride. LXX. Then let us go, and no revengement take. For this brave knight, though it lie in our power. No, no, that courage rather newly wake. Which never sleeps in fear and dread 1 hour. And this pestiferous serpent, poisoned snake. Of all our knights that hath destroyed the flower. First let us slay, and his deserved end. Example make to him that kills his friend. LXXI. I will, if your courageous force dareth so much as it can well perform. Tear out his cursed heart without remorse. The nest of treason false and guile enorm. Thus spake the angry knight with headlong course. The rest him followed with a furious storm. Arm, arm, they cried, to arms the soldiers ran. And as they run, arm, arm, cried every man. LXXI. Mongst them Alecto strode wasteful fire. Envenoming the hearts of most and least. Folly, disdain, madness, strife, rancor, ire. Thirst to shed blood, in every breast increased. This ill spread far. And till it set on fire. With rage the Italian lodgings, never ceased. From thence unto the Switzers' camp it went. And last infected every English tent. LXXI. Not public loss of their beloved knight. Alone stirred up their rage and wrath untamed. But foreconceived griefs, and quarrels light. The ire still nourished, and still inflamed. Awaked was each former cause of spite. The Frenchmen cruel and unjust they named. And with bold threats they made their hatred known. Hate seld kept close, and oft unwisely shown. Lexive. Like boiling liquor in a seething pot. That fumeth, swelleth high, and bubbleth fast. Till o'er the brims among the embers hot. Part of the broth and of the scum is cast. Their rage and wrath those few appeased not. In whom of wisdom yet remained some taste. Camillo, William, Tancred were away. And all whose greatness might their madness stay. LXXV. Now headlong ran to harness in this heat. These furious people, all on heaps confused. The roaring trumpets battle gone to threat. As it in time of mortal war is used. The messengers ran to Godfredo great. And bade him arm. While on this noise he mused. And Baldwin first well clad in iron hard. Stepped to his side, a sure and faithful guard. LXXVI. Their murmurs heard, to heaven he lift his een. As was his wont, to God for aid he fled. O Lord, thou knowest this right hand of mine. Abhorred ever civil blood to shed. Illumine their dark souls with light divine. Repress their rage, by hellish fury bred. The innocency of my guiltless mind. Thou knowest, and make these know. With fury blind. LXXVI. 'Tis said he felt infused in each vein. A sacred heat from heaven above distilled. A heat in man that courage could constrain. That his brave look with awful boldness filled. Well guarded forth he went to meet the train. Of those that would revenge Rinaldo killed. And though their threats he heard, and saw them bent. To arms on every side, yet on he went. LXXVI. Above his hauberk strong a coat he wear. Embroidered fair with pearl and richest stone. His hands were naked, and his face was bare. Wherein a lamp of majesty bright shone. He shook his golden mace, wherewith he dare resist the force of his rebellious foe. Thus he appeared, and thus he gon them teach. In shape an angel, and a god in speech. Lexix. What foolish words! What threats be these I hear? What noise of arms? Who dares these tumults move? Am I so honored? Stand you so in fear? Where is your late obedience? Where your love? Of Godfrey's falsehood who can witness bear? Who dare or will these accusations prove? Perchance you look I should entreaties bring. Sue for your favors, or excuse the thing. LXXX. Ah, God forbid these lands should hear or see him so disgraced at whose great name they quake. This scepter and my noble axe for me a true defense before the world can make. Yet for sharp justice governed shall be. With clemency, I will no vengeance take. For this offense, but for Rinaldo's love. I pardon you, hereafter wiser prove. LXXXI. But Argillano's guilty blood shall wash this stain away, who kindled this debate. And led by hasty rage and fury rash. To these disorders first undid the gate. While thus he spoke, the lightning beams did flash out of his eyes of majesty and state. That Argillan, who would have thought it, shook for fear and terror, conquered with his look. LXXXI. The rest with indiscreet and foolish wrath. Who threatened late with words of shame and pride. Whose hands so ready were to harm and scath. And brandished bright swords on every side. Now hushed and still attend what Godfrey saith. With shame and fear their bashful looks they hide. And Argillan they let in chains be bound. Although their weapons him environed round. LXXXI. So when a lion shakes his dreadful mane. And beats his tail with courage proud and wroth. If his commander come, who first took pain to tame his youth, his lofty crest down goeth. His threats he feareth. And obeys the rein of thraldom base, and servicage, though loath. Nor can his sharp teeth nor his armed paws force him rebel against his ruler's laws. 84. Fame as a winged warrior they beheld. With semblant fierce and furious look that stood. And in his left hand had a splendent shield. Wherewith he covered safe their chieftain good. His other hand a naked sword did wield. From which distilling fell the lukewarm blood. The blood pardie of many a realm and town. Whereon the Lord his wrath had poured down. LXXXV. Thus was the tumult, without bloodshed, ended. Their arms laid down, strife into exile sent. Godfrey his thoughts to greater actions bended. And homeward to his rich pavilion went. For to assault the fortress he intended. Before the second or third day were spent. Meanwhile his timber wrought he oft surveyed. Whereof his ram and engines great he made. Ninth Book. The Argument. Electo false great Solomon doth move. By night the Christians in their tents to kill. But God who their intents saw from above. Sends Michael down from his sacred hill. The spirits foul to hell the angels drove. The knights delivered from the witch, at will. Destroy the pagans, scatter all their host. The Soldan flies when all his bands are lost. The grisly child of Erebus the grim. Who saw these tumults done and tempests spent. Gainst stream of grace whoever strove to swim. And all her thoughts against heaven's wisdom bent. Departed now. Bright Titan's beams were dim. And fruitful lands waxed barren as she went. She sought the rest of her infernal crew. New storms to raise, new broils, and tumults new. 2. She, that well wist her sisters had enticed. By their false arts, far from the Christian host. Tancred, Rinaldo, and the rest, best prized. For martial skill, for might esteemed most. Said, of these discords and these strifes advised. Great Solomon, when day his light hath lost. These Christians shall assail with sudden war. And kill them all while thus they strive and jar. 3. With that where Solomon remained she flew. And found him out with his Arabian bands. Great Solomon, of all Christ's foes untrue. Boldest of courage, mightiest of his hands. Like him was none of all that earth-bred crew. That heaped mountains on the Aemonian sands. Of Turks he sovereign was, and nice his seat. Where late he dwelt, and ruled that kingdom great. 4. The lands forenenst the Greekish shore he held. From Sangar's mouth to crooked Meander's fall. Where they of Phrygia, Mysia, Lydia dwelled. Bithynia's towns, and Pontus cities all. But when the hearts of Christian princes swelled, and rose in arms to make proud Asia thrall, those lands were one where he did scepter wield. And he twice beaten was in pitched field. V. When fortune oft he had in vain essayed, and spent his forces, which availed him not. To Egypt's king himself he close conveyed, who welcomed him as he could best have thought, glad in his heart, and inly well apaid, that to his court so great a lord was brought. For he decreed his armies huge to bring, to succor Judah land and Judah's king. 6. But, ere he open war proclaimed, he would that Solomon should kindle first the fire, and with huge sums of false enticing gold, the Arabian thieves he sent him forth to hire, while he the Asian lords and Morians hold, unites the Soldan one to his desire. Those outlaws, ready I for gold to fight, the hope of gain hath such alluring might. 7. Thus made their captain to destroy and burn. In Judah land he entered is so far, that all the ways whereby he should return, by Godfrey's people kept and stopped are. And now he gone his former losses mourn. This wound had hit him on an elder scar. On great adventures ran his hardy thought, but not assured, he yet resolved on naught. 8. To him Alecto came, and semblant bore of one whose age was great, whose looks were grave, whose cheeks were bloodless, and whose locks were hoar. Mustaches strouting long and chin close shave. A steepled turban on her head she wore. Her garment wide, and by her side, her glaive. Her gilden quiver at her shoulders hung, and in her hand a bow was, stiff and strong. 9. We have, quoth she, through wildernesses gone, through sterile sands, strange paths, and uncouth ways. Yet spoil or booty have we gotten none, nor victory deserving fame or praise. Godfrey meanwhile to ruin stick and stone of this fair town, with battery sore assays. And if a while we rest, we shall behold this glorious city smoking lie in mold. X. Are sheepcoats burnt, or praise of sheep or kine, the cause why Solomon these bands did arm? Canst thou that kingdom lately lost of thine recover thus, or thus redress thy harm? No, no, when heaven's small candles next shall shine, within their tents give them a bold alarm. Believe Araspes old, whose grave advice thou hast in exile proved, and proved in nice. 11. He feareth not, he doubts no sudden broil from these ill-armed and worse-hearted bands. He thinks this people, used to rob and spoil, to such exploit dares not lift up their hands. Up then and with thy courage put to foil this fearless camp, while thus secure it stands. This said, her poison in his breast she hides, and then to shapeless air unseen she glides. 12. The Soldan cried, O thou which in my thought increased hast my rage and fury so, nor seem'st a white of mortal metal wrought. I follow thee, whereso thee list to go. Mountains of men by dint of sword down brought thou shalt behold, and seas of red blood flow where'er I go. Only be thou my guide, when sable night the azure skies shall hide. 13. When this was said, he mustered all his crew, reproved the cowards, and allowed the bold. His forward camp, inspired with courage new, was ready dight to follow where he would. Alecto's self the warning trumpet blew, and to the wind his standard great unrolled. Thus on they marched, and thus on they went, Of their approach their speed the news prevent. 14. Alecto left them, and her person dight. Like one that came some tidings new to tell. It was the time, when first the rising night her sparkling diamonds poureth forth to sell. When, into Shaun come, she marched right, where Judah's aged tyrant used to dwell. To whom of Solomon's designment bold, the place, the manner, and the time she told. 15. Their mantle dark, the grisly shadows spread, stained with spots of deepest sanguine hue. Warm drops of blood, on earth's black visage shed, supplied the place of pure and precious dew. The moon and stars for fear of sprites were fled. The shrieking goblins each where howling flew. The furies roar, the ghosts and fairies yell. The earth was filled with devils, and empty hell. 16. The Soldan fierce, through all this horror, went toward the camp of his redoubt foes. The night was more than half consumed and spent. Now headlong down the western hill she goes. When distant scant a mile from Godfrey's tent, he let his people there a while repose, and victualled them. And then he boldly spoke these words which rage and courage might provoke. 17. See there a camp, full stuffed of spoils and praise, not half so strong as false report recordeth. See there the storehouse, where their captain lays our treasures stolen, where Asia's wealth he hoardeth. Now chance the ball unto our racket plays. Take then the vantage which good luck affordeth. For all their arms, their horses, gold and treasure are ours, ours without loss, harm or displeasure. 18. Nor is this camp that great victorious host that slew the Persian lords, and Nice hath won. For those in this long war are spent and lost. These are the dregs, the wine is all outrun. And these few left are drowned and dead almost. In heavy sleep, the labor half is done, to send them headlong to Avernus deep. For little differs death and heavy sleep. 19. Come, come, this sword the passage open shall into their camp, and on their bodies slain we will pass o'er their rampire and their wall. This blade, as scythes cut down the fields of grain, shall cut them so, Christ's kingdom now shall fall. Asia her freedom, you shall praise obtain. Thus he inflamed his soldiers to the fight, and led them on through silence of the night. XX. The sentinel by starlight, lo, descried this mighty Soldan and his host draw near, who found not as he hoped the Christians' guide. Unware, any yet unready was his gear. The scouts, when this huge army they descried, ran back, and gone with shouts the Vlarum rear. The watch stirred up and drew their weapons bright, and buskied them bold to battle and to fight. XXI. The Arabians wist they could not come unseen, and therefore loud their jarring trumpets sound. Their yelling cries to heaven upheaved been. The horses thundered on the solid ground. The mountains roared, and the valley green. The echoes sighed from the caves around. Alecto with her brand, kindled in hell, token to them in David's tower that dwell. XXI. Before the rest forth pricked the Soldan fast, against the watch, not yet in order just, as swift as hideous Boreas' hasty blast. From hollow rocks when first his storms outburst, the raging floods, that trees and rocks downcast, thunders, that towns and towers drive to dust, earthquakes, to tear the world in twain that threat, are naught, compared to his fury great. XCI. He struck no blow, but that his foe he hit. And never hit, but made a grievous wound. And never wounded, but death followed it. And yet no peril, hurt or harm he found. No weapon on his hardened helmet bit. No puissant stroke his senses once astound. Yet like a bell his tinkling helmet rung. And thence flew flames of fire and sparks among. Ziv himself well nigh had put the watch to flight. A jolly troop of Frenchmen strong and stout. When his Arabians came by heaps to fight. Covering, like raging floods, the fields about. The beaten Christians run away full light. The pagans, mingled with the flying rout, entered their camp, and filled, as they stood, their tents with ruin, slaughter, death and blood. XXV. High on the Soldan's helm enamelled laid. An hideous dragon, armed with many a scale. With iron paws, and leathern wings displayed. Which twisted on a knot her forked tail. With triple tongue it seemed she hissed and brayed. About her jaws the froth and venom trail. And as he stirred, and as his foes him hit, so flames to cast and fire she seemed to spit. XXVI. With this strange light, the Soldan fierce appeared. Dreadful to those that round about him been. As to poor sailors, when huge storms are reared. With lightning flash the rafting seas are seen. Some fled away, because his strength they feared. Some bolder gainst him bent their weapons keen. And forward night, in evils and mischiefs pleased. Their dangers hid, and dangers still increased. XXVI. Among the rest that strove to merit praise, was old Latinus, born by Tiber's bank. To whose stout heart in fights and bloody frays, for all his ild, base fear yet never sank. 5 sons he had, the comforts of his days, that from his side in no adventure shrank. But long before their time, in iron strong, they clad their members, tender, soft and young. 18. The bold ensample of their father's might. Their weapons whetted and their wrath increased. Come let us go, quoth he, where yonder night upon our soldiers makes his bloody feast. Let not their slaughter once your hearts affright. Where danger most appears, there fear at least. For honor dwells in hard attempts, my sons. And greatest praise, in greatest peril, wans. Zix. Her tender brood the forest's savage queen. Ere on their crests their rugged manes appear. Before their mouths by nature armed been. Or paws have strength a silly lamb to tear. So letteth forth to prey, and makes them keen. And learns by her ensample not to fear. The hunter, in those desert woods that takes the lesser beasts whereon his feast he makes. XXX. The noble father in his hardy crew. Fierce Solomon on every side invade. At once all 6 upon the Soldan flew. With lances sharp, and strong encounters made. His broken spear the eldest boy down threw. And boldly, over boldly, drew his blade. Wherewith he strove, but strove therewith in vain. The pagan steed, unmarked, to have slain. XXXI. But as a mountain or a cape of land, assailed with storms and seas on every side, doth unremoved, steadfast, still withstand. Storm, thunder, lightning, tempest, wind, and tide. The Soldan so withstood Latinus' band. And unremoved did all their justs abide. And of that hapless youth, who hurt his steed, down to the chin he cleft in twain the head. XXXI. Kind Aramante, who saw his brother slain, to hold him up stretched forth his friendly arm. O foolish kindness, and O pity vain, to add our proper loss, to others' harm. The prince let fall his sword, and cut in twain. About his brother twined, the child's weak arm. Down from their saddles both together slide. Together mourned they, and together died. 33. That done, Sabino's lance with nimble force he cut in twain, and, gainst the stripling bold, he spurred his steed, that underneath his horse the hardy infant tumbled on the mould, whose soul, out-squeezed from his bruised corpse, with ugly painfulness forsook her hold, and deeply mourned that of so sweet a cage. She left the bliss, and joys of youthful age. Exiv. But Picus yet and Lawrence were on live. Whom at one birth their mother fair brought out. A pair whose likeness made the parents strive. Oft which was which, and joyed in their doubt. But what their birth did undistinguished give. The Soldan's rage made known, for Picus stout. Headless at one huge blow he laid in dust. And through the breast his gentle brother thrust. XXXV. Their father, but no father now, alas. When all his noble sons at once were slain. In their 5 deaths so often murdered was. I know not how his life could him sustain. Except his heart were forged of steel or brass. Yet still he lived, pardie, he saw not plain. Their dying looks. Although their deaths he knows. It is some ease not to behold our woes. XXXVI. He wept not, for the night her curtain spread. Between his cause of weeping and his eyes. But still he mourned and on sharp vengeance fed. And thinks he conquers, if revenged he dies. He thirsts the Soldan's heathenish blood to shed. And yet his own at less than naught doth prize. Nor can he tell whether he liefer would. Or die himself, or kill the pagan bold. XVI. At last, is this right hand, quoth he, so weak. That thou disdainst gainst me to use thy might? Can it not do? Can this tongue nothing speak? That may provoke thine ire, thy wrath and spite. With that he struck, his anger great to wreak. A blow, that pierced the mail and metal bright. And in his flank set ope a floodgate wide. Whereat the blood outstreamed from his side. XXXVI. Provoked with his cry, and with that blow. The Turk upon him gone his blade discharge. He cleft his breastplate, having first pierced through. Lined with 7 bulls' hides, his mighty targe. And sheathed his weapons in his guts below. Wretched Latinus at that issue large. And at his mouth, poured out his vital blood. And sprinkled with the same his murdered brood. XX. On Apennine like as a sturdy tree. Against the winds that makes resistance stout. If with a storm it overturned be. Falls down and breaks the trees and plants about. So Latine fell, and with him felled he. And slew the nearest of the pagans' rout. A worthy end, fit for a man of fame. That dying, slew, and conquered, overcame. XL. Meanwhile the Soldan strove his rage. To satisfy with blood of Christians spilled. The Arabians heartened by their captain stern. With murder every tent and cabin filled. Henry the English knight, and Olifern. O fierce Draguto! By thy hands were killed. Gilbert and Philip were by Ariadne. Both slain, both born upon the banks of Rhone. XLI. Albazar with his mace Ernesto slew. Under Algazel Engerlin down fell. But the huge murder of the meaner crew. Or manner of their deaths, what tongue can tell? Godfrey, when first the heathen trumpets blew. Awaked, which heard, no fear could make him dwell. But he and his were up and armed ere long. And marched forward with a squadron strong. XLI. He that well heard the rumor and the cry. And marked the tumult still grow more and more. The Arabian thieves he judged by and by. Against his soldiers made this battle sore. For that they forayed all the countries nigh. And spoiled the fields, the Duke knew well before. Yet thought he not they had the hardiment. So to assail him in his armed tent. XLI. All suddenly he heard, while on he went. How to the city ward, arm, arm. They cried. The noise upreared to the firmament. With dreadful howling filled the valleys wool day. This was Clorinda, whom the king forth sent. To battle, and Argantes by her side. The duke, this heard, to Guelpho turned, and prayed. Him his lieutenant be, and to him said. Slive. You hear this new alarm from yonder part. That from the town breaks out with so much rage. Us needeth much your valor and your art, to calm their fury, and their heat to sewage. Go thither then, and with you take some part of these brave soldiers of mine equipage, while with the residue of my champions bold, I drive these wolves again out of our fold. XLV. They parted, this agreed on them between. By divers paths, Lord Guelpho to the hill, and Godfrey hasted where the Arabians keen his men like silly sheep destroy and kill. But as he went his troops increased bin. From every part the people flocked still. That now grown strong enough, he proaked nigh, where the fierce Turk caused many a Christian die. XLVI. So from the top of Vesulus the cold, down to the sandy valleys, tumbleth Pa, whose streams the further from the fountain rolled, still stronger wax, and with more puissance go, and horned like a bull his forehead bold, he lifts, and o'er his broken banks doth flow, and with his horns to pierce the sea essays, to which he proffereth war, not tribute pays. XLVI. The Duke his men fast flying did espy, and thither ran, and thus, displeased, spake. What fear is this? Oh, whither do you fly? See who they be that this pursuit do make. A heartless band, that dare no battle try, who wounds before dare neither give nor take. Against them turn your stern eyes' threatening sight. An angry look will put them all to flight. XLVI. This said, he spurred forth where Solomon destroyed Christ's vineyard like a savage boar. Through streams of blood, through dust and dirt he ran, o'er heaps of bodies wallowing in their gore. The squadrons close his sword to ope began. He broke their ranks, behind, beside, before. And, where he goes, under his feet he treads the armed Saracens, and barbed steeds. 49. This slaughterhouse of angry Mars he passed, where thousands dead, half dead, and dying were. The hardy Soldan saw him come in haste, yet neither stepped aside nor shrunk for fear, but buskied him bold to fight, aloft he cast his blade, prepared to strike, and stepped near these noble princes twain. So fortune wrought. From the world's end here met, and here they fought. L. With virtue, fury, strength with courage strove. For Asia's mighty empire, who can tell with how strange force their cruel blows they drove? How sore their combat was, how fierce, how fell. Great deeds they wrought, each other's harness clove. Yet still in darkness, more the ruth, they dwell. The night their axe her black veil covered under. Their axe were at the sun, the world might wonder. Li. The Christians by their guides and sample hearted. Of their best armed made a squadron strong. And to defend their chieftain forth they started. The pagans also saved their knight from wrong. Fortune her favors twixt them evenly parted. Fierce was the encounter, bloody, doubtful, long. These won, those lost, those won again. The loss was equal, even the numbers slain. Ai. With equal rage, as when the southern wind meeteth in battle strong the northern blast. The sea and air to neither is resigned, but cloud gainst cloud, and wave gainst wave they cast. So from this skirmish neither part declined, but fought it out, and kept their footings fast. And oft with furious shock together rush, and shield gainst shield, and helm gainst helm they crush. Lii. The battle eke to Sionward grew hot. The soldiers slain, the hardy knights were killed. Legions of sprites from Limbo's prisons got. The empty air, the hills and valleys filled. Harding the pagans that they shrinked not. Till where they stood their dearest blood they spilled. And with new rage Argontes they inspire. Whose heat no flames, whose burning need no fire. Liv. Where he came in he put to shameful flight the fearful watch, and o'er the trenches leaped. Even with the ground he made the rampire's height. And murdered bodies in the ditch unheaped. So that his greedy mates with labor light. Amid the tents. A bloody harvest reaped. Clorinda went the proud Circassian by. So from a piece 2 chained bullets fly. Lv. Now fled the Frenchman, when in lucky hour. Arrived Guelfo, and his helping band. He made them turn against this stormy shower. And with bold face their wicked foes withstand. Sternly they fought, that from their wounds downpour the streams of blood and run on either hand. The Lord of Heaven meanwhile upon this fight. From his high throne bent down his gracious sight. Lvi. From whence with grace and goodness compassed round. He ruleth, blesseth, keepeth all he wrought. Above the air, the fire, the sea and ground. Our sense, our wit, our reason and our thought. Where persons three, with power and glory crowned. Are all one God, who made all things of naught. Under whose feet, subjected to his grace. Sit nature, fortune, motion, time and place. Lvi. This is the place, from whence like smoke and dust. Of this frail world the wealth, the pomp and power. He tosseth, tumbleth, turneth as he lust. And guides our life, our death, our end and hour. No eye, however virtuous, pure and just, can view the brightness of that glorious bower. On every side the blessed spirits be. Equal in joys, though differing in degree. Lvi. With harmony of their celestial song. The palace echoed from the chambers pure. At last he Michael called, in harness strong. Of never yielding diamonds armed sure. Behold, quoth he. To do despite and wrong. To that dear flock my mercy hath in cure. How Satan from hell's loathsome prison sends. His ghosts, his sprites, his furies and his fiends. Lax. Go bid them all depart, and leave the care of war to soldiers, as doth best pertain. Bid them forbear to infect the earth and air. To darken heaven's fair light, bid them refrain. Bid them to Acheron's black flood repair. Fit house for them, the house of grief and pain. There let their king himself and them torment. So I command, go tell them mine intent. Lx. This said, the winged warrior low inclined. At his Creator's feet with reverence due. Then spread his golden feathers to the wind. And swift as thought away the angel flew. He passed the light, and shining fire assigned. The glorious seat of his selected crew. The mover first, and circle crystalline. The firmament. Where fixed stars all shine. Lxi. Unlike in working then, in shape and show. At his left hand, Saturn he left and Jove. And those untruly errant called I trow. Since he errs not, who them doth guide and move. The fields he passed then, whence hail and snow. Thunder and rain fall down from clouds above. Where heat and cold, dryness and moisture strive. Whose wars all creatures kill, and slain, revive. Lxi. The horrid darkness, and the shadows done. Dispersed he with his eternal wings. The flames which from his heavenly eyes outrun. Beguiled the earth and all her sable things. After a storm so spreadeth forth the sun. His rays and binds the clouds in golden strings. Or in the stillness of a moonshine even. A falling star so glitteth down from heaven. Lxi. But when the infernal troop he proached near. That still the pagan's ire and rage provoke. The angel on his wings himself did bear. And shook his lance. And thus at last he spoke. Have you not learned yet to know and fear the Lord's just wrath, and thunder's dreadful stroke? Or in the torments of your endless ill, Are you still fierce, still proud, rebellious still? Lexiv. The Lord hath sworn to break the iron bands. The brazen gates of Shaun's fort which close. Who is it that his sacred will withstands? Against his wrath who dares himself oppose? Go hence, you cursed, to your appointed lands. The realms of death, of torments, and of woes. And in the deeps of that infernal lake. Your battles fight, and there your triumphs make. LXV. There tyrannize upon the souls you find. Condemned to woe, and double still their pains. Where some complain, where some their teeth do grind. Some howl, and weep, some clank their iron chains. This said they fled, and those that stayed behind. With his sharp lance he driveth and constrains. They sighing left the lands, his silver sheep. Where Hesperus doth lead, doth feed, and keep. LXVI. And toward hell their lazy wings display. To wreak their malice on the damned ghosts. The birds that follow Titan's hottest ray. Pass not in so great flocks to warmer coasts. Nor leaves in so great numbers fall away. When winter nips them with his new-come frosts. The earth delivered from so foul annoy. Recalled her beauty, and resumed her joy. LXVI. But not for this in fierce Argantes' breast. Lessened the rancor and decreased the ire. Although Alecto left him to infest. With the hot brands of her infernal fire. Round his armed head his trenchant blade he blessed. And those thick ranks that seemed moist entire. He breaks. The strong, the high, the weak, the low. Were equalized by his murdering blow. LXVI. Not far from him amid the blood and dust. Heads, arms, and legs, Clorinda strewed wide. Her sword through Berengarius' breast she thrust. Quite through the heart, where life doth chiefly bide. And that fell blow she struck so sure and just. That at his back his life and blood forth glide. Even in the mouth she smote Albinus then. And cut in twain the visage of the man. Lex. Journeyer's right hand she from his arm divided. Whereof but late she had received a wound. The hand his sword still held, although not guided. The fingers half alive stirred on the ground. So from a serpent slain the tail divided. Moves in the grass, rolleth and tumbleth round. The championess so wounded left the knight. And gainst Achilles turned her weapon bright. LXX. Upon his neck light that unhappy blow. And cut the sinews and the throat in twain. The head fell down upon the earth below. And soiled with dust the visage on the plain. The headless trunk, a woeful thing to know. Still in the saddle seated did remain. Until his steed, that felt the reins at large. With leaps and flings that burden did discharge. LXXI. While thus this fair and fierce Bellona slew. The western lords, and put their troops to flight. Gildips raged mongst the pagan crew. And low in dust laid many a worthy knight. Like was their sex, their beauty and their hue. Like was their youth, their courage and their might. Yet fortune would they should the battle try. Of mightier foes, for both were framed to die. LXXI. Yet wished they oft, and strove in vain to meet. So great betwixt them was the press and throng. But hardy Guelpho gainst Clorinda sweet. Ventured his sword to work her harm and wrong. And with a cutting blow so did her greet. That from her side the blood streamed down along. But with a thrust an answer sharp she made. And, twixt his ribs colored some deal her blade. LXXI. Lord Guelpho struck again, but hit her not. For strong Osmida haply passed by. And not meant him, another's wound he got. That cleft his front in twain above his eye. Near Guelpho now the battle waxed hot. For all the troops he led gone thither high. And thither drew eke many a Paynim knight. That fierce, stern, bloody, deadly waxed the fight. Lexiv. Meanwhile the purple morning peeped o'er the eastern threshold to our half of land. And Argelano in this great uproar from prison loosed was, and what he fanned, those arms he hent, and to the field them bore, resolved to take his chance what came to hand. And with great axe amid the pagan host, would win again his reputation lost. LXXV. As a fierce steed, scaped from his stall at large, where he had long been kept for warlike need, runs through the fields unto the flowery marge of some green forest where he used to feed. His curled mane his shoulders broad doth charge, and from his lofty crest doth spring and spread thunder his feet, his nostrils fire breathe out, and with his neigh the world resounds about. LXXVI. So Argilan rushed forth, sparkled his eyes. His front high lifted was, no fear therein. Lightly he leaps and skips, it seems he flies. He left no sign in dust imprinted thin. And coming near his foes, he sternly cries, as one that forced not all their strength a pin. You outcasts of the world, you men of naught, what hath in you this boldness newly wrought? LXXVI. Too weak are you to bear a helm or shield, unfit to arm your breast in iron bright. You run half naked trembling through the field. Your blows are feeble, and your hope in flight. Your facts and all the actions that you wield, the darkness hides, your bulwark is the night. Now she is gone, how will your fight succeed? Now better arms and better hearts you need. LXXVI. While thus he spoke, he gave a cruel stroke against Algazel's throat with might and main. And as he would have answered him, and spoke, he stopped his words, and cut his jaws in twain. Upon his eyes death spread his misty cloak. A chilling frost congealed every vein. He fell, and with his teeth the earth he tore, raging in death, and full of rage before. Lexix. Then by his puissance mighty Saladine, proud Agricult and Mulius's died. And at one wondrous blow his weapon fine did a diazel in two parts divide. Then through the breast he wounded Ariadine, whom dying with sharp taunts he gone deride. He lifting up uneath his feeble eyes, to his proud scorns thus answereth, ere he dies. LXXX. Not thou, whoe'er thou art, shall glory long. Thy happy conquest in my death, I trow, like chance awaits thee from a hand more strong, which by my side will shortly lay thee low. He smiled, and said, of mine hour short or long, let heaven take care. But here meanwhile die thou. Pasture for wolves and crows, on him his foot he set, and drew his sword and life both out. LXXXI. Among this squadron rode a gentle page, the Soldan's minion, darling, and delight, on whose fair chin the springtime of his age yet blossomed out her flowers, small or light. The sweat spread on his cheeks with heat and rage seemed pearls or morning dews on lilies white. The dust therein uprolled adorned his hair. His face seemed fierce and sweet, wrathful and fair. LXXXI. His steed was white, and white as purest snow that falls on tops of aged Apennine. Lightning and storm are not so swift I trow, as he, to run, to stop, to turn and twine. A dart his right hand shaked, pressed to throw. His cutlass by his thigh, short, hooked, fine. And braving in his Turkish pomp he shone, in purple robe, o'erfrit with gold and stone. LXXXI. The hardy boy, while thirst of warlike praise bewitched so his unadvised thought, gainst every band his childish strength assays, and little danger found, though much he sought. Till Argilan, that watched fit time always, in his swift turns to strike him as he fought, did unawares his snow-white courser slay, and under him his master tumbling lay. 84. And gainst his face, where love and pity stand, to pray him that rich throne of beauty spare, the cruel man stretched forth his murdering hand, to spoil those gifts, whereof he had no share. It seemed remorse and sense was in his brand, which, lighting flat, to hurt the lad forbear. But all for naught, gainst him the point he bent, that, what the edge had spared, pierced and rent. LXXXV. Fierce Solomon that with Godfredo strived, who first should enter conquest's glorious gate, left off the fray and thither headlong drived. When first he saw the lad in such a state, he brake the press, and soon enough arrived to take revenge, but to his aid too late, because he saw his Lesbine slain and lost, like a sweet flower nipped with untimely frost. LXXXVI. He saw wax dim the starlight of his eyes, his ivory neck upon his shoulders fell, in his pale looks kind pity's image lies, that death even mourned, to hear his passing bell. His marble heart such soft impression tries, that midst his wrath his manly tears outwell. Thou weepest, Solomon, thou that beheld thy kingdoms lost, and not one tear could yield. LXXXVI. But when the murderer's sword he happed to view, dropping with blood of his Lesbino dead, his pity vanished, ire and rage renew. He had no leisure bootless tears to shed, but with his blade on Argilano flew, and cleft his shield, his helmet, and his head, down to his throat. And worthy was that blow of Solomon, his strength and wrath to show. LXXXVI. And not content with this, down from his horse he lights, and that dead carcass rent and tore, like a fierce dog that takes his angry course to bite the stone which had him hit before. O comfort vain for grief of so great force, to wound the senseless earth that feels no sore. But mighty Godfrey, gainst the Soldan's train, spent not, this while, his force and blows in vain. 89. 1,000 hardy Turks affront he had, in sturdy iron armed from head to foot, resolved in all adventures good or bad, in actions wise, in execution stout, whom Solomon into Arabia lad, when from his kingdom he was first cast out, where living wild with their exiled guide, to him in all extremes they faithful bide. XC. All these in thickest order sure unite, for Godfrey's valor small or nothing shrank. Corcudes first he on the face did smite, then wounded strong Rusteno in the flank. At one blow Salim's head he stroke off quite, then both Rossano's arms, in every rank. The boldest knights, of all that chosen crew, he felled, maimed, wounded, hurt and slew. XCI. While thus he killed many a Saracen, and all their fierce assaults unhurt sustained, ere fortune wholly from the Turks decline. While still they hoped much, though small they gained. Behold a cloud of dust, wherein doth shine lightning of war in midst thereof contained, whence unawares burst forth a storm of swords, which tremble made the pagan knights and lords. 92. These 50 champions were, mongst whom there stands, in silver field, the ensign of Christ's death. If I had mouths and tongues as Briareus' hands, if voice as iron tough, if iron breath, what harm this troop wrought to the heathen bands, what knights they slew, I could recount uneath. In vain the Turks resist, the Arabians fly. If they fly, they are slain, if fight, they die. XCI. Fear, cruelty, grief, horror, sorrow, pain, run through the field, disguised in divers shapes. Death might you see triumphant on the plain, drowning in blood him that from blows escapes. The king meanwhile with parcel of his train comes hastily out, and for sure conquest gapes. And from a bank whereon he stood, beheld the doubtful hazard of that bloody field. Civ. But when he saw the pagans shrink away, he sounded the retreat, and gone desire his messengers in his behalf to pray, Argantes and Clorinda to retire. The furious couple both at once said nay, even drunk with shedding blood, and mad with ire. At last they went, and to recomfort thought, and stay their troops from flight, but all for naught. XCV. For who can govern cowardice or fear? Their host already was begun to fly. They cast their shields and cutting swords arear, as not defended but made slow thereby. A hollow dale the city's bulwarks near, from west to south outstretched long doth lie. Thither they fled, and in a mist of dust, toward the walls they run, they throng, they thrust. XCVI. While down the bank disordered thus they ran, the Christian knights huge slaughter on them made. But when to climb the other hill they gone, old Aladine came fiercely to their aid. On that steep brae Lord Guelpho would not then hazard his folk, but there his soldiers stayed, and safe within the city's walls the king the relic small of that sharp fight did bring. XCVI. Meanwhile the Soldan in this latest charge had done as much as human force was able. All sweat and blood appeared his members large. His breath was short, his courage waxed unstable. His arm grew weak to bear his mighty targe, his hand to rule his heavy sword unable, which bruised, not cut, so blunted was the blade. It lost the use for which a sword was made. XCVI. Feeling his weakness, he gone musing stand, and in his troubled thought this question tossed, if he himself should murder with his hand, because none else should of his conquest boast, or he should save his life, when on the land lay slain the pride of his subdued host. At last to fortune's power, quoth he, I yield, and on my flight let her trophies build. 6. Let Godfrey view my flight, and smile to see this mine unworthy second banishment. For armed again soon shall he hear of me, from his proud head the unsettled crown to rent. For, as my wrongs, my wrath etern shall be. At every hour the bow of war new bent. I will rise again, a foe, fierce, bold. Though dead, though slain, though burnt to ashes cold. 10th Book. The Argument. Isman from sleep awakes the Soldan great, and into Shoun brings the prince by night, where the sad king sits fearful on his seat, whom he emboldeneth and excites to fight. Godfredo hears his lords and knights repeat how they escaped Armida's wrath and spite. Rinaldo known to live, Peter foresays his offspring's virtue, good deserts, and praise. A gallant steed, while thus the Soldan said, came trotting by him, without lord or guide. Quickly his hand upon the reins he laid, and weak and weary climbed up to ride. The snake that on his crest hot fire outbrayed was quite cut off, his helm had lost the pride. His coat was rent, his harness hacked and cleft, and of his kingly pomp no sign was left. 2. As when a savage wolf chased from the fold, to hide his head runs to some holt or wood, who, though he filled have while it might hold his greedy paunch, yet hungereth after food, with sanguine tongue forth of his lips outrolled, about his jaws that licks up foam and blood. So from this bloody fray the Soldan hide, his rage unquenched, his wrath unsatisfied. 3. And, as his fortune would, he scaped free from thousand arrows which about him flew, from swords and lances, instruments that be of certain death, himself he safe withdrew. Unknown, unseen, disguised, travelled he by desert paths and ways but used by few, and rode revolving in his troubled thought What course to take, and yet resolved on naught. 4. Thither at last he meant to take his way, where Egypt's king assembled all his host, to join with him, and once again essay to win by fight, by which so oft he lost. Determined thus, he made no longer stay, but thitherward spurred forth his steed in post. Nor need he guide, the way right well he could, that leads to sandy plains of Gaza old. V. Nor though his smarting wounds torment him oft, his body weak and wounded back and side, yet rested he, nor once his armor doffed, but all day long o'er hills and dales doth ride. But when the night cast up her shade aloft, and all earth's colours strange in sables dyed, he light, and as he could his wounds upbound, and shook ripe dates down from a palm he found. 6. On them he supped, and amid the field, to rest his weary limbs awhile he sought. He made his pillow of his broken shield, to ease the griefs of his distempered thought. But little ease could so hard lodging yield. His wound so smarted that he slept right not. And, in his breast, his proud heart rent in twain. Two inward vultures, sorrow and disdain. 7. At length when midnight with her silence deep, did heaven and earth hushed, still, and quiet make, sore watched and weary, he began to steep his cares and sorrows in oblivion's lake, and in a little, short, unquiet sleep, some small repose his fainting spirits take. But, while he slept, a voice grave and severe, at unawares thus thundered in his ear. 8. O Solomon, thou far-renowned king, till better seasons serve, forbear thy rest. A stranger doth thy lands in thraldom bring. Nice is a slave, by Christian yoke oppressed. Sleepest thou here, forgetful of this thing, that here thy friends lie slain, not laid in chest, whose bones bear witness of thy shame and scorn? And wilt thou idly here attend the morn? 9. The king awoke, and saw before his eyes a man whose presence seemed grave and old. A writ-hand staff his steps' unstable guise, which served his feeble members to uphold. And what art thou? The prince in scorn replies. What sprite to vex poor passengers so bold, to break their sleep? Or what to thee belongs? My shame, my loss, my vengeance, or my wrongs? X. I am the man of thine intent, quoth he, and purpose new that sure conjecture hath. And better than thou weenest know I thee. I proffer thee my service and my faith. My speeches therefore sharp and biting be, because quick words the whetstones are of wrath. Accept in gree, my lord, the words I spoke, as spurs thine ire and courage to provoke. 11. But now to visit Egypt's mighty king. Unless my judgment fall, you are prepared. I prophesy, about a needless thing. You suffer shall a voyage long and hard. For though you stay, the monarch great will bring his new assembled host to Judah ward. No place of service there, no cause of fight, nor gainst our foes to use your force and might. 12. But if you follow me, within this wall, with Christian arms hemmed in on every side, withouten battle, fight, or stroke at all, even at noonday, I will you safely guide. Where you delight, rejoice, and glory shall, in perils great to see your prowess tried. That noble town you may preserve and shield, till Egypt's host come to renew the field. 13. While thus he parleyed, of this aged guest, the Turk the words and looks did both admire, and from his haughty eyes and furious breast, he laid apart his pride, his rage and ire, and humbly said, I willing am and pressed to follow where thou leadest, reverend sire. And that advice best fits my angry vein, that tells of greatest peril, greatest pain. 14. The old man praised his words, and for the air. His late received wounds to worse disposes. A quintessence therein he poured fair. That stops the bleeding. And incision closes. Beholding then before Apollo's chair, how fresh aurora violets strewed and roses. It's time, he says, to wend, for Titan bright. To wonted labor summons every wight. 15. And to a chariot, that beside did stand. Ascended he, and with him Solomon. He took the reins, and with a mastering hand ruled his steeds, and whipped them now and then. The wheels or horses' feet upon the land had left no sign nor token where they ran. The coursers pant and smoke with lukewarm sweat, and, foaming cream, their iron mouthfuls eat. 16. The air about them round, a wondrous thing, itself on heaps in solid thickness drew. The chariot hiding and environing the subtle mist no mortal eye could view. And yet no stone from engine cast or sling could pierce the cloud, it was of proof so true. Yet seen it was to them within which ride, and heaven and earth without, all clear beside. 17. His beetle brows the Turk amazed bent. He wrinkled up his front, and wildly stared upon the cloud and chariot as it went. For speed to Cynthia's car right well compared. The other seeing his astonishment, how he bewondered was, and how he fared. All suddenly by name the prince gone call, by which awaked thus he spoke withal. 18. Who thou art above all worldly wit, that hast these high and wondrous marvels brought, and know'st the deep intents which hidden sit in secret closet of man's private thought. If in thy skilful heart this lot be writ, to tell the event of things to end unbrought, then say, what issue and what ends the stars? Allot to Asia's troubles, broils and wars. 19. But tell me first thy name, and by what art thou dost these wonders strange, above our skill. For full of marvel is my troubled heart. Tell then and leave me not amazed still. The wizard smiled and answered, in some part. Easy it is to satisfy thy will. Isman I hight, called an enchanter great. Such skill have I in magic's secret feat. XX. But that I should the sure events unfold, of things to come, or destinies foretell. Too rash is your desire, your wish too bold. To mortal heart such knowledge never fell. Our wit and strength on us bestowed I hold, to shun the evils and harms, mongst which we dwell. They make their fortune who are stout and wise. Wit rules the heavens, discretion guides the skies. XXI. That puissant arm of thine that well can rend from Godfrey's brow the new usurped crown, and not alone protect, save and defend from his fierce people, this besieged town. Gainst fire and sword with strength and courage bend. Adventure. Suffer, trust, tread perils down. And to content, and to encourage thee. Know this, which as I in a cloud foresee. XXI. I guess, before the overgliding sun shall many years mete out by weeks and days. A prince that shall in fertile Egypt one shall fill all Asia with his prosperous phrase. I speak not of his acts in quiet done, his policy, his rule, his wisdom's praise. Let this suffice, by him these Christians shall in fight subdued fly, and conquered fall. XCI. And their great empire and usurped state shall overthrown in dust and ashes lie. Their woeful remnant in an angle straight, compassed with sea themselves shall fortify. From thee shall spring this lord of war and fate. Whereto great Solomon gone thus reply. O happy man to so great praise abhor. Thus he rejoiced, but yet envied more. Ziv. And said, let chance with good or bad aspect Upon me look as sacred heaven's decree. This heart to her I never will subject. Nor ever conquered shall she look on me. The moon her chariot shall awry direct. Ere from this course I will diverted be. While thus he spake, it seemed he breathed fire. So fierce his courage was, so hot his ire. XXV. Thus talked they, till they arrived bin nigh to the place where Godfrey's tents were reared. There was a woeful spectacle I seen. Death in 1,000 ugly forms appeared. The Soldan changed hue for grief and teen. On that sad book his shame and loss he lead. Ah, with what grief his men, his friends he found. And standards proud, inglorious lie on ground. XXVI. And saw one visage of some well-known friend. In foul despite, a rascal Frenchman tread. And there another ragged peasant rend. The arms and garments from some champion dead. And there with stately pomp by heaps they wend. And Christians slain roll up in webs of lead. Lastly the Turks and slain Arabians, brought. On heaps, he saw them burn with fire to naught. XXVI. Deeply he sighed, and with naked sword. Out of the coach he leaped in the mire. But Ismon called again the angry lord. And with grave words appeased his foolish ire. The prince content remounted at his sword. Toward a hill on drove the aged sire. And hasting forward up the bank they pass. Till far behind the Christian leaguer was. 18. There they alight and took their way on foot. The empty chariot vanished out of sight. Yet still the cloud environed them about. At their left hand down went they from the height of Shaun's hill, till they approached the root. On that side where to west he looketh right. There Ismon stayed, and his eyesight bent upon the bushy rocks, and thither went. Zix. A hollow cave was in the craggy stone, wrought out by hand a number years tofore. And for of long that way had walked none. The vault was hid with plants and bushes hoar. The wizard stooping in thereat to gone. The thorns aside and scratching brambles bore. His right hand sought the passage through the cleft. And for his guide he gave the prince his left. XXX. What, quoth the Soldan, by what privy mine? What hidden vault behoves it me to creep? This sword can find a better way than thine. Although our foes the passage guard and keep. Let not, quoth he, thy princely foot repine. To tread this secret path, though dark and deep. For great King Herod used to tread the same. He that in arms had whilom so great fame. XXXI. This passage made he, when he would suppress his subjects' pride, and them in bondage hold. By this he could from that small fortress Antonia called, of Antony the Bold, convey his folk unseen of more and less, even to the midst of the temple old. Thence, hither, where these privy ways begin, and bring unseen whole armies out and in. XXXI. But now say I in all this world lives none that knows the secret of this darksome place. Come then where Aladine sits on his throne, with lords and princes set about his grace. He feareth more than fitteth such an one. Such signs of doubt show in his cheer and face. Fitly you come, hear, see, and keep you still. Till time and season serve, then speak your fill. 33. This said, that narrow entrance passed the night. So creeps a camel through a needle's eye. And through the ways as black as darkest night. He followed him that did him rule and guide. Straight was the way at first, withouten light. But further in, did further amplify. So that upright walked at ease the men. Ere they had passed half that secret den. Exiv. A privy door Ismon unlocked at last. And up they clomb a little used stair. Thereat the day a feeble beam incast. Dim was the light, and nothing clear the air. Out of the hollow cave at length they passed. Into a goodly hall, high, broad and fair. Where crowned with gold, and all in purple clad. Sate the sad king, among his nobles sad. XXXV. The Turk, close in his hollow cloud embarred. Unseen, at will did all the priests behold. These heavy speeches of the king he heard. Who thus from lofty siege his pleasure told. My lords, last day our state was much impaired. Our friends were slain, killed were our soldiers bold. Great helps and greater hopes are us bereft. Nor aught but aid from Egypt land is left. XXXVI. And well you see far distant is that aid. Upon our heels our danger treadeth still. For your advice was this assembly made. Each what he think speak, and what he will. A whisper soft arose when this was said. As gentle winds the groves with murmur fill. But with bold face, high looks and merry cheer. Argantes rose, the rest their talk forbear. XVI. O worthy sovereign, thus began to say. The hardy young man to the tyrant wise. What words be these? What fears do you dismay? Who knows not this, you need not our advice. But on your hand your hope of conquest lay. And, for no loss true virtue damnifies. Make her our shield, pray her us succors give. And without her let us not wish to live. XXXVI. Nor say I this for that I ought misdeem. That Egypt's promised succors fail us might. Doubtful of my great master's words to seem. To me were neither lawful, just, nor right. I speak these words, for spurs I them esteem. To waken up each dull and fearful sprite. And make our hearts resolve to all assays. To win with honor, or to die with praise. XX. Thus much Argantes said, and said no more. As if the case were clear of which he spoke. Orcano rose, of princely stem ybore. Whose presence mongst them bore a mighty stroke. A man esteemed well in arms of yore. But now was coupled new in marriage yoke. Young babes he had, to fight which made him loath. He was a husband and a father both. XL. My lord, quoth he, I will not reprehend. The earnest zeal of this audacious speech. From courage sprung. Which seld is close append. In swelling stomach without violent breach. And though to you our good Circassian friend. In terms too bold and fervent oft doth preach. Yet hold I that for good. In warlike feat. For his great deeds respond his speeches great. XLI. But if it you beseem, whom graver age. And long experience hath made wise and sly. To rule the heat of youth and hardy rage. Which somewhat have misled this night awry. In equal balance ponder then engage. Your hopes far distant. With your perils nigh. This town's old walls and rampires new compare. With Godfrey's forces and his engines rare. XLI. But, if I may say what I think unblamed. This town is strong, by nature, sight and art. But engines huge and instruments are framed. Gainst these defences by our adverse part. Who thinks him most secure is ethist shamed. I hope the best, yet fear unconstant mart. And with this siege if we be long up pent. Famine I doubt, our store will all be spent. XLI. For all that store of cattle and of grain. Which yesterday within these walls you brought. While your proud foes triumphant through the plain. On naught but shedding blood, and conquest thought. Too little is this city to sustain. To raise the siege unless some means be sought. And it must last till the prefixed hour. That it be raised by Egypt's aid and power. Sliv. But what if that appointed day they miss? Or else, ere we expect, what if they came? The victory yet is not ours for this. Oh save this town from ruin, us from shame. With that same Godfrey still our warfare is. These armies, soldiers, captains are the same. who have so oft amid the dusty plain Turks, Persians, Syrians and Arabians slain. XLV. And thou Argontes wottest what they be. Oft hast thou fled from that victorious host. Thy shoulders often hast thou let them see. And in thy feet hath been thy safeguard most. Clorinda bright and I fled eke with thee. None than his fellows had more cause to boast. Nor blame I any. For in every fight we showed courage, valor, strength and might. XLVI. And though this hardy knight the certain threat of near approaching death to hear disdain, yet to this state of loss and danger great, from this strong foe I see the tokens plain. No fort how strong soever by art or seat can hinder Godfrey why he should not reign. This makes me say, to witness heaven I bring zeal to this state, love to my lord and king. XLVI. The king of Tripoli was well advised to purchase peace, and so preserve his crown. But Solomon, who Godfrey's love despised, is either dead or deep in prison thrown. Else fearful is he run away disguised. And scant his life is left him for his own. And yet with gifts, with tribute, and with gold, he might in peace his empire still have hold. XLVI. Thus spake Orcanes, and some inkling gave. In doubtful words of that he would have said, to sue for peace or yield himself a slave. He durst not openly his king persuade. But at those words the Soldan gone to rave. And gainst his will wrapped in a cloud he stayed. Whom Ismen thus bespake, how can you bear these words, my lord? Or these reproaches here? 49. Oh, let me speak, quoth he, with ire and scorn. I burn, and gains, my will thus hid I stay. This said, the smoky cloud was cleft and torn, which like a veil upon them stretched lay. And up to open heaven forthwith was borne, and left the prince in view of lightsome day. With princely look amid the press he shined, and on a sudden thus declared his mind. L. Of whom you speak behold the Soldan here, neither afraid nor run away for dread. And that these slanders, lies and fables were, this hand shall prove upon that coward's head. I, who have shed a sea of blood well near, and heaped up mountains high of Christians dead. I in their camp who still maintain the fray. My men all murdered, I that run away. Li. If this, or any coward vile beside, false to his faith and country, dares reply, and speak of concord with yon men of pride, by your good leave, Sir King, here shall he die. The lambs and wolves shall in one fold abide. The doves and serpents in one nest shall lie. Before one town us and these Christians shall in peace and love unite within one wall. Ai. While thus he spoke, his broad and trenchant sword, his hand held high aloft in threatening guise. Dumb stood the knights, so dreadful was his word. A storm was in his front, fire in his eyes. He turned at last to Shaun's aged lord, and calmed his visage stern in humbler wise. Behold, quoth he, good prince, what aid I bring, since Solomon is joined with Judah's king. Lii. King Aladine from his rich throne upstart, and said, Oh how I joy thy face to view, my noble friend. It lesseneth in some part my grief, for slaughter of my subjects true. My weak estate to stablish come thou art, and mayest thine own again in time renew, if heavens consent with that the Soldan bold in dear embracements did he long enfold. Liv. Their greetings done, the king resigned his throne to Solomon, and set himself beside, in a rich seat adorned with gold and stone. And Ismen sage did at his elbow bide, of whom he asked what way they two had gone. And he declared all what had them betide. Clorinda bright to Solomon addressed Her salutations first, then all the rest. L.V. Among them rose Ormus's valiant knight, whom late the Soldan with a convoy sent. And when most hot and bloody was the fight, by secret paths and blind byways he went, till aided by the silence and the night, safe in the city's walls himself he pent, and there refreshed with corn and cattle store the pined soldiers famished nigh before. Lvi. With surly countenance and disdainful grace, sullen and sad, sat the Circassian stout, like a fierce lion grumbling in his place, his fiery eyes that turns and rolls about. Nor durst Orcanes view the Soldan's face, but still upon the floor did pour and tout. Thus with his lords and peers in counselling, the Turkish monarch sat with Judah's king. Lvi. Godfrey this while gave victory the reign, and following her the straits he opened all. Then for his soldiers and his captains slain, he celebrates a stately funeral, and told his camp within a day or twain, he would assault the city's mighty wall, and all the heathen there enclosed doth threat, with fire and sword, with death and danger great. Lvi. And for he had that noble squadron known, in the last fight which brought him so great aid, to be the lords and princes of his own, who followed late the sly enticing maid, and with them Tancred, who had late been thrown in prison deep, by that false which betrayed, before the hermit and some private friends. For all those worthies, lords and knights, he sends. Lax. And thus he said, some one of you declare your fortunes, whether good or to be blamed, and to assist us with your valors rare. In so great need, how was your coming framed? They blush, and on the ground amazed stare. For virtue is of little guilt ashamed. At last the English prince with countenance bold the silence broke, and thus their errors told. Lx. We, not elect to that exploit by lot, with secret flight from hence ourselves withdrew. Following false Cupid, I deny it not. Enticed forth by love and beauty's hue, a jealous fire burnt in our stomachs hot, and by close ways we passed least in view. Her words, her looks, alas I know too late, nursed our love, our jealousy, our hate. Lxi. At last we gone approached that woeful clime, where fire and brimstone down from heaven was sent, to take revenge for sin and shameful crime, gainst kind commit, by those who nude repent. A loathsome lake of brimstone, pitch and lime, goes that land, burst sweet and redolent. And when it moves, then stench and smoke up flies, which dim the welkin and infect the skies. Lxi. This is the lake in which yet never might aught that hath weight sink to the bottom down, but like to cork or leaves or feathers light. Stones, iron, men, there fleet and never drown. Therein a castle stands, to which by sight, but o'er a narrow bridge no way is known. Hither us brought, here welcomed us the witch. The house within was stately, pleasant, rich. Lxi. The heavens were clear, and wholesome was the air. High trees, sweet meadows, waters pure and good, for there in thickest shade of myrtles fair, a crystal spring poured out a silver flood. Amid the herbs, the grass and flowers rare, the falling leaves down pattered from the wood. The birds sung hymns of love, yet speak I not of gold and marble rich, and richly wrought. Lexiv. Under the curtain of the greenwood shade, beside the brook upon the velvet grass, in massy vessel of pure silver made, a banquet rich and costly furnished was. All beasts, all birds beguiled by fowler's trade, all fish were there in floods or seas that pass, all dainties made by art, and at the table 100 virgins served, for husbands able. Lxv. She with sweet words and false enticing smiles infused love among the dainties set, and with empoisoned cups our souls beguiles, and made each knight himself and God forget. She rose and turned again within short whiles, with changed looks where wrath and anger met. A charming rod, a book with her she brings, on which she mumbled strange and secret things. Lxvi. She read, and change I felt my will and thought. I longed to change my life, and place of biding. That virtue strange in me no pleasure wrought. I leapt into the flood myself there hiding. My legs and feet both into one were brought. Mine arms and hands into my shoulders sliding. My skin was full of scales, like shields of brass. Now made a fish, where late a night I was. Lxvi. The rest with me like shape, like garments wore, and dived with me in that quicksilver stream. Such mind, to my remembrance, then I bore, as when on vain and foolish things men dream. At last our shade it pleased her to restore. Then full of wonder and of fear we seem, and with an ireful look the angry maid thus threatened us, and made us thus afraid. Lxvi. You see, quoth she, my sacred might and skill, how you are subject to my rule and power. In endless thraldom damned if I will, I can torment and keep you in this tower, or make you birds, or trees on craggy hill, to bide the bitter blasts of storm and shower, or harden you to rocks on mountains old, or melt your flesh and bones to rivers cold. Lex. Yet may you well avoid mine ire and wrath. If to my will your yielding hearts you bend, you must forsake your Christendom and faith, and gainst Godfredo false my crown defend. We all refused, for speedy death each prayeth. Save false Rambaldo, he became her friend. We in a dungeon deep were helpless cast, in misery and iron chained fast. Lxx. Then, for alone they say falls no mishap. Within short while Prince Tancred thither came, and was unwares surprised in the trap. But there short while we stayed, the wily dame in other folds our mischiefs would upwrap. From Hydrord an 100 horsemen came, whose guide, a baron bold to Egypt's king, should us disarmed and bound in fetters bring. Lxxi. Now on our way, the way to death we ride. But Providence divine thus for us wrought. Rinaldo, whose high virtue is his guide to great exploits, exceeding human thought, met us, and all at once our guard defied. And ere he left the fight to earth them brought, and in their harness armed us in the place, which late were ours, before our late disgrace. Lxxi. I in all these the hardy champion knew. We saw his valor, and his voice we heard. Then is the rumor of his death untrue. His life is safe, good fortune long it guard. 3 times the golden sun hath risen new, since us he left and rode to Antioch ward. But first his armors, broken, hacked and cleft, unfit for service, there he doffed and left. Lxxi. Thus spake the Briton prince, with humble cheer. The hermit sage to heaven cast up his eyne. His colour and his countenance changed were. With heavenly grace his looks and visage shine. Ravished with zeal his soul approached near the seat of angels pure, and saints divine. And there he learned of things and haps to come, to give foreknowledge true, and certain doom. Lexiv. At last he spoke, in more than human sound, and told what things his wisdom great foresaw, and that his thundering voice the folk around attentive stood, with trembling and with awe. Rinaldo lives, he said. The tokens found from women's craft their false beginnings draw. He lives, and heaven will long preserve his days, to greater glory, and to greater praise. Lxxv. These are but trifles yet, though Asia's kings shrink at his name, and tremble at his view. I well foresee he shall do greater things. And wicked emperors conquer and subdue. Under the shadow of his eagle's wings. Shall Holy Church preserve her sacred crew. From Caesar's bird he shall the sable train. Pluck off, and break her talons sharp in twain. Lxxvi. His children's children at his hardiness. And great attempts shall take example fair. From emperors unjust in all distress. They shall defend the state of Peter's chair. To raise the humble up, pride to suppress. To help the innocent shall be their care. This bird of east shall fly with conquest great. As far as moon gives light or sun gives heat. Lxxvi. Her eyes behold the truth and purest light. And thunders down in Peter's aid she brings. And where for Christ and Christian faith men fight. There forth she spreadeth her victorious wings. This virtue nature gives her and this might. Then lure her home, for on her presence hangs the happy end of this great enterprise. So heaven decrees, and so command the skies. Lxxvi. These words of his of Prince Rinaldo's death. Out of their troubled hearts, the fear had raised. In all this joy yet Godfrey smiled uneath. In his wise thought such care and heed was placed. But now from deeps of regions underneath. Night's veil arose, and sun's bright lustre chased. When all full sweetly in their cabins slept. Save he, whose thoughts his eyes still open kept. 11th Book. The Argument. With grave procession, songs and psalms devout. Heaven's sacred aid the Christian lords invoke. That done, they scale the wall which kept them out. The ford is almost won, the gates nigh broke. Godfrey is wounded by Clorinda stout. And lost is that day's conquest by the stroke. The angel cures him, he returns to fight. But lost his labor, for day lost his light. The Christian army's great and puissant guide. To assault the town that all his thoughts had bent. Did ladders, rams, and engines huge provide. When Reverend Peter to him gravely went. And drawing him with sober grace aside. With words severe thus told his high intent. Right well, my lord, these earthly strengths you move. But let us first begin from heaven above. 2. With public prayer, zeal and faith devout. The aid, assistance, and the help obtain. Of all the blessed of the heavenly rout. With whose support you conquest sure may gain. First let the priests before thine armies stout. With sacred hymns their holy voices strain. And thou and all thy lords and peers with thee. Of godliness and faith examples be. 3. Thus spake the hermit grave in words severe. Godfrey allowed his counsel, sage, and wise. Of Christ the Lord, quoth he, thou servant dear. I yield to follow thy divine advice. And while the princes I assemble here. The great procession. Songs and sacrifice. With Bishop William, thou and Audiobook. With sacred and with solemn pomp prepare. 4. Next morn the bishops twain, the hermite. And all the clerks and priests of less estate. Did in the midst of the camp unite. Within a place for prayer consecrate. Each priest adorned was in a surplice white. The bishops donned their albas and copes of state. Above their rochets buttoned fair before. And mitres on their heads like crowns they wore. V. Peter alone, before, spread to the wind. The glorious sign of our salvation great. With easy pace the choir come all behind. And hymns and psalms in order true repeat. With sweet respondence in harmonious kind. Their humble song the yielding air doth beat. Lastly, together went the reverend pair. Of prelate sage, William and Audiobook. 6. The mighty Duke came next, as princes do. Without companion. Marching all alone. The lords and captains then came two and two. With easy pace thus ordered, passing through the trench and rampire, to the fields they gone. No thundering drum, no trumpet shrill they hear. Their godly music psalms and prayers were. 7. To thee, O Father, Son, and sacred Sprite. One true, eternal, everlasting King. To Christ's dear Mother, Mary, Virgin bright. Psalms of thanksgiving and of praise they sing. To them that angels down from heaven to fight 'gainst the blasphemous beast and dragon bring. To him also that of our Saviour good washed the sacred font in Jordan's flood. 8. Him likewise they invoke, called the Rock. Whereon the Lord, they say, his church did rear. Whose true successors close or else unlock the blessed gates of grace and mercy dear. And all the elected 12 the chosen flock of his triumphant death who witness bear. And them by torment, slaughter, fire and sword. Who martyrs died to confirm his word. 9. And them also whose books and writings tell what certain path to heavenly bliss us leads. And hermits good, and anchresses that dwell mute up in walls, and mumble on their beads. And virgin nuns in close and private cell, where, but shrift fathers, never mankind treads. On these they called, and on all the rout of angels, martyrs, and of saints devout. X. Singing and saying thus, the camp devout spread forth her zealous squadrons broad and wide. Toward Mount Olivet went all this route, so called of olive trees the hills which hide a mountain known by fame the world throughout, which riseth on the city's eastern side, from it divided by the valley green of Josaphat, that fills the space between. 11. Hither the armies went, and chanted shrill, that all the deep and hollow dales resound. From hollow mounts and caves in every hill 1,000 echoes also sung around. It seemed some clever, that some with art and skill dwelt in those savage dens and shady ground. For oft resounds from the banks they hear the name of Christ and of his mother dear. 12. Upon the walls the pagans old and young stood hushed and still, amadied and amazed at their grave order and their humble song. At their strange pomp and customs new they gazed. But when the show they had beholden long, an hideous yell the wicked miscreants raised, that with vile blasphemies the mountain whore, the woods, the waters, and the valleys roar. 13. But yet with sacred notes the hosts proceed, though blasphemies they hear in cursed things. So with Apollo's harp Pan tunes his reed, so adders hiss where Philomela sings. Nor flying darts nor stones the Christians dread, nor arrows shot, nor quarries cast from slings. But with assured faith, as dreading naught, the holy work begun to end they brought. 14. A table set they on the mountain's height, to minister thereon the sacrament. In golden candlesticks a hallowed light, at either end of virgin wax there brent. In costly vestments sacred William dight, with fear and trembling to the altar went. And prayer there and service loud begins, both for his own and all the army's sins. 15. Humbly they heard his words that stood him nigh. The rest far off upon him bent their eyes. But when he ended had the service high. You servants of the Lord depart, he cries. His hands he lifted then up to the sky, and blessed all those warlike companies. And they dismissed returned the way they came. Their order as before, their pomp the same. 16. Within their camp arrived, this voyage ended. Toward his tent the Duke himself withdrew. Upon their guide by heaps the bands attended, till his pavilion's stately door they view. There to the Lord his welfare they commended, and with him left the worthies of the crew. whom at a costly and rich feast he placed. And with the highest room old Raymond graced. 17. Now when the hungry nights sufficed are, with meat, with drink, with spices of the best, quoth he, when next you see the morning star, to assault the town be ready all and pressed. Tomorrow is a day of pains and war, this of repose, of quiet, peace, and rest. Go, take your ease this evening, and this night, and make you strong against tomorrow's fight. 18. They took their leave, and Godfrey's heralds rode, to intimate his will on every side, and published it through all the lodgings broad, that gainst the morn each should himself provide. Meanwhile they might their hearts of cares unload, and rest their tired limbs that evening tide. Thus fared they till night their eyes did close. Night friend to gentle rest and sweet repose. 19. With little sign as yet of springing day, out peeped, not well appeared the rising morn. The plough yet tore not up the fertile lay, nor to their feed the sheep from folds return. The birds sate silent on the greenwood spray. Amid the groves unheard was hound and horn. When trumpets shrill, true signs of hardy fights, called up to arms the soldiers, called the knights. XX. Arm, arm at once. 100 squadrons cried. And with their cry to arm them all begin. Godfrey arose, that day he laid aside his hauberk strong he wants to combat in, and donned a breastplate fair, of proof untried. Such one as footmen use, light, easy, thin. Scantly the warlord thus clothed had his groans, when aged Raymond to his presence comes. XXI. And furnished to us when he the man beheld. By his attire his secret thought he guessed. Where is, quoth he, your sure and trusty shield? Your helm, your hauberk strong? Where all the rest? Why be you half disarmed? Why to the field? Approach you in these weak defences dressed? I see this day you mean a course to run, wherein may peril much, small praise be won. XXI. Alas, do you that idle prize expect? To set first foot this conquered wall above? Of less account some knight thereto object, whose loss so great and harmful cannot prove. My lord, your life with greater care protect, and love yourself because all us you love. Your happy life is spirit, soul, and breath. Of all this camp, preserve it then from death. XCI. To this he answered thus, you know, he said, in Claremont by mighty Urban's hand, when I was girded with this noble blade, for Christ's true faith to fight in every land. To God even then a secret vow I made, not as a captain here this day to stand, and give directions, but with shield and sword, to fight, to win, or die for Christ my Lord. Ziv. When all this camp in battle strong shall be, ordained and ordered, well disposed all, and all things done which to the high degree, and sacred place I hold belongen shall, then reason is it, nor dissuade thou me, that I likewise assault this sacred wall, lest from my vow to God late made I swerve. He shall this life defend, keep and preserve. XXV. Thus he concludes, and every hardy knight his sample followed, and his brethren twain. The other princes put on harness light, as footmen use, but all the pagan train toward that side bent their defensive might, which lies exposed to view of Charles's wane, and Zephyrus' sweet blasts, for on that part the town was weakest, both by side and art. XXVI. On all parts else the fort was strong by sight, with mighty hills defenced from foreign rage, and to this part the tyrant gone unite, his subjects born and bands that serve for wage. From this exploit he spared nor great nor light, the aged men, and boys of tender age, To fire of angry war still brought new fuel. Stones, darts, lime, brimstone and bitumen cruel. XXVI. All full of arms and weapons was the wall, under whose basis that fair plain doth run. There stood the Soldan like a giant tall. So stood at Rhodes the coloss of the sun. Waist high, Argantes showed himself withal. At whose stern looks the French to quake begun. Clorinda on the corner tower alone. In silver arms like rising Cynthia shone. Atenei. Her rattling quiver at her shoulders hung. Therein a flash of arrows feathered wheel. In her left hand her bow was bended strong. Therein a shaft headed with mortal steel. So fit to shoot she singled forth among her foes who first her quarry's strength should feel. So fit to shoot Latona's daughter stood. When Niobe she killed and all her brood. Zix. The aged tyrant tottered on his feet. From gate to gate, from wall to wall he flew. He comforts all his bands with speeches sweet. And every fort and bastion doth review. For every need prepared in every street. New regiments he placed and weapons new. The matrons grave within their temples high. To idols false for succors call and cry. XXX. O Macon, break in twain the steeled lance. On wicked Godfrey with thy righteous hands. Against thy name he doth his arm advance. His rebel blood pour out upon these sands. These cries within his ears no entrance could find, for naught he hears, naught understands. While thus the town for her defense ordains. His armies Godfrey ordereth on the plains. XXXI. His forces first on foot he forward brought. With goodly order, providence and art. And gainst these towers which to assail he thought. In battles twain his strength he doth depart. Between them crossbows stood. And engines wrought. To cast a stone, a quarry, or a dart. From whence like thunder's dint or lightnings new. Against the bulwark stones and lances flew. XXXI. His men at arms did back his bands on foot. The light horse ride far off and serve for wings. He gave the sign, so mighty was the rout. Of those that shot with bows and cast with slings. Such storms of shafts and stones flew all about. That many a pagan proud to death it brings. Some died, some at their loops durst scant out peep. Some fled and left the place they took to keep. 33. The hardy Frenchmen, full of heat and haste, ran boldly forward to the ditches large. And o'er their heads an iron pentise vast. They built, by joining many a shield and targe. Some with their engines ceaseless shot and cast. And volleys huge of arrows sharp discharge. Upon the ditches some employed their pain. To fill the moat and even it with the plain. Exiv. With slime or mud the ditches were not soft. But dry and sandy, void of waters clear. Though large and deep the Christians fill them oft. With rubbish, faggots, stones, and trees they bear. Adrastus first advanced his crest aloft. And boldly gone a strong scalado rear. And through the falling storm did upward climb. Of stones, darts, arrows, fire, pitch and lime. XXXV. The hardy Switzer now so far was gone. That halfway up with mickle pain he got. 1,000 weapons he sustained alone. And his audacious climbing ceased not. At last upon him fell a mighty stone. As from some engine great it had been shot. It broke his helm, he tumbled from the height. The strong Circassian cast that wondrous weight. XXXVI. Not mortal was the blow, yet with the fall. On earth sore bruised the man lay in a swoon. Argantes gone with boasting words to call. Who cometh next? This first is tumbled down. Come, hardy soldiers, come, assault this wall. I will not shrink, nor fly, nor hide my crown. If in your trench yourselves for dread you hold, there shall you die like sheep killed in their fold. XVI. Thus boasted he. But in their trenches deep, the hidden squadrons kept themselves from scath. The curtain made of shields did well off keep both darts and shot, and scorned all their wrath. But now the ram upon the rampier steep, on mighty beams his head advanced hath, with dreadful horns of iron tough tree great. The walls and bulwarks trembled at his threat. XXXVI. 100 able men meanwhile let fall the weights behind, the engine tumbled down, and battered flat the battlements and wall. So fell Taygetus hill on Sparta town. It crushed the steeled shield in pieces small, and beat the helmet to the wearer's crown. And on the ruins of the walls and stones, dispersed left their blood their brains and bones. XX. The fierce assailants kept no longer close, unco the shelter of their target fine, but their bold fronts to chance of war expose, and gainst those towers let their virtue shine. The scaling ladders up to skies arose, the groundworks deep some closely undermine, the walls before the Frenchmen shrink and shake, and gaping sign of headlong falling make. XL. And fallen they had, so far the strength extends, of that fierce ram and his redoubt stroke, but that the pagans care the place defends, and saved by warlike skill the wall nigh broke. For to what part soe'er the engine bends, their sacks of wool they place the blow to choke, whose yielding breaks the strokes thereon which light, so weakness oft subdues the greatest might. XLI. While thus the worthies of the western crew maintained their brave assault and skirmish hot, her mighty bow Clorinda often drew, and many a sharp and deadly arrow shot, and from her bow no steeled shaft there flew, but that some blood the cursed engine got, blood of some valiant knight or man of fame, for that proud shutress scorned weaker game. XLI. The first she hit among the Christian peers was the bold son of England's noble king. Above the trench himself he scantly rears, but she an arrow loosed from the string, the wicked steel his gauntlet breaks and tears, and through his right hand thrust the piercing sting. Disabled thus from fight, he gone retire, groaning for pain, but fretting more for ire. XLI. Lord Stephen of Amboise on the ditch's brim, and on a ladder high, Clotharius died. From back to breast an arrow pierced him, the other was shot through from side to side. Then as he managed brave his courser trim, on his left arm he hit the Fleming's guide. He stopped, and from the wound the reed out-twined, but left the iron in his flesh behind. Slive. As Audemer stood to behold the fight, high on the bank, withdrawn to breathe a space, a fatal shaft upon his forehead light, his hand he lifted up to feel the place, whereon a second arrow chanced right, and nailed his hand unto his wounded face. He fell, and with his blood distained the land, his holy blood shed by a virgin's hand. XLV. While Palamede stood near the battlement, despising perils all, and all mishap, and upward still his hardy footings bent. On his right eye he caught a deadly clap, through his right eye Clorinda's seventh shaft went, and in his neck broke forth a bloody gap. He underneath that bulwark dying fell, which late to scale and win he trusted well. XLVI. Thus shot the maid, the Duke with hard assay, and sharp assault, meanwhile the town oppressed, against that part which to his camp ward lay. An engine huge and wondrous he addressed, a tower of wood built for the town's decay, as high as were the walls and bulwarks best, a turret full of men and weapons pent, and yet on wheels it rolled, moved, and went. XLVI. This rolling fort his nigh approaches made, and darts and arrows spit against his foes. As ships are wont in fight, so it essayed. With the strong wall to grapple and to close. The pagans on each side the peace invade. And all their force against this mass oppose. Sometimes the wheels, sometimes the battlement. With timber, logs and stones, they broke and rent. XLVI. So thick flew stones and darts, that no man sees. The azure heavens, the sun his brightness lost. The clouds of weapons, like to swarms of bees. Move the air, and they're each other crossed. And look how falling leaves drop down from trees. When the moist sap is nipped with timely frost. Or apples in strong winds from branches fall. The Saracens so tumbled from the wall. 49. For on their part the greatest slaughter light. They had no shelter gainst so sharp a shower. Some left on live betook themselves to flight. So feared they this deadly thundering tower. But Solomon stayed like a valiant knight. And some with him, that trusted in his power. Argantes with a long beech tree in hand. Ran thither, this huge engine to withstand. With this he pushed the tower, and back it drives. The length of all his tree, a wondrous way. The hardy virgin by his side arrives. To help Argantes in this hard essay. The band that used the ram, this season strives. To cut the cords, wherein the woolpacks lay. Which done, the sacks down in the trenches fall. And to the battery naked left the wall. The tower above, the ram beneath doth thunder. What lime and stone such puissance could abide? The wall began, new bruised and crushed asunder. Her wounded lap to open broad and wide. Godfrey himself and his brought safely under. The shattered wall, where greatest breach he spied. Himself he saves behind his mighty targe. A shield not used but in some desperate charge. From hence he sees where Solomon descends. Down to the threshold of the gaping breach. And there it seems the mighty prince intends. Godfredo's hoped entrance to impeach. Argantes, and with him the maid, defends. The walls above. To which the tower doth reach. His noble heart, when Godfrey this beheld. With courage new with wrath and valor swelled. He turned about and to good Sigir spake. Who bare his greatest shield and mighty bow. That sure and trusty target let me take. Impenetrable is that shield I know. Over these ruins will I passage make. And enter first. The way is eath and low. And time requires that by some noble feat. I should make known my strength and puissance great. He scant had spoken, scant received the charge. When on his leg a sudden shaft him hit. And through that part a hole made wide and large. Where his strong sinews fastened were and knit. Clorinda, thou this arrow didst discharge. And let the pagans bless thy hand for it. For by that shot thou savedst them that day. From bondage vile, from death and sure decay. The wounded duke, as though he felt no pain. Still forward went, and mounted up the breach. His high attempt at first he knew refrain. And after called his lords with cheerful speech. But when his leg could not his weight sustain. He saw his will did far his power outreach. And more he strove his grief increased the more. The bold assault he left at length therefore. And with his hand he beckoned Guelpho near. And said. I must withdraw me to my tent. My place and person in mine absence bear. Supply my want, let not the fight relent. I go, and will ere long again be here. I go and straight return, this said, he went. On a light steed he leaped, and o'er the green. He rode, but rode not, as he thought, unseen. When Godfrey parted eke the heart. The strength and fortune of the Christian bands. Courage increased in their adverse part. Wrath in their hearts, and vigor in their hands. Valor, success, strength, hardiness, and art. Failed in the princes of the western lands. Their swords were blunt, faint was their trumpet's blast. Their sun was set, or else with clouds o'ercast. Lvi. Upon the bulwarks now appeared bold that fearful band that late for dread was fled. The women that Clorinda's strength behold. Their country's love to war encouraged. They weapons got, and fight like men they would. Their gowns tucked up, their locks were loose and spread. Sharp darts they cast, and without dread or fear. Exposed their breasts to save their fortress dear. Lax. But that which most dismayed the Christian knights, and added courage to the pagans most, was Guelfo's sudden fall in all men's sights. Who tumbled headlong down, his footing lost. A mighty stone upon the worthy lights. But whence it came none wist, nor from what coast. And with like blow, which more their hearts dismayed. Beside him low in dust old Raymond laid. Lx. And Eustace eke within the ditches large. To narrow shifts and last extremes they drive. Upon their foes so fierce the pagans charge. And with good fortune so their blows they give. That whom they hit, in spite of helm or targe, they deeply wound, or else of life deprive. At this their good success Argantes proud, waxing more fell, thus roared and cried aloud. Lxi. This is not Antioch, nor the evening dark. Can help your privy slights with friendly shade. The sun yet shines, your falsehood can we mark. In otherwise this bold assault is made. Of praise and glory quenched is the spark. That made you first these eastern lands invade. Why cease you now? Why take you not this fort? What? Are you weary for a charge so short? Lxi. Thus raged he, and in such hellish sort. Increased the fury in the brain-sick knight. That he esteemed that large and ample fort too straight a field, wherein to prove his might. There where the breach had framed a new-made port. Himself he placed, with nimble skips and light. He cleared the passage out, and thus he cried to Solomon, that fought close by his side. Lxi. Come, Solomon, the time and place behold. That of our valors well may judge the doubt. What sayest thou? Amongst these Christians bold. First leap he forth that holds himself most stout. While thus his will the mighty champion told. Both Solomon and he at once leaped out. Fury the first provoked, disdain the last. Who scorned the challenge ere his lips it passed. Lexive. Upon their foes unlooked for they flew. Each spite other for his virtue's sake. So many soldiers this fierce couple slew. So many shields they cleft and helms they brake. So many ladders to the earth they threw. That well they seemed a mount thereof to make. Or else some vamure fit to save the town. Instead of that the Christians late beat down. Lxv. The folk that strove with rage and haste before. Who first the wall and rampire should ascend. Retire, and for that honor strive no more. Scantly they could their limbs and lives defend. They fled. Their engines lost the pagans tore. In pieces small, their rams to naught they rend. And all unfit for further service make. With so great force and rage their beams they break. Lxvi. The pagans ran transported with their ire. Now here, now there, and woeful slaughters wrought. At last they called for devouring fire. 2 burning pines against the tower they brought. So from the palace of their hellish sire. When all this world they would consume to naught. The Fury sisters come with fire in hands. Shaking their snaky locks and sparkling brands. Lxvi. But noble Tancred, who this while applied grave exhortations to his bold Latines. When of these knights the wondrous acts he spied. And saw the champions with their burning pines. He left his talk, and thither forthwith hied. To stop the rage of those fell Saracens. And with such force the fight he there renewed, that now they fled and lost who late pursued. Lxvi. Thus changed the state and fortune of the fray. Meanwhile the wounded duke, in grief and teen, within his great pavilion rich and gay, good Sigir and Baldwin stood between his other friends whom his mishap dismay. With grief and tears about assembled been, he strove in haste the weapon out to wind, and broke the reed, but left the head behind. Lex. He bade them take the speediest way they might, of that unlucky hurt to make him sound, and to lay ope the depth thereof to sight. He willed them open, search and lance the wound. Send me again, quoth he, to end this fight, before the sun be sunken underground. And leaning on a broken spear, he thrust his leg straight out, to him that cure it must. LXX. Erotimus, born on the banks of Pa, was he that undertook to cure the night. All what green herbs or waters pure could do. He knew their power, their virtue, and their might. A noble poet was the man also, but in this science had a more delight. He could restore to health death-wounded men, and make their names immortal with his pen. LXXI. The mighty duke yet never changed cheer, but grieved to see his friends lamenting stand. The leech prepared his cloths and cleansing gear, and with a belt his gown about him band. Now with his herbs the steely head to tear out of the flesh he proved, now with his hand. Now with his hand, now with his instrument. He shaked and plucked it, yet not forth it went. LXXI. His labor vain, his art prevailed not. His luck was ill, although his skill were good. To such extremes the wounded prince he brought, that with fell pain he swooned as he stood. But the angel pure, that kept him, went and sought divine dictamnum, out of Ida wood. This herb is rough, and bears a purple flower, and in his budding leaves lies all his power. LXXI. Kind nature first upon the craggy cliff bewrayed this herb unto the mountain goat, that when her sides a cruel shaft hath rift, with it she shakes the reed out of her coat. This in a moment fetched the angel swift, and brought from Ida hill, though far remote, the juice whereof in a prepared bath, unseen the blessed spirit poured hath. Lexiv. Pure nectar from that spring of Lydia then, and Panaces divine therein he threw. The cunning leech to bathe the wound began, and of itself the steely head outflew. The bleeding stanched, no vermile drop outran. The leg again waxed strong with vigor new. Erotimus cried out, this hurt and wound no human art or hand so soon makes sound. LXXV. Some angel good I think come down from skies. Thy surgeon is. For here plain tokens are of grace divine which to thy help applies. Thy weapon take and haste again to war. In precious cloths his leg the chieftain ties. Naught could the man from blood and fight debar. A sturdy lance in his right hand he braced. His shield he took, and on his helmet laced. LXXVI. And with 1,000 knights and barons bold, toward the town he hasted from his camp. In clouds of dust was Titan's face enrolled. Trembled the earth whereon the worthies stamp. His foes far off his dreadful looks behold, which in their hearts of courage quenched the lamp. A chilling fear ran cold through every vein. Lord Godfrey shouted thrice and all his train. LXXVI. Their sovereign's voice his hardy people knew, and his loud cries that cheered each fearful heart. Thereat new strength they took and courage new, and to the fierce assault again they start. The pagans twain this while themselves withdrew within the breach to save that battered part. And with great loss a skirmish hot they hold. Against Tancredi in his squadron bold. LXXVI. Thither came Godfrey armed round about. In trusty plate, with fierce and dreadful look. At first approach against Argantes stout. Headed with poignant steel a lance he shook. No casting engine with such force throws out. A knotty spear, and as the way it took. It whistled in the air. The fearless knight opposed his shield against that weapon's might. Lexix. The dreadful blow quite through his target drove. And bored through his breastplate strong and thick. The tender skin it in his bosom rove. The purple blood outstreamed from the quick. To wrest it out the wounded pagan strove. And little leisure gave it there to stick. At Godfrey's head the lance again he cast. And said, Lo, there again thy dart thou hast. LXXX. The spear flew back the way it lately came. And would revenge the harm itself had done. But missed the mark whereat the man did aim. He stepped aside the furious blow to shun. But Sigir in his throat received the same. The murdering weapon at his neck outrun. Nor ought it grieve the man to lose his breath. Since in his prince's stead he suffered death. LXXXI. Even then the Soldan struck with monstrous main. The noble leader of the Norman band. He reeled a while and staggered with the pain. And wheeling round fell grovelling on the sand. Godfrey no longer could the grief sustain. Of these displeasures, but with flaming brand. Up to the breach in heat and haste he goes. And hand to hand there combats with his foes. LXXXI. And their great wonders surely wrought he had. Mortal the fight, and fierce had been the fray. But that dark night, from her pavilion sad. Her cloudy wings did on the earth display. Her quiet shade she interposed glad. To cause the knights their arms aside to lay. Godfrey withdrew, and to their tents they wend. And thus this bloody day was brought to end. LXXXI. The weak and wounded ere he left the field. The godly duke to safety thence conveyed. Nor to his foes his engines would he yield. In them his hope to win the fortress laid. Then to the tower he went, and it beheld. The tower that late the pagan lords dismayed. But now stood bruised, broken, cracked and shivered. From some sharp storm as it were late delivered. 84. From dangers great escaped, but late it was. And now to safety brought well nigh it seems. But as a ship that under sail doth pass. The roaring billows and the raging streams. And drawing nigh the wished port, alas! Breaks on some hidden rocks her ribs and beams. Or as a steed rough ways that well hath passed. Before his instumbleth and falls at last. LXXXV. Such hap befell that tower, for on that side. Gainst which the pagans force and battery bend. Two wheels were broke whereon the piece should ride. The maimed engine could no further wend. The troop that guarded it that part provide. To underprop with posts, and it defend. Till carpenters and cunning workmen came. Whose skill should help and rear again the same. LXXXVI. Thus Godfrey bids, and that ere springing day. The cracks and bruises all amend they should. Each open passage, and each privy way. About the peace, he kept with soldiers bold. But the loud rumour, both of that they say. And that they do. Is heard within the hold. 1,000 lights about the tower they view. And what they wrought all night both saw and knew. Twelfth Book. The Argument. Clorinda hears her eunuch old report. Her birth, her offspring, and her native land. Disguised she fireth Godfrey's rolling fort. The burned piece falls smoking on the sand. With Tancred long unknown in desperate sort. She fights, and falls through pierced with his brand. Christened she dies, with sighs, with plaints and tears. He wails her death, argant revengement swears. I. Now in dark night was all the world embarred. But yet the tired armies took no rest. The careful French kept heedful watch and ward, while their high tower the workmen newly dressed. The pagan crew to reinforce prepared. The weakened bulwarks, late to earth downcast. Their rampiers broke and bruised walls to mend. Lastly their hurts the wounded knights attend. 2. Their wounds were dressed, part of the work was brought to wished end, part left to other days. A dull desire to rest deep midnight wrought. His heavy rod sleep on their eyelids lays. Yet rested not Clorinda's working thought, which thirsted still for fame and warlike praise. Argantes eke accompanied the maid from place to place, which to herself thus said. 3. This day Argantes strong, and Solomon, strange things have done, and purchased great renown. Among our foes out of the walls they ran. Their rams they broke and rent their engines down. I used my bow, of naught else boast I can. Myself stood safe meanwhile within this town. And happy was my shot, and prosperous too. But that was all a woman's hand could do. 4. On birds and beasts in forests wild that feed, it were more fit mine arrows to bestow, than for a feeble maid in warlike deed, with strong and hardy knights herself to show. Why take I not again my virgin's weed, and spend my days in secret cell unknown? Thus thought, thus mused, thus devised the maid. And turning to the knight, at last thus said. V. My thoughts are full, my lord, of strange desire. Some high attempt of war to undertake. Whether high God my mind therewith inspire, or of his will his God mankind doth make. Among our foes behold the light and fire. I will among them wend, and burn or break. The tower, God grant therein I have my will. And that performed, betide me good or ill. 6. But if it fortune such my chance should be, that to this town I never turn again, mine eunuch, whom I dearly love, with thee, I leave my faithful maids, and all my train. To Egypt then conducted safely see. Those woeful damsels and that aged swain. Help them, my lord, in that distressed case. Their feeble sex, his age, deserveth grace. 7. Argantes wondering stood, and felt the effect of true renown pierce through his glorious mind. And wilt thou go, quoth he, and me neglect? Disgraced, despised, leave in this fort behind? Shall I while these strong walls my life protect? Behold thy flames and fires tossed in the wind. No, no, thy fellow have I been in arms. And will be still, in praise, in death, in harms. 8. This heart of mine death's bitter stroke despiseth. For praise this life, for glory take this breath. My soul and more, quoth she, thy friendship priseth. For this thy proffered aid required uneath. I but a woman am, no loss ariseth to this besieged city by my death. But if, as God forbid, this night thou fall, ah! Who shall then, who can, defend this wall? 9. Too late these excuses vain, the knight replied. You bring, my will is firm, my mind is set. I follow you whereso you list me guide. Or go before if you my purpose let. This said, they hasted to the palace wide. About their prince where all his lords were met. Clorinda spoke for both, and said, Sir King, attend my words, hear, and allow the thing. X. Argantes here, this bold and hardy knight, will undertake to burn the wondrous tower. And I with him, only we stay till night. Bury in sleep our foes at deadest hour. The king with that cast up his hands on height. The tears for joy upon his cheeks downpour. Praised, quoth he, be Macon whom we serve. This land I see he keeps and will preserve. 11. Nor shall so soon this shaken kingdom fall, while such unconquered hearts my state defend. But for this act what praise or guerdon shall I give your virtues, which so far extend? Let fame your praises sound through nations all, and fill the world therewith to either end. Take half my wealth and kingdom for your meed. You are rewarded half even with the deed. 12. Thus spake the prince, and gently gone distrain. Now him, now her, between his friendly arms. The Soldan by, no longer could refrain that noble envy which his bosom warms. Nor I, quoth he, bear this broad sword in vain. Nor yet am unexpert in night alarms. Take me with you, ah! Quoth Clorinda, no. Whom leave we here of prowess if you go? 13. This spoken, ready with a proud refuse. Argantes was his proffered aid to scorn. Whom Aladine prevents, and with excuse. To Solomon thus gone his speeches torn. Right noble prince, as I hath been your use. Yourself so still you bear and long have borne. Bold in all acts, no danger can affright your heart, nor tired is your strength with fight. 14. If you went forth great things perform you would. In my conceit yet far unfit it seems, that you, who most excel in courage bold, at once should leave this town in these extremes. Nor would I that these twain should leave this hold. My heart their noble lives far worthier deems. If this attempt of less importance were, or weaker posts so great a weight could bear. 15. But for well guarded is the mighty tower, with hardy troops and squadrons round about, and cannot harmed be with little power, nor fit the time to send whole armies out. This pair who passed have many a dreadful store, and proffer now to prove this venture stout. Alone to this attempt let them go forth. Alone than thousands of more price and worth. 16. Thou, as it best beseems a mighty king, with ready bands besides the gate attend, that when this couple have performed the thing, and shall again their footsteps homeward bend, from their strong foes upon them following, thou mayst them keep, preserve, save and defend. Thus said the king, the Soldan must consent. Silent remained the Turk, and discontent. 17. Then Ismon said, you twain that undertake this hard attempt, a while I pray you stay, till I a wildfire of fine temper make, that this great engine burn to ashes may. Haply the guard that now doth watch and wake, will then lie tumbled sleeping on the lay. Thus they conclude, and in their chambers sit, to wait the time for this adventure fit. 18. Clorinda there her silver arms off rent, her helm, her shield, her hauberk shining bright, an armor black as jet or coal she hent, wherein withouten plume herself she dight. For thus disguised amid her foes she meant to pass unseen, by help of friendly knight, to whom her eunuch, old Arcetes, came, that from her cradle nursed and kept the dame. 19. This aged sire had followed far and near, through lands and seas, the strong and hardy maid. He saw her leave her arms and wonted gear, her danger nigh that sudden change foresaid, by his white locks from black that changed were. In following her, the woeful man her prayed, by all his service and his taken pain, to leave that fond attempt, but prayed in vain. XX. At last, quoth he, since hardened to thine ill, thy cruel heart is to thy loss prepared, that my weak age, nor tears that down distill, not humble suit, nor plaint, thou list regard. Attend awhile, strange things unfold I will. Hear both thy birth and high estate declared. Follow my counsel, or thy will that done. She sat to hear, the eunuch thus begun. XXI. Senapus ruled, and yet perchance doth reign in mighty Ethiop, and her deserts waste. The lore of Christ both he and all his train of people black hath kept and long embraced. To him a pagan was I sold for gain, and with his queen, as her chief eunuch, placed. Black was this queen as jet, yet on her eyes sweet loveliness, in black attired, lies. XXI. The fire of love and frost of jealousy. Her husband's troubled soul alike torment. The tide of fond suspicion flowed high. The foe to love and plague to sweet content. He mewed her up from sight of mortal eye. Nor day he would his beams on her head bent. She, wise and lowly, by her husband's pleasure. Her joy, her peace, her will, her wish did measure. XCI. Her prison was a chamber, painted round with goodly portraits and with stories old. As white as snow there stood a virgin bound. Besides a dragon fierce, a champion bold. The monster did with poignant spear through wound. The gored beast lay dead upon the mould. The gentle queen before this image laid. She plained, she mourned, she wept, she sighed, she prayed. Ziv. At last with child she proved, and forth she brought. And thou art she, a daughter fair and bright. In her thy colour white new terror wrought. She wondered on thy face with strange affright. But yet she purposed in her fearful thought to hide thee from the king, thy father's sight. Lest thy bright hue should his suspect approve. For seld a crow begets a silver dove. XXV. And to her spouse to show she was disposed. A negro's babe late born, in room of thee. And for the tower wherein she lay enclosed. Was with her damsels only wand and me. To me, on whose true faith she most reposed. She gave thee. Ere thou couldst christened be. Nor could I since find means thee to baptize. In pagan lands thou knowest it's not the guise. XXVI. To me she gave thee, and she wept withal. To foster thee in some far distant place. Who can her griefs and plaints to reckoning call? How oft she swooned at the last embrace. Her streaming tears amid her kisses fall. Her sighs, her dire complaints did interlace. And looking up at last, O God, quoth she. Who dost my heart and inward mourning see? XXVI. If mind and body spotless to this day. If I have kept my bed still undefiled. Not for myself a sinful wretch I pray. That in thy presence am an abject Vilda. Preserve this babe, whose mother must deny. To nourish it, preserve this harmless child. Oh let it live, and chaste like me it make. But for good fortune elsewhere sample take. 18. Thou heavenly soldier which delivered hast. That sacred virgin from the serpent old. If on thine altars I have offerings placed. And sacrificed myrrh, frankincense and gold. On this poor child thy heavenly looks down cast. With gracious eye this silly babe behold. This said, her strength and living sprite was fled. She sighed, she groaned, she swooned in her bed. Zix. Weeping I took thee, in a little chest. Covered with herbs and leaves, I brought thee out. So secretly, that none of all the rest of such an act suspicion had or doubt. To wilderness my steps I first addressed. Where horrid shades enclosed me round about. A tigress there I met, in whose fierce eyes fury and wrath, rage, death and terror lies. XXX. Up to a tree I leaped, and on the grass. Such was my sudden fear, I left thee lying. To thee the beast with furious course did pass. With curious looks upon thy visage prying. All suddenly both meek and mild she was. With friendly cheer thy tender body eyeing. At last she licked thee, and with gesture mild. About thee played. And thou upon her smiled. XXXI. her fearful muzzle full of dreadful threat. In thy weak hand thou took'st withouten dread the gentle beast with milk outstretched teat. As nurse's custom, proffered thee to feed. As one that wondereth on some marvel great. I stood this while amazed at the deed. When thee she saw well filled and satisfied. Unto the woods again the tigress hied. XXXI. She gone, down from the tree I came in haste. And took thee up, and on my journey wend. Within a little thorpe I stayed at last. And to a nurse the charge of thee commend. And sporting with thee there long time I passed. Till term of 16 months were brought to end. And thou begun, as little children do. With half-clipped words to prattle, and to go. 33. But having passed the August of mine age. When more than half my tap of life was run. Rich by rewards given by your mother sage. For merits past, and service yet undone. I long to leave this wandering pilgrimage. And in my native soil again to one. To get some seely home I had desire. Loath still to warm me at another's fire. Exiv. To Egypt ward, where I was born, I went. And bore thee with me, by a rolling flood. Till I with savage thieves well nigh was hent. Before the brook, the thieves behind me stood. Thee to forsake I never could consent. And gladly would I 'scape those outlaws would. Into the flood I leaped far from the brim. My left hand bore thee, with the right I swim. XXXV. Swift was the current, in the middle stream. A whirlpool gaped with devouring jaws. The gulf, on such mishap ere I could dream. Into his deep abyss my carcass draws. There I forsook thee, the wild waters seem to pity thee. A gentle wind there blows, whose friendly puffs safe to the shore thee drive. Where wet and weary I at last arrive. XXXVI. I took thee up, and in my dream that night, when buried was the world in sleep and shade, I saw a champion clad in armor bright, that o'er my head shaked a flaming blade. He said, I charge thee execute aright that charge this infant's mother on thee laid. Baptize the child, high heaven esteems her dear. And I her keeper will attend her near. XVI. I will her keep, defend, save and protect. I made the waters mild, the tigress tame. O wretch that heavenly warnings dost reject. The warrior vanished having said the same. I rose and journeyed on my way direct. When blushing morn from Tithon's bed forth came. But for my faith is true and sure I ween. And dreams are false, you still unchristened been. XXXVI. A pagan therefore thee I fostered have. Nor of thy birth the truth did ever tell. Since you increased are in courage brave. Your sex and nature's self you both excel. Full many a realm have you made bond and slave. Your fortunes last yourself remember well. And how in peace and war, in joy and teen, I have your servant, and your tutor been. XX. Last morn, from skies ere stars exiled were. In deep and death-like sleep my senses drowned. The selfsame vision did again appear. With stormy wrathful looks, and thundering sound. Villain, quoth he. Within short while thy dear must change her life, and leave this sinful ground. Thine be the loss, the torment, and the care. This said, he fled through skies, through clouds and air. XL. Hear then my joy, my hope, my darling, hear. High heaven some dire misfortune threatened hath. Displeased part I, because I did thee lear. A lore repugnant to thy parents' faith. Ah, for my sake, this bold attempt forbear. Put off these sable arms, appease thy wrath. This said, he wept, she pensive stood and sad. Because like dream herself but lately had. XLI. With cheerful smile she answered him at last. I will this faith observe, it seems me true. which from my cradle age thou taught me hast. I will not change it for religion new, nor with vain shows of fear and dread aghast. This enterprise forbear I to pursue. No, not if death in his most dreadful face, wherewith he scareth mankind, kept the place. XLI. Approaching gone the time, while thus she spake, wherein they ought that dreadful hazard try. She to Argantes went, who should partake of her renown and praise, or with her die. Ismen with words more hasty still did make their virtue great, which by itself did fly. 2 balls he gave them made of hollow brass, wherein enclosed fire, pitch, and brimstone was. XLI. And forth they went, and over dale and hill they hasted forward with a speedy pace, unseen, unmarked, undescried, until beside the engine closed themselves they place. New courage there their swelling hearts did fill, rage in their breasts, fury shone in their face. They yearned to blow the fire, and draw the sword. The watch descried them both, and gave the word. Slive. Silent they passed on, the watch begun to rear a huge alarm with hideous cries. Therewith the hardy couple forward run to execute their valiant enterprise. So from a cannon or a roaring gun, at once the noise, the flame, and bullet flies. They run, they give the charge, begin the fray. And all at once their foes break, spoil and slay. XLV. They passed first through thousand blows, and then performed their designment bold. A fiery ball each on the engine throws. The stuff was dry, the fire took quickly hold. Furious upon the timberwork it grows. How it increased cannot well be told. How it crept up the piece, and how to skies the burning sparks and towering smoke upflies. XLVI. A mass of solid fire burning bright, rolled up in smouldering fumes, there bursteth out. And there the blustering winds add strength and might, and gather close the sparsed flames about. The Frenchmen trembled at the dreadful light. To arms in haste and fear ran all the rout. Down fell the peace dreaded so much in war. Thus what long days do make 1 hour doth mar. XLVI. 2 Christian bands this while came to the place, with speedy haste, where they beheld the fire. Argantes to them cried with scornful grace, your blood shall quench these flames, and quench mine ire. This said, the maid and he with sober pace drew back, and to the banks themselves retire. Faster than brooks which falling showers increase, their foes augment, and faster on them press. XLVI. The Gildan port was opened, and forth stepped, with all his soldiers bold, the Turkish king. Ready to aid the 2 his force he kept, when fortune should them home with conquest bring. Over the bars the hardy couple leapt, and after them a band of Christians fling, whom Solomon drove back with courage stout, and shut the gate, but shut Clorinda out. 49. Alone was she shut forth, for in that hour, wherein they closed the port, the Virgin went, and full of heat and wrath, her strength and power, gainst Ahriman, that struck her erst, she bent. She slew the knight, nor argant in that store, wist of her parting, or her fierce intent. The fight, the press, the night, and darksome skies, care from his heart had ta'en, sight from his eyes. L. But when appeased was her angry mood, her fury calmed, and settled was her head. She saw the gates were shut, and how she stood amid her foes, she held herself for dead. While none her marked, at last she thought it good to save her life, some other path to tread. She feigned her one of them, and close her drew amid the press that none her saw or knew. Li. Then as a wolf guilty of some misdeed flies to some grove to hide himself from view, So favoured with the night. With secret speed. Dissevered from the press the damsel flew. Tancred alone of her escape took heed. He on that quarter was arrived new. When Ahriman she killed he thither came. He saw it, marked it, and pursued the dame. Aye. He deemed she was some man of mickle might. And on her person would he worship win. Over the hills the nymph her journey dight. Toward another port, there to get in. With hideous noise fast after spurred the night. She heard and stayed. And thus her words begin. What haste hast thou? Ride softly, take thy breath. What bringest thou? He answered, war and death. Li. And war and death, quoth she, here mayest thou get. If thou for battle come, with that she stayed. Tancred to ground his foot in haste down set. And left his steed, on foot he saw the maid. Their courage hot, their ire and wrath they whet. And either champion drew a trenchant blade. Together ran they, and together stroke. Like two fierce bulls whom rage and love provoke. Liv. Worthy of royal lists and brightest day. Worthy a golden trump and laurel crown. The actions were and wonders of that fray. Which sable night did in dark bosom drown. Yet night. Consent that I their acts display. And make their deeds to future ages known. And in records of long enduring story. Enroll their praise, their fame, their worth and glory. Lv. They neither shrunk, nor vantage sought of ground. They traversed not, nor skipped from part to part. Their blows were neither false nor feigned found. The night, their rage would let them use no art. Their swords together clash with dreadful sound. Their feet stand fast, and neither stir nor start. They move their hands, steadfast their feet remain. Nor blow nor loin they struck, or thrust in vain. Lvi. Shame bred desire a sharp revenge to take. And vengeance taken gave new cause of shame. So that with haste and little heed they strake. Fuel enough they had to feed the flame. At last so close their battle fierce they make. They could not wield their swords, so nigh they came. They used the hilts, and each on other rushed. And helm to helm, and shield to shield they crushed. Lvi. Thrice his strong arms he folds about her waist. And thrice was forced to let the virgin go. For she disdained to be so embraced. No lover would have strained his mistress so. They took their swords again. And each enchased deep wounds in the soft flesh of his strong foe. Till weak and weary, faint, alive uneath. They both retired at once took breath. Lvi. Each other long beheld, and leaning stood. Upon their swords, whose points in earth were pight. When daybreak, rising from the eastern flood, put forth the 1,000 eyes of blindfold night. Tancred beheld his foes outstreaming blood. And gaping wounds, and waxed proud with the sight. O vanity of man's unstable mind! Puffed up with every blast of friendly wind. Lax. Why joy'st thou, wretch? Oh, what shall be thy gain? What trophy for this conquest is thou rears? Thine eyes shall shed, in case thou be not slain. For every drop of blood a sea of tears. The bleeding warriors leaning thus remain. Each one to speak one word long time forbears. Tancred the silence broke at last, and said. For he would know with whom this fight he made. Lx. Evil is our chance and hard our fortune is. Who here in silence, and in shade debate. Where light of sun and witness all we miss. That should our prowess and our praise dilate. If words and arms find place, yet grant me this. Tell me thy name, thy country, and estate. That I may know, this dangerous combat done. Whom I have conquered, or who hath me won. Lxi. What I nill tell, you ask, quoth she, in vain. Nor moved by prayer, nor constrained by power. But thus much know, I am one of those twain, which late with kindled fire destroyed the tower. Tancred at her proud words swelled with disdain. That hast thou said, quoth he, in evil hour. Thy vaunting speeches, and thy silence both, uncivil wretch, hath made my heart more wroth. Lxi. Ire in their chafed breasts renewed the fray. Fierce was the fight, though feeble were their might. Their strength was gone, their cunning was away. And fury in their stead maintained the fight. Their swords both points and edges sharp embe. In purple blood, whereso they hit or light. And if weak life yet in their bosoms lie, they lived because they both disdained to die. Lxi. As Aegean seas when storms be calmed again, that rolled their tumbling waves with troublous blasts, do yet of tempests past some shows retain, and here and there their swelling billows casts. So, though their strength were gone and might were vain, of their first fierceness still the fury lasts. Wherewith sustained, they to their tackling stood, and heaped wound on wound, and blood on blood. Lexiv. But now, alas, the fatal hour arrives, that her sweet life must leave that tender hold. His sword into her bosom deep he drives, and bathed in lukewarm blood his iron cold. Between her breasts the cruel weapon rives, her curious square, embossed with swelling gold. Her knees grow weak, the pains of death she feels, and like a falling cedar bends and reels. Lxv. The prince his hand upon her shield doth stretch, and low on earth the wounded damsel layeth. And while she fell, with weak and woeful speech, her prayers last and last complaints she saith. A spirit new did her those prayers teach, spirit of hope, of charity, and faith. And though her life to Christ rebellious were, yet died she his child and handmaid dear. Lxvi. Friend, thou hast won, I pardon thee, nor save this body, that all torments can endure. But save my soul, baptism I dying crave. Come wash away my sins with waters pure. His heart relenting nigh in sunder rave, with woeful speech of that sweet creature. So that his rage, his wrath, and anger died, and on his cheeks salt tears for ruth down slide. Lxvi. With murmur loud down from the mountain side, a little runnel tumbled near the place. Thither he ran and filled his helmet wide, and quick returned to do that work of grace. With trembling hands her beaver he untied, which done he saw, and seeing, knew her face, and lost therewith his speech and moving quite. O woeful knowledge, ah unhappy sight! Lxvi. He died not, but all his strength unites, and to his virtues gave his heart in guard. Bridling his grief, with water he requites the life that he bereft with iron hard. And while the sacred words the knight recites, the nymph to heaven with joy herself prepared. And as her life decays her joys increase, she smiled and said, Farewell, I die in peace. Lex. As violets blue mongst lilies pure men throw, so paleness midst her native white begun. Her looks to heaven she cast, their eyes I trow downward for pity bent both heaven and sun. Her naked hand she gave the night, in show of love and peace, her speech, alas, was done. And thus the virgin fell on endless sleep. Love, beauty, virtue, for your darling weep. Lxx. But when he saw her gentle soul was went, his manly courage to relent began. Grief, sorrow, anguish, sadness, discontent. Free empire got and lordship on the man. His life within his heart they close up pent. Death through his senses and his visage ran. Like his dead lady, dead seemed Tancred good. In paleness, stillness, wounds and streams of blood. LXXI. And his weak sprite, to be unbodied. From fleshly prison free that ceaseless strived. Had followed her fair soul but lately fled. Had not a Christian squadron there arrived. To seek fresh water thither haply led. And found the princess dead. And him deprived. Of signs of life. Yet did the knight remain. On live, nigh dead, for her himself had slain. LXXI. Their guide far off the prince knew by his shield. And thither hasted full of grief and fear. Her dead, him seeming so, he there beheld. And for that strange mishap shed many a tear. He would not leave the corpses fair in field. For food to wolves, though she a pagan were. But in their arms the soldiers both offent. And both lamenting brought to Tancred's tent. LXXI. With those dear burdens to their camp they pass. Yet would not that dead seeming knight awake. At last he deeply groaned, which token was. His feeble soul had not her flight yet take. The other lay a still and heavy mass. Her spirit had that earthen cage forsake. Thus were they brought, and thus they placed were. In sundry rooms, yet both adjoining near. Lexive. All skill and art his careful servants used. To life again their dying lord to bring. At last his eyes unclosed, with tears suffused. He felt their hands and heard their whispering. But how he thither came long time he mused. His mind astonished was with everything. He gazed about, his squires in fine he knew. Then weak and waffle thus his plaints out threw. LXXV. What, live I yet? And do I breathe and see? Of this accursed day the hateful light? This spiteful ray which still upbraideth me? With that accursed deed I did this night. Ah, coward hand, afraid why shouldst thou be? Thou instrument of death, shame and despite. Why shouldst thou fear, with sharp and trenchant knife, to cut the thread of this blood-guilty life? LXXVI. Pierce through this bosom, and my cruel heart. In pieces cleave, break every string in vain. But thou to slaughters vile which used art. Think'st it were pity so to ease my pain. Of luckless love therefore in torments smart. A sad example must I still remain. A woeful monster of unhappy love. Who still must live. Lest death his comfort prove. LXXVI. Still must I live in anguish, grief, and care. Furies my guilty conscience that torment. The ugly shades, dark night, and troubled air. In grisly forms her slaughter still present. Madness and death about my bed repair. Hell gapeth wide to swallow up this tent. Swift from myself I run, myself I fear. Yet still my hell within myself I bear. LXXVI. But where, alas, where be those relics sweet? Wherein dwelt late all love, all joy, all good? My fury left them cast in open street. Some beast hath torn her flesh and licked her blood. Ah, noble prey! For savage beast unmeet. Ah, sweet! Too sweet, and far too precious food. Ah, seely nymph! Whom night and darksome shade. To beasts, and me, far worse than beasts, betrayed. Lexix. But where you be, if still you be, I wend. To gather up those relics dear at least. But if some beast hath from the hills descend, and on her tender bowels made his feast, let that fell monster me in pieces rend, and deep entomb me in his hollow chest. For where she buried is, there shall I have a stately tomb, a rich and costly grave. LXXX. Thus mourned the knight, his squires him told at last. They had her there for whom those tears he shed. A beam of comfort his dim eyes outcast. Like lightning through thick clouds of darkness spread. The heavy burden of his limbs in haste. With mickle pain, he drew forth of his bed. And scant of strength to stand, to move or go. Thither he staggered, reeling to and fro. LXXXI. When he came there, and in her breast espied his handiwork, that deep and cruel wound, and her sweet face with leaden paleness dyed, where beauty late spread forth her beams around. He trembled so, that near his squires beside, to hold him up, he had sunk down to ground, and said, O face in death still sweet and fair, thou canst not sweeten yet my grief and care. LXXXI. O fair right hand, the pledge of faith and love, given me but late, too late, in sign of peace. How haps it now thou canst not stir nor move? And you, dear limbs, now laid in rest and ease, through which my cruel blade this floodgate rove. Your pains have end, my torments never cease. O hands, O cruel eyes, accursed alike, you gave the wound, you gave them light to strike. LXXXI. But thither now run forth my guilty blood, whither my plaints, my sorrows cannot wend. He said no more, but, as his passion would inforsaid him, he gone to tear and rend. His hair, his face, his wounds, a purple flood, did from each side in rolling streams descend. He had been slain, but that his pain and woe bereft his senses, and preserved him so. 84. Cast on his bed his squires recalled his sprite, to execute again her hateful charge. But tattling fame the sorrows of the night, and hard mischance had told this while at large. Godfrey and all his lords of worth and might ran thither, and the duty would discharge. Of friendship true, and with sweet words the rage of bitter grief and woe they would assuage. LXXXV. But as a mortal wound the more doth smart, the more it searched is, handled or sought. So their sweet words to his afflicted heart more grief, more anguish, pain and torment brought. But Reverend Peter that would set apart care of his sheep, as a good shepherd ought, his vanity with grave advice reproved, and told what mourning Christian knights behoved. LXXXVI. O Tancred, Tancred, how far different from thy beginnings good these follies be! What makes thee deaf? What hath thy eyesight blent? What mist, what cloud thus overshadoweth thee? This is a warning good from heaven down sent. Yet his advice thou canst not hear nor see. Who calleth and conducts thee to the way, from which thou willing dost and witting stray. LXXXVI. To worthy actions and achievements fit. For Christian knights he would thee home recall. But thou hast left that course and changed it, to make thyself a heathen damsel's thrall. But see, thy grief and sorrow's painful fit is made the rod to scourge thy sins withal. Of thine own good thyself the means he makes, but thou his mercy, goodness, grace forsakes. LXXXVI. Thou dost refuse of heaven the proffered, and gainst it still rebel with sinful ire. O wretch! O whither doth thy rage thee chase? Refrain thy grief, bridle thy fond desire. At hell's wide gate vain sorrow doth thee place. Sorrow, misfortune's son, despair's foul fire. O see thine evil, thy plaint and woe refrain. The guides to death, to hell, and endless pain. 89. This said, his will to die the patient abandoned, that second death he feared. These words of comfort to his heart down went, and that dark night of sorrow somewhat cleared. Yet now and then his grief deep sighs forth sent. His voice shrill plaints and sad laments oft reared. Now to himself, now to his murdered love, he spoke, who heard perchance from heaven above. XC. Till Phoebus rising from his evening fall, to her, for her, he mourns, he calls, he cries. The nightingale so when her children small, some churl takes before their parents' eyes. Alone, dismayed, quite bare of comforts all. Tires with complaints the seas, the shores, the skies. Till in sweet sleep against the morning bright, she fall at last. So mourned, so slept the night. XCI. And clad in starry veil, amid his dream, for whose sweet sake he mourned, appeared the maid. Fairer than erst, yet with that heavenly beam. Not out of knowledge was her lovely shade. With looks of ruth her eyes celestial seem to pity his sad plight, and thus she said, Behold how fair, how glad thy love appears. And for my sake, my dear, forbear these tears. 92. Thine be the thanks, my soul thou madest flit at unawares out of her earthly nest. Thine be the thanks, thou hast advanced it in Abraham's dear bosom long to rest. There still I love thee. There for Tancred fit a seat prepared is among the blessed. There in eternal joy, eternal light, thou shalt thy love enjoy, and she her knight. XCI. Unless thyself heaven's joys envy, and thy vain sorrow thee of bliss deprive. Live, know I love thee, that I nil deny. As angels, men, as saints may whites on live. This said, of zeal and love forth of her eye, 100 glorious beams bright shining drive, amid which rays herself she closed from sigh, and with new joy, new comfort left her night. Civ. Thus comforted he waked, and men discreet in surgery to cure his wounds were sought. Meanwhile of his dear love the relics sweet, as best he could, to grave with pomp he brought. Her tomb was not a varied Spartan greet, nor yet by cunning hand of Scopas wrought, but built of polished stone, and thereon laid the lively shape and portrait of the maid. XCV. With sacred burning lamps in order long, and mournful pomp the corpse was brought to ground. Her arms upon a leafless pine were hung, the hearse with cypress arms with laurel crowned. Next day the prince, whose love and courage strong, drew forth his limbs, weak, feeble, and unsound, to visit went, with care and reverence meet the buried ashes of his mistress sweet. XCVI. Before her new-made tomb at last arrived, the woeful prison of his living sprite. Pale, cold, sad, comfortless, of sense deprived, upon the marble grey he fixed his sight. 2 streams of tears were from his eyes derived. Thus with a sad, alas, began the night. O marble dear on my dear mistress placed, my flames within, without my tears thou hast. XCVI. Not of dead bones art thou the mournful grave, but of quick love the fortress and the hold. Still in my heart thy wonted brands I have, more bitter far, alas, but not more cold. Receive these sighs, these kisses sweet receive, in liquid drops of melting tears enrolled, and give them to that body pure and chaste, which in thy bosom cold entombed thou hast. XCVI. For if her happy soul her eye doth bend on that sweet body which it lately dressed, my love, thy pity cannot her offend. Anger and wrath is not in angels blessed. She pardon will the trespass of her friend. That hope relieves me with these griefs oppressed. This hand she knows hath only sinned, not I, who living loved her, and for love now die. 6. And loving will I die, O happy day. Weener it chanceth. But O far more blessed, if as about thy polished sides I stray, my bones within thy hollow grave might rest. Together should in heaven our spirits stay. Together should our bodies lie in chest. So happy death should join what life doth sever. O death, O life, sweet both blessed ever. C. Meanwhile the news in that besieged town of this mishap was whispered here and there. Forthwith it spread, and for too true was known. Her woeful loss was talked everywhere, mingled with cries and plaints to heaven upthrown, as if the city's self new taken were with conquering foes, or as if flame and fire. Nor house, nor church, nor street had left entire. Ci. But all men's eyes were on our seats bent. His sighs were deep, his looks full of despair. Out of his woeful eyes no tear there went. His heart was hardened with his too much care. His silver locks with dust he foul besprent. He knocked his breast. His face he rent in tear. And while the press flocked to the eunuch old, thus to the people spake Argantes bold. Cii. I would, when first I knew the hardy maid excluded was among her Christian foes, have followed her to give her timely aid, or by her side this breath and life to lose. What did I not, or what left I unsaid, to make the king the gates again unclose? But he denied, his power did I restrain. My will, my suit was waste, my speech was vain. Cii. Ah, had I gone, I would from danger free have brought to Shoun that sweet nymph again. Or in the bloody fight, where killed was she, in her defense there nobly have been slain. But what could I do more? The counsels be of God and man gainst my designments plain. Dead is Clorinda fair, laid in cold grave. Let me revenge her whom I could not save. Civ. Jerusalem, hear what Argantes saith. Hear heaven, and if he break his oath and word, upon this head cast thunder in thy wrath. I will destroy and kill that Christian lord, who this fair dame by night thus murdered hath. Nor from my side I will ungird this sword, till Tancred's heart it cleave, and shed his blood, and leave his corpse to wolves and crows for food. Cv. This said, the people with a joyful shout applaud his speeches and his words approve, and calmed their grief in hope the boaster stout would kill the prince who late had slain his love. O promise vain! It otherwise fell out. Men purpose, but high gods dispose above. For underneath his sword this boaster died, whom thus he scorned and threatened in his pride. 13th Book. The Argument. Ismeno sets to guard the forest old, the wicked sprites whose ugly shapes affray, and put to flight the men whose labor would to their dark shades let in heaven's golden ray. Thither goes Tancred hardy, faithful, bold, but foolish pity lets him not essay. His strength and courage heat the Christian power, annoys whom to refresh God sends a shower. I. But scant, dissolved into ashes cold, the smoking tower fell on the scorched grass, when new device found out the enchanter old, by which the town besieged secured was. Of timber fit his foes deprive he would, such terror bred that late consumed mass, so that the strength of Shoun's walls to shake, they should no turrets, rams, nor engines make. 2. From Godfrey's camp a grove a little way, amid the valleys deep grows out of sight, thick with old trees whose horrid arms display an ugly shade, like everlasting night. There when the sun spreads forth his clearest ray, dim, thick, uncertain, gloomy seems the light, as when in evening, day and darkness strive, which should his foe from our horizon drive. 3. But when the sun his chair in seas doth steep, night, horror, darkness thick the place invade, which veil the mortal eyes with blindness deep, and with sad terror make weak hearts afraid. Thither no groom drives forth his tender sheep, to browse, or ease their faint in cooling shade, nor traveller nor pilgrim there to enter. So awful seems that forest old, dare venture. 4. United there the ghosts and goblins meet, to frolic with their mates in silent night. With dragon's wings some cleave the welkin fleet, Some nimbly run o'er hills and valleys light. A wicked troop, that with allurements sweet, draws sinful man from that is good and right. And there with hellish pomp their banquets brought. They solemnize, thus the vain Parians thought. V. No twist, no twig, no bough nor branch, therefore. The Saracens cut from that sacred spring. But yet the Christians spared ne'er the more. The trees to earth with cutting steel to bring. Thither went Ismen old with tresses hoar. When night on all this earth spread forth her wing. And there in silence deaf and murksome shade. His characters and circles vain he made. 6. He in the circles set one foot unshod. And whispered dreadful charms in ghastly wise. 3 times, for witchcraft loveth numbers odd. Toward the east he gaped. Westward thrice. He struck the earth thrice with his charmed rod. Wherewith dead bones he makes from grave to rise. And thrice the ground with naked foot he smote. And thus he cried loud, with thundering note. 7. Hear, hear. You spirits all that whilom fell. Cast down from heaven with dint of roaring thunder. Hear, you amid the empty air that dwell. And storms and showers pour on these kingdoms under. Hear, all you devils that lie in deepest hell. And rend with torments damned ghosts asunder. And of those lands of death, of pain and fear. Thou monarch great, great Dis, great Pluto, hear. 8. Keep you this forest well, keep every tree. Numbered I give you them and truly told. As souls of men in bodies clothed be. So every plant a sprite shall hide and hold. With trembling fear make all the Christians flee. When they presume to cut these cedars old. This said, his charms he doth again repeat. Which none can say but they that use like feet. 9. At those strange speeches, still night's splendent fires. Quenched their lights, and shrunk away for doubt. The feeble moon her silver beams retires. And wrapped her horns with folding clouds about. Ismen his sprites to come with speed requires. Why come you not, you ever damned rout? Why tarry you so long? Pardie you stay. Till stronger charms and greater words I say. X. I have not yet forgot for want of use. What dreadful terms belong this sacred feat? My tongue, if still your stubborn hearts refuse. That so much dreaded name can well repeat. Which heard, great Dis cannot himself excuse. But hither run from his eternal seat. O great and fearful! More he would have said. But that he saw the sturdy sprites obeyed. 11. Legions of devils by thousands thither come. Such as in sparse air their biding make. And thousands also which by heavenly doom. Condemned lie in deep Avernus lake. But slow they came. Displeased all and some. Because those woods they should in keeping take. Yet they obeyed and took the charge in hand. And under every branch and leaf they stand. 12. When thus his cursed work performed was. The wizard to his king declared the feat. My lord, let fear, let doubt and sorrow pass. Henceforth in safety stands your regal seat. Your foe, as he supposed, no mean now has. To build again his rams and engines great. And then he told at large from part to part. All what he late performed by wondrous art. 13. Besides this help, another hap, quoth he. Will shortly chance that brings not profit small. Within few days Mars and the sun I see. Their fiery beams unite in Leo shall. And then extreme the scorching heat will be. Which neither rain can quench nor dews that fall. So placed are the planets high and low. That heat, fire, burning all the heavens for show. 14. So great with us will be the warmth therefore. As with the Garaments or those of Ind. Yet nil it grieve us in this town so sore. We have sweet shade and waters cold by kind. Our foes abroad will be tormented more. What shield can they or what refreshing find? Heaven will them vanquish first, then Egypt's crew. Destroy them quite, weak, weary, faint and few. 15. Thou shalt sit still and conquer, prove no more the doubtful hazard of uncertain fight. But if Argantes bold, that hates so sore all cause of quiet peace, though just and right, provoke thee forth to battle, as before. Find means to calm the rage of that fierce night. For shortly heaven will send thee ease and peace, and war and trouble mongst thy foes increase. 16. The king assured by these speeches fair, held Godfrey's power, his might and strength in scorn. And now the walls he gone in part repair, which late the ram had bruised with iron horn. With wise foresight and well-advised care, he fortified each breach and bulwark torn. And all his folk, men, women, children small, with endless toil again repaired the wall. 17. But Godfrey knew this while bring forth his power, to give assault against that fort in vain, till he had builded new his dreadful tower, and reared high his downfallen rams again. His workmen therefore he dispatched that hour, to hew the trees out of the forest main. They went, and scant the wood appeared in sight, when wonders knew their fearful hearts affright. 18. As silly children dare not bend their eye, where they are told strange bugbears haunt the place, or as new monsters, while in bed they lie, their fearful thoughts present before their face. So feared they, and fled, yet wist not why, nor what pursued them in that fearful chase, except their fear perchance while thus they fled. New chimeras, sphinxes, or like monsters bred. 19. Swift to the camp they turned back dismayed. With words confused uncertain tales they told, that all which heard them scorned what they said, and those reports for lies and fables hold. A chosen crew in shining arms arrayed, Duke Godfrey thither sent of soldiers bold, to guard the men and their faint arms provoke, to cut the dreadful trees with hardy stroke. XX. These drawing near the wood where close ypent, the wicked sprites in sylvan pinfolds were, their eyes upon those shades no sooner bent, but frozen dread pierced through their entrails dear. Yet on they stalked still, and on they went, under bold semblance hiding coward fear, and so far wandered forth with trembling pace, till they approached nigh that enchanted place. XXI. When from the grove a fearful sound outbreaks, as if some earthquake hill and mountain tore, wherein the southern wind a rumbling makes, or like sea waves against the scraggy shore. Their lions grumble, there hiss scaly snakes, there howl the wolves, the rugged bears their roar, their trumpets shrill are heard and thunders fell, and all these sounds one sound expressed well. XXI. Upon their faces pale well might you note 1,000 signs of heart embodying fear. Their reason gone, by no device they wot how to press nigh, or stay still where they were. Against that sudden dread their breasts which smote, their courage weak no shield of proof could bear. At last they fled, and one than all more bold excused their flight, and thus the wonders told. XCI. My lord, not one of us there is, I grant, that dares cut down one branch in yonder spring. I think there dwells a sprite in every plant. There keeps his court great this infernal king. He hath a heart of hardened adamant, that without trembling dares attempt the thing. And since he wanteth who so hardy is, to hear the forest thunder, roar and hiss. Ziv. This said, Alcasto to his words gave heed. Alcasto leader of the Switzers grim, a man both void of wit and void of dreed, who feared not loss of life nor loss of limb. No savage beasts in deserts wild that feed. Nor ugly monster could dishearten him. Nor whirlwind, thunder, earthquake, storm, or aught that in this world is strange or fearful thought. XXV. He shook his head, and smiling thus gone say, the hardiness have I that would to fell, and those proud trees low in the dust to lay, wherein such grisly fiends and monsters dwell. No roaring ghost my courage can dismay. No shriek of birds, beasts roar, or dragons yell. But through and through that forest will I wend, although to deepest hell the paths descend. XXVI. Thus boasted he, and leave to go desired. And forward went with joyful cheer and will. He viewed the wood and those thick shades admired. He heard the wondrous noise and rumbling shrill. Yet not 1 foot the audacious man retired. He scorned the peril, pressing forward still, till on the forest's outmost marge he stepped. A flaming fire from entrance there him kept. XXVI. The fire increased, and built a stately wall of burning coals, quick sparks, and embers hot. And with bright flames the wood environed all, that there no tree nor twist alcasto got. The higher stretched the flames seemed bulwarks tall, castles and turrets full of fiery shot, with slings and engines strong of every sort. What mortal wight durst scale so strange a fort? 18ei. Oh, what strange monsters on the battlement! In loathsome forms stood to defend the place. Their frowning looks upon the night they bent, and threatened death with shot, with sword and mace. At last he fled, and though but slow he went, as lions do whom jolly hunters chase. Yet fled the man and with sad fear withdrew, though fear till then he never felt nor knew. Zix. That he had fled long time he never wist. But when far run he had discovered it, himself for wonder with his hand he blissed. A bitter sorrow by the heart him bit. Amazed, ashamed, disgraced, sad, silent, trist. Alone he would all day in darkness sit, nor durst he look on man of worth or fame. His pride late great, now greater made his shame. XXX. Godfredo called him, but he found delays, and causes why he should his cabin keep. At length perforce he comes, but naught he says, or talks like those that babble in their sleep. His shamefacedness to Godfrey plain bewrays. His flight, so does his sighs and sadness deep. Whereat amazed, what chance is this, quoth he? These witchcrafts strange or nature's wonders be. XXXI. But if his courage any champion move, to try the hazard of this dreadful spring, I give him leave the adventure great to prove. Some news he may report us of the thing. This said, his lords attempt the charmed grove. Yet nothing back but fear and flight they bring. For them inforsaid with trembling to retire. The sight, the sound, the monsters, and the fire. XXXI. This happed when waffle Tancred left his bed, to lay in marble cold his mistress dear. The lively colour from his cheek was fled. His limbs were weak, his helm or targe to bear. Nathless when need to high attempts him led. No labour would he shun, no danger fear. His valour, boldness, heart and courage brave, to his faint body strength and vigour gave. 33. To this exploit forth went the venturous knight. Fearless, yet heedful. Silent, well advised. The terrors of that forest's dreadful sight. Storms, earthquakes, thunders, cries, he all despised. He feared nothing, yet a motion light, that quickly vanished, in his heart arised. When lo, between him and the charmed wood, a fiery city high as heaven upstood. Exiv. The knight stepped back and took a sudden pause. And to himself, what help these arms, quoth he. If in this fire, or monster's gaping jaws. I headlong cast myself, what boots it me? For common profit, or my country's cause. To hazard life before me none should be. But this exploit of no such weight I hold. For it to lose a prince or champion bold. XXXV. But if I fly, what will the pagan say? If I retire, who shall cut down this spring? Godfredo will attempt it every day. What if some other knight perform the thing? These flames uprisen to forestall my way. Perchance more terror far than danger bring. But hap what shall. This said, he forward stepped. And through the fire, O wondrous boldness, leapt. XXXVI. He bolted through, but neither warmth nor heat. He felt, nor sign of fire or scorching flame. Yet wist he not in his dismayed conceit, if that were fire or no through which he came. For at first touch banished those monsters great. And in their stead the clouds black night did frame. And hideous storms and showers of hail and rain. Yet storms and tempests vanished straight again. XVI. Amazed but not afraid the champion good. Stood still, but when the tempest passed he spied. He entered boldly that forbidden wood. And of the forest all the secrets eyed. In all his walk no sprite or phantasm stood. That stopped his way or passage free denied. Save that the growing trees so thick were set. That oft his sight, and passage oft they let. XXXVI. At length a fair and spacious green he spied. Like calmest waters, plain, like velvet, soft. Wherein a cypress clad in summer's pride. Pyramid-wise, lift up his tops aloft. In whose smooth bark upon the evenest side. Strange characters he found, and viewed them oft. Like those which priests of Egypt erst instead of letters used, which none but they could read. XX. Mongst them he picked out these words at last. Writ in the Syriac tongue, which well he could. O hardy knight, who through these woods hast passed. Where death his palace and his court doth hold. O trouble not these souls in quiet placed. O be not cruel as thy heart is bold. Pardon these ghosts deprived of heavenly light. With spirits dead why should men living fight? XL. This found he graven in the tender rind. And while he mused on this uncouth writ, him thought he heard the softly whistling wind. His blasts amid the leaves and branches knit. And frame a sound like speech of humankind. But full of sorrow grief and woe was it. Whereby his gentle thoughts all filled were. With pity, sadness, grief, compassion, fear. XLI. He drew his sword at last, and gave the tree a mighty blow, that made a gaping wound. Out of the rift red streams he trickling see. That all beveled the verdant plain around. His hair start up, yet once again stroke he. He knew give over till the end he found. Of this adventure, when with plaint and moan, as from some hollow grave, he heard one groan. XLI. Enough, enough. The voice lamenting said. Tancred, thou hast me hurt, thou didst me drive out of the body of a noble maid, who with me lived, whom late I kept on live. And now within this woeful cypress laid. My tender rind thy weapon sharp doth rive. Cruel. Is't not enough thy foes to kill, but in their graves wilt thou torment them still. XLI. I was Clorinda, now imprisoned here. Yet not alone within this plant I dwell. For every pagan lord and Christian peer. Before the city's walls last day that fell. In bodies new or graves I wot not clear. But here they are confined by magic spell. So that each tree hath life, and sense each bough. A murderer if thou cut one twist art thou. Slive. As the sick man that in his sleep doth see. Some ugly dragon, or some chimera new. Though he suspect, or half persuaded be. It is an idle dream, no monster true. Yet still he fears, he quakes, and strives to flee. So fearful is that wondrous form to view. So feared the knight, yet he both knew and thought. All were illusions false by witchcraft wrought. XLV. But cold and trembling waxed his frozen heart. Such strange effects, such passions it torment. Out of his feeble hand his weapon start. Himself out of his wits nigh, after went. Wounded he saw, he thought, for pain and smart. His lady weep, complain, mourn, and lament. Nor could he suffer her dear blood to see. Or hear her sighs that deep far-fetched be. XLVI. Thus his fierce heart which death had scorned oft. Whom no strange shape or monster could dismay. With feigned shows of tender love made soft. A spirit false did with vain plaints betray. A whirling wind his sword heaved up aloft. And through the forest bare it quite away. Come retired the prince, and as he came. His sword he found, and repossessed the same. XLVI. Yet nude return, he had no mind to try. His courage further in those forests green. But when to Godfrey's tent he proaked nigh. His spirits waked, his thoughts composed been. My lord, quoth he, a witness true am I. Of wonders strange, believe it scant though seen. What of the fire, the shades, the dreadful sound? You heard, all true by proof myself have found. XLVI. A burning fire, so are those deserts charmed. Built like a battled wall to heaven was reared. Whereon with darts and dreadful weapons armed. Of monsters foul mis-shaped whole bands appeared. But through them all I passed, unhurt, unharmed. No flame or threatened blow I felt or feared. Then rain and night I found, but straight again. Today, the night, to sunshine turned the rain. 49. What would you more? Each tree through all that wood hath sense, hath life, hath speech, like humankind. I heard their words as in that grove I stood. That mournful voice still I bear in mind. And, as they were of flesh, the purple blood at every blow streams from the wounded rind. No, not I, nor any else, I trow, hath power to cut one leaf, one branch, one bough. L. While thus he said, the Christian's noble guide felt uncouth strife in his contentious thought. He thought, what if himself in person tried those witchcrafts strange, and bring those charms to naught? For such he deemed them. Or elsewhere provide. For timber easier got though further sought. But from his study he at last abrade. Called by the hermit old that to him said, Li. Leave off thy hardy thought, another's hands. Of these her plants the wood despoilen shall. Now the fatal ship of conquest lands. Her sails are struck, her silver anchors fall. Our champion broken hath his worthless bands. And looseth from the soil which held him thrall. The time draws nigh when our proud foes in field shall slaughtered lie, and Shaun's fort shall yield. Ai. This said, his visage shone with beams divine. And more than mortal was his voice's sound. Godfredo's thought to other acts incline. His working brain was never idle found. But in the crab now did bright Titan shine. And scorched with scalding beams the parched ground. And made unfit for toil or warlike feat his soldiers, weak with labor, faint with sweat. Lii. The planets mild their lamps benign quenched out. And cruel stars in heaven did seignorize. Whose influence cast fiery flames about. And hot impressions through the earth and skies. The growing heat still gathered deeper rout. The noisome warmth through lands and kingdoms flies. A harmful night a hurtful day succeeds. And worse than both next morn her light outspreads. Liv. When Phoebus rose he left his golden weed, and donned a jeet in deepest purple dyed. His sanguine beams about his forehead spread, a sad presage of ill that should betide. With vermeil drops at even his tresses bleed, foreshows of future heat from the ocean wide. When next he rose, and thus increased still their present harms with dread of future ill. Lv. While thus he bent gainst earth his scorching rays, he burnt the flowers, burnt his clitty dear. The leaves grew one upon the withered sprays. The grass and growing herbs all parched were. Earth cleft in rifts, in floods their streams decays. The barren clouds with lightning bright appear. And mankind feared lest Clymene's child again had driven awry his sire's ill-guided wain. Lvi. As from a furnace flew the smoke to skies. Such smoke as that when damned Sodom brent. Within his caves sweet Zephyr silent lies. Still was the air, the rack nor came nor went. But o'er the lands with lukewarm breathing flies the southern wind, from sunburnt Afric sent, which thick and warm his interrupted blasts upon their bosoms, throats, and faces casts. Lvi. Nor yet more comfort brought the gloomy night. In her thick shades was burning heat uprolled. Her sable mantle was embroidered bright with blazing stars and gliding fires for gold. Nor to refresh, sad earth, thy thirsty sprite, the niggard moon let fall her May dews cold, and dried up the vital moisture was. In trees, in plants, in herbs, in flowers, in grass. Lvi. Sleep to his quiet dales exiled fled. From these unquiet nights, and oft in vain, the soldiers restless sought the god in bed. But most for thirst they mourned and most complain. For Judah's tyrant had strong poison shed. Poison that breeds more woe and deadly pain than Acheron or Stygian waters bring. In every fountain, cistern, well and spring, Lax, and little silo that his store bestows, of purest crystal on the Christian bands, the pebbles naked in his channel shows, and scantly glides above the scorched sands. Nor Paean may when o'er his banks he flows, nor Ganges, waterer of the Indian lands, nor seven-mouthed Nile that yields all Egypt drink. To quench their thirst the men sufficient think. Lx. He that the gliding rivers erst had seen, adown their verdant channels gently rolled, or falling streams which to the valleys green distilled from tops of alpine mountains cold. Those he desired in vain, new torments been augmented thus with wish of comforts old. Those waters cool he drank in vain conceit, which more increased his thirst, increased his heat. Lxi. The sturdy bodies of the warriors strong, whom neither marching far, nor tedious way, nor weighty arms which on their shoulders hung, could weary make, nor death itself dismay. Now weak and feeble cast their limbs along, unwieldy burdens, on the burned clay. And in each vein a smouldering fire there dwelt, which dried their flesh and solid bones did melt. Lxi. Languished the steed late fierce, and proffered grass. His fodder erst, despised and from him cast. Each step he stumbled, and which lofty was, and high advanced before now fell his crest. His conquests gotten all forgotten pass, nor with desire of glory swelled his breast. The spoils won from his foe, his late rewards, he now neglects, despiseth, not regards. Lxi. Languished the faithful dog, and wanted care of his dear lord and cabin both forgot. Panting he laid, and gathered fresher air, to cool the burning in his entrails hot. But breathing, which wise nature did prepare, to suage the stomach's heat, now booted not. For little ease, alas, small help, they win. that breathe forth air and scalding fire suck in. Lexive. Thus languished the earth, in this estate. Lay woeful thousands of the Christians stout. The faithful people grew nigh desperate. Of hoped conquest, shameful death they doubt. Of their distress they talk and oft debate. These sad complaints were heard the camp throughout. What hope hath Godfrey? Shall we still here lie? Till all his soldiers, all our armies die. LXV. Alas, with what device, what strength, thinks he, to scale these walls, or this strong fort to get? Whence hath he engines new? Doth he not see how wrathful heaven gainst us his sword doth whet? These tokens shown true signs and witness be. Our angry God our proud attempts doth let, and scorching sun so hot his beams outspreads, that not more cooling Ind nor Ethiop needs. LXVI. Or thinks he it an eth or little thing, that us despised, neglected, and disdained, like abjects vile, to death he thus should bring, that so his empire may be still maintained? Is it so great a bliss to be a king, when he that wears the crown with blood is stained, and buys his scepter with his people's lives? See whither glory vain, fond mankind drives. LXVI. See the man, called holy, just, and good, that courteous, meek, and humble would be thought, yet never cared in what distress we stood, if his vain honor were diminished not. When dried up from us his spring and flood, his water must from Jordan streams be brought. And how he sits at feasts and banquets sweet, and mingleth waters fresh with wines of Crete. LXVI. The French thus murmured, but the Greekish knight Tatine, that of this war was weary grown. Why die we here, quoth he, slain without fight? Killed, not subdued, murdered, not overthrown. Upon the Frenchman let the penance light. Of Godfrey's folly, let me save mine own. And as he said, without farewell, the knight and all his comet stole away by night. Lex. His bad example many a troop prepares to imitate, when his escape they know. Clotharius his band, and Adamares, and all whose guides in dust were buried low, discharged of duty's chains and bondage snares, free from their oath, to none they service owe, but now concluded all on secret flight, and shrunk away by thousands every night. LXX. Godfredo this both heard, and saw, and knew. Yet nude with death them chastise though he mought, but with that faith wherewith he could renew the steadfast hills and seas dry up to naught. He prayed the Lord upon his flock to rue, to ope the springs of grace and ease this drought. Out of his looks shone zeal, devotion, faith. His hands and eyes to heaven he heaves, and saith, LXXI. Father and Lord, if in the desert's waste thou hadst compassion on thy children dear, the craggy rock when Moses cleft and brast, and drew forth flowing streams of waters clear, like mercy, Lord, like grace on us downcast. And though our merits less than theirs appear, thy grace supply that want, for though they be thy firstborn son, thy children yet are we. LXXI. These prayers just, from humble hearts forth sent, were nothing slow to climb the starry sky, but swift as winged bird themselves present before the Father of the heavens high. The Lord accepted them, and gently bent upon the faithful host his gracious eye. And in what pain and what distress it laid, he saw, and grieved to see, and thus he said, LXXI. Mine armies dear till now have suffered woe, distress and danger, hell's infernal power. Their enemy hath been, the world their foe. But happy be their actions from this hour. What they begin to blessed end shall go. I will refresh them with a gentle shower. Rinaldo shall return, the Egyptian crew They shall encounter, conquer, and subdue. Lexiv. At these high words great heaven began to shake. The fixed stars, the planets wandering still. Trembled the air, the earth and ocean quake. Spring, fountain, river, forest, dale and hill. From north to east, a lightning flash outbreak. And coming drops presaged with thunders shrill. With joyful shouts the soldiers on the plain. These tokens bless of long-desired rain. LXXV. A sudden cloud, as when Helios prayed. Not from dry earth exhaled by Phoebus' beams. Arose, moist heaven his windows open laid. Whence clouds by heaps outrush, and watery streams. The world o'erspread was with a gloomy shade. That like a dark murksome even it seems. The crashing rain from molten skies down fell. And o'er their banks the brooks and fountains swell. LXXVI. In summer season, when the cloudy sky upon the parched ground doth rain down send. As duck and mallard in the furrows dry. With merry noise the promised showers attend. And spreading broad their wings displayed lie. To keep the drops that on their plumes descend. And where the streams swell to a gathered lake. Therein they dive. And sweet refreshing take. LXXVI. So they the streaming showers with shouts and cries. Salute, which heaven shed on the thirsty lands. The falling liquor from the dropping skies. He catcheth in his lap, he barehead stands. And his bright helm to drink therein unties. In the fresh streams he dives his sweaty hands. Their faces some, and some their temples wet. And some to keep the drops large vessels set. LXXVI. Nor man alone to ease his burning sore. Herein doth dive and wash, and hereof drinks. But earth itself weak, feeble, faint before. Whose solid limbs were cleft with rifts and chinks. Received the falling showers and gathered store. Of liquor sweet, that through her veins down sinks. And moisture new infused largely was. In trees, in plants, in herbs, in flowers, in grass. Lexics. Earth, like the patient was, whose lively blood hath overcome at last some sickness strong. Whose feeble limbs had been the bait and food. Whereon this strange disease depastured long. But now restored, in health and welfare stood. As sound as erst, as fresh, as fair, as young. So that forgetting all his grief and pain. His pleasant robes and crowns he takes again. LXXX. Ceased the rain, the sun began to shine. With fruitful, sweet, benign, and gentle ray. Full of strong power and vigor masculine. As be his beams in April or in May. O happy zeal! Who trusts in help divine. The world's afflictions thus can drive away. Can storms appease, and times and seasons change. And conquer fortune, fate, and destiny strange. 14th Book. The Argument. The Lord to Godfrey in a dream doth show. His will, Rinaldo must return at last. They have their asking who for pardon sue. 2 knights to find the prince are sent in haste. But Peter, who by vision all foreknew, sendeth the searchers to a wizard, placed deep in a vault, who first at large declares Armida's trains. Then how to shun those snares. Now from the fresh, the soft and tender bed of her still mother, gentle night outflew. The fleeting balm on hills and dales she shed. With honey drops of pure and precious dew. And on the verdure of green forests spread. The virgin primrose and the violet blue. And sweet-breathed zephyr on his spreading wings. Sleep, ease, repose, rest, peace and quiet brings. 2. The thoughts and troubles of broad waking day. They softly dipped in mild oblivion's lake. But he whose Godhead heaven and earth doth sway, in his eternal light did watch and wake. And bent on Godfrey down the gracious ray of his bright eye, still ope for Godfrey's sake. To whom a silent dream the Lord down sent, which told his will, his pleasure and intent. 3. Far in the east, the golden gate beside, whence Phoebus comes, a crystal port there is. And ere the sun his broad doors open wide, the beam of springing day uncloseth this. Hence comes the dreams, by which heaven's sacred guide reveals to man those high degrees of his. Hence toward Godfrey ere he left his bed, a vision strange his golden plumes bespread. 4. Such semblances, such shapes, such portraits fair, did never yet in dream or sleep appear. For all the forms in sea, in earth or air, the signs in heaven, the stars in every sphere, all that was wondrous, uncouth, strange and rare, all in that vision well presented were. His dream had placed him in a crystal wide, beset with golden fires, top, bottom, side. There while he wondereth on the circles vast, the stars, their motions, course and harmony. A night, with shining rays and fire embraced, presents himself unwares before his eye, who with a voice that far for sweetness passed all human speech, thus said, approaching nigh. What, Godfrey, knowest thou not thy Hugo here? Come and embrace thy friend and fellow dear. 6. He answered him, thy glorious shining light, which in thine eyes his glistering beams doth place, estranged hath from my foreknowledge quite thy countenance, thy favour, and thy face. This said, 3 times he stretched his hands outright, and would in friendly arms the knight embrace. And thrice the spirit fled, that thrice he twined, not in his folded arms but air and wind. 7. Lord Hugo smiled, not as you think, quoth he. I clothed am in flesh and earthly mould, my spirit pure, and naked soul, you see, a citizen of this celestial hold. This place is heaven, and here a room for thee prepared is among Christ's champions bold. Ah when, quoth he, these mortal bonds unknit, shall I in peace, in ease and rest there sit? 8. Hugo replied, ere many years shall run, amid the saints in bliss here shalt thou reign. But first great wars must by thy hand be done, much blood be shed, and many pagans slain, the holy city by assault be won, the land set free from servile yoke again, wherein thou shalt a Christian empire frame, and after thee shall Baldwin rule the same. 9. But to increase thy love and great desire, to heavenward, this blessed place behold. These shining lamps, these globes of living fire, how they are turned, guided, moved and rolled. The angels singing here, and all their choir. Then bend thine eyes on yonder earth and mould. All in that mass, that globe and compass see. Land, sea, spring, fountain, man, beast, grass and tree. X. How vile, how small, and of how slender price is their reward of goodness, virtue's gain. A narrow room our glory vain updies, a little circle doth our pride contain. Earth like an isle amid the water lies, which sea sometime is called, sometime the main. Yet not therein responds a name so great. It's but a lake, a pond, a marish strait. 11. Thus said the one, the other bended down his looks to ground, and half in scorn he smiled. He saw at once earth, sea, flood, castle, town, strangely divided, strangely all compiled, and wondered folly man so far should drown, to set his heart on things so base and vilt. That servile empire searcheth and dumb fame, and scorns heaven's bliss, yet proffereth heaven the same. 12. Wherefore he answered, since the Lord not yet will free my spirit from this cage of clay. Lest worldly error vain my voyage let. Teach me to heaven the best and surest way. Hugo replied, thy happy foot is set in the true path. Nor from this passage stray. Only from exile young Rinaldo call. This give I thee in charge, else not at all. 13. For as the Lord of hosts, the King of bliss, hath chosen thee to rule the faithful band, so he thy stratagems appointed is to execute, so both shall win this land. The first is thine, the second place is his. Thou art this army's head, and he the hand. No other champion can his place supply. And that thou do it doth thy state deny. 14. The enchanted forest, and her charmed treein, with cutting steel shall he to earth down hew. And thy weak armies which too feeble been, to scale again these walls reinforced new, and fainting light dispersed on the green, shall take new strength new courage at his view. The high-built towers, the eastern squadrons all, shall conquered be, shall fly, shall die, shall fall. 15. He held his peace, and Godfrey answered so. Oh, how his presence would recomfort me. You that man's hidden thoughts perceive and know. If I say truth, or if I love him, see. But say, what messengers shall for him go? What shall their speeches, what their errand be? Shall I entreat, or else command the man? With credit neither well perform I can. 16. The eternal Lord, the other night replied, that with so many graces hath thee blessed, will, that among the troops thou hast to guide, thou honored be and feared of most and least. Then speak not thou lest blemish some betide thy sacred empire if thou make request. But when by suit thou moved art to ruth, then yield, forgive, and home recall the youth. 17. Guelpho shall pray thee, God shall him inspire, to pardon this offense, this fault commit. By hasty wrath, by rash and headstrong ire, to call the night again. Yield thou to it. And though the youth, enwrapped in fond desire, far hence in love and looseness idle sit, ye fear it not, he shall return with speed, when most you wish him and when most you need. 18. Your hermit Peter, to whose sapient heart high heaven his secrets opens, tells and shews, your messengers direct can to that part, where of the prince they shall hear certain news, and learn the way, the manner, and the art, to bring him back to these thy warlike crews, that all thy soldiers, wandered and misgone, heaven may unite again and join in one. 19. But this conclusion shall my speeches end. Know that his blood shall mixed be with thine, whence barons bold and worthy shall descend, that many great exploits shall bring to fine. This said, he vanished from his sleeping friend, like smoke in wind, or mist in Titan's shine. Sleep fled likewise, and in his troubled thought, with wonder, pleasure, joy, with marvel fought. XX. The Duke looked up, and saw the azure sky, with argent beams of silver morning spread, and started up, for praise axed virtue lie in toil and travel, sin and shame in bed. His arms he took, his sword girt to his thigh, to his pavilion all his lords them sped, and there in council grave the princes sit, for strength by wisdom, war is ruled by wit. XXI. Lord Guelpho there, within whose gentle breast heaven had infused that new and sudden thought, his pleasing words thus to the Duke addressed. Good prince, mild, though unasked, kind, unbesought. O let thy mercy grant my just request. Pardon this fault by rage not malice wrought. For great offense, I grant, so late commit. My suit too hasty is, perchance unfit. XXI. But since to Godfrey meek benign and kind, For Prince Rinaldo bold, I humbly sue. And that the suitor's self is not behind thy greatest friends in state or friendship true. I trust one shall thy grace and mercy find acceptable to me and all this crew. O call him home, this trespass to amend. He shall his blood in Godfrey's service spend. Xci. And if not he, who else dares undertake of this enchanted wood to cut one tree? Gainst death and danger who dares battle make? With so bold face, so fearless heart as he. Beat down these walls, these gates in pieces break. Leap o'er these rampires high, thou shalt him see. Restore therefore to this desirous band their wish, their hope, their strength, their shield, their hand. Ziv. To me my nephew, to thyself restore a trusty help, when strength of hand thou needs. In idleness let him consume no more. Recall him to his noble acts and deeds. Known be his worth as was his strength of yore. Where'er thy standard broad her cross outspreads. Oh, let his fame and praise spread far and wide. Be thou his lord, his teacher and his guidel. XXV. Thus he entreated, and the rest approve his words. With friendly murmurs whispered low. Godfrey as though their suit his mind did move. To that whereon he never thought till now. How can my heart, quoth he, if you I love, to your request and suit but bend and bow? Let rigor go, that right and justice be, wherein you all consent and all agree. XXVI. Rinaldo shall return. Let him restrain henceforth his headstrong wrath and hasty ire. And with his hardy deeds let him take pain to correspond your hope and my desire. Guelfo, thou must call home the knight again. See that with speed he to these tents retire. The messengers appoint as likes thy mind. And teach them where they should the young man find. XXVI. Upstart the Dane that bare Prince Sweno's brand. I will, quoth he, that message undertake. I will refuse no pains by sea or land. To give the knight this sword, kept for his sake. This man was bold of courage, strong of hand. Guelfo was glad he did the proffer make. Thou shalt, quoth he, Ubaldo shalt thou have. To go with thee, a knight, stout, wise, and grave. Eightenii. Ubaldo in his youth had known and seen the fashions strange of many an uncouth land. And travelled over all the realms between the Arctic circle and hot Maro's strand. And as a man whose wit his guide had been, their customs use he could tongues understand. Forthy when spent his youthful seasons were, Lord Guelfo entertained and held him dear. Zix. To these committed was the charge and care, to find and bring again the champion bold. Guelfo commands them to the fort repair, where Bowman doth his seat and scepter hold. For public fame said that Bertoldo's heir there lived, there dwelt, there stayed, the hermit old, that knew they were misled by false report. Among them came, and parleyed in this sort. XXX. Sir knights, quoth he, if you intend to ride, and follow each report fond people say, you follow but a rash and truthless guide, that leads vain men amiss and makes them stray. Near Ascalon go to the salt seaside, where a swift brook fails in with hideous sway. An aged sire, our friend, there shall you find all what he saith, that do, that keep in mind. XXXI. Of this great voyage which you undertake, much by his skill, and much by mine advise, hath he foreknown, and welcome for my sake. You both shall be, the man is kind and wise. Instructed thus no further question make. The twain elected for this enterprise, but humbly yielded to obey his word. For what the hermit said, that said the Lord. XXXI. They took their leave, and on their journey went. Their will could brook no stay, their zeal, no let. To Ascalon their voyage straight they bent, whose broken shores with brackish waves are wet. And there they heard how gainst the cliffs, besprent with bitter foam, the roaring surges bet. A tumbling brook their passage stopped and stayed, which late fallen rain had proud and puissant made. 33. So proud that over all his banks he grew, and through the fields ran swift as shaft from bow. While here they stopped and stood, before them drew an aged sire, grave and benign in show, crowned with a beechen garland gathered new, clad in a linen robe that rout down low. In his right hand a rod, and on the flood against the stream he marched, and dry shod yode. Exive. As on the Rhine, when winter's freezing cold congeals the streams to thick and hardened glass, the beauties fair of shepherds' daughters bold with wanton windlays run, turn, play and pass. So on this river passed the wizard old, although unfrozen soft and swift it was. And thither stalked ere the warriors stayed, to whom, their greetings done, he spoke and said, XXXV. Great pains, great travel, lords, you have begun. And of a cunning guide great need you stand. Far off, alas, is great Bertoldo's son, imprisoned in a waste and desert land. What soil remains by which you must not run? What promontory, rock, sea, shore or sand? Your search must stretch before the prince be found. Beyond our world, beyond our half of ground. XXXVI. But yet vouchsafe to see my cell I pray. In hidden caves and vaults though builded low. Great wonders there, strange things I will bewray. Things good for you to hear, and fit to know. This said, he bids the river make them way. The flood retired, backward gone to flow. And here and there 2 crystal mountains rise. So fled the Red Sea once, and Jordan thrice. XVI. He took their hands, and led them headlong down. Under the flood, through vast and hollow deeps. Such light they had as when through shadows brown of thickest deserts feeble Cynthia peeps. Their spacious caves they saw all overflown. There all his waters pure great Neptune keeps. And thence to moisten all the earth he brings seas, rivers, floods, lakes, fountains, wells and springs. XXXVI. Whence Ganges, Indus, Volga, Ister, Pa. Whence Euphrates? Whence Tigris spring they view? Whence Tanais, whence Nilus comes also? Although his head till then no creature knew. But under these a wealthy stream doth go, that sulphur yields an ore, rich, quick and new, which the sunbeams doth polish, purge and fine, and makes it silver pure, and gold divine. XX. And all his banks the rich and wealthy stream hath fair beset with pearl and precious stone, like stars in sky or lamps on stage that seem. The darkness there was day, the night was gone. There sparkled, clothed in his azure beam, the heavenly sapphire, there the jacinth shone. The carbuncle there flamed, the diamond sheen. There glistered bright, there smiled the emerald green. XL. Amazed the knights amid these wonders past, and fixed so deep the marvels in their thought, that not one word they uttered, till at last Ubaldo spake, and thus his guide besought. O Father, tell me by what skill thou hast these wonders done, and to what place us brought. For well I know not if I wake or sleep. My heart is drowned in such amazement deep. XLI. You are within the hollow womb, quoth he, of fertile earth, the nurse of all things made. And but you brought and guided are by me. Her sacred entrails could no wight invade. My palace shortly shall you splendent see, with glorious light, though built in night and shade. A pagan was I born, but yet the Lord To grace, by baptism, hath my soul restored. Excelli. Nor yet by help of devil, or aid from hell. I do this uncouth work and wondrous feat. The Lord forbid I use or charm or spell, to raise foul dis from his infernal seat. But of all herbs, of every spring and well, the hidden power I know and virtue great. And all that kind hath hid from mortal sight. And all the stars, their motions, and their might. Excelli. For in these caves I dwell not buried still. From sight of heaven, but often I resort to tops of Lebanon or Carmel hill. And there in liquid air myself disport. There Mars and Venus I behold at will. As bare as erst when Vulcan took them short. And how the rest roll, glide and move, I see. How their aspects benign or froward be. Slive. And underneath my feet the clouds I view. Now thick, now thin, now bright with iris bow. The frost and snow, the rain, the hail, the dew. The winds, from whence they come and whence they blow. How Jove his thunder makes and lightning new. How with the bolt he strikes the earth below. How commate, crinite, caudate stars are framed. I knew. My skill with pride my heart inflamed. XLV. So learned, cunning, wise, myself I thought. That I supposed my wit so high might climb. To know all things that God had framed or wrought. Fire, air, sea, earth, man, beast, sprite, place and time. But when your hermit me to baptism brought, and from my soul had washed the sin and crime, then I perceived my sight was blindness still. My wit was folly, ignorance my skill. XLVI. Then saw I, that like owls in shining sun, so gainst the beams of truth our souls are blind. And at myself to smile I then begun. And at my heart, puffed up with folly's wind. Yet still these arts, as I before had done, I practiced. Such was the hermit's mind. Thus hath he changed my thoughts, my heart, my will. And rules mine art, my knowledge, and my skill. XLVI. In him I rest, on him my thoughts depend. My Lord, my teacher, and my guide is he. This noble work he strives to bring to end. He is the architect, the workman we. The hardy youth home to this camp to send. From prison strong, my care, my charge shall be. So he commands, and me ere this foretold. You're coming oft, to seek the champion bold. XLVI. While this he said, he brought the champions twain down to a vault, wherein he dwells and lies. It was a cave, high, wide, large, ample, plain. With goodly rooms, halls, chambers, galleries. All what is bred in rich and precious vein. Of wealthy earth, and hid from mortal eyes. There shines, and fair adorned was every part. With riches grown by kind, not framed by art. 49. 100 grooms, quick, diligent and neat. Attendants gave about these strangers bold. Against the wall there stood a cupboard great. Of massive plate, of silver, crystal, gold. But when with precious wines and costly meat they filled were, thus spake the wizard old. Now fits the time, sir knights, I tell and show what you desire to hear, and long to know. L. Armida's craft, her sleight and hidden guile. You partly wot, her acts and arts untrue. How to your camp she came, and by what wile. The greatest lords and princes thence she drew. You know she turned them first to monsters vile. And kept them since closed up in secret mew. Lastly, to Gazaward in bonds them sent. Whom young Rinaldo rescued as they went. Li. What chanced since I will at large declare. To you unknown, a story strange and true. When first her prey, got with such pain and care. Escaped and gone the witch perceived and knew. Her hands she wrung for grief, her clothes she tare. And full of woe these heavy words out threw. Alas! My knights are slain, my prisoners free. Yet of that conquest never boast shall he. Aye. He in their place shall serve me, and sustain. Their plagues, their torments suffer, sorrows bear. And they his absence shall lament in vain. And wail his loss and theirs with many a tear. Thus talking to herself she did ordain. A false and wicked guile, as you shall hear. Thither she hasted where the valiant knight had overcome and slain her men in fight. Lii. Rinaldo there had dolt and left his own. And on his back a pagan's harness tied. Perchance he deemed so to pass unknown. And in those arms less noted false to ride. A headless corse in fight late overthrown. The which in his forsaken arms did hide. And by a brook exposed it on the sand. Whither she wished would come a Christian band. Liv. Their coming might the dame foreknow right well. For secret spies she sent 4,000 ways. Which every day news from the camp might tell. Who parted thence, booties to search or praise. Beside, the sprites conjured by sacred spell. All what she asks or doubts, reveals and says. The body therefore placed she in that part. That furthered best her sleight, her craft and art. Lv. And near the corpse a varlet false and sly. She left, attired in shepherd's homely weed. And taught him how to counterfeit and lie. As time required, and he performed the deed. With him your soldiers spoke, of jealousy. And false suspect mongst them he strewed the seed. That since brought forth the fruit of strife and jar. Of civil brawls, contention, discord, war. Lvi. And as she wished so the soldiers thought. By Godfrey's practice that the prince was slain. Yet vanished that suspicion false to naught. When truth spread forth her silver wings again. Her false devices thus Armida wrought. This was her first deceit, her foremost train. What next she practiced, shall you hear me tell. Against our knight, and what thereof befell. Lvi. Armida hunted him through wood and plain. Till on Orontes' flowery banks he stayed. There, where the stream did part and meet again. And in the midst a gentle island made. A pillar fair was pight beside the main. Near which a little frigate floating laid. The marble white the prince did long behold. And this inscription read, there writ in gold. Lvi. Whoso thou art whom will or chance doth bring. With happy steps to flood Orontes' sides. Know that the world hath not so strange a thing. Twixt east and west, as this small island hides. Then pass and see, without more tarrying. The hasty youth to pass the stream provides. And for the cogs was narrow, small and straight. Alone he rode, and bade his squires their wait. Lax. Landed he stalks about, yet naught he sees. But verdant groves, sweet shades, and mossy rocks. With caves and fountains, flowers, herbs and trees. So that the words he read he takes for mocks. But that green isle was sweet at all degrees. Wherewith enticed down sits he and unlocks his closed helm, and bares his visage fair. To take sweet breath from cool and gentle air. Lx. A rumbling sound amid the waters deep. Meanwhile he heard, and thither turned his sight. And tumbling in the troubled stream took keep. How the strong waves together rush and fight. Whence first he saw, with golden tresses, peep the rising visage of a virgin bright. And then her neck, her breasts, and all, as low as he for shame could see, or she could show. Lxi. So in the twilight does sometimes appear a nymph, a goddess, or a fairy queen. And though no siren but a sprite this were, yet by her beauty seemed it she had been one of those sisters false which haunted near the Tyrrhene shores and kept those waters sheen. Like theirs her face, her voice was, and her sound. And thus she sung. And pleased both skies and ground. LXI. Ye happy youths, who April fresh and May attire in flowering green of lusty age. For glory vain, or virtue's idle ray. Do not your tender limbs to toil engage. In calm streams, fishes, birds, in sunshine play. Who followeth pleasure he is only sage. So nature saith, yet gainst her sacred will. Why still rebel you, and why strive you still? LXI. O fools who youth possess, yet scorn the same. A precious, but a short abiding treasure. Virtue itself is but an idle name. Prized by the world both reason all and measure. And honor, glory, praise, renown and fame. That men's proud hearts bewitch with tickling pleasure. An echo is, a shade, a dream, a flower. With each wind blasted, spoiled with every shower. Lexive. But let your happy souls in joy possess the ivory castles of your bodies fair. Your past harms salve with forgetfulness. Haste not your coming evils with thought and care. Regard no blazing star with burning tress. Nor storm. Nor threatening sky, nor thundering air. This wisdom is, good life, and worldly bliss. Kind teacheth us, nature commands us this. LXV. Thus sung the spirit false, and stealing sleep. To which her tunes enticed his heavy eyes. By step and step did on his senses creep. Still every limb therein unmoved lies. Not thunders loud could from this slumber deep. Of quiet death true image, make him rise. Then from her ambush forth Armida start. Swearing revenge, and threatening torments smart. LXVI. But when she looked on his face awhile, and saw how sweet he breathed, how still he lay, how his fair eyes though closed seemed to smile. At first she stayed, astounded with great dismay. Then sat her down, so love can art beguile. And as she sat and looked, fled fast away. Her wrath, that on his forehead gazed the maid. As in his spring Narcissus tooting laid. LXVI. And with a veil she wiped now and then. From his fair cheeks the globes of silver sweat. And cool air gathered with a trembling fan. To mitigate the rage of melting heat. Thus, who would think it? His hot eye glance can of that cold frost dissolve the hardness great. Which late congealed the heart of that fair dame. Who late a foe, a lover now became. LXVI. Of woodbines, lilies, and of roses sweet. Which proudly flowered through that wanton plain. All plaited fast, well knit, and joined meet. She framed a soft but surely holding chain. Wherewith she bound his neck, his hands and feet. Thus bound, thus taken, did the prince remain. And in a coach which two old dragons drew. She laid the sleeping knight, and thence she flew. Lex. Nor turned she to Damascus kingdoms large. Nor to the fort built in asphalt's lake. But jealous of her dear and precious charge. And of her love ashamed, the way did take. To the wide ocean whither skiff or barge. From us doth seld or never voyage make. And there to frolic with her love awhile. She chose a waste. A sole and desert isle. LXX. An isle that with her fellows bears the name. Of fortunate, for temperate air and mould. There in a mountain high alight the dame. A hill obscured with shades of forests old. Upon whose sides the witch by art did frame. Continual snow. Sharp frost and winter cold. But on the top, fresh, pleasant, sweet and green. Beside a lake a palace built this queen. LXXI. There in perpetual sweet and flowering spring. She lives at ease, enjoys her lord at will. The hardy youth from this strange prison bring. Your valors must, directed by my skill. And overcome each monster and each thing that guards the palace or that keeps the hill. Nor shall you want a guide, or engines fit to bring you to the mount, or conquer it. LXXI. Beside the stream, departed shall you find a dame, in visage young, but old in years. Her curled locks about her front are twined. A party-colored robe of silk she wears. This shall conduct you swift as air or wind, or that flit bird that Jove's hot weapon bears. A faithful pilot, cunning, trusty, sure, as Typhus was, or skillful Palinure. LXXI. At the hill's foot, whereon the witch doth dwell, the serpents hiss, and cast their poison vilda. The ugly boars do rear their bristles fell. There gape the bears, and roar the lions wild. But yet a rod I have can easily quell their rage and wrath, and make them meek and mild. Yet on the top and height of all the hill, the greatest danger lies, and greatest ill. Lexiv. There welleth out a fair, clear, bubbling spring, whose waters pure the thirsty guests entice. But in those liquors cold the secret sting of strange and deadly poison closed lies. One sup thereof the drinker's heart doth bring to sudden joy, whence laughter vain doth rise. Nor that strange merriment once stops or stays, till, with his laughter's end, he end his days. LXXV. Then from those deadly, wicked streams refrain. Your thirsty lips, despise the dainty cheer you find exposed upon the grassy plain. Nor those false damsels once vouchsafe to hear that in melodious tunes their voices strain, whose faces lovely, smiling, sweet, appear. But you their looks, their voice, their songs despise, and enter fair Armida's paradise. LXXVI. The house is builded like a maze within, with turning stairs, false doors and winding ways, the shape whereof plotted in vellum thin. I will you give, that all those sleights bewrays. In midst a garden lies, where many a gin and net to catch frail hearts, false Cupid lays. There in the verdure of the arbours green, with your brave champion lies the wanton queen. LXXVI. But when she haply riseth from the night, and hath withdrawn her presence from the place, then take a shield I have of diamonds bright, and hold the same before the young man's face, that he may glass therein his garments light, and wanton soft attire, and view his case, that with the sight shame and disdain may move his heart to leave that base and servile love. LXXVI. Now resteth not that needful is to tell, but that you go secure, safe, sure and bold. Unseen the palace may you enter well, and pass the dangers all I have foretold. For neither art, nor charm, nor magic spell can stop your passage or your steps withhold. Nor shall Armida, so you guarded be, your coming aught foreknow or once foresee. Lexix. And eke as safe from that enchanted fort, you shall return and scape unhurt away. But now the time doth us to rest exhort, and you must rise by peep of springing day. This said, he led them through a narrow port, into a lodging fair wherein they lay. There glad and full of thoughts he left his guests, and in his wonted bed the old man rests. 15th Book. The Argument. The well-instructed knights forsake their host, and come where their strange bark in harbour lay, and setting sail behold on Egypt's coast the monarch's ships and armies in array. Their wind and pilot good, the seas in post. They pass, and of long journeys make short way. The far sought all they find, Armida's charms. They scorn, they shun her sleights, despise her arms. I. The rosy-fingered morn with gladsome ray rose to her task from old Tithonus' lap. When their grave host came where the warriors lay. And with him brought the shield, the rod, the map. Arise, quoth he, ere lately broken day. In his bright arms the round world fold or wrap. All what I promised, here I have them brought. Enough to bring Armida's charms to naught. 2. They started up, and every tender limb. In sturdy steel and stubborn plate they dight. Before the old man stalked, they followed him. Through gloomy shades of sad and sable night. Through vaults obscure again and entries dim. The way they came their steps remeasured right. But at the flood arrived, farewell, quoth he. Good luck your aid, your guide good fortune be. 3. The flood received them in his bottom low. And lilt them up above his billows thin. The waters so eased up a branch or bough. By violence first plunged and dived therein. But when upon the shore the waves them throw. The knights for their fair guide to look begin. And gazing round a little bark they spied. Wherein a damsel sate the stern to guide. 4. Upon her front her locks were curled new. Her eyes were courteous, full of peace and love. In look a saint, an angel bright in show. So in her visage grace and virtue strove. Her robe seemed sometimes red and sometimes blue. And changed still as she did stir or move. That look how oft man's eye beheld the same. So oft the colors changed, went and came. The feathers so, that tender, soft, and plain. About the dove's smooth neck close couched been. Do in one color never long remain. But change their hue gainst glimpse of Phoebus' sheen. And now of rubies bright a vermeil chain. Now make a carknet rich of emeralds green. Now mingle both, now alter, turn and change. To thousand colors, rich, pure, fair, and strange. 6. Enter this boat, you happy men, she says. Wherein through raging waves secure I ride. To which all tempest, storm, and wind obeys. All burdens light, benign is stream and tide. My lord, that rules your journeys and your ways, hath sent me here, your servant and your guide. This said, her shallop drove she gainst the sand. An anchor cast amid the steadfast land. 7. They entered in, her anchors she upwound. And launched forth to see her pinnace flit. Spread to the wind her sails she broad unbound. And at the helm sat down to govern it. Swelled the flood that all his banks he drowned. To bear the greatest ship of burthen fit. Yet was her fatigue little, swift and light. That at his lowest ebb bear it he might. 8. Swifter than thought the friendly wind forth bore. The sliding boat upon the rolling wave. With curd foam and froth the billows hoar. About the cable murmur roar and rave. At last they came where all his watery store. The flood in one deep channel did engrave. And forth to greedy seas his streams he sent. And so his waves, his name, himself he spent. 9. The wondrous boat scant touched the troubled main. But all the sea still, hushed and quiet was. Vanished the clouds, ceased the wind and rain. The tempests threatened overblow and pass. A gentle breathing air made even and plain. The azure face of heaven's smooth looking glass. And heaven itself smiled from the skies above. With a calm clearness on the earth his love. X. By Ascalon they sailed, and forth drived. Toward the west their speedy course they frame. In sight of Gaza till the bark arrived. A little port when first it took that name. But since, by others' loss so well it thrived. A city great and rich that it became. And there the shores and borders of the land. They found as full of armed men as sand. 11. The passengers to landward turned their sight. And there saw pitched many a stately tent. Soldier and footman, captain, lord and knight. Between the shore and city, came and went. Huge elephants, strong camels, coursers light. With horned hoofs the sandy ways outrent. And in the haven many a ship and boat. With mighty anchors fastened, swim and float. 12. Some spread their sails, some with strong oars sweep. The waters smooth, and brush the buxom wave. Their breasts in sunder cleave the yielding deep. The broken seas for anger foam and rave. When thus their guide began, Sir Knights, take keep. How all these shores are spread with squadrons brave. And troops of hardy knights, yet on these sands. The monarch scant hath gathered half his bands. 13. Of Egypt only these the forces are. And aid from other lands they here attend. For twixt the noonday sun and morning star, all realms at his command do bow and bend. So that I trust we shall return from far. And bring our journey long to wished end. Before this king or his lieutenants shall these armies bring to Zion's conquered wall. 14. While thus she said, as soaring eagles fly, mongst other birds securely through the air, and mounting up behold with wakeful eye the radiant beams of old Hyperion's hair. Her gondola so passed swiftly by, twixt ship and ship, withouten fear or care. Who should her follow, trouble, stop or stay? And forth to sea made lucky speed and way. 15. Themselves forenanced old Raphia's town they fand. A town that first to sailors doth appear, as they from Syria pass to Egypt land. The sterile coasts of barren Rhinoceer they passed, and seas where Cassius hill doth stand, that with his trees o'erspreads the waters near, against whose roots breaketh the brackish wave. Where Jove his temple, Pompey hath his grave. 16. Then Damiata next, where they behold how to the sea his tribute Nilus pays, by his 7 mouths renowned in stories old, and by 100 more ignoble ways. They passed the town built by the Grecian bold, of him called Alexandria till our days, and Pharaoh's tower and isle removed of yore, far from the land, now joined to the shore. 17. Both Crete and Rhodes they left by north unseen, and sailed along the coasts of Afric lands, whose sea towns fair, but realms more inward been, all full of monsters and of desert sands. With her 5 cities then they left Cyrene, where that old temple of false Hammon stands. Next Ptolemy, and that sacred wood, whence spring the silent streams of Lethe flood. 18. The greater Sirte, that sailors often cast, in peril great of death and loss extreme, they compassed round about, and safely passed the Cape Judica and flood Magra's stream. Then Tripoli, gainst which is Malta placed, that low and hid, to lurk in seas doth seem. The little Sirte then, and Alzari's isle, where dwelt the folk that Lotus ate erewhile. 19. Next Tunis on the crooked shore they spied, whose bay a rock on either side defends. Tunis all towns in beauty, wealth and pride. Above, as far as Libya's bounds extends. Gainst which, from fair Sicilia's fertile side, his rugged front great Lilybaeum bends. The dame there pointed out where sometimes stood Rome's stately rival whilom, Carthage proud. XX. Great Carthage low in ashes cold doth lie. Her ruins pour the herbs in height scant pass. So cities fall, so perish kingdoms high. Their pride and pomp lies hid in sand and grass. Then why should mortal man repine to die, whose life is air, breath, wind, and body, glass? From thence the sea's next Bizert's walls they cleft, and far Sardinia on their right hand left. XXI. Numidia's mighty plains they coasted then, where wandering shepherds used their flocks to feed. Then Bugia and Argier, the infamous den, Of pirates false, Oran they left with speed. All Tingitan they swiftly overran. Where elephants and angry lions breed. Where now the realms of Fez and Meroc be. Gainst which Granada's shores and coasts they see. XXI. Now are they there, where first the sea brake in. By great Alcides' help, as stories feign. True may it be that where those floods begin. It whilom was a firm and solid main. Before the sea there through did passage win. And parted Afric from the land of Spain. Abila hence, thence Calpe great upsprings. Such power hath time to change the face of things. XCI. For times the sun had spread his morning ray. Since first the dame launched forth her wondrous barge. And never yet took port in creek or bay. But fairly forward bore the knights her charge. Now through the strait her jolly ship made way. And boldly sailed upon the ocean large. But if the sea in midst of earth was great. Oh, what was this, wherein earth hath her seat? Ziv. Now deep engulfed in the mighty flood. They saw not Gades, nor the mountains near. Fled was the land, and towns on land that stood. Heaven covered sea, sea seemed the heavens to bear. At last, fair lady, quoth Ubaldo good. That in this endless main dost guide us here. If ever man before here sailed tell. Or other lands here be wherein men dwell. XXV. Great Hercules, quoth she, when he had quailed. The monsters fierce in Afric and in Spain. And all along your coasts and countries sailed. Yet durst he not essay the ocean main. Within his pillars would he have impaled the overdaring wit of mankind vain. Till Lord Ulysses did those bounders pass. To see and know he so desirous was. XXVI. He passed those pillars, and in open wave. Of the broad sea first his bold sails untwined. But yet the greedy ocean was his grave. Naught helped him his skill gainst tide and wind. With him all witness of his voyage brave. Lies buried there, no truth thereof we find. And they whom storm hath forced that way since. Are drowned all, or unreturned from thence. XXVI. So that this mighty sea is yet unsought. Where thousand isles and kingdoms lie unknown. Not void of men as some have vainly thought. But peopled well, and wand like your own. The land is fertile ground, but scant well wrought. Air wholesome, temperate sun, grass proudly grown. But, quoth Ubaldo, dame, I pray thee teach. Of that hid world, what be the laws and speech? Atenei. As diverse be their nations, answered she. Their tongues, their rites, their laws so different are. Some pray to beasts, some to a stone or tree. Some to the earth, the sun, or morning star. Their meats unwholesome, vile, and hateful be. Some eat man's flesh, and captives ta'en in war. And all from Calpe's mountain west that dwell. In faith profane, in life are rude and fell. Zix. But will our gracious God, the knight replied. That with his blood all sinful men hath bought. His truth for ever and his gospel hide. From all those lands, as yet unknown, unsought. Oh no, quoth she, his name both far and wide. Shall there be known, all learning thither brought. Nor shall these long and tedious ways forever. Your world and theirs, their lands, your kingdom sever. XXX. The time shall come that sailors shall disdain to talk or argue of Alcides street. And lands and seas that nameless yet remain shall well be known, their boundaries, site and seat. The ships encompass shall the solid main. As far as seas outstretch their waters great. And measure all the world, and with the sun. About this earth, this globe, this compass, run. XXXI. A knight of Genes shall have the hardiment. Upon this wondrous voyage first to wend. Nor winds nor waves, that ships in sunder rent. Nor seas unused, strange clime, or pool unkenned. Nor other peril nor astonishment. That makes frail hearts of men to bow and bend. Within Abla's strait shall keep and hold the noble spirit of this sailor bold. XXXI. Thy ship, Columbus, shall her canvas wing. Spread o'er that world that yet concealed lies. That scant swift fame her looks shall after bring. Though thousand plumes she have, and thousand eyes. Let her of Bacchus and Alcides sing. Of thee to future age let this suffice. That of thine acts she some forewarning give. Which shall in verse and noble story live. 33. Thus talking, swift twixt south and west they run. And sliced out twixt froth and foam their way. At once they saw before, the setting sun. Behind, the rising beam of springing day. And when the morn her drops and dews begun to scatter broad upon the flowering lay. Far off a hill and mountain high they spied, whose top the clouds environ, clothe and hide. Exive. And drawing near, the hill at ease they view. When all the clouds were molten, fallen and fled. Whose top pyramid-wise did pointed show. High, narrow, sharp, the sides yet more outspread. Thence now and then fire, flame and smoke outflew. As from that hill, whereunder lies in bed Enceladus, whence with imperious sway bright fire breaks out by night, black smoke by day. XXXV. About the hill lay other islands small, where other rocks, crags, cliffs, and mountains stood. The isles fortunate these elder time did call, to which high heaven they reigned so kind and good. And of his blessings rich so liberal, that without tillage earth gives corn for food, and grapes that swell with sweet and precious wine. There without pruning yields the fertile vine. XXXVI. The olive fat there ever buds and flowers. The honey drops from hollow oaks distill. The falling brook her silver streams downpours. With gentle murmur from their native hill. The western blast tempereth with dews and showers. The sunny rays, lest heat the blossoms kill. The fields Elysian, as fond heathen sane, were there, where souls of men in bliss remain. XVI. To these their pilot steered, and now, quoth she, your voyage long to end is brought well near. The happy isles of fortune now you see, of which great fame, and little truth, you hear. Sweet, wholesome, pleasant, fertile, fat they be. Yet not so rich as fame reports they were. This said, toward an island fresh she bore. The first of 10, that lies next Afric's shore. XXXVI. When Charles thus, if, worthy governess, to our good speed such tarriance be no let. Upon this isle that heaven so fair doth bless. To view the place, on land awhile a set. To know the folk and what God they confess. And all whereby man's heart may knowledge get. That I may tell the wonders therein seen. Another day, and say, there have I been. XX. She answered him, well fits this high desire. Thy noble heart, yet cannot I consent. For heaven's decree, firm, stable, and entire. Thy wish repugns, and gainst thy will is bent. Nor yet the time hath Titan's gliding fire met forth, prefixed for this discoverment. Nor is it lawful of the ocean main, that you the secrets know, or known explain. XL. To you without needle, map or card. It's given to pass these seas, and there arrive. Where in strong prison lies your knight embarred. And of her prey you must the witch deprive. If further to aspire you be prepared. In vain gainst fate and heaven's decree you strive. While thus she said, the first scene I'll gave place. And high and rough the second showed his face. XLI. They saw how eastward stretched in order long. The happy islands sweetly flowering lay. And how the seas betwixt those isles enthrong. And how they shouldered land from land away. In 7 of them the people rude among. The shady trees their sheds had built of clay. The rest lay waste, unless wild beasts unseen. Or wanton nymphs. Roamed on the mountains green. XLI. A secret place they found in one of those. Where the cleft shore sea in his bosom takes. And, twixt his stretched arms doth fold and close. An ample bay, a rock the haven makes. Which to the main doth his broad back oppose. Whereon the roaring billow cleaves and breaks. And here and there 2 crags like turrets high. Point forth a port to all that sail thereby. XLI. The quiet seas below lie safe and still. The greenwood like a garland grows aloft. Sweet caves within, cool shades and waters shrill. Where lie the nymphs on moss and ivy soft. No anchor there needs hold her frigate still. Nor cable twisted sure, though breaking oft. Into this desert, silent, quiet, glad. Entered the dame, and there her haven made. Sliv. The palace proudly built, quoth she, behold. That sits on top of yonder mountain's height. Of Christ's true faith there lies the champion bold. In idleness, love, fancy, folly light. When Phoebus shall his rising beams unfold. Prepare you gainst the hill to mount upright. Nor let this stay in your bold hearts breed care. For, save that one, all hours unlucky are. XLV. But yet this evening, if you make good speed. To that hill's foot with daylight might you pass. Thus said the dame their guide, and they agreed. And took their leave and leaped forth on the grass. They found the way that to the hill doth lead. And softly went that neither tired was. But at the mountain's foot they both arrived. Before the sun his team in waters dived. XLVI. They saw how from the crags and clefts below. His proud and stately pleasant top grew out. And how his sides were clad with frost and snow. The height was green with herbs and flowerets sout. Like hairy locks the trees about him grow. The rocks of ice keep watch and ward about. The tender roses and the lilies new. Thus art can nature change, and kind subdue. XLVI. Within a thick, a dark and shady plot. At the hill's foot that night the warriors dwell. But when the sun his rays bright, shining, hot. Dispread of golden light the eternal well. Up, up, they cried, and fiercely up they got. And climbed boldly gainst the mountain fell. But forth there crept, from whence I cannot say. An ugly serpent which forestalled their way. XLVI. Armed with golden scales his head and crest. He lifted high, his neck swelled great with ire. Flamed his eyes, and hiding with his breast. All the broad path, he poison breathed and fire. Now reached he forth in folds and forward pressed. Now would he back in rolls and heaps retire. Thus he presents himself to guard the place. The knights pressed forward with assured pace. 49. Charles drew forth his brand to strike the snake. Ubaldo cried, "Stay, my companion dear. Will you with sword or weapon battle make? Against this monster that affronts us here." This said, he gone his charmed rod to shake. So that the serpent durst not hiss for fear. But fled, and dead for dread fell on the grass. And so the passage plain, open was. A little higher on the way they met. A lion fierce that hugely roared and cried. His crest he reared high, and open set. Of his broad gaping jaws the furnace wide. His stern his back oft smote, his rage to whet. But when the sacred staff he once espied, a trembling fear through his bold heart was spread. His native wrath was gone, and swift he fled. Li. The hardy couple on their way forth wend. And met a host that on them roar and gape. Of savage beasts, to fore unseen, unkenned. Differing in voice, in semblance, and in shape. All monsters which hot Afric doth forth send. Twixt Nilus, Atlas, and the southern cape. Were all there met, and all wild beasts besides. Hyrcania breeds, or Hyrcane forest hides. Ai. But yet that fierce, that strange and savage host could not in presence of those worthies stand, but fled away, their heart and courage lost. When Lord Ubaldo shook his charming wand, no other let their passage stopped or crossed, till on the mountain's top themselves they land. Save that the ice, the frost, and drifted snow oft made them feeble, weary, faint and slow. Lii. But having passed all that frozen ground, and overgone that winter sharp and keen, a warm, mild, pleasant, gentle sky they found, that overspread a large and ample green. The winds breathed spikenard, myrrh, and balm around. The blasts were firm, unchanged, stable been. Not as elsewhere the winds now rise now fall. And Phoebus their eye shines, sets not at all. Liv. Not as elsewhere now sunshine bright now showers. Now heat now cold, their interchanged were. But everlasting spring mild heaven downpours. In which nor rain, nor storm, nor clouds appear. Nursing to fields, their grass. To grass, his flowers. To flowers their smell. To trees, the leaves they bear. There by a lake a stately palace stands, that overlooks all mountains, seas and lands. Lv. The passage hard against the mountain steep. These travelers had faint and weary made, that through those grassy plains they scantly creep. They walked, they rested oft, they went, they stayed. When from the rocks, that seemed for joy to weep, before their feet a dropping crystal played, enticing them to drink, and on the flowers the plenteous spring 1,000 streams downpours. Lvi. All which, united in the springing grass, ate forth a channel through the tender green, and underneath eternal shade did pass, with murmur shrill, cold, pure, and scantly seen, yet so transparent, that perceived was the bottom rich, and sands that golden bin, and on the brims the silken grass aloft proffered them seats, sweet, easy, fresh and soft. Lvi. See here the stream of laughter, see the spring, quoth they, of danger and of deadly pain. Here fond desire must by fair governing be ruled, our lust bridled with wisdom's rein. Our ears be stopped while these sirens sing their notes enticing man to pleasure vain. Thus passed they forward where the stream did make an ample pond, a large and spacious lake. Lvi. There on a table was all dainty food that sea, that earth, or liquid air could give. And in the crystal of the laughing flood they saw 2 naked virgins bathe and dive, that sometimes toying, sometimes wrestling stood, sometimes for speed and skill in swimming strive. Now underneath they dived, now rose above, enticing baits laid forth of lust and love. Lax. These naked wantons, tender, fair and white, moved so far the warriors' stubborn hearts, that on their shapes they gazed with delight. The nymphs applied their sweet alluring arts, and one of them above the waters quite lift up her head, her breasts and higher parts, and all that might weak eyes subdue and take. Her lower beauties veiled the gentle lake. Lx. As when the morning star, escaped and fled from greedy waves, with dewy beams upflies. Or as the queen of love, new born and bred of the ocean's fruitful froth, did first arise. So vented she her golden locks forth shed, round pearls and crystal moist therein which lies. But when her eyes upon the nights she cast, she start, and feigned her of their sight aghast. Lxi. And her fair locks, that in a knot were tied high on her crown, she'd gone at large unfold, which falling long and thick and spreading wide, the ivory soft and white mantled in gold. Thus her fair skin the dame would clothe and hide, and that which hid it no less fair was hold. Thus clad in waves and locks, her eyes divine, from them ashamed did she turn and twine. Lxi. Withal she smiled and she blushed withal. Her blush, her smilings, smiles her blushing graced. Over her face her amber tresses fall, whereunder Love himself in ambush placed. At last she warbled forth a treble small, and with sweet looks her sweet songs interlaced. O happy men I that have the grace, quoth she, this bliss, this heaven, this paradise to see. Lxi. This is the place wherein you may assuage your sorrows past. Here is that joy and bliss that flourished in the antique golden age. Here needs no law, here none doth aught amiss. Put off those arms and fear not Mars his rage. Your sword, your shield, your helmet needless is. Then consecrate them here to endless rest. You shall love's champions be, and soldiers blessed. Lexiv. The fields for combat here are beds of down, or heaped lilies under shady brakes. But come and see our queen with golden crown, that all her servants blessed and happy makes. She will admit you gently for her own, numbered with those that of her joy partakes. But first within this lake your dust and sweat wash off, and at that table sit and eat. Lxv. While thus she sung, her sister lured them nigh, with many a gesture kind and loving show, to music sound as dames in court apply their cunning feet, and dance now swift now slow. But still the knights unmoved passed by. These vain delights for wicked charms they know, nor could their heavenly voice or angels look surprise their hearts, if eye or ear they took. Lxvi. For if that sweetness once but touched their hearts, and proffered there to kindle Cupid's fire, straight armed reason to his charge upstarts, and quencheth lust, and killeth fond desire. Thus scorned were the dames, their wiles and arts, and to the palace gates the knights retire, while in their stream the damsels dived sad, ashamed, disgraced, for that repulse they had.